position may not be as good, but you use that money available to make the team better, and that's all how it plays out.
Jackson Hayes, 2 years, $12 million, center by committee. Maybe a little bit of him, maybe a little bit of Nurkic, who's the maybe a little bit of JJJ and Filipowski. And out of the four of them, who's having a good night, who matches up, what else is happening in the game, we'll see who emerges. Competition is supposed to make everybody better, PK, so there's four people competing for minutes. Although one of the four already could have a lot of minutes playing the four spot, so 3.5 people competing for one.
Jared Jackson obviously will be on the floor as much as they want him to be. The other two guys, the other three, if you throw Filipowski in there, who's to see? Or who's to say, I should say. And I guess who's to see as far as who plays the position the majority of the time. And, you're not asking for a whole lot. A kid like Hayes has got a lively body. Been in the league now. He's only 26, but these kids come in so young. He's been in the league 6-7 years. See what he can do.
And to your point, there is more money to go out and get somebody else if they want. Is there still a trade coming? What about the draft picks? And more importantly, the money. It's not like money has to be spent right now. There's midseason and there's next summer when Keontae George needs to be paid. So a lot of different places to spend that money going forward. Man, Kessler, L.A. has got to be in win now mode, right? You got new owners you got to impress. That was probably part of the equation in this trade, is that if you're the GM and you're Pelinka and the new owners are here and they got high expectations, you got to do something. And the Jazz did get more draft picks than Jaylen Brown got in the Boston-Philly deal. But Pelinka had to make it happen now.
From the Laker perspective, just Stephen A. Smith, you hear him going to town on the three white guys at the top?
I didn't.
Oh, of course you didn't. I didn't think you did.
When did he do it? But he's not on for another hour.
Yesterday.
On his podcast yesterday.
Oh, on his podcast.
It was actually on Sirius XM, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, he's saying, come on, what team has ever won with three white guys at the top?
I'll find it. We can play it later.
I mean, and then he takes a shot at Utah. This is Los Angeles. This isn't Utah. I mean, he's upset about it, and then obviously the Kardashians are upset about it.
Oh, Walker Kessler's going to be in the spotlight now. Going to have to win now. The pressure increases
on everybody. That's pro sports, though.
Yep. All right, DJ and PK.
#NBA. For this particular time, Max, it was a lot different. And I asked him, I said, listen, this is going into year 24. You don't owe anybody anything, right? You've accomplished more than any player has ever accomplished. You got every record, all the stuff. Let's find one foundational thing to build off of. And if I asked you that, what would it be? I don't need to answer now, but let's just try to find that. And so he said, okay, fine. Took a day or so, and he called me back. And he said, okay, man, you know what? I just want to have complete happiness. And I said, great, let's start there.
Rich Paul and what LeBron James is looking for. Cleveland and the Warriors supposed to be the leaders here.
Complete happiness?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Oh, brother. Jeez. You're not happy enough.
A lot of money, a lot of rings. Your nickname is King.
He wants complete happiness.
Complete.
I just want to pay the mortgage.
I do believe the mortgage paying is all accomplished in LeBron James' financial world.
Oh, brother. Just add a touch. I mean, I couldn't even listen to all that.
Celtics trade Jaylen Brown to the Sixers in a blockbuster deal for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, 2028 and 2031, along with 2 second-round picks in 2028 and 2030. So there he is, right to one of the ancient rivals, Boston-Philly. I think we could see a Boston-Philly game on Christmas Day now. Lock that one in. Let's go.
Yeah, on the surface, it doesn't seem like that the Celtics got enough. It seems like Paul George, very good talent, obviously, but it looks like his better days or best days are behind him. He's been hurt a lot. What's his availability? I always thought he was the prototypical NBA athlete, lean, long, strong, can do a lot of different things for you. but hasn't been playing at that level for a while. It's bounced around. Maybe it's a situation where Jaylen Brown had become just too much of an issue with the team, and so they needed to unload him, and that was the best deal they could get. That's unfortunate from the Boston perspective. Philadelphia, he's a better player individually, gives them some firepower with Edgecombe and Maxey, but the key is still Embiid, and he's really good, but he rarely plays. So I can see why Philadelphia would want to make that move, get a little younger. Boston, yeah, wow, man, reading some of the reviews, they're going to be lucky to make the play-in next year. It seems a little
dramatic. Over the top of that.
Dramatic, yeah.
But they're not a champ. But you wouldn't put them on the championship tier right now. No way. Well, we can argue about how far they're going to fall, and I don't think they're going to fall to the play-in. But they're not on the championship tier. And that's even with the East being wide open and not knowing where LeBron is going to. If nothing else, it looks like Philadelphia has moved in front of Boston. And you can argue even with Embiid out, now they got three really good players, and they can still. I don't know that they could win it all without Embiid, but they're one of the better teams in the East, even if he doesn't play. The Edgecombe, Maxey, Jaylen Brown trio, that's pretty potent. I mean, how many teams in the East can match that?
Do you think it's better than Doncic, Kessler, and Reeves?
Well, Philly will score more points. I don't know how they'll defend. The Lakers ought to be better with the rim protector there. That ought to fix some stuff right away. There's stats out there on people see Kessler and they don't even want to drive in there. They don't even want to try. They turn into the jump shooting teams to drive you mad.
I thought everybody shoots threes anyway.
And I don't know that it's going to matter with the Lakers and the Sixers. That they'll play each other twice. I don't think they're going to see each other in the final.
Well, yeah, but it's not one-on-one. It's just who got the better deal. I mean, this is sports talk radio. I mean,
I think Philly got the better deal of all the blockbuster moves yesterday.
And so even if they're in the same conference, they'd only play two more times after that.
They might see each other for 7 in the playoffs. Celtics signed Mike Conley. He gets 1 year. Mitchell Robinson goes in on a 3-year deal. Tobias Harris, 2 years, $31 million to go to San Antonio. Need a little more 3-point shooting. Need a veteran with some playoff experience. So Tobias Harris.
And also, too, the Sixers and Lakers could face off in the NBA Cup in Indiana.
I did leave that out. You're right. They could be in Butler Fieldhouse. We got to focus on that. Hinkle, bring it. DJ PK.
#NFL.
Taylor Swift, Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce having their wedding tomorrow night inside Madison Square Garden in New York. PK, sports venue. Where would you want to get married? Rose Bowl? Yankee Stadium? Or you want family there, so you'd go with the retractable dome in Phoenix?
I could tell you some stories about family in my wedding, but you wouldn't want to hear it.
I think I actually heard, yeah.
I just want them to make sure that the thermostat is set to 78 in New York. That's the most important thing.
There it is. 80 if you leave the garden, right?
Is it 80 that high? Man.
If you're not going to be home. If you leave the garden. But yeah, 78 for you there.
Yeah. I'll set the temperature to whatever I want to set.
DJ and PK.
#Major League Baseball.
1-0. Swung on. Hit high and deep. Center field. Manga back to the track, to the wall. It's gone into the hedges. Alec Bohm, dead center field. It's his 10th of the year. It's a 2-run shot, and the Phillies now lead it 10-6 here in the bottom of the 8th.
Dansby Swanson, the batter, hits a fly ball into deep left center, back toward the wall, grand slam. Dansby Swanson with a grand slam to left.
Dansby Swanson, the grand slam, part of his 3-home run, 8-ribby performance in Chicago as the Cubs beat the Padres 23-3. They hit 8 home runs. How about the 4th and 7th when the Padres put goose eggs up there, huh? That was pretty sweet. 8 in the 8th. At the end of the game, the catcher's pitching and Ephus pitches and whatever. Just get out of there, get swept, and go home. Well, not go home, but go back to Southern California and play the Dodgers in L.A. Cubbies sweep the Padres.
Yeah, quite the day by Dansby.
Junior Caminero homers again. That's 8 home runs in the last 6 games. He's homered in 6 straight. The Rays beat the Royals 4-0. Junior Caminero lighting it up. Have a week.
Oh, yeah, have a season.
Yankees have lost 7 in a row. Detroit beats them 6-2. It's the Yankees' longest losing streak since 2023.
Are you surprised they're doing this bad without Judge?
No. It's all coming back. Now they're back to being a 500 team is what they should have been. They just did it in chunks instead of bouncing back and forth every day or two. Major League Baseball Players Association, CBA talks. They talked to the league owners about increasing roster sizes from 26 to 28 for the first 15 days of the season, preventing established big leaguers from being overworked early in the season, giving more players opportunities to land on opening day rosters coming out of spring training. You like that idea, PK? Add a couple more pitchers, I guess?
Yeah, fine. I don't really care about that. If that's what they want, sure. But these negotiations now, I barely even pay attention because
you need a deadline, and the deadline's too far away. They're going to push the deadline. We're going to be doing this in 2027. They're not going to have a deal before January 1 of 2027.
I'm afraid they're not going to have
one before
June
April 1. Oh, okay, June 1. Yeah.
But I'm fine with that. If that for just a few weeks. Whatever. It would be flushed out, basically. It'd be a wash because everybody would be doing it. No one would have an advantage over the other.
Hey, the Dodgers went with that bullpen game last night. It didn't work out. The Athletics win 7-1 in Sacramento. You ever heard of Charlie Barnes before? The guy who ended up taking the loss and giving up 6 of the 7 runs?
Chuck Barnes?
Never heard of him. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
They got enough.
I mean,
they
got
got enough
lose
W's.
60 games.
Yeah.
Just don't lose whatever the limit is, whether it's
3 or 4 in
less in the postseason. Yeah. So it didn't faze me.
Ohtani's scheduled to pitch. He's been pushed back to Friday night, game 2 of the 4-game series with the Padres. Bees lose to Vegas 10-6. They'll play again tonight. America First Square. Tony Park's on the air on 1280 The Zone at 6:20. DJ and PK.
Harry Kane. Still Harry Kane. Oh, my word! Majestic Harry Kane. Unbelievable. England lead 2-1.
Tielemans with the strike. Tielemans. Everyone's off the bench as Belgium leads for the first time.
Team only man there, able to steer it to Adams, flicks it along Tillman. He's got Balogun making a run off him. Can he get around to that ball? To the deflection, Balogun scores! Flo Balogun, first to react to the deflection. He'll do the LeBron celebration. It's 1-0 U.S.
The number 20 United States committee serious foul.
Yeah, it's going to be a red card.
The final decision is red card.
Wow. Look at how Vassal's giving up the entire right side of his goal. Tillman! It's in! Malik Tillman! 2-0 United States!
3 crazy games in the World Cup yesterday. The favorites win, but it was a tight battle. England gets the victory. Harry Kane scores twice in the last 15 minutes, and they pull out a 2-1 win over Congo. Senegal was up 2 goals, 85th minute. Belgium in the 86th and 89th minute to force another 30, and then a penalty right at the end of that, and Belgium escapes 3-2. And then the United States, they get the shutout, only their second shutout in the last, almost last full year. But it's the second one of the World Cup. So they're into the round of 16. But they'll be there without Flo Balogun, as you heard him pick up the red card. Harsh red, PK. Could have been a yellow easily, but it was a red, so now he's going to miss the Belgium game in Seattle on Monday. They'll have to figure it out without him as they try to get to the quarterfinals for only the second time in the modern era.
Go without him. I just don't know. I was watching the game.
Yeah.
I have the DirecTV, and it wasn't available because they're having some squabble with Fox Sports, right? So I think, I got all these channels. It's got to be on something that I don't ever look at. And sure enough, I found it.
Telemundo?
Yeah.
All right.
And nothing against soccer announcers. DJ's my favorite by far.
Thank you, PK. But the Spanish worked for you, even though you weren't exactly sure what was going on? It worked?
But see, I don't really listen to announcers.
Yeah.
I watch the game. It's on, and they can say it, but I don't really pay attention to what they say. No, that's just me, and I'm not making a slant or slight against announcers, play-by-play, or analysts, or what have you.
But if you can see the ball go into the net, you don't really care what somebody else, whether it's bang in an NBA game or goal in a soccer game. It doesn't really matter to you because you just saw the ball go in the net. Yeah.
I was watching the game with none other than Gordon Monson.
Oh, really?
Yes. And we're talking, carrying on, watching the game. And I mean, it is soccer, so you're not glued into every second. No offense, guys. I know the two of you just live and die it, but you can kind of casually watch it. And then if he missed the penalty kick, and I said, well, just wait a second. I'll show it again. You'll get to see it. And the game's over, and he says, man, that coach for the U.S., he looks like Russell Crowe. And I said, yeah, I've been saying that for weeks. I said, there's got the hair, body type, facial structures. I said, yeah, he does. He goes, oh, man, I'm glad you said that because I thought I was the only one. I said, no, call Jake Hatch. I told him weeks ago that the guy looks like Russell Crowe. I said, and I can't pronounce his last name, so I just call him Russell Crowe.
Are you not entertained? Spain, heavy favorites over Austria later today. PK, you've been talking about the lack of upsets. The favorites have been prevailing, with the exception of Germany. But it has been close. Portugal favored to beat Croatia. If you're looking for an upset, I'm going with Croatia, PK. Switzerland and Algeria, the third game tonight.
I'd like to go to Croatia. I understand it's very beautiful.
I have heard that.
Yes, and where I lived in California, there was a high percentage of Croatians who lived there because the typography reminded them of the homeland.
Yes.
Hillsides with the ocean right there.
Yeah. Yeah, for all the people who think that going to Italy and going to the beach, Italy, the Mediterranean, that's fabulous. Well, right across a little sliver of water from the Italian coast, there sits Croatia with a coast of its own. So,
yeah,
visualize that. DJ and PK.
#NHL.
Utah Mammoth, an active day. They signed former Islanders captain Anders Lee, 3-year deal with the AAV of $5.4 million. They also trade defenseman Sean Dursey, forward prospect Cole Bedone, and a third-round pick to the Rangers to acquire center Vincent Trocheck, 3 years, $5.2 million AAV. So adding a couple players, and they apparently going to have to replace Barrett Hayden here. What are they going to do? The Devils have signed Barrett Hayden to an offer sheet. 1 year, $4.78 million. Utah could match it, but then they couldn't trade him, and he'd be an unrestricted free agent in a year. He's a restricted free agent right now. So what will they do there? But guys coming and guys going. An active day for the Utah Mammoth, PK.
On the surface, it looks like, they're upping the ante in the win now mode in terms of trading a prospect. Now, he wasn't the number one, number two, but last week when Bill Armstrong was mentioning guys, I believe he mentioned his name. I think that's where I heard it. And we've known of the name for sure. So it looks like get some veteran guys, get more size, that type of thing. And away they go. They're anticipating, it looks like, the possibility of not just maybe an incremental improvement, but maybe a step or two beyond that.
Coming up, we will talk with Greg Wyshynski about exactly that question at 8:30. ESPN senior NHL writer joins us then. Ben Anderson, Jazz Insider for KSL Sports. Coach Jake and Ben will be here at 9 o'clock. We'll talk about all the changes With the Jazz, what's next? Walker Kessler in L.A. How's the West stacking up? Where should expectations be? We'll get to all that at 9 o'clock. As a matter of fact, I think we'll get to some of that in the rest of the 7 o'clock hour. That is What's Trending, brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Question of the day is next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new crash at the mouth of Weber Canyon on eastbound I-84. As we move over to the left shoulder, be aware of that if you're going through that area. Also have some southbound slowing on I-15 from Farmington into Centerville. And if you're heading from Provo into downtown Salt Lake City, there are currently no delays headed northbound. So that's a good start to our commute on this Thursday morning. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters. That's you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCote.
Walker Kessler on his way. Not only the Jazz trade him, they trade him to the Lakers. A 4-year contract worth $140 million, roughly just shy of $33 million per year. The Jazz get a haul. They get 2 unprotected first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, which is a monstrous amount, a rim protector, and a rebounder. An elite is now off the board for the Jazz.
In my opinion, it wasn't part of the plan. I think this is an outlier. I can just tell you, I think there's probably nuance. Numbers say one thing, but I think there's nuance. I want to make sure we talk about in the beginning that they were more than compensated. John Morant, who was just traded, and I know he has his issues, but he was just traded the other day with no first-round picks attached. This is 4 first-round picks.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like 0. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Collectors, Railroad Car Show is coming to Salt Lake City. Join us at the Hyatt Regency Hotel on July 4th and 5th.
It's a July 4th weekend car show.
baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Hyatt Regency Hotel, Saturday and Sunday, July 4th and 5th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Walker Kessler is a Laker. The Jazz have a lot of draft picks to work with going forward, but how good are they? So many questions. What is your reaction? PK, the immediate reaction from a lot of Jazz fans is the Lakers really wanted him, and they paid a high price to get Kessler. Tavita says the Jazz front office don't play around when they're negotiating. The return they got is crazy good. Soaking the Lakers dry and then signing one of their centers right after, LOL. And also, Nephi, Jazz fleeced a desperate Laker front office in this trade. JJJ is a former Defensive Player of the Year. Ace could start now. Our team's athletic and fast. Kessler is not. We are better off now. Ooh. I disagree with the last part there, PK. Better off now? I feel like I'm going to have to back out on my expectations for 50 wins in top 6. It could happen, but it seems a lot less likely.
Well, the deal, the way I look at it, as far as the haul, which is the cliche, is like, are you you have equity in your house, and so when you go to sell it, you're going to get more money. But right now, you don't have more money in your wallet, and so the Jazz right now, I don't think they have more money in their wallet because
the money in the wallet,
players.
The money in the wallet
Players
would be wins and
money
players.
Now is what you want. You want the equity too, but you need the money now, and they're minus a player now. I guess even in terms of bodies, but they could have signed Jackson Hayes if they wanted to that desperately. Even with Kessler, they didn't have to sign Nurkic. I think they needed body, and he's tall and all that stuff. So and available, so they sign him real quick. I think that we'll have to see how that plays out, but they have the potential to cash in on it. But right now they haven't cashed in on anything, and they got these picks, but if they don't use them wisely, then what difference does it make? Picks are just that until they become the actual on the court talent, or if you use those picks to trade for other types of things. But you'll at some point you got to get players back. You just can't keep exchanging picks for picks. So it's okay that they got these picks, but that's all they are until they're actually traded in for human beings. So we'll have to see how that works out. My guess is that these picks will also be used for other players that they can use and as draft capital and assets and all that stuff. Kessler, I don't think there's any question that he's better than the guys you have from the defensive perspective. But I think that from the offensive perspective, Kessler will be better utilized in Los Angeles than he was here with the Jazz, because the Jazz have the opportunity to really have some outstanding offensive players. And so the fact that they will miss Kessler and the ability that he can have offensively, which is emerging, I don't think will be as bad. They can offset that rather consistently, probably, I anticipate. Defensively is another story. We have to see what they can do there and how teams want to attack them in that regard.
We'll see what they do with the draft picks and how quickly they turn those into players. Are there more trades coming? Are there veterans? The center position just feels like this is a short-term Band-Aid, center by committee. They may prioritize other positions. It may just remain this. It wouldn't be the first team in the NBA. There's a couple of, there's a few big-time players at the very top, and then there's a lot of teams that mix and match, ham and egg it, whatever your cliche is. So they may live with that, even though it may be different players. They swap out doing it over a fairly short period of time. Neither Hayes or Nurkic is signed long term, so it just feels like the build continues. It's a work in progress in that area. But what do they do with that money, and what do they do with that picks to improve the team? And is that in the next week or two? Is that midseason? Is that next summer when Keontae's up and the money's going there? That'll all be interesting because those are the assets you talk about that they have that they wouldn't have. I mean, the Lakers, now I think we pretty much see their team. How far can it go? I think they are a top 6 team in the West now. I don't think they're top 2, but somewhere in that next group where they were last year with LeBron. He's gone. Kessler's in. Some of the other role players swapping out. Feels like they use most of their assets, and you're like, the Jazz are sitting over here. All right, what are they going to do, and when are they going to do it?
Yeah, I mean, the Lakers, I think they won 53 games last year, so I don't know that they're any better.
Right.
We'll have to see how the chemistry plays out and everything on the floor. Maybe they will be better. I don't know. Well, that's up to them. We'll watch it. We're way more obsessed about the Jazz. I do think that in today's game, the way it's played, if I'm going to be weak at a position, because you can't have 5 stars out there, the salary structures and everything don't allow it.
Right.
I think that in today's game, I'd probably pick the position that the Jazz have as far as their weakness, because they look pretty solid at all the other positions on the floor, right? The other 4 spots. And so this is going to be their weakest on paper right now. We'll see how it changes or develops is probably a better word. And so with that in mind, I'm most comfortable having the weakness there to see what they can do there because they don't need that position to be prolific offensively, as I just said. Defensively, yeah. But, defense-wise, Majerus just drummed it in my head for so many years that I covered them. I covered them for a decade every day. And you got to have team defense. And so get better on the perimeter, and then maybe you don't eliminate the need for an anchor, but you can soften the blow a little bit better. And so get into that position. And as I look at the guys that are on the perimeter, they all have an opportunity. They have the athletic skills to be able to keep their man in front of them better, that type of thing. So we'll see if they can compensate for the loss of Kessler and still make it an effective defensive team, particularly in the postseason when everything is magnified. You get in January and February and whatnot, and you're on these long road trips and all, and your 100% is actually probably 65%, 70% that night because you're just gassed and you've been playing and traveling and it's winter and you don't feel well and all that stuff. So I'm not, as far as that goes, concerned regular season wise, because I think this team can get to the playoffs. And then as they develop that, what position are they in from a defensive standpoint there? And then if they make trades and so forth at the deadline, and who knows, just because what the team is when the season starts obviously doesn't mean what the team is when the postseason starts. So I think on the surface, I'd rather have Kessler. I'm not going to make any bones about it to say, oh, well, he's not that good, blah, 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 blah. It's like you lost some recruit. We didn't really want him anyway, and we got these other players. We'll be just fine. No, if there's a big-time recruit and he's choosing, now it seems to be a bunch of kids these days, for whatever reason, they're choosing between BYU and Oklahoma, of all places. If they choose Oklahoma, that's a blow to your program. Yeah, you can get other players, but it's still a blow to your program. So having him leave, in a sense, is a blow to the program. But how can they overcome it? I think they have the ability to manufacture other ways to be effective and successful.
Tom, what does this do for cap space this season and free agency? Tom wants it, and he wants it now. I don't think that's as important. I think with cap space, they're actually getting right up to the cap. But you can go over the cap to sign your own free agents, and they have quite a room before the luxury tax, and that presumably could be for Keontae George next year, or Keontae George in a sign and trade, or, we can list a whole bunch of possibilities. I don't think it's going to impact this year so much. I think what they did is we were all anticipating that they were going to run out of money in another summer or two. And now some of that pressure is off. I'm sure there'll be guys lining up for the money, and they'll, bump into the luxury tax and have all those issues again. But in the short run, that relieves this pressure, and they're going to have more money to do stuff going forward. But I wouldn't be surprised if that money is reserved for next summer, and we see what kind of year Keontae George has. To your point, the regular season's really different than the playoffs. It's very different, and we don't know how any of those guys are going to perform in that. So get some more information and then decide what you're going to do with the assets you have, whether it's cap space or draft or whatever. Let's see what these guys do. It feels like that's where this is going. I mean, they still have a couple roster spots. I think the next moves are around the edge, but hey, they surprised us yesterday. Who's to say they won't surprise us again?
Well, I want them to be up against the cap with George, because that means he's had a banner season.
Right, yeah, and he has to be paid because he delivered at a high level.
Yeah, and I think they would want that. I think the last thing they want is that he takes a major step backward. That doesn't make any sense. That would impact and hurt the team, because he has the position to be a vital player as he continues to develop in his game. What is this? His fourth year? So from that perspective, yeah, go ball out, son. Continue to do what you've done and continue to progress as a human being. It seems like the arrow on that young man is just pointed sky high, and how far it goes remains to be seen. But it's one of the storylines, because he was impressive to watch last year. And so what do we've got going here? How does it mesh? That's the thing about what we've been watching with these young dudes, is that everything has been sort of an individual watch. Now it's going to be a team watch. When you're not playing to win, it is just about the individuals. And so Sensabaugh can come off the bench and go 10 of 15, or maybe start that game, whatever it might be. Okay, well, now how effective can you be in your role? I mean, one of the most effective guys in their roles that they've ever had, obviously, was Hornacek, right? He came over and was effective in his role, and that made the team way better. It was clear. We saw it. For those of you who are too young, yeah, we all saw it. That's what it was. So how can you be effective in a winning environment, rather than basically what we've had the last few years has been an individual environment, right? Oh, man, he looked good tonight. Well, if he looks good and you don't win, well, big deal. How can they look good together? That's what I want to see. And that's going to be the fascinating part, to see this unfold in this season.
DJ and PK, we got people who think the trade should have never happened. They're fans. They're saying that with emotion. We'll get into that next. Stay with it.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got an accident in the mouth of Weber Canyon on eastbound I-84. If you move over to the left shoulder, be aware that you're going through that area. Got some southbound slowing as you head towards downtown Salt Lake City from Farmington through Centerville. But if you're headed northbound through Utah County and South Salt Lake County, there's obviously no delays currently as you head in that direction. Attention property managers, customers judge your property and the time it takes to park. Don't fail that test. Call GoPave Utah. Seal coating, crack sealing, strapping, patching, all across the Wasatch Front. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. there was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the New Look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here we are, folks. It is Independence Weekend. July 4th is upon us. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about what independence matters, particularly as it relates to Trajan Wealth, because for them, independence matters. And what that means is they're not tied to any single product line. That means their advice is built around you. What are your goals? What's your risk level? Where do you want to have a level of comfortability? All that stuff regarding your future. That's where Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors, come in, because they can help you get to those points where your goals are being met, your risk comfort level is being achieved, right? And your future looks bright financially. That's the advantage of working with a true fiduciary firm. And fiduciary means they put your needs first, right? They're not about the commission and all that stuff. That will come as you succeed in your financial plan with their help, right? Makes sense. The more money you make, the more money they make. And the last thing they want, I can speak from this from personal experience, is a dissatisfied customer and client. No, absolutely not. And they're going to be there with you every step of the way, so they can help you with strategies for your taxes and your income that you can count on. Let Trajan Wealth help you in the manner that they have helped me. You can give them a call and set up an appointment, and get this, initial consultation is going to be for free. So why not give them a call? Why not, even if it's just for a second opinion? What do you have to lose in terms of that first meeting? Literally nothing. So give them a call, set something up, make your future brighter. The phone number is 1-855-TRAJAN-1 is the phone number, 1-855-TRAJAN-1, and that's the number 1 at the end. And you spell Trajan, Trajan, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. They've got offices conveniently located at both ends of the Wasatch Front. I met with them at the offices that they have in Draper. It's literally right off the freeway, a stone's throw. You live up north, no problem. They've got offices up there. They will meet you at your convenience in Farmington. And the website, yeah, a lot of information amplifies what I'm talking about every day. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, the question of the morning. Walker Kessler is gone to the Lakers. What do you think? Your reaction? Daryl, you never make a trade with the Lakers, no matter if it's a good trade or a bad trade. Well, PK, you're not going to get very far in the NBA wearing your fandom on a sleeve like that in the front office. Wasn't that last trade they made where they dumped a bunch of people that I don't even think most Jazz fans can ever even remember for a first-round draft pick? Wasn't that a good idea?
Well, I think on the premise, though, the idea is you don't trade with your rival to make them a better team. I think that's where he's going with. I mean, that's a storyline that's been out there forever.
Yeah,
that's why you
Philly
brought
Boston
up
yesterday.
the fact. Yeah, you brought that up because they have been rivals. Having lived back there, I can attest to it. And even if you didn't live back there, you know it full well. So I think there's something to be said for that. You don't trade someone within your own division. You don't trade someone within your own conference. So I understand what he's saying about that. That doesn't mean you can't do it, but that is a theory. If you're going to make a team better, make some team better at the other side of the country. And then you don't have to worry about them outside of a select regular season games until the postseason, right? I mean, there's that theory there that that's the case. On the other hand, the flip side was you got to take the best deal. And it's clear that the Lakers had the money to target Kessler. So I think in this case, and they had the need, that if you're going to make a deal, there was no way that it was going to be anybody but the Lakers. And so you have to do that. What's there? My guess is if they had their druthers, maybe they wouldn't have wanted to make a deal with the Lakers. Make it with Sacramento, which seems to get in the way of itself all the time for decades outside of a few Vlade, Weber, Mike Bibby run and Stokovich and those guys. And that seems in the span of time, that was a great run for Sacramento. But if you take a broad view, my gosh, they have sucked for so many years and are so poorly run.
Mark says, I hate to see Kessler go, but at those numbers, I'm glad the Jazz didn't match. In a salary cap league where you only have so much money, you got to choose wisely how you spend it on. Mark, I get it. Those numbers, I thought they were going to match because I thought the worst outcome was the Gordon Hayward outcome where he leaves and you don't get anything for him. That was the worst outcome. So I thought they'd sign him and try to make the best of it. Well, in a way, that's what they did. It's just I thought they were going to be doing it further in the future. I didn't know the Lakers would give up 4 draft picks. I didn't see that coming, but that goes back to how motivated are the Lakers.
Draft picks.
The possibility of 4. You're right. There's 2 draft picks unprotected gone, and then there's 2 more swaps. We'll see how they are in the standings and see how they are in the draft order. Anthony's disappointed. He says, I really wanted to see that big 3 lineup on the floor. That would have been hell for teams to score in the paint. I do like now that we could move Ace to the starting lineup if we want. We're still plenty deep. Nurk isn't the rim protector that Kessler is, but he's strong. He plays physical with the other bigs. The Jazz are a better team with Walker, but they're still a really good deep team without him.
I don't know how deep they are. That's another fascinating development to see how deep they are. And who of these youngsters really can contribute? They'll all have reduced roles. These draft picks that they've had that they've kept because they've traded a couple. And so I can't speak to their depth. There's a possibility, but how do I know they're going to be there when the lights are brighter and everything is more magnified? And Locke has talked about this extensively. If they made mistakes, it was like, yeah, well, ho-hum. It didn't really matter. Well, now when the stakes are extremely high, that the mistake becomes more magnified, and what level of mistakes and frequency do they make them, and how do they handle reduced roles? Even starters, Keontae George, I don't think he's going to have the freedom to shoot as much as he has, right? Because you've got some prolific guys on this team now.
And they
if
need
nothing
shots.
else,
They
you've
need
got
shots.
the two big dudes need to be featured because they're far more proven than anybody else on this team, obviously, and they're really good. And they can make shots virtually anywhere on the offensive side. And so you cannot just waste their talents. At the same time, George needs to blossom. How good can he be? And then you got this Darren Peterson over here, and we see, which is not surprising to me, he's in the gym shooting and he's making a high percentage of his shots. When Locke made that statement on our show during the last season that Ace Bailey could be the leading scorer and the number one option by February, well, so could Darren Peterson. Because right now, if I'm choosing a perimeter player who's the best, it's Darren Peterson, and he hasn't played 1 second of NBA basketball, and the other guys have, but that's the skill level that I believe this young man has. So how does this package and puzzle all come together, and what do these role players do in their more reduced roles, but still, I could argue reduced roles, but nevertheless more important roles than what they've had, because the goal is winning, and all that stuff is to be discovered. This is a big time season of discovery for this team. And the good thing is they can do it, discover, while still playing winning ball.
The season of discovery. Look at you just helping out Jazz marketing time and time again. No, in all seriousness, I think that's a great slogan for it, because you've got to discover what these guys can do when the team wants to win. We saw them play a lot, but we did not see them play a lot in the last 5 minutes when it really mattered. And they were a horrible defensive team. And there is, at least in my mind, and we've seen it with a couple of the commenters here, there is a bit of disappointment because that was going to be I think, we'll never know now, I think that was going to be an awesome defensive team. They were really going to squeeze some teams. To have the defensive player of the year playing next to a shot-blocking 7-footer, combined with the fact that they were going to have some guys who were big and athletic out on the perimeter, Peterson should be a good defender. Ace should be a good defender. And they've got shot blockers behind them. That could have been really good, and that would have led to some wins. How many? We can always debate, and now it's going to look a little different. To your earlier point, it doesn't have to look bad. There should still be an expectation, and that's a season of discovery. You could try to stay in front of your guy, regardless of who's playing behind you. Yeah, you don't have Kessler. That's one more good thing. But it's still your job to stay in front of your guy. Man, and Tom Nasalki used to complain all the time doing those pre-half and post-game shows, the late Tom Nasalki, and he'd complain all the time about all this talk about rotations. What happened to shutting down your guy? What happened to taking it personally? What happened to just stay between your man and the basket? What happened to that? Well, partly the whole league started copping Jerry with the pick and roll. Even if you do stay in front of your guy, okay, they'll bring someone over here and run into you with a 300-pounder, and now you're in the scramble anyway. So how will these guys handle the scramble?
Yeah,
I mean, all that stuff you heard from Majerus, it was not only stay in front of your guy, but the guy next to had to come over and help, and then one of the bigs had to get to the rim. So it was always three people who had to be beaten, and if they gave up a layup or dunk, he went nuts. Now, granted, that's the college game, and the spacing's different than the pro game, and the three-point shot has changed, but those basic principles, they still matter. They still matter. So it's a season of discovery. Who can do it and who can't? And we're going to find out.
I think the rules have been changed dramatically. I can't ride you on the hip like they used to. They've gone the NFL route and freed up the offensive player, which they should, because that's what it's an entertainment product, and that's what fans want. You want to see the 6'5" guy come down and glide and take off like he is elevating or levitating in the air, because these guys from the basketball sense have enormous athletic ability, and that's fun to watch, and that's what we want, and that's why we turn on the TV. That's why we go to the games. And so from that perspective, I support the rule changes rather than riding guys and hip checking them to slow them down and all that stuff. So it's harder than it's ever been to stay in front of your guy. At least don't just ole it and like you're some type of bullfighter who just going and waving the red cape and he just storms down the lane. Don't do that. That's what you can do. But let's see what this Hayes can bring to this team, because if you want to get on the floor and you want another NBA contract, just defense and rebound. And if you get a couple of putbacks, just go do that. Be a far cheaper poor man's Gobert in the offensive set, and the defensive set, do what you can do, and maybe they can patchwork it a little bit there. And with Jaren Jackson, use his skills, and let's see what Markkanen has, man. This is Markkanen's time to be on the clock. You know, you've made enormous amounts of money with pretty much no pressure whatsoever. Well, all that's got to change.
Oh, it's
you got to
changing.
be out there.
Yep.
You got to be in uniform. You got to play 30 minutes a game. You got to be available on what is termed as reasonable these days, which isn't 82. We all understand that. But, man, you have been paid like a big-time player, and now you have to produce big time.
He's got to lead them to the playoffs, PK. Lead them. Not be a passenger while they get there. He needs to lead them to the playoffs.
Well, I mean, does he need to lead or co-lead? That's something we can discuss.
Okay, we'll get to that next. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers, OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, we were just talking about the Jazz, reaction to the Kessler deal. They can still be a playoff team. 50 wins, top 6. That seems like a much bigger ask than it seemed like 48 hours ago. But nonetheless, that's where we are. And we were just talking about these guys' ability to improve. And for Markkanen, you were talking about a lot of things he had to do. You know, play more games, score points, lead, and I just summed it up with he's got to lead him to the playoffs. You gave him co-lead. If he co-leads because somebody else steps up their game, not only can we live with that, I think that's what we all want to see. Whether it's hard to lead when you're not one of the better players. So if whoever it is, if someone steps up their game and we look back and say, well, they had a couple of guys who really led them to the playoffs. Well, as long as you're there, I mean, I'm fine with that. Let's not mess up the development of somebody else who's ready to take a bigger role and step forward. And maybe it's a younger guy who's doing it way young and will just get us super excited about the next decade. Maybe it's Jackson, who's obviously the most accomplished guy on the roster. But whoever, I can live with that, PK. But when you're getting paid that much money, you're expected to carry a certain percentage of the load. And he's getting paid a lot of money, so he's expected to carry a lot of the load.
Oh, there's no question about that. But I don't think Jackson needs to step up his game. I believe he needs to do what he can do. He's the best player on the team right now, today. We'll see how that progresses during the course of the season. But he's an enormous talent. And he's, in my mind, he's better than Markkanen. And that's taking nothing away from Markkanen because he's got all sorts of skill. But I think Jackson right now, today, is the best player on the team. And the good thing about it is there is no clear, obvious number one option. If you want to be the number one option, if that's important to you, as apparently it was to Jaylen Brown, which I think that gets in the way sometimes of winning, and look at the result. You got shipped out of town. I'm not really so concerned about that. But do your thing and be a great teammate in a winning basketball concept and structure that you have going on. And so we'll see who is available to be the number one, or do they need that? Is it a team that is built around some highly skilled players and take advantage of those? Because if you can get that might be better than a clear number one. Because if that clear number one is just that, but in the ranking of the NBA, he's only in the top 20, top 25 of the league, you're probably not going to be very good. Now, if your clear number one is top 5, top 10, that's another story. And so I'm not sure I can put any of these guys in that category, but together, can they overcome the lack of a true big-time bona fide face of the league superstar? They have that possibility because they have a lot of individual guys that are very talented, and they can come together collectively and they can beat you that way. And in the final analysis, that's what matters is, did you win? Not how many points Joe Blow scored or what have you, but did you win? We got to get past that. And I think you and I and Yak, we are past that. It's going to be, did you win last night? Did you win tonight? What's it going to be tomorrow night, and so forth? And so that's how they're going to be judged, by their record. And as a fan, that's exactly what I want. I want to see if they won or lost, and not buts, the point differential shows this or that, and whatever. I want, did you win? Your record is going to reflect. Who was it? You're judged by your record. Hasn't been multiple coaches have said that, particularly in the NFL. And sure, you can have injuries and all that stuff, and some guys get fired, and it's a head scratcher. Look no further than last year with Tom Thibodeau taking the team to the conference final for the first time in X amount of years, and he got fired. And it turned out, wow, they had hired Mike Brown, and I don't know if it was Mike Brown or whatever it was, but they won the title, and that's what everybody wants. So that's how they're going to be judged. And so maybe they do have 2 or 3 players that on a given night will be the man. And if they won, then it works.
I do think way more teams have won when they've had one of the top 5 or 10 players in the league.
I understand that. But if you don't have that, what are you going to do? You can't just throw in the towel and say, screw it, we don't have it.
Yes. And what happens is you can win with a collective to a certain level. And then as you start to win, whether it's the media or it's NBA players, talking, somebody gets elevated. And then someone like, well, they're winning a lot. We'd better give them a representative in the All-Star game. And so it gets created. Now, when you pull the collective apart, all of a sudden the star player can't do what he used to do. And you could pick any of the recent NBA champions, right? The best player gets elevated and gets discussed as one of the top 5 or 10 players, but then you find out they don't have that group, that collective around them, and now they're, whether it's Milwaukee or Denver or Toronto or whoever else, like Golden State, you can go on down the list, when they don't have the players around them, okay, Steph Curry's awesome, the Joker's awesome, but how far are you really going? So maybe there'll be a player who eventually gets the credit, but maybe they get too much credit, just like sometimes you get too much blame, because maybe the collective was more important all along. So don't get too hung up in that. Right now, you don't have anyone who's going to be identified as that. But if the group wins, somebody might get identified in that, even if it's oversold. So to your point, win with what you've got. That's what we really care about. That's what people care about when they walk into the Delta Center on any given night, or when they sit down and watch on TV, or they're driving up and down the way road with Locke. Locke, give me the score. Are they winning? And Locke's breaking down whatever he's breaking down during the game. But it comes back to the winning. If you win, they'll enjoy however they did it. Whether it's a team that's leaning more on defense, which, with Kessler, that looks like it's going to be a little harder to do, or you're leaning on offense, just get the W and then get the next one.
Sure. And those examples that you just gave, the teams that you listed, they all won the title.
Yep.
And Denver didn't back it up. Milwaukee didn't back it up. But when you've never been there, let's get one, and then we'll worry about backing it up if you get that one. I mean, that's and Toronto you threw in there too. They got the one, and then go from there. None of those 3, the Warriors obviously backed it up, but the other 3 didn't. But hey, things happen. But at least you got the one. Nowitzki will be a hero forever in Dallas
got
because
the one.
They got it.
How about Jalen?
They got it, man.
Jalen Brunson in New York. Maybe they back it up. Maybe they don't. But he got the one. He's on a very short list of little guys who are able to pull it off and win the whole thing. And did they do it with the collective? Legendary. Is he one of the top 5 or 10, or was it really about the collective? You can argue that stuff all day long, and meanwhile, they're getting a ticker tape parade. So, woohoo!
Well, I think what we'll see with Jalen Brunson, if he wants it, he will be his generation's Walt Frazier, who has been all these years revered in the New York area.
Yeah. And not just New York. We've seen him walk into the Jazz media room, when the Knicks are in town. I mean, he is you can't help but take your eye. I mean, you got to look at him. You can't take your eyes off him. He's Walt freaking Frazier. Come on.
Oh, yeah. He was my guy as a kid.
Yeah.
I'd go out in the playground and try to mimic Walt Frazier. He was the coolest thing ever at the time when I was 10 years old. And Brunson has that opportunity. Somebody here, did they have that? Remains to be seen. Let's see what they can do. That's and sure, on paper right now, they don't have one of the top 5, one of the top 10. All right. And those are the most precious guys to acquire and the hardest to acquire because they are so rare. Every team has a best player and a player who's making the most amount of money, which by the average person is an obscene amount of money. Right. Darren Peterson is going to get $61 million guaranteed. AJ DeBonsa, I think the way that's structured is like 69. That is incredible amounts of money for someone who's never played. And I don't care if he's taxed out to yin yang. It's still an incredible amount of money.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so if you don't have that, well, what you have had these last few years has not been good. So get to that 45 win plateau and see how many games you have left. Can you get to that 50 win plateau? Where do you plateau Well, let's get there. Let's enjoy the ride of getting there. And then it's like a repeat of when they drafted the statues. They hadn't made the playoff for a number of years, and they throw Thurl in the mix, and away they go. And I wasn't here at the time, but I've spoken to so many people how exciting it was for that team to break through and then go from there. And let's break through, and then we'll see where do they go from there. But I'm going to enjoy the ride of getting to that breakthrough rather than be looking, oh, okay, they've plateaued 47 wins, 48, 51, but they're out in the second round. I want to enjoy home playoff games in the Delta Center because we haven't had that. And then see, that's up to the management and up to the individuals and the coaching staff to make the team better from that point on. But let's enjoy the ride where they're from where they are right now to getting to that point. And maybe I'm looking at it from old man perspective, and I don't have as much more. I don't have 10 years in the business left, so I want to enjoy it right now.
Nope, I don't. I think that right now you are a man of the people. You are speaking for the upper bowl people you used to speak about, but quite frankly, I think you're speaking for the lower bowl people and the luxury box people as well. Jazz fans go there, even when they're tanking, and they want to see a win, and they want to have a good time. I think they'll enjoy the ride. There was a lot of griping outside the arena, but having been in the arena for a lot of games over the last 4 years, I can tell you there were a lot of people enjoying the ride. They didn't worry about the standings, no matter how much I told them about the next morning. They just wanted to win that night, even if it was going to cost them a place in the draft lottery. And as it turned out, I only got Darren Peterson because they did lose that one extra game and tie Sacramento and win the coin flip and then end up number 2. So every loss mattered, and nonetheless, people were in there enjoying each individual win. And on the nights they lost, just enjoying the possibility of a win. So I think they will enjoy the ride. It's how a lot of people roll. You can see it and hear it. Here's another one for you.
They should.
There are also a lot of smart fans out there. Brad, who clearly watches the NBA. I always talk about, is this a Jazz town or an NBA town, right? Brad clearly watches everything. He says, center by committee for the Jazz this year. Well, that's the way the Celtics have made deep playoff runs and the way they've won championships. Brad, that is what we once had a producer refer to as a true fact. I don't know what other kind of facts there are, but it's a true fact. And then how about this one from Landon? The difference between Kessler and Hayes is roughly $27 million a year. As a Jazz man, I'm good with that. Can you get 60% of the money, or 60 or 70% of the performance and only pay 20% of the money and then spend the rest of that money somewhere else to help the ball club? And not necessarily today, maybe midseason, maybe next summer when Keontae's up. Maybe another move will present itself. But when you can get 50, 60, 70% of the production for 20 or 30% of the money, hey, you're onto something.
And I think you have to do that in the world of the NBA. Yes. You have to have guys overachieve their contracts in order for you to be good. I don't know if Hayes can do that. I'd like to think so, but I'd rather be, when I make forecasts or predictions, I tend to be more conservative rather than going over the top. And I want to see how he fits in. I want to see what his mind's. Now, I understand he put out some social media in terms of basically, I didn't see it, but I heard about it. Let's go. I'm ready to work, whatever it is. I mean, so far in the initial just hint of what his mindset is, it seems to be positive because unless you're an idiot, okay, this is a pretty good situation to come in. They need your services. And if you ball out, you're going to be out on the floor and then you're going to make more money. And you're going to be in an environment in which is winning, and winning. Everybody wants to win. Nobody wants to lose. It's just a fact. It doesn't matter what it is. And so I'm excited to see, but I don't know what he can give you. If he can give you that, as you were saying, that reduced cost and correlate it to the level of production that he would get for Kessler, okay, remains to be seen. I get all that.
Jared's all about Nurkic. He averaged 11 points and 10 boards. That's what Kessler averaged the full year he played. I think it's about 6s. At least it's not worth $20 million more to keep Kessler. Yeah, but about the defensive end. Those stats don't capture both ends of the floor.
No.
We're on the same page there.
I mean, Nurkic can do what he can do.
Right.
Right. And he's 31, 32 years old. He's been in the league a long time. There's a place. He was blessed with an enormous body and he worked at his skill. And so he's had a place in the league now for a number of years. But let's not try to
overstate it.
Or in a sense, okay, I'm gonna rip Kessler and compare him to Nurkic just on raw stats. Don't do that.
I'm going to pump up my guy as long as he's my guy and then tear him down when he leaves. I think the thing with Nurkic is they look for combinations of players who play. I think the first thing we have to see is him playing alongside Jackson. I mean, that's playing him alongside anybody else. You start wondering about how small that team is and how much they're going to get attacked. Jackson's a 7-footer. He's a shot blocker. He doesn't necessarily need to go body up the biggest, toughest guy on the other team, right? There's some body types he's just not going to match up with. I do think Jackson can play some center. Let's see who the opponent is that night and what lineup they have on the floor at the time. So I think it's going to be center by committee and he'll be in the mix. But on any given night, you might be a little less excited about him playing a 5. It's not going to be a steady diet of that. Right.
What the matches are.
Every night and every quarter and right.
You spoke about somebody, I think you read a response there about how Boston did that. Well, I can argue that the Oklahoma City Thunder did that too. They weren't having a prolific big guy. And I also believe that Jackson all of a sudden didn't look at his phone and saw, oh my gosh, Kessler's gone and the team I'm on is getting the draft picks. I would have to believe there was some type of communication all along the way. Okay, Jaron, we're going to do this because this is what we're going to do with you. And how do you feel about that? And what are your thoughts on, okay, if we don't match because of, we got Countee coming up, blah, 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 but we got you right now and you can help. Your versatility can really help us. I have to believe there was conversation along the way and there was some form of a sign-off on this by Jaren Jackson. Maybe I'm totally up in the night, but I'd have to think that Austin Ainge has been and Ryan Smith is usually there on the floor. You see pictures of him on the floor while players are working out around the periphery of the court. And there have been conversations to keep him abreast of what is going on because he's a valuable, critical piece. Underscore that 3 times because I think it's true. And so he's fully aware of what his role is going to be going into this season.
I think there was a ton of conversations there. And I think the reason people around the NBA have an idea because Austin isn't going to go out, nor is anybody else running a team, and say, hey, here's what we're thinking. So in that case, here's where you fit in. It works backwards. He starts talking to agents like, and once Nurkic got the deal, that was a much bigger red flag, and I should have made a big deal out of that. How much are they going to pay the center position? Once they gave Nurkic that much money, and then if somebody, if you're representing another player and you get contacted and your guy's going to be in the $6 million range, you can start figuring out, all this stuff about Kessler must be true because they just signed that guy and now they're talking about this guy over here. People know they're putting feelers out and everybody isn't given all the pieces of the puzzle, but sometimes you can figure it out and conversations absolutely happen because they are working on a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. And I think one reason because they've shortened these NBA contracts so much, it is hard to keep the championship together. It's not like people have forgotten how to do it. It's just there are now desperate teams that have cap room that will come in and overpay your second, third, fourth, fifth best player. You may be able to keep your star, but can you keep the talent around him? Because there's always somebody who's desperate. And we can talk about this with Ben at 9 o'clock. I just think there's clearly desperation in LA. You're the GM hired by the previous owner. Now there's a new owner. You got to make sure your team's pretty good or you're going to be out in about 5 minutes. So he made the best deal possible. The pressure was on. The Jazz read that and they got back potentially way more in the draft than we thought they would. To get 2 picks and the opportunity to flip 2 on top of that for a third and a fourth one. We'll see how it plays out. I don't think any of us were talking about getting that kind of haul for Kessler. But they got it. But there was pressure on the other guy. And there's always pressure on somebody in the league. They're always going to be trying to overpay and get some talent and get better. There's always somebody willing to do it. And they can pick apart Denver or Milwaukee or Utah or whoever. They're going to come for you.
Yeah, the thing
the
that I
Knicks.
like
Yeah.
is that I don't think this decimates the team, and it gives them more flexibility, and you need that. You've got to be able to be light on your feet, so to speak, in today's NBA world and pro sports world, I mean, at least in the ones aside from baseball until they get that salary cap. And so with that in mind, too, they're not burying the future. When I hear that the Lakers don't control a pick and you start the first number is going to be 2-0 and that third number is a 3.
Yeah.
That makes me really nervous. I don't really care about the Lakers, but just it makes me nervous on the surface of any team that does that, because you can't. It's such a critical balancing act that you can't destroy the future for the present unless you are odds-on, overwhelming favorite to win it all. And if you win 2 or 3 titles, fine. But I don't see that. I don't think there's any guarantee on any. As we know, we've had 8 different ones here. And so with that in mind, that's scary. And the Jazz have put themselves in the position to win at least minimally at a decent level in the short term without sacrificing the flexibility and the possibility of being good down the line.
James says they should trade for Walker Kessler in the future because he's awesome. He'd be a great fit, and the Lakers are going to need to move him one day because they don't have any draft picks. They're going to have to flip Kessler for draft picks down the line.
Switch it right back. Well, if that's the case, then get Gobert back.
See? All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, you know who's making moves? The Jazz are making moves, and the Mammoth are making more of them, and faster. They are switching things up. It was a busy day. It's been a very busy week. Greg Wyshynski, ESPN senior NHL writer, joins us next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got an emergency traffic situation. New crash eastbound I-80 out of Tooele County. It's on the right turnoff for the 201 freeway. Only one lane is getting through right now, and traffic is backing up behind that to Lake Point. I-15 otherwise moving freely north and southbound as you head in towards the Salt Lake City at this moment. Don't miss the Utes Stampede Rodeo, July 8th through the 11th. Get half-price tickets to Wednesday's bull riding if you purchase Thursday family night tickets. Utah's best family celebration, rodeo, and more. Visit UtesStampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Joining us now from the Oregonian, Bill Orm.
You know, the thing that is just wacky and is that there's like a massive political issue going on with the arena, and there is no guarantee that they're going to get an arena deal done on the stated necessary timeline to renovate Moda Center. The league is expecting a deal done. The league has said that the arena needs to get renovated basically for the Blazers to stay. The team leaving Portland after 50 plus years is such a real threat, and I don't think I don't know how many people fully understand that yet. Tom Dundon can't help make headlines on even crazier stuff.
I can't bring you on here in Salt Lake City without asking you, what's the situation there to try to bring a Major League Baseball team there?
Let's try to keep the team we have first, Scotty.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are joined now by Greg Wyshynski, ESPN senior NHL writer. Greg, welcome back to the show. Thanks for joining us again.
It's my pleasure. It's been an interesting 24 hours. I went into Bristol yesterday expecting to cover free agency, and it ended up being the trade deadline. So it was kind of crazy how that all worked out.
The Utah Mammoth are making a lot of moves, and it looks to me like they're trying to thread the needle here. It looks to me like the priority is we have a lot of good young prospects, and we think we can be really good 5, 6, 7 years down the line. And that seems like that's the top line priority. But I think they've assessed the minors, and they're like, we have too many prospects for the roster down the road. So as a second priority, we're going to be aggressive in trying to improve the team right now. And they moved a prospect yesterday to get a guy, and people, he's 32. Yeah, well, if that bugs you, guess what? He's going to be 33 later this month. But it looks like that. Do you think that they have enough prospects to accomplish both of these things? And I think that's still the order they're trying to accomplish them, but can they thread that needle and do both and make this team much better now, make it competitive, while still preserving the ability to be an excellent club 5, 6, 7 years down the road?
Yeah, I think the thing for me in talking to Bill Armstrong over the years is he knows how deep the pool is for prospects, and he's got an incredible deep pool. I mean, at one point in the last year, he had a top player, it's seemingly in every level of hockey, whether it's Canadian Junior or the NCAA or wherever. It's pretty remarkable. And so, the balance you have to strike is how many of those guys do you want to ante up in trades that make you better immediately, and how many do you want to hold on to as the next wave? I mean, obviously, like, for example, most of the league is hot to acquire T.J. Ginla, but that's a guy that I think the Utah Mammoth see as a central piece of everything they're building going forward, unless something really knocks their socks off. So Cole Baudouin, who he sent over to the New York Rangers, is exactly the kind of prospect you'd expect to see them move right now. He's good. He's got size. He could end up being Vincent Trocheck, only bigger down the line in his career. But they can afford to move him for a guy that can help you right now. And like I wrote on ESPN in grading the trade, which I liked for Utah, like Trocheck does so many things for you that a team that fancies itself as a contender needs, and the cost of acquisition was solid for them.
All right, you used the word contender. For the first couple years, it was contend for the playoff, and they achieved that. And then you listen to Bill talk, and he's talking about when they go up against Vegas, it was clear that they had an older, more experienced team. So go ahead and address that. And you list their prospects, and the one they gave up is on the list of prospects, but he's not at the top. You already listed the top player, and there's a couple other guys too. So with that in mind, when you use the word contender, are you talking about a contender for the final?
I mean, a conference final. Let's be incremental here. I mean, listen, the West is a really tough grind, but this is a team that made the playoffs. They pushed Vegas pretty well in that series, and they were able to identify, okay, the kids are great, and there'll be more of them. But now we have to kind of start surrounding them with some veterans that are not only good at what they do, but also exude leadership in situations that require it. So, Anders Lee was a captain. Vincent Trocheck was, without question, one of the biggest leaders on the Rangers in their locker room. I wrote a story about him a couple of years ago. He was the guy who would invite the entire team over to a big Italian dinner at his parents' place in Pittsburgh when they were on the road. Like, he's that kind of guy. And so not only do you have players that sacrifice on the ice and give it everything they have to win, but you also have players that are just quality individuals behind the scenes, bring a lot of leadership and bring a lot of veteran savvy, which is great in tough situations like a playoff series, but also great just as a model for the younger players to know how to carry themselves and know how to react to situations.
Do you see any potential missteps, or do you think they hit home runs, or is there a little problem out there, a little speed bump in the way?
My concern about the Trocheck deal, and I'll say this before I praise him, is he is older. He's going to turn 33 soon, and I also think that one of the drawbacks of trying to in acquiring him to fill a role in the middle of your lineup is that it doesn't address the reality of the Western Conference, which is that all of these teams have big centers, and centers that you've got to deal with, whether it's Thomas Hertl with the Golden Knights, whether it's Leon Draisaitl with the Oilers. Obviously we know McKinnon is built like a truck for Colorado. And so Trocheck's not a big guy. He plays big. He plays with a lot of tenacity and a lot of heart, but he's not a big guy. So from a acquisition kind of roster building standpoint, that was one of my concerns. But again, like the upside of Trocheck, assuming that he can kind of recapture a little bit of the offensive magic he lost on a pretty bad Rangers team last year, is that he's able to play a number of different roles. He could be your top line second line center. He can play the wing. He can kill penalties like we saw when he won the gold medal for Team USA in Italy. He can be on the power play. He's good on faceoffs. Like, there's just so many things that he brings to a lineup, and a diversity of skill and a comfortability playing different roles that I think makes him a great pickup, not only now, but towards the end of his contract.
How about the aside from these moves that they made here most recently, the move the other day of acquiring a goaltender in Sebastian Cossa? What do you think of that one?
Oh, I like it. Cosa's a guy who just never seemed to find traction within the Red Wings organization. He was always tagged as being a goalie of the future, and then despite having some pretty bad goaltending, they never really called upon him to be as such. And so, listen, Vejmelka obviously is the guy. He's earned this right. He's played extraordinarily well, and in some cases carried the Mammoth during stretches. But to have Cossa as the understudy, to have him kind of ease into this role, goalies are tough to figure, boys. It's not an exact science. It's not like in the NFL when you draft a quarterback and you're pretty sure after 2 years of holding the clipboard that they're going to be able to come in and play. like goalies kind of pop at different times, and sometimes a guy that's drafted to be your franchise guy when he's 21 doesn't really find that until he's 26 or 27. I mean, we just saw it with Brandon Bussey, right, with the Carolina Hurricanes, a guy who, broke into the league late and then ended up winning a Stanley Cup. So I like the move. I like the investment. And then, it's worthy to see if it could pan out where he could be the guy eventually for them.
The Devils signed Mammoth forward Barrett Hayton to a 1-year, $4.78 million offer, and you're already laughing. Go ahead.
Well, so first of all, I'm a Devils fan, so it's cheeky for me to see them do an offer sheet because, I mean, they've got a new general manager and he's being aggressive and I dig it. And I also enjoy the fact that it seems kind of spiteful. From everything I've read, the Devils and Mammoth had a deal in place around the draft. It didn't come to fruition, and then the Devils tender this offer sheet, which, if the Mammoth match it, means they've got to keep Hayden on the roster for a full year because they can't trade him, and which walks him right up to unrestricted free agency. But Steve Weir, who is a former front office guy, I don't know if you guys saw this morning. He said, surely a coincidence the offer sheet from the Devils would cost more than a second-round pick if it was just a little higher than $4.775 million. How much higher, you ask? $666. So the Devils GM worked a 666 Easter egg into the offer sheet that he gave Hayden, and I got to respect it. I mean, it's pretty great.
I think that teams get in a position where they tend to be a little safe. They got a decent thing going on. And I wonder, if you want to take that next step or two, you've got to be bold. So in these flurry of deals, would you describe what Bill Armstrong has done as bold?
No, I wouldn't describe it as bold. I would describe it as smart asset management. The Anders Lee coming in 5.4. That's an aggressive average annual value, and maybe a year longer than you want to go for a guy who's 35. But it's not super aggressive. I mean, it's just a smart addition of a guy that can play in front of the net and bring some leadership. And in the case of Trocheck, I mean, we all know what they have on the blue line already with the players that are there. They can afford to give up Dursey. We know what's coming in the pipeline behind him. So you're dealing from a position of strength there. And then obviously, like I said, the prospect they give up is one who maybe is in their top 10, but not necessarily like someone they're counting on to really be a frontline player for them. So it's not as if he pushed his chips in with any of the blue chip guys that they have in the organization to really take a swing for a superstar center or anything like that. I think it's smart moves for a GM who knows that he's holding a lot of cards right now that are going to, he can play or hold on to, and they're going to be good NHL players, but also knows that his team deserves to be rewarded for having made the playoffs last year with a little bit of veteran help. And that's exactly what I think Trocheck and Anders Lee bring.
So what's he going to do with Barrett Hayton? Is he going to match? Is he going to let him walk? What's the smart play there?
I mean, typically the smart play is probably to let him walk, if we're being honest, because as valuable as he can be to this lineup, the idea that you can't move him if you need to is sort of frustrating, and having him get walked right up to unrestricted free agency. But, typically when we see offer sheets in this league, and we haven't seen a lot of them, the reaction is usually the team matches. And I think the expectation is that the team's going to match, only because you don't want teams to start trying to raid your cupboard if they think that they can. But this was fun. This is aggressive. This is exactly what we thought we'd see in this offseason in the NHL, because as everybody watched yesterday, the free agent frenzy did not feature a lot of guys that really move the needle or players of a certain age that you'd want on your roster. The only way to acquire those players is by trade or by offer sheet. And so maybe there's a little bit of spite behind this one, as we've mentioned before with the Devils, but it's the kind of aggressive move that I think this won't be the last offer sheet we see in the offseason.
I don't think there's any maybe. I mean, when you put a 666 Easter egg in there, I mean, that just seems like spite. That seems like which finger. I mean, I don't know what the backstory is with those two, but right now I'm assuming there is one.
Here's the backstory. Sonny Maeda, the Devils GM, he used to be a poker pro, and also he's from Jersey. So this is just him speaking his native tongue, this spitefulness that he's delivering to Bill Armstrong.
Why the spite?
Okay, Greg.
Why the spite?
Why the spite? Oh, it's the Jersey attitude. That's all it is.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Greg. I'm from New Jersey. My mother, full-blood Italian, born and raised in West Orange. And you spoke of that big Italian dinner in Pittsburgh. In order for it to be successful, I think the most important thing you need to have is the quality of the meatball. If the meatball tastes like my mother's meatballs, then I'm okay with the rest. But in order for it to grade out as an A+, don't you agree the quality of the meatball is where it's at?
My mom makes killer meatballs too. Now she's Irish, so that can only go so far.
Okay,
but
my
she makes
father's
really good
Irish,
meatballs.
so I'm okay there.
Yeah, so there you go. So she loads them up with enough garlic where sometimes it's painful afterwards after you eat them, which I think is exactly how it should be. For me, and I noticed this last night as I was giving my kids some pasta for dinner, I realized that the quality of cheese is very important. The only cheese I had in the house was like that prepackaged, one that you get from the grocery store. It's not like freshly cut. And I put it on her pasta and I tasted it. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like I just gave you shredded cardboard, basically. I felt really bad. But I mean, I think the quality of cheese is also an underrated aspect of the family meal.
Well, now I'm getting hungry. Greg, we appreciate the time as always. Thanks for coming on the show again. The Mammoth keep making moves, and we need you to keep coming on and telling us all about them. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Sure thing. Anytime. Thanks.
Greg Wyshynski, you can read him at ESPN.com, senior NHL writer. DJ and PK, Ben Anderson, Jazz insider for KSL Sports, will join us at the top of the hour. Walker Kessler to the Lakers. Where do the Jazz go from here? Where do the Lakers go from here? We'll talk with Ben about that coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Crash out in Tooele earlier that caused some emergency traffic. So moved over to the shoulders. Hopefully the delays will start to ease a little bit, but right now seeing big delays from SR 36 over the 201 freeway on I-80 and even a little bit back up on SR 36 as well. I-15 otherwise moving great right now into downtown, but do have some slowing Parley's Canyon as you're trying into the right lane to go over to Highway 40 on your way into Heber. Attention property managers, customers see your parking lot before you're seeing your lobby. Make sure that the first thing is unforgettable with GoPave Utah. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Visit them today at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz are worse today than they were yesterday. The Jazz are not better without Walker Kessler. The Jazz made a trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. to ideally compete for the playoffs this season. That is less likely than it would have been had they had Walker.
So the Jazz are a little worse on paper as a roster. Check. But did they overpay the wrong guy?
No.
No, they did not.
Which we have learned today is maybe the single worst thing you can do in the NBA.
By overpaying the wrong guy. And they did not. Now, the Jazz probably, I'm guessing, offered what they were comfortable offering, or probably pretty close in the 28-29, and honestly, probably didn't want to go much higher.
We would rather lose Walker at that number with 2 draft picks and swaps versus have Walker at $39 million.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals, returning this week to Rice Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Click
collectors. Front Row Card Show is coming to Salt Lake City. Join us at the Hyatt Regency Hotel on July 4th and 5th.
It's a July 4th weekend card show.
Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Hyatt Regency Hotel, Saturday and Sunday, July 4th and 5th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. PK, isn't it crazy having a second team in town? I mean, you worked in L.A., and you were in a newsroom in L.A., so you had multiple people covering multiple teams, and stuff would happen, and it's L.A. They basically have 2 of everything. But it was weird following the Jazz and the Mammoth. Like, every time you look at your phone, it seemed like something's happened. The draft week was crazy with what was happening with both teams. Yesterday was crazy with what was happening with both teams. And to think that we could have a baseball team here in another 5 years, and I did hear about that yesterday. Like, the assumption is it's going to happen, and the assumption is also is the cost is about to go way up. No matter what the price tag is, the price tag of everything's going way up, and put it 4 or 5 years down the line. But nonetheless, it'll happen. And it's just so many things happening all at once. It's a completely different pace.
Yeah, but it's never overwhelming. It's what you want. It's a good thing. It's a great thing for the community. When I worked at the Daily Breeze, we were suburban LA. It was a coastal paper in the South Bay from Santa Monica down to Long Beach, and then divided basically by the 405 west of that. And there was a large chunk of people. And we had this big, huge whiteboard. And in those days, nobody had cell phones, right? And so you'd check into a hotel and you would call in and let the people know what the number was, right? People on the desk. And at one point, with all the stuff that we had available to cover, there was like 10 names on that list with the phone numbers. And it just made everything so exciting to be a part of it. And I think as this town grows up from a sports standpoint, it does make it exciting. And having I think that one of the big things that I've seen in the advancement is the Utah football program, and having it be as good as it is. That's just added to the excitement in the community. And now both of these teams being expected to have really good 26 seasons, it just adds to the anticipation. That's what I say for myself here. as far as future development, I really don't want the Sun Devils to go anywhere that the Cats aren't coming along, because that was part of the fabric, and that's what I want. And so here to have these two teams and making moves here within days of each other in the draft, literally the same week, just adds to the level of excitement. And even if you're a casual, you still pay attention to a degree as far as, well, what's going on, because you're a sports fan. So, hey, let's check out, see what are this Mammoth? What is this, man? What are they about? What are they doing here? And then last year when in the playoff, even if you didn't care at all, you still were aware of it. My wife is in a golf tournament with her friend yesterday, and she comes home. I'm home already, and I just throw something out. I threw it out. Like, she probably wouldn't care, but I just wanted to throw it out because we got in the car and we were going for a decent drive. And I said, "Oh man, did you hear that the Jazz traded Kessler to the Lakers?" She said, "Yeah, that's all my partners were talking about on the golf course." I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah. The one gal was just breaking it down like crazy." Yeah. And the others picked up on it. Oh yeah. Now, obviously, those sports-oriented women, because they're playing in a golf tournament, right? And so they're talking about it. Yeah, and I think it's great for the community. And then if MLB comes, it'll even be better.
We got a lot of reaction to this. We'll get into it in our next segment with Ben Anderson. I think Chad speaks for a lot of people. Kessler is greater than Hayes and Nurkic combined. I was really, all caps, really looking forward to watching our young team compete and seeing how all the players fit in. While I think the Lakers overpaid for Kessler, and I'm happy we got some picks and swaps for him, I'm still bummed I don't get to see that team compete together. And Bo is like, yeah, it would have been nice to keep him at the lower price. But that was impossible. Kessler probably is better than Hayes and Nurkic combined. That's why he's getting paid more money than those two combined. But the price point really matters. The price point really matters. But I get Chad's disappointment. He was all bought in on the previous group, and now he's got to adjust.
I'm disappointed too, but everything across the world is it worth the cost? You go to buy a house, right? Okay. This house A is nicer than house B, but can I afford house A? That doesn't mean I can't be happy in house B. I very well could and probably will be, because you get one shot at life and might as well try to make it as happy as you can. So they weighed all those things, and this is what they come up with. And I don't think it's a devastating blow, though. That's the thing. My optimism has changed a little bit, but I don't know that it's necessarily dropped, because they have so much talent available with the guys who are there. The nucleus of the guys include Peterson in there. And so it still, to me, makes it a fascinating, intriguing storyline that we're going to have from October to April and hopefully into May.
All that changed is the timeline. The number one thing, I think, having been here for the Gordon Hayward walking away and they get nothing, don't let that happen. You knew with the money, and I was ready to, bite the bullet, pay the money. Now, sooner or later, that's going to be a problem. And I knew it was going to be a problem in 2 years. And then when I saw the money, I thought, well, that could be a problem in 1 year. And the only thing I left out in this equation was, rather than it's going to be a problem sooner or later, and they'll have to deal with it sooner or later, the Jazz opted for, no, let's deal with it soonest. Why deal with it in a year or two when we'll more likely be in a position of weakness because everybody will know what we have to do? Let's do it while the Lakers are in a position of weakness because the new GM needs to impress the new owner. We know it's going to be a problem eventually. This is a pretty good offer right now. Let's just do it right now. They were always going to have to send talent away because they couldn't pay everybody. Because they've drafted well and they've traded well, and that's what they're going to have to do. They're not going to be able to afford everybody. So they just decided to do it rather than sooner or later. They decided to do it soonest. So, and that is a little disappointing, Chad, and I get it. Hey, that was really intriguing that the team was going to be really big and really athletic, and now it's not quite as big and it's not quite as athletic. But that doesn't mean it still can't beat people with its size and athleticism and a ton of skill at the offensive end of the floor. So they're going to look a little different. We're not going to get to see what we expected, but they decided to deal with it soonest, because it looked like they had the Lakers over the barrel a little bit. And in a year or two, somebody else might have had them over the barrel.
Yeah, but if they're over the barrel, Oklahoma City was over the barrel, and they've had to they've jettisoned some guys, and Lou Dort looks like he's on his way, but they got a title out of it, and that can't be replaced. And I probably wouldn't say, oh man, the Jazz are going to win a title in the next 2 years. I understand that, but until Oklahoma City became what they were we going to say that? So who knows? So we never saw it play out, so we can't evaluate it in that way, and we'll never be able to evaluate it because it never played out.
There's this part of the equation now with championship teams. You got to go right up to that financial edge to build the championship team. And as soon as you do, the teams that are desperate for one reason or another are willing to overpay your guys, and you can't keep them all. Now, maybe you jettison smaller role players, bigger role players, stars, but we've seen Denver let go of payroll. We're seeing the Knicks let go of payroll. We're seeing Oklahoma City let go of payroll. They've all had a parade. But the rest of the league that isn't as good is willing to overpay a little to get better because they're all looking over their shoulder at their jobs. It's just the way it goes.
I'm not willing to say right now that the Lakers overpaid Kessler.
It might work out.
They overpaid
it
him.
might. You're right. It might. I think the odds are they overpaid. But to your point, if you're betting on a young player, you're hoping for more growth, and then it all works out. And the truth is the next couple of years are a squeeze, but I've already seen estimations on where the salary cap is going. The squeeze for the Lakers will be in the short run, like it would have been for the Jazz. You get 3-4 years out, that deal might be livable because the cap is going to keep going up because the TV money's locked in.
The Lakers overpaid by $4 million. Is that really overpaying?
Time will tell. I mean, it's in relation to the rest of your roster.
Not if he's that good.
Right. If he improves, you're right. All right, DJ and PK, we'll talk all about this with Ben next. Stay with us.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BJ and PK, it's 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. We're joined now by Ben Anderson, Jazz Insider for KSL Sports. Ben, good morning. Thanks for waking up early.
Good morning, guys.
All right, we are curious. There are so many things to say about this Walker Kessler deal to the Lakers. What is the number one most important thing about this deal that people should get their arms around, even though there's 50 things to get your arms around?
The Jazz don't have a starting center. I think that's the big piece of it, is that you have to have that player on your team if you want to compete, and now you've got to go find one. And Yusuf Nurkic is not the worst stopgap, and Jackson Hayes is a fine backup for a year, but it's not going to get you where you want to go. Ultimately, those aren't the pieces. Ideally, Yusuf Nurkic should be your backup, and you've got a starter in front of him who's a better player and prevents you from scoring at the rim. So that's got to be the next big move for the Jazz.
Okay, assuming that move isn't necessarily now or this season, we'll see how the season progresses at the deadline and so forth. What do you think the lineups will be to try to patchwork that?
Yeah, I think you're going to start with Yusuf Nurkic at the 5, and then you'll have kind of what everyone expected: Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen, either Ace Bailey or Darian Peterson at the 2, and then Keontae at the 1. I have said I would not rule out a weird lineup where Svi Mikhailiuk starts, just so you're not having to say, well, Ace is the long-term starter going forward, or Darren is the long-term starter going forward at the 2. And Svi Mikhailiuk had a very good year last year until basically he was benched because he was going to help them win too many games. So I wouldn't rule it out entirely, but I think that's going to be the rotation. And then, coming off the bench, you're going to have probably Jackson Hayes playing a lot of the 5, but I think you'll be able to mix Kyle Filipowski in. I think you'll be able to mix Jaren Jackson Jr. in, and they'll get to 48 minutes that way.
I think the argument to bring 2 guys off the bench is a good one, because you've got 5 guys who need the ball and need shots. So having 3 of the 5 on the court at all times, does that become the priority as far as setting the rotation, and then you figure out the rest of the pieces from there?
Certainly can be. It would have been easier, I think, to bring both young guys off the bench if Yusuf Nurkic was your backup center, just because he can run the offense. He's so capable of doing that, as is Isaiah Collier at this point in his career. It would have made it easier for, a lineup that featured at least 2 young guys, whether that's Peterson or Bailey, or, maybe Cody Williams is still in that mix, or Bryce Sensabaugh, who is maybe not the youngest guy yet. But I think balancing that would have been a possibility. Maybe Bryce Sensabaugh just steps in and starts at the 2. Maybe he has a very good summer and jumps up, and we'll see. So I think if ideally in a perfect world, which is what the Jazz were hoping for, you were going to get somebody like Yusuf Nurkic coming off the bench, it would have made it a little bit easier to incorporate some of those young guys in the second unit. It's a little bit harder with Jackson Hayes, who doesn't create shots for anybody, doesn't create shots for himself, kind of needs to be spoon-fed a little bit. Nurk doesn't need a lot of shots, but he does know how to get them for others.
Assuming the deal would have been the same if the Jazz had matched, why not match it?
I don't think we can assume the deal would have been the same. I suspect the metric or the negotiation was this: we're going to give him $40 million. And the Jazz said, well, we want to sign and trade because we don't want, we'll match 40. If we have to match 40, we'll match 40, and you're not going to have a center. And they said, okay, what do we have to give you? And they said, well, 2 first-round draft picks and we won't match. And they said, well, we're not going to pay $40 million and 2 first-round draft picks. So they negotiate down a little bit when the Jazz get their draft picks, and kind of everybody wins with the exception of Walker Kessler, unfortunately for Walker in this situation. But it's the hard part about being a restricted free agent. You don't really have a lot of leverage. So if it had been 32, no strings attached, I think the Jazz probably match, and that's their starting center going forward. It's probably the same deal, 4 years, which I'm surprised the Jazz maybe didn't get there before this negotiation window opened, but we will learn and we'll see how accurate any of it is. I don't know if Walker wanted to be here. I know he sent out an Instagram post, but clearly he made every push to get out of Utah once the salary caps, once it became free agency, and then the salaries were presented in front of him.
I don't know if the number was 40, but the number getting leaked out was mid to high 30s. So it's pretty easy to say the number could have been 36 or 37, in which case the Lakers saved themselves a little bit of money and the Jazz acquired a couple of picks and the opportunity to pick up a 3rd and 4th one. And I think it's also safe to say that the Jazz liked Walker Kessler, but they didn't love him. Because when you love him, you don't offer him $28 million.
Yeah, he doesn't get to free agency.
Right.
Yeah, you signed him last year. If you love him,
Right,
you
yes.
signed him last season,
Yes.
coming off of a really good year 3 as a young center, and the Jazz said they wanted to prioritize flexibility. You don't prioritize flexibility with the right guy. You have flexibility to sign the right guy. So they kind of showed their cards a little bit last year. Again, I think in a perfect world, Walker Kessler's back on this team and they've got him at a price they can afford and they match with Keontae George going forward and they just kind of have a young, solid starting 5. And when that no longer was a possibility, they had to find a way to pivot. And again, I don't think it's the ideal outcome. I think salvaging 2 unprotected future first-round picks and some swaps is good. I'm not sure it's like the unbelievable package some people have made it out to be because, it's probably at best it's half of that because you're going to have to reroute some of that stuff to get another player back. And if you're rerouting half of that stuff to get another player back, you're probably not getting somebody as good as Walker Kessler because if you could, the Lakers would have just done that.
Right. As far as a solution, a better solution, I should say, do you think that is going to happen maybe before the start of the season or during the season or beyond?
I would be surprised if it happened in the off season. I just don't see the market softening all that much. Now, it's possible. Maybe something sits in front of the Cleveland Cavaliers and they decide, we have to split up our big front court and they choose Evan Mobley over Jared Allen and suddenly they need a place to trade Jared Allen. And the Jazz could figure out a way to get that done, but it is hard. The Jazz do not have great salaries to match. They've got 2 huge salaries, and then they have Darren Peterson as their 3rd highest paid player, and none of those 3 guys are getting traded, I don't think. So that's where it gets really difficult, and they don't just have all this cap space to take somebody back into. So that's where the Jazz could run into some issues and why it might end up having to be, honestly, as late as next summer, but potentially in season. I think it's more likely it's in season than certainly before then.
I want to sit here and say top 6, 50 wins. That has to be the goal. But without Kessler and with that Kessler's value now sitting in assets that can't play in a game currently, I guess I have to soften on that top 6. I'm thinking top 8 now. Things go right. Maybe they get top 6. I won't rule it out, but I don't think I can demand it anymore. What are you not ruling out? What are you demanding? What do you think? Assuming there's no more changes.
Yeah, the hard part is not only did the Jazz get a little bit worse, but the Lakers got better.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's another team you're directly competing with in the top 6. 6 spots, it's a 15% chance of getting there. And now the Lakers, very likely, if Luka's healthy with Walker, gets there. That's a top 6 team in the West. It's not a perfect team. I don't think they're a championship team, but one of those spots is gone, and the Thunder are going to get one of those spots, and the Spurs are going to get one of those spots. So that's 45% of it. If we're breaking it up in 15 percentage points, that's basically half. Now you're competing for 3 spots. Are you better than Houston now that Fred VanVleet comes back? Are you better than Minnesota? Maybe Minnesota made a huge mistake trading for LaMelo Ball, but the good news is the Clippers got worse, so they're probably not in competition there, but the Suns are trying to get better. They thought they got better by going out and getting Miles Bridges. So it's a narrow pathway. You're just going to have to win a lot of games. You're going to have to win a lot of games probably without being a very good defensive team because Walker would have helped there significantly. They should be better because Jaren's on the team and Darren Peterson's on the team, and he should be better than the Jazz's alternatives. But yeah, it's less likely today than it was yesterday that the Jazz have a top 6 team in the West. No question.
If Hayes is not on the floor, how good is this team offensively?
They could be fine. I think it's going to be a good team for the Jazz. I think if you have either Jaren at the 5 or Yusuf Nurkic at the 5, I think you're pretty dynamic. Now, Jaren's not, a great passer, certainly the way that Yusuf Nurkic is, but you can play 5 out. I think that's probably another piece of this Walker Kessler trade that we haven't talked enough about, or I haven't talked enough about, which is just the Jazz just really loved playing 5 out last year. They loved all the space that their young players had. It's a huge reason Keontae George exploded the second, or even maybe before the Jazz drafted Darren Peterson. I said if they were going to draft him, I would make bringing Yusuf Nurkic back a priority because he just creates so much space for those young guards, and he's done it his whole life. He was a part of Damian Lillard's explosion and CJ McCollum's explosion and then Devin Booker's explosion, and then he did it with Keontae George last year. So I think he's going to do that for Darren Peterson as well. That's going to create by itself a very good offense. And then the fact that, Lowry's got a solidified spot. You've got a much better bucket getter who can kind of go get something for himself in Jaren Jackson Jr. I think they can get top 10, especially if they're trying to win. If they're trying to go out there and win games, which now they have to, you can get to a top 10 offense with this team, which a top 10 offense and the 25th best defense does compete for the playoffs. It doesn't compete for a title, but it can get you into the postseason.
25th best defense. Come on, we got to set the bar higher than that. 25th?
24th.
I would love to, but you got to have more than one defensive player on your team.
Well, okay, but isn't Peterson a defensive player also? Isn't Ace a defensive player also? Markkanen, you got to up your game. You're making a ton of money. You've played more regular season games without a single playoff game than any active player in the NBA. He's not going to be a great defender, but he needs to be decent.
Yeah, he does need to be decent, and we have not seen it a whole lot. Again, he's not been asked to, but Keontae George has yet to be decent. Ace and Darren can get there, but they are young. How ready that is, I'm not sure. There is some guys break through and are okay as young players that end up being very good defenders. Not a ton are really good early in their career, especially on the perimeter. There's just too many Jordan Clarksons out there who love having a rookie on them and will just torch them every time they get matched up. These guys are just too good early in their, or later in their careers compared to the young defenders that are coming into the league. So, no, I mean, we'll see what the Jazz do. I think they're going to go and try and get some defense in free agency. They have to, because they know that they're the 25th or 28th best defense in the NBA as it stands today. Jaren will help. Jaren knowing where to be and telling everyone else where to be will certainly be helpful, but you've got to have guys who actually, one-on-one or late in the game can get a stop. So that's going to be a priority. So, yeah, if Darren's good and Jaren is good, which we know he is, and then you go and get another wing piece, maybe you can start to build it together, and Lowry is your fourth or fifth best player on the roster, or best defender on the roster, is more passable. Or if you can make it so Keontae George is the fifth best defensive player on the roster in the starting lineup, you're probably in better shape. But those guys have to take a major step forward if the Jazz want to get out of the 20s.
Not that he would need to give the final approval, but how much do you think they kept Jaren Jackson informed? Because this has an opportunity or a situation where it could impact him greatly with Kessler not being there.
Probably not a lot. I don't think at this point the Jazz are really beholden to anybody on the roster. The Lakers probably went and got Walker at any cost because they're entirely beholden to Luka Doncic. And before that, they were entirely beholden to LeBron James, and to the point where they had to draft his son. Some guys are so good and you have to go out and sign their brothers if you're Giannis Antetokounmpo. I don't know if the Jazz were ever talking to Jaren about, do we have to have Walker back or anything along those lines. They may ask Jaren what type of center he likes playing next to. He's played next to Steven Adams. He's played next to a lot of different types of players. And he may have a preference. He may like guys who give him space. He may like other guys who defend centers so he can be kind of a help guy who swings around. And even if they don't ask him, they'll go back and look at all of his tape and figure out what seems to be the best and what the analytics seem to imply he needs. But, he'd probably love a better rebounder next to him because he's not much of a rebounder, and somebody to give him a little bit of room to operate in the post. I'm sure he would love that as well. So I don't think they probably ran it through Jaren at all, but I wouldn't be surprised if they consult with him just to see what types of players he's played against, who he likes, who he doesn't like, along those lines.
Don't you think it's going to be center by committee? Yes, upgraded, but they don't have the money to pay every position. They're paying the guys who are going to play the 3 and the 4 primarily. And plenty of teams have been very good with center by committee to some degree. So isn't that the way they go? Even if it's an upgraded center by committee. Upgrade Nurkic, upgrade Jackson, whatever.
Yeah, I think you're right. At some point, you can't pay everyone $30 million in the starting lineup, and that's where they're pretty rapidly heading, and maybe they don't even getting there. They don't end up getting there by the time Darren Peterson is signing his second contract or Ace Bailey signing his second contract, and you've probably moved off of Lauri Markkanen or Jaren Jackson Jr. or Keontae George at that point, if it ends up being the case. I don't know. That's so far down the road. As far as basketball years go, a lot can change. But yeah, at some point you have to choose, well, this is just going to be our $12 million player or our $15 million player or even 20, but that's not a ton of money in today's NBA, especially for a starter. So yes, I think you're going to have a couple of guys and probably a couple of guys that give you different looks. And Nurkic might be a part of that. He gives you a really different look than a lot of centers. And then maybe you do have an upgraded Jackson Hayes somewhere else that does provide some rim defense and some athleticism and some size. And you value that, but they both play 24 minutes a night. I honestly thought Mitchell Robinson was going to be the contingency plan for all of these teams, Detroit, Utah, or LA, if they didn't get Walker or Jalen Duren. And then you saw Mitchell Robinson sign yesterday morning with the Boston Celtics for 3 years, $45 million, which is the perfect committee player, right? That's 24 minutes, plays defense. He's kind of a specialist, but he is very useful. And he would have actually worked really well, I thought, next to Yusuf Nurkic, as far as you have one style when he's on the floor and another style when he's off the floor. And that's just not the direction they went.
We saw Quinn Snyder give the ball to Donovan Mitchell. How do you think Darren Peterson will be handled?
I think they will test that a lot early on, especially in the summer league. They'll get to run some sets with him as a point guard and see how he operates there and operates with a screener and operates without a screener, because Will Hardy doesn't actually run that many screens. So if he needs a screen, they're going to figure that out. I'll be curious if Micah Handlogden or whoever the Jazz's center is in this playoffs or in this summer league can run some of the dribble handoff stuff that he's going to run a lot with Yusuf Nurkic and see how he operates out of that. Conceivably, it should be pretty good. But if you recognize early on, hey, he's just not quite there as a ball handler or a playmaker. I mean, you saw the video Chandler Holt tweeted out. You just put him in the corner and let him hit open threes, and there should be a lot of threes for him. You know, that corner shot should be available for somebody on the Jazz this year. And if he's knocking them down at a high level, that should be very valuable, because you have to throw bodies at Keontae George. You have to throw bodies at Lauri Markkanen. You have to throw bodies at Jaren Jackson Jr. And if you've got then Yusuf Nurkic offensively kind of orchestrating as somebody who is a slight danger to step out and hit a three, but can certainly hit passers, I think you're going to see Darren find a healthy role at worst as a shooter. But yeah, I'm curious to see how his playmaking goes. That was probably his biggest weakness outside of availability at Kansas. The 1-to-1 assist to turnover ratio is not ideal. It's also not a death sentence. Keontae George had a negative assist to turnover ratio. Ace Bailey had a negative assist to turnover ratio, and those guys are fine.
Ben, we talk about pretty much all the players who are under contract for the Jazz in one role or another, and there's one guy who almost never gets talked about. And maybe at this point he's simply a $6 million contract to go into a trade somewhere down the line. But maybe he's also the guy who just go out and gets it done, and then Will Hardy looks at everybody else and like, hey, everybody else has got a rep, but you know who gets the deflection? You know who gets the rebound? You know who makes the pass is John Conchar. What do you think his future is with the Jazz? Because he is under contract for the next season. Actually, he might be under contract for the next 2 seasons. Well, what do you think his future is?
Yeah, he should compete for a spot in this rotation, and if he ends up beating out a Cody Williams, it probably makes sense. He's played a lot everywhere. Every coach he's ever played for, he's only ever been in Memphis, but he's had several coaches and they all seem to turn to him, and generally you just start to believe coaches. Those guys know a lot about basketball and they know a lot about what helps you win, and they rely on him in these very specific roles. And one night he can grab you 8 rebounds, and one night he can get you 5 assists, and one night he can score 12 points. But he doesn't need any one of them to be happy. And I think those guys are really valuable. And again, if he doesn't need shots on a team that has a lot of guys that want shots, that becomes really valuable. It's also Cody's, sell if he's trying to get into the rotation, is I'm not going to need a lot of shots. I'll finish some transition opportunities, and maybe I can get some pokeaways and create some shots for myself on fast breaks. But no, I think John Conchar, is a winner. And winners are going to be key on this roster. And he's proven he knows how to win. He also has a good relationship with Jaren Jackson Jr., so I'm sure those guys have some chemistry together on and off the floor. So I would expect to see him. I think the Jazz are going to play 10 guys, and I bet he's one of them.
Yeah, you just answered my question in terms of how far or how deep do you think they will go by saying 10. That's literally was going to ask that question. So now I have to be on my toes since you took my answer and question away. With that in mind, I'm looking forward, and it's a little bit of a subset. It's not the primary story, but the competition between and among those guys from 6 to 10, I think that has an opportunity to be very interesting. And I'm really intrigued. And obviously the starters and how Peterson fits in and blah, 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 all those things will be primary. But how much are you looking forward to see who is in that rotation from 6 to 10 and maybe from 7 to 10, and what their roles are compared to what their roles have been the last couple of years when they weren't trying to win?
Yeah, let's look at the starting 5 to just take half of that conversation out. It's going to be Keontae George. It's going to be one of Ace Bailey or Darren Peterson. It's going to be Lauri Markkanen. It's going to be Jaren Jackson Jr. It's going to be Yusuf Nurkic, I would assume. So that's 5 of the 10. Whoever doesn't get that starting spot, Darren Peterson or Ace Bailey plays in the second unit. So that's 6. Kyle Filipowski is going to play. That's 7. Jackson Hayes is going to play probably as a backup. That's 8, unless he's just so far down the roster. But he was better than DeAndre Ayton for the Lakers at times last year, so I suspect he plays. That's 8. That leaves 2 spots for Isaiah Collier, Bryce Sensabaugh, Cody Williams, Svi Mikhailiuk, and John Conchar, who we were just talking about. Like, that's a meat grinder. That's really, really hard to break into that spot. And Will Hardy might rotate some of the young guys in and some of the young guys out. And if Darren Peterson's the backup point guard and Isaiah Collier doesn't play, maybe Isaiah Collier's out of the conversation. So, yeah, that's going to be really, really difficult for guys who I don't want to say didn't earn minutes. They made the NBA. They earned their minutes by getting to the league in the first place, but aren't competing for a playoff spot in their first 1, 2, 3 years. And now that's got to be the big conversation. So yeah, you're going to have to be sharp. It's going to have to go down to the most consistent players, which is why I won't be surprised if Svi and John Conchar end up playing.
I think we're going to see, if you look at the total number of minutes, I think you're going to see an 11th and 12th player emerge because so many guys are going to play 60, 65. Maybe a few guys will play 70 games. It's not going to be the wholesale injury report that became really the only story on game morning every game last year, certainly the last half of the season. But there's still going to be a lot of that, and that's going to open the door. You know, you're out, but then suddenly you're in because of who's out for that night or that week.
Yeah. How many guys play 2,000 minutes? You know, that's kind of the high number, the higher number now in the NBA. That's getting you, 70 games at 30 minutes a night. So how many guys are actually going to get to 2,000 minutes? In recent years, it was like only Keontae George, maybe Isaiah Collier, and that was just kind of out of need. They needed somebody to dribble the ball, and they didn't have a whole lot of guys to dribble the ball consistently and kind of set up the offense, and they were invested in developing those guys. Yeah, do you get 12 guys at 1,400 minutes? Is that more realistic? Or, on average, 12 guys end up getting above 600 minutes, 800 minutes. That means they've kind of broken into the rotation. And, Jaron's going to miss games, and Lowry's going to miss games, and Nurk probably going to miss a few games. So there's going to be plenty of opportunities, but opening night, that shouldn't be the case.
Ben, we appreciate it as always. We'll hear you at 2 o'clock today with Jake, and who knows what will happen between now and then.
See you guys.
All right. Thanks, Ben. Ben joining us, and he'll be on the air again this afternoon. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Caller 12. You want to do it now or you want to do it after the break?
Let's do it now.
We're going to do it now. Do it now. We'll do it live. Caller 12 right now wins a Lush American flag blanket. Celebrating the USA's 250th birthday, courtesy of Minky Couture. Incredibly soft, the Lush patriotic flag blanket is perfect for celebrating the season. This plush patriotic design available in one size. It makes a cozy addition to summer gatherings, holiday decor, or everyday lounging. Has the flag design on both sides of the blanket for a complete look from every angle. Sized to match a standard American flag, it also includes an exclusive America 250 Minky Couture label created to commemorate the nation's semi-quincentennial celebration. Semi-quincentennial, PK. Did you have that on your bingo card this morning?
You're great at that.
Oh, great. Thanks. Hi, I read for a living. Okay, DJ and PK. Caller 12 right now. Call 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE and win your semi-quincentennial blanket. Yes, PK, give it a ring. You could win. Hi, this is Bob. I want to win the blanket. All right, we're right back with everything you missed in this show. Next, stay with us.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for the July 4th weekend? I bet you are, and you're looking forward to it. And let's have a good time with family, friends, and all that stuff, right? Now, I asked the bigger question. Are you ready for retirement, and are you looking forward to it? Well, I don't know that you can answer resoundingly yes to either. You got to be prepared for it. That's where the folks at Trajan Wealth come in. They can help you, and they're an independent firm. You know what that means as we celebrate Independence Day? That they're not tied to any single line or product, which means that their advice that they give you, it's built around you. What do you think? What do you want? What are your goals? What do you want to risk? What's your comfortability level? Because there's risk involved, right? Let them help you figure out all that stuff and plan for a better future. That's what fiduciary advisors do. They take solely into account your needs, your wants, your desires, and then help you get to the point where you can feel like, okay, I am on the path to where I can feel good about it. And that sounds great, doesn't it? Of course it does. Why not give them an opportunity to help you? And even if it's just a second opinion, let them review what you have available and see what they can do to help you. Not going to cost you anything, you know that, because I've been telling you for a long time that initial consultation, it's for free. Give them an opportunity to see what you got. Give them a call to set up an appointment. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 is the phone number. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Offices conveniently located in Draper and in Farmington. The website, man, it is quite insightful. A ton of information available. Want to check it out? I'll give you the address. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lesselson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. What have you missed over the last 3.5 hours? So much stuff, but mostly reaction to Walker Kessler. He's going to LA. I think we can all agree Walker lost a few million in this trade, didn't he? That's what happened there, PK. It's only $4.5 million more. And now Walker's going to lose, I don't know, at least 2.5, maybe 3 million of that to taxes. What the heck was the point of that? That whole rumor about mid to high 30s. It makes sense that once the Jazz told the Lakers they were going to match, the Lakers said, what do we have to get done? And the Jazz get some draft picks, and the Lakers give Walker a lower number. Oh, well. There you go. Life is a restricted free agent.
Yeah, but I'm not going to bleed for the guy. It's
pile of money,
enormous amount of money, and he's only 24 years of age. So the way the system is set up, you become the unrestricted, and before you even hit 30, and if you play to the level that you think you can, then whatever you didn't make, you'll make up. So you have to look at it. You can't just slice it into parts. you have to look at it in its entirety. And so he's going to be handsomely compensated at NBA comparative levels if he plays the way he believes he can play. And we'll see in 4 years what that looks like. And then he'll just recoup that, right? So I'm not going to bleed for the guy, even from the NBA sense. Now, from the everyday average life, obviously, wow. I wish I was his best friend. Actually, I wish I was his father.
The Jazz liked him. They didn't love him. They could have offered him more. If he expands that offensive game, he could be a steal for the Lakers. If he doesn't, then maybe the Jazz can find an upgrade somewhere else. Or at least find most of the production for less money. It does feel a little stopgap center by committee. And it may always be centered by committee. Maybe it could be centered by a better committee. A more talented committee.
Down the line. I don't know about right now.
I think it's down the line. I think it's down the line.
Yeah. But
maybe not far down the line.
There's not a ton of players at his position that are all that good.
And that's why you often see center by committee.
If you just look at it, in these guys, they're by position because there's not that many of them, and the game has changed so much that they tend to be a little bit overvalued because they have a specific skill that they can use. And the Jazz will find that player with that specific skill. And when they do, they will kill them.
Thank you, Liam. And I think the committee is more than two players. I think Filipowski and Jackson are part of the committee. You can go a little smaller because there are times other teams are going to go a little smaller too. So,
well, how big is Conchar?
Not big enough to play center.
Yeah, but he's got a lion tattoo. So just like, Wes Unseld wasn't very big.
Yeah, different era, PK, but thanks.
Where this big man was more important than it is today.
People right now, this is a whole generation of people going, who's Wes Unseld?
Well, they know he's a former coach, Wes Unseld Jr.
Okay, don't get me distracted. The Boston Celtics and the Philadelphia 76ers. You think the Jazz shouldn't have been making a deal with the Lakers? How about these sworn rivals, the Sixers and the Celtics, who've battled for decades, along with the Knicks? Those three have gone at it over time so many times.
Yeah, those are the three. Yeah.
Right. And now the Celtics trade Jaylen Brown to Philadelphia for Paul George, 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. And the Sixers, if they have Embiid, then they look loaded. But even without him, they look pretty good. This is a team that, and they're going to have a guy with a chip on his shoulder. And they got a young guy who ought to be improving. Arrow's up in Philly. They ought to be encouraged here.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll see how Jaylen Brown is. Is he just on the verge of being nuts and being a cancer destroyer chemistry-wise and all that stuff? And I think that the thing with Embiid is it sounds good. Okay, Embiid is there, then he's not there. Well, that's not something that you just easily adjust to. Either you're going to be there or you're not going to be there, because then if he's there, that changes everything. It literally changed the entire dynamic of the team. And if he's not there, that changes it too. So I don't think, we'll just plug him in and he'll add his 23 points a game and 14 rebounds or whatever, and away we'll go. I don't think it works that way. But it did look like, they got a player who's better than Paul George. So we'll see what Boston does there. But yeah, I mean, that's a crazy trade. Growing up, I knew everything about the Knicks. I knew everything about Boston, and I knew everything about Philadelphia, right? I mean, those were the teams that when you lived in the Northeast and you're a basketball fan like I was, you just concentrated so much on that. And then you should have seen me 1 year later, like, I got to pay attention to these guys. It's called the Suns. Who are these people? My adjustment was not smooth in many ways.
But it's basically a 6-hour drive from Boston to Philly. It's basically basically Salt Lake to Vegas, except in between is New York City, not Scipio. So let's go. You three. Right. And so that'll make it super interesting. And we were talking earlier about, are the Jazz going to be a Christmas Day game? I guess the odds of that went down a little, but not necessarily a lot. The odds of some combination of Boston, Philly, and New York playing each other are always pretty good, and I think they're great right now. A Boston-Philly game, and then the Knicks, give them anybody else maybe give them Cleveland. Yeah, you can see the 2 Eastern games pretty easily, pretty quickly. for Christmas Day.
Yeah, I agree.
Celtics signed Mike Conley, former Jazz man, on a 1-year deal, and they added Mitchell Robinson, taking him away from the Knicks on a 3-year deal. So there you go. More moves for those guys. We also talked a little hockey this morning. Wherever you get your podcasts, listen to Greg Wyshynski, ESPN senior NHL writer, as the Utah Mammoth try to do two things at once. Protect their future, and their future 5, 6, 7 years down the line should be really good. But they got so many prospects, they don't need them all in 5 or 6, 7 years. So leverage them now and try to make the club better right now. And there's a definite the future is now feel to the moves that the Mammoth made in the last 24 hours.
Well, I think the opportunity to win as much as possible now helps the future because you want the young guys to be in the most pressurized situations to get that experience and know where they're at. I mean, Armstrong talked about that. Go listen to what he was talking about yesterday, where he says that it is something when they took the ice, they looked at Vegas and they looked at their guys, and Vegas had more veteran experience and all that stuff. So let those young guys, the younger guys, and mid-younger guys, so to speak, that get them in the most brutal conditions with the highest pressure going on, and that'll pay off for down the line. So you're kind of getting the best of both if you can win at a decent enough level now, and they've established a foundation and there's not going back. It's only potentially going forward. Now, I don't think that just because they made these moves that, they're going to win that first round playoff series. I don't know that because obviously we don't even know who they're going to play. So we'll have to see how that plays out, but I can see the philosophy behind it.
Other stuff going on. Junior Caminero, homers in 6 straight games. 8 home runs in 6 games. You ever get in a cage, even in batting practice, and feel like the stroke was that good and you could hammer that many home runs? Who gets to have that
softball,
feeling?
Slow pitch softball.
Slow pitch softball. You could hit 8 home runs in 6 games in slow pitch. Have a short porch in left field.
Well, we played at Wilson Park in Torrance, and there was no fence. There was a field on the other side. So I couldn't hit it over their heads. I'd have to cue it down the line.
And then start running, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Dansby Swanson has driven in 26 runs in the last 10 games, which ties the record held by multiple players, including Lou Gehrig and Joe DiMaggio. Nice list to join. Good work.
Or have you gone Joe DiMaggio?
Right?
Yes. Swanson, he's a decent player. He was the number 1 pick coming out of Vanderbilt several years ago, and you want to bemoan the Padres for getting whipped by 20 runs. Well, I can up that because Dansby Swanson was a Diamondback, the number 1 pick, and then they traded him for Shelby Miller. Thank you, Tony La Russa and Dave Stewart. That was the worst trade in the history of sports.
Cubs did win 23-3. I would like to bemoan that. 8 of the runs came in the 8th inning when they had a catcher in there throwing eephus pitches.
So essentially it's meaningless.
Exactly. Now, the fact that the Cubs homered in almost every inning. Let's hear it for the 4th and the 7th. They didn't homer there, but they homered in the other 6 innings. That was brutal. But the whole thing's been brutal. It's been a brutal week, and they're going to the Dodgers now for 4. And great. Awesome.
Holiday weekend in Chavez Ravine.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty good to me, man.
Yes.
With their bitter arch rivals.
Well, it's a one-way rivalry, but sure.
Yeah, I mean.
For the Padres, it is. In San Diego, when the Dodgers are coming to town, which they did last weekend, that is as big a deal as it gets right there.
It's like the Dodgers or the BYU of the WAC Mountain West.
It was the Dodgers and BYU and the Raiders. Those were when I was a kid growing up, those were the teams that came in, and it was a big deal for each of the opposing teams. The top dog. Speaking of top dogs, the United States, top dog again into the round of 16. They're going to play Belgium after beating Bosnia. I'm having a hard. I think now they've done what they were supposed to do, PK. They had to make it to the round of 16 because they've done that in 4 of the last 6 cups. You're at home with this golden generation. Man, if you don't make it that far, Bosnia's got about as many people as Utah. So We got them outnumbered. We ought to have more good players, and we ought to have a better team than we do. Belgium, this is the first team they're going to face in the tournament that's ranked top 20 in the world. I think they're actually ranked 10th. This is a real test, and they're going to have to do it without their leading goal scorer who got a red card. And that was harsh, but Balogun's out, so now they got to figure it out. And this is a game, if they win and get to the quarters, then they've had a good tournament. If they don't, it's a bit of a disappointment. There's no way around it. And it's going to be hard being shorthanded, but suck it up. And they did in the last half hour, shorthanded last night. That could have, they only have one goal. That could have gone another way, but they defended well and eventually scored on a really good free kick.
Yeah, I mean, but they never lose in Santa Clara.
Thanks, PK. Actually, I think they did. I think they lost a friendly. But they don't lose World Cup games in Santa Clara.
They were friendly. Nobody had a friendly. It's an exhibition game.
Yep.
Let's do American terms so we can understand. It's an exhibition game.
Okay, here's a jersey.
It don't count.
Here's a jersey term. It's a big freaking game Monday. That's what it is. To get to the quarterfinals is a big deal. To beat one of the elite teams in the world is a big deal. The one loss they had doesn't matter. That just showed that they don't have enough depth to, run their 20th best player out there and win. Okay, well, you don't have to. But you need a little bit of depth because you're going to be without your top goal scorer.
Yeah, for sure.
So the World Cup carries on. It was a fairly dramatic day yesterday. And you want drama. Tomorrow night, Madison Square Garden, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting married. The Big Apple. Seriously, what sports venue, PK? What sports venue is perfect for weddings? Rose Bowl, Wrigley, Fenway, MSG. What else have you got?
The sanctity of marriage unites one with another. And I'll even stay politically correct here, which is unusual for me.
I see what you did there.
Thank you. I'm learning from you.
The Horseshoe, Columbus, Ohio. There it is.
No.
Sorry.
I want a chapel.
Oh.
Give me a nice drive-through chapel in Vegas.
A chapel. A drive-through chapel.
I was once in a wedding line in a drive-through chapel in Vegas.
Well, if you're going to get married in a big-time chapel, then it's the most famous chapel. You got to go Sistine, right? I don't know if they do weddings there.
Well, I've never been to Greece, so I don't know about that.
Oh, nice. Well played. Notre Dame? Have you been to Notre Dame? The church in Paris, not the football stadium in the university in Indiana.
I've never been to Europe.
Oh, okay.
So I haven't. And you taunt me because you've been to Europe multiple times.
Nope.
I haven't.
Nope, not true. I've been
once. Is multiple in my mind because you went to multiple countries.
We did do that.
The same thing.
We did do that,
and the same thing.
We flew home from Paris, and we had 24 hours, 36 hours, whatever it was, and we did go to Notre Dame. And the interesting thing is, you walk in, all this tourists there, and it's huge. And like in one part, like mass is going on. I mean, there's a priest over there, and there's people, and over here there's tourists, and they're buying stuff. It was bizarre, crazy.
Yes, and I know the Mass. Our Father who art in heaven. Believe me, I know the Mass. I'm nothing if not Mass.
And 50 yards away, people are gawking and buying souvenirs. Go figure. All right, DJ and PK, we're going to take a break. When we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
So the crash on I-80 in Tooele right at the merge to the 201 freeway. It's causing backups to SR36, residual delays behind all that, so be aware of that. Also, I-15 overall, though, moving at freeway speeds in both directions. You head into Salt Lake City at this current time. Don't miss the Utes Stampede Rodeo from July 8th to the 11th. Get half-price tickets to Wednesday's bull riding if you purchase Thursday night family night tickets. Utah's best family celebration, rodeo, and more. Visit UtesStampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, Every day, your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch a new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Utah Jazz have lost Walker Kessler. He's going to the Lakers. The reaction has overwhelmed us, PK. Over 100 comments on the Facebook post you put up. And that is always like after 100, you're just showing off. That's a major topic anytime you hit 100. I think it's 122 now. Jeffrey's reaction, I'm surprised Walker commanded that much on the free agent market. I'm glad the Jazz saved the cash. They can get what he gives for less. Getting all the Jazz did could be a fleece job. You just don't know what the Lakers are going to be when we get to 2031 and 2033.
Yeah, true, obviously. And also we don't know what the negative effect on the Jazz is going to be in the 26-27 season by not having him either.
We'll never know exactly because we won't know exactly how good they could have been without him. But right. I suspect 5 games, but I think where they are in the standings, you move 5 games, you could move several spots. Yeah, you can move several spots. I think this trade could be the difference between being in the 3, 4, 5, 6 group and having a chance to win, and maybe not, maybe you get smoked, who knows, but at least you have a chance to win a playoff series versus you're in the play-in and then you're probably 7-8 and you're probably wildly overmatched. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the pain point here in the short run. Obviously, I'm guessing on both those, but if I had to guess, that's what I'd guess right now.
I might have a little more optimism, but I can't just wildly say you're nuts by having that take.
I think that there are 5 teams in the West that are clearly better than the Jazz right now. Now, injuries could change that. Injuries could open a spot or two, and as a matter of fact, injuries usually do. But just assuming and the injuries can happen to you, but just assuming that everybody's healthy, which is a dangerous thing to assume, Oklahoma City's better, San Antonio's better, I think the Lakers are better, I think Denver's better, and I think Houston is probably better. So there's 5 teams.
Well, let's see where LeBron goes, too.
All right, yes, there's still moves to come, and what does he do? And there may be more teams than the 5. I'm not saying the Jazz are 6, but I think they're competing for the 6th spot. And Minnesota's competing for that spot. Phoenix and Portland would like to compete for that. But the Jazz, I think the Clippers are pretty clearly going backwards. You know, the Jazz are going to pass some teams. I still think, you know, they should be in front of 5 teams and get in the top 10.
Well, now they have a collective chip because, wow, you're not nearly as good as you were 2 days ago. What are you going to do about it?
Go out and play with the chip on your shoulder and win. And also, because you do have a deep roster, there's going to be a lot of competition. And we'll hear about how much these guys like each other and how much they get along. But there's also guys, if we can figure out the difference in playing time between guys 8 or 9 and guy 12, or guy 4 or 5 or guy 8 or 9, well, you know they can. So how much playing time do you want? So that ought to help lift the whole group too.
There's 3 things I want: playing time, money, and winning.
I got to say, I can't say he's automatically wrong, but Ben bugged me when he said they're the 25th best defensive team. They've been 30, and Tim Lacombe has said all along, hey, part of the problem here is you made the meeting optional. PK, have you and I ever gone to meetings, and it turns out people treat them like they're optional, and in some cases they were labeled optional? So when a meeting's labeled optional, a lot of people aren't going to show up. Well, defense has been optional because they were tanking. Now they're trying to win, and they have a deep enough roster. Defense isn't optional anymore. Will Hardy will pull you, and then when you ask him why you're not playing, he's going to point to your defense. So Tim's thought is that they can improve defensively just because winning and defense are no longer optional. They're not tanking. Everybody knew what the deal was, and everybody knows the deal has changed. So I don't think they can be a great defensive team as currently constituted, but I don't see why they can't get to 15th or 20th.
I think all their stats were untrue.
Yeah.
Because the purpose behind the game is to win. And once that purpose is removed, like you talked about the U.S. team in the game that they lost in soccer. Well, the purpose of that game wasn't to win.
Right.
Right. They'd already clinched. They did what they needed to do. So why am I going to worry about that?
Yep.
And it's not like I totally blow it off either, but I'm saying, why am I going to worry about, oh my gosh, they don't have this, that. I watched that game, and that game had a feel that wasn't like the other games. And I'm not a big soccer guy, and I could figure it out. Right. So they were playing so many guys, I couldn't even name you half the guys without a roster. And I'm supposed to think that then equates to an accurate standing in the defensive categories or offensive categories in the league. I don't know that I can really do that. Now, this year, the answer would be yes, it would reflect, and it's going to reflect accurately, but I'm not really sure where they come in on either end of the floor that way. That's something that's going to have to unfold as the season progresses.
Greg says, I'm surprised. I think we got a lot back for Kessler. Late first-round picks are now almost as valuable as early picks with the new draft lottery rules. A couple months ago, I wouldn't have been super happy about that haul, but now it looks pretty good. And I think you have to factor on top of that that the organization, and I get it's changed because Austin's here now, but a lot of the same people are still here. The organization has done a pretty good job of identifying late first, early second round players and developing them. It's a different deal. You're trying to find somebody with one skill who can help you play minutes. You're not trying to find, necessarily the star who's going to carry the team. Maybe you get fortunate and you do, but they've done a pretty good job with those guys.
And when are those picks available? 30 and 31 and 33?
Yep.
What the crap am I even talking about that for now?
Well, I think the other thing is what you pointed out. By the time it gets to 31, who says the Jazz are going to have that pick? Those picks are valuable.
And who
assets.
says it's not going to be a top 5 pick?
And it could be. We don't even know what the lottery rules will be that far out. And they may have traded it for a veteran along the way who really helps them. So they have assets. And we'll see how they get deployed.
Amen, Captain.
Brad, I've said this all along. Name a center Danny Ainge has spent max dollars on. He doesn't spend max money on centers.
Robert Parrish.
Pre-salary cap, Robert Parrish. Can we keep going or we got to go to break? Wrap it up. Okay, we got to wrap it up, PK. For a holiday weekend, you have anything to say before you go off to enjoy fireworks on a 3-day weekend?
Enjoy it, man. Only comes around once a year.
True that right there. All right, coming up next, Scotty G and Tim Lacombe, the coach on the way. Stay with us.
Presentation portion.
As we say farewell to the show.
Where did the time go? That's it. I worked really hard on this.
We shall meet again, old friend.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Too good at goodbye.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get ready for the action at the 92nd Annual Utes Stampede Rodeo. Kick things off at Extreme Bulls on July 8th. Then join us July 9th through the 11th for pro rodeo action every night at 8 p.m. Watch top cowboys and cowgirls compete. Plus, don't miss the high-flying thrills of the Flying U Flying Cowboys Extreme Motocross Riders. Grab your tickets now at UtesStampedeRodeo.com. It's an event that's been 92 years in the making. You don't want to miss the 2026 edition of the Utes Stampede Rodeo.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is coming to Salt Lake City. Join us at the Hyatt Regency Hotel on July 4th and 5th.
It's a July 4th weekend card show. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards.
Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Hyatt Regency Hotel, Saturday and Sunday, July 4th and 5th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Best Friends Animal Society is working to ensure that every dog and cat in the country has a safe place to call home. Just like Superman, you can use your power for good. Join us. Visit bestfriends.org to adopt an out-of-this-world pet near you. Together, we will save them all.
We are mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Imagine living with a condition that could be cured by a simple surgery, but there's no hospital nearby, no trained surgeon, and no hope for treatment. This is the reality for millions of people across Africa and around the world. Mercy Ships changes that, bringing free, life-changing care to those who need it most.
There's no other ship in the world that has a cargo of hope and healing.
You see tangible change and like futures transformed. We leave people who've been healed, not just physically, but spiritually and emotionally.
Mercy Ships has delivered hope and healing to thousands, and there are so many more who need us. Learn more about our mission at mercyships.org.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And I want to welcome you into a brand new edition of Scotty G and the Coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. No Scotty G, no the Coach, but we're here to take you through this 10 to 2 hour. I'm Alex Napolis. Sitting across from me is the great Jake Hatch. You hear him every day on the station from 6 to 10 on DJ and BK. Jake, how's it going, man?
Doing well. I'm making it clear. I'm taking coach's role today, okay?
Yes, you are the coach today.
By the way, we said if USA won, that it was going to be an Alex Napolis takeover.
That is true.
That's what's happening.
That is true. Lloyd
and
said.
We were going to kick Scotty and the coach out.
Well,
see ya.
So now here we go. 4 hours of Alex Napolis and Jake Hatch.
Should be fun.
And only 30 seconds of soccer.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the other thing about this. Apparently, you've cut down his 60 seconds.
He doesn't actually know this yet.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you're.
I thought you were aware
you
of
aren't
this.
adding 30 yet. You're going to actually be getting rid of 30 because of what soccer.
What happened?
No, thanks.
What happened to after they win? We get to,
no. Yeah, but
time.
after that, those shenanigans, the red card shenanigans. Sorry, I've lost all respect.
You've not been
you
penalized.
are losing 30.
Oh,
so
man.
This is probably like 10 of those 30 right now. So I would get moving.
Well, hey, the good news is that the U.S. men's national team won last night. They got the 2-0 over Bosnia. They're moving on to the next round. They'll take on Belgium on Monday in the round of 16. Massive win for the U.S. last night.
That was not your cue to talk more soccer.
No, then that's it. That's we're gonna leave it there.
And we move along.
Jake, how's it going, man?
Doing well. How are you?
Good, man. Thanks for sitting in and
absolutely
and hanging out with me today while Scotty and Coach are out.
Yeah. This is gonna be fun. Obviously, this is a crazy time of year. I know that early July, typically we're all gearing up for Independence Day, and for good reason. But you have NBA free agency, NHL free agency. We just came out of 2 drafts, which are fairly impactful for both of the local franchises here. So, yeah, it's been a pretty hectic week, all things considered.
The NBA season the NBA offseason seems to be just as entertaining as the in-season stuff. Everything that's happening off the court, whether it's the trades, whether it's the moves, whether it's the free agency that we've just seen this week, there's never not an entertaining moment in the NBA.
No, and that's the thing that they've endeavored to build, because we all know that the NFL owns the sports calendar 24/7, 365. That's just the way they've built the league. Well, the NBA is trying to echo that, and they really kind of do own this time of year. Free agency, the trades that go down, and that's the kind of the fun part about this is one of those big trades. Now, there are, I think, two what you call almost blockbuster trades out there in the NBA. One of them involves the Utah Jazz.
Absolutely. We'll get to the one that involves the Utah Jazz because Walker Kessler and the Utah Jazz is your starting lineup here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So the Utah Jazz move on from Walker Kessler via sign-and trade with the Los Angeles Lakers. They trade Walker Kessler to LA for unprotected first-round picks in 2031 and 2033, and first-round swaps in 2028 and 2030. That is quite the haul for Walker Kessler. This is a guy who the offer was on the table for Walker Kessler to remain as a member of the Utah Jazz. I think every Utah Jazz fan, including everybody that I've seen online and everybody that I've talked to, having the idea of Jaren Jackson Jr. lining up alongside Walker Kessler next season was incredibly tantalizing for all the Jazz fans.
Sure.
But now you quickly pivot, you move on, and Walker Kessler will now become a member of the LA Lakers.
That's the interesting dynamic with this is that the Jazz currently, as the roster currently stands, don't have what I would consider a true viable five. That was what Walker Kessler was supposed to be for this lineup. And we had Ben Anderson on with DJ and PK about an hour ago. And the first thing, I think DJ asked him a question like, so what's your biggest concern for the Jazz right now? And he said, the center position. Because Walker Kessler, outside Victor Wembanyama and Rudy Gobert, is probably those are the three premier defensive centers in the NBA right now. And to lose him obviously is a concern considering you have Yusuf Nurkic and apparently they're going to sign Jackson Hayes to man that center position. And it's probably going to require them, playing some center by committee. That may involve Jaren Jackson Jr., who, to his credit, is a former Defensive Player of the Year in the NBA. He's just not a true five-man. He actually fits better at the four. I'm curious to see how the Jazz handle this, but at the same time, you make the point that they got an absolute haul. Yeah, they outdid the likes of the Boston Celtics. They outdid Luka Doncic himself in terms of the haul that came back in return for that trade. And it shows yet again that when Danny Ainge and, in this case, Austin Ainge get involved in a trade, they're going to get everything that they can get out of you.
Walker Kessler got more draft picks than John Morant.
Yeah.
Got more than Luka Doncic, which is insane world to even think about that. But here we are with the Utah Jazz and the Angels making good business. Now, again, I think it's unfortunate that the Jazz have to move on from Walker Kessler. I think every Jazz fan would have liked Walker Kessler to be a part in the Utah Jazz uniform, but the question now quickly turns to, and I think the good news is that you don't necessarily have to have a right away answer at the five position. Massive to get Yusuf Nurkic back. Now, looking back at, he leaves some money on the table to stay with the Utah Jazz, to return, to signs a new contract, and will stay a member of the Utah Jazz. And that's probably a bandage for the time being. But the good news is the Jazz now turn the corner out of this rebuild and into a team who can possibly be competitive. The five position isn't it's not. You don't have to have an answer immediately coming into this season.
You don't, but we may need to readjust expectations for this team accordingly due to that. DJ brought up the point that he kind of been targeting this team being a top six, like an NBA playoff team that doesn't have to play in the play-in. Like he said, that was the expectation. And I think with Walker Kessler theoretically in that lineup, you absolutely could say that's the goal here for this team. But I think you look at it now, and DJ brought up the point, maybe you're looking at maybe top 8. Ben Anderson, obviously tuned to Jake and Ben in the afternoons from 2 to 7. He pointed out, he said, hey, if you're just trying to win in the NBA right now, you can probably be top 10. You can be a play-in caliber team. And that's what the Jazz, considering all the moves they've made and everything they have said, they're pushing to be at minimum. So, while I would like to think this team in time is a true top half of the Western Conference contender, to your point, that's probably not likely based on how the roster is probably going to look at the start of this season. Now, you get to the trade deadline.
That conversation might change.
Yeah, let's say that there's a 5-man that comes on the market, he wants out, and the Jazz are able to use their haul of assets they've got. They got this war chest. I think it's 10 first-round picks up through 2034 right now and you throw them at one of those teams to bring that guy in. Yeah, then you may readjust and say, okay, now you got the guy to man the middle there, and you make that push for the top 6, top 4. But yeah, for the time being, still expectations are you're a play-in team, but maybe not a team that avoids said play-in.
And the trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. continues to look better and better for the Utah Jazz because you do have some flexibility there, right? Mm-hmm. He doesn't have to be tethered to the quote-unquote 4 position. He doesn't have to be tethered to a certain spot on the floor. There is some flexibility there with Jaren Jackson Jr., who can slot into the 5. You can have some look between Jackson Hayes, Yusuf Nurkic, and Jaren Jackson Jr. kind of splitting those minutes, splitting that time. There is flexibility there with Jaren Jackson Jr. and Larry Markkinen, but ultimately you bring up the picks, and I think ultimately you can look maybe at the trade deadline if something's not working out. If somebody becomes available, then you look at using some of the assets that you acquired for Walker Kessler to make a move to improve that roster. I think right now you can get through with just the bandage and the flexibility of JJJ and Larry Markkinen as you push for the playoffs. But once this team kind of really turns that final corner into this is a team who can go and compete for the NBA championship, then you start having a different conversation, which is unfortunate because I think with Walker Kessler on this roster, it probably would have accelerated that a little bit more, considering the talent that would have been on that roster, considering the talent that would have been had, of course, Walker Kessler re-signed with the Utah Jazz. But now that conversation changes a little bit without him.
Well, and it's something I read last night, and Ben also pointed it out this morning, is that with no Walker Kessler, the Jazz may play some more 5-out alignment, where Jaren Jackson Jr. and Larry Markkinen are very capable of playing on the perimeter. And that, without a true center anchoring you on offense, you can afford now to have Keontae George, Darren Peterson, and Ace Bailey on the court together
at the same time
with the other 2 big men and play a true 5-out. And they had success with that last season at points, running that 5-out alignment. Now, does it make you vulnerable defensively? Sure, but if you want to see more of Darren Peterson and Ace Bailey playing together, in some ways, this move actually opens up that opportunity for that, because there was a thought of, okay, is it Darren Peterson or is it Ace Bailey who's your 6th man? That was kind of, I think, the conversation that we were all anticipating probably having at some point, assuming they were going to re-sign Walker Kessler. And until yesterday, I think we all thought, okay, they're probably going to match whatever it is unless it's just completely outlandish. Well, things changed, and now that conversation morphs into, do you actually start a lineup that involves both Ace Bailey and Darren Peterson in that starting lineup? You may yield some stuff defensively, but offensively could be pretty fun.
Absolutely. I think just thinking about a backcourt mix of Keontae George, Ace Bailey, Darren Peterson, it sounds really great as far as you consider the roof or I guess the ceiling that the young talent has, but they've got to improve defensively. And I think coming in for Darren Peterson, right, one of the big things that stood out to me during the pre-draft process, and one of the things that stood out to me about Darren Peterson was his potential at being an incredible two-way player, because he already has a big step defensively, but now you need to see that from Keontae George, and now you need to see that from, of course, Ace Bailey, who's going to be entering his 2nd year in the NBA.
That's why Walker Kessler, I think, was so important to this lineup, is the fact that
there was some stability there defensively.
Yeah.
Right? You knew what you were getting defensively out of Walker Kessler. I don't know if you're at a point yet where you know what you're getting out defensively from a Keontae George on a winning Jazz team and an Ace Bailey on a winning Jazz team.
And to put it kindly, the problem with Ace and Keontae is they have been below average defenders at best so far in their NBA careers. And you need guys who can stop guys on the perimeter. Darren Peterson has that ability to be a stopper. He can play truly 2 ways. He has shown that already, both at the AAU, EYBL circuit in high school, and obviously during his time at Kansas. He has shown that ability. Now, can he do that for 82 games? TBD on that front. But you do, you're right. Ace Bailey, Keontae George, without having, the Walker Kessler, the Rudy Gobert, the true big man that cleans up your messes on defense, you have to... Of the Olay defense for Utah Jazz perimeter players has to go by the wayside.
Right. And now without Walker Kessler, I'm also looking at the rebounding numbers.
Well, yeah.
I'm looking at rebounding and seeing where Jaren Jackson Jr. can improve as far as the rebounding goes, and where this team can find some extra rebounds, because that you lose a lot of that without Walker Kessler.
You do, and Will Hardy's been very clear that he expects the rebounding to be a team-wide effort. He doesn't exempt anybody. Trust me, you and I have heard enough of these post-game press conferences. Lloyd's heard them. That he expects guys to put effort out there, and rebounding is about effort. Honestly, that is like the number one thing about a team that rebounds well is there's an effort level that's required of it. And we're talking Keontae George on up to Lauri Markkanen. They all have to put the effort out there. And yes, without a Walker Kessler, a true rebounding machine, it's going to take more of a team-wide effort. I think Yusuf Nurkic, in that respect, he actually, for everything that he's not, he's actually a pretty effective rebounder. He's a bit of a sieve defensively. It's just who he is at this point in his career. Doesn't move as well laterally, even though he didn't move well laterally much overall in his career. But he can rebound well. And yeah, it's going to require, if you're near the basket and that shot goes up, turn, get your body on a man, and get that basketball.
Do you think Walker Kessler ever gets to the levels that I think everybody thinks that he can get to now with Luka Doncic and the Los Angeles Lakers? Because there's a lot of pressure to deliver in LA.
You mean the Vanilla Thrice, or the snow, or the
whatever they're
the
calling
Snowtime Lakers?
Yeah, right.
No, here's the thing: Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves are going to make life pretty easy for Walker Kessler. They are two very, very good lob players, and that's what Walker Kessler thrives on, is guys who can deliver the ball where it needs to be, so it's easy for him at the rim. And that's what, especially in the case of Luka Doncic, he has shown throughout his career that he's very good about playing with elite big men. And if you believe the reports out there, that's what he essentially told Lakers brass: get me an elite five man. And Walker Kessler looks like he's on that arc to become one of those guys. I really do think that defensively he's right up there. He's one of the best in the entire league, even though how old is Walker now? Is he 23, 24?
I think 24, yeah.
Yeah, but he's still very early on in his career. He hasn't even reached his official prime, what you would imagine. So there are still levels of his game to come, I imagine. And yeah, the Lakers, considering the amount of money they're going to pay him, Doncic and Reeves, I think they've tied up $125 million between those three alone. Yeah, expectation level in LA, Walker Kessler, welcome to the big leagues, son. Because you saw the TMZ video, right?
Yes, at the airport.
It was LAX, I think. Yep. And that's just like a smattering of what he can expect to face now almost on a near daily basis with call him paparazzi, call him media, whatever you want. That's going to happen to him all the time.
That's the territory of what comes with being a Los Angeles Laker.
Yeah, you are a big you-know-what.
Oh, yeah. As far as, the move for the Lakers go, too, they've tied up a lot of capital in this, and now I think, if I'm not mistaken, they don't have any picks to really be flexible if this doesn't work out.
So yeah, if I recall correctly, the NBA's collective bargaining agreement allows you to trade first-round draft picks as far as 7 seasons out. That is so it resets every year, obviously, because right now we're in 2026, so you can trade 7 seasons out. Los Angeles Lakers, for the next 7 seasons, as it currently stands, do not have a first-round draft pick. They have traded every one of those. And yeah, so they are banking on this iteration of what they're building here. They've also added Colin Sexton, Quentin Grimes also signed on yesterday, if I recall. Yes. One other player that they signed out of free agency. This is their squad, for better or worse, Alex. Now, do you get down the line 2 or 3 years and suddenly realize, hey, we need to make a move to acquire some assets to reboot it in a sense? Yeah, you may have to do that. But for I'd say next 2 seasons, this is the core of what you're working with in LA.
And I'm wondering what the concerns is as far as Walker Kessler's health goes down the line, right? Because we still haven't seen Walker Kessler, I think, get to the levels, and of course, how much of that was the Jazz pulling it back a little bit?
That's the thing,
to focus on the youth movement. How much of that was a little bit,
His shoulder was a concern. Remember, he threw it. It sublexed or dislocated. Lloyd, do you remember what it was? Was it subluxation? Was it dislocation? What was the?
Yeah, I know it was a labrum.
Yeah, but
it was dislocating. I think.
But it was happening because he was just moving his arm. It was that loose. So he had that surgery.
Stretched.
I think long term, I'm not that concerned about it. I think, honestly, a lot of the concerns about his durability is more a symptom of what the Jazz have been going through for the past 4 seasons, where, let's be real, they've been massaging lineups, to put it kindly.
Right.
And yes, the shoulder was a concern, the fact that he was throwing it out without doing much, but he's had that surgery. By all accounts, based on what folks like Austin Ainge have said, he's been diligent in his rehab, and assuming everything worked out on that front, I think he's going to be just fine health-wise. But in this day and age of the NBA, you've got to play, I don't know, the era of the 82-man Ironman, 82-game Ironman is over.
Right.
It's like 7.
And I think the reality...
The rule is 65 to be eligible for awards.
Right.
I think the era of like 70 games is you're considered an Ironman. I think Walker's capable of that. Do you agree with that, or do you think it was something different?
No, I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with that. I think ultimately a little bit was the Jazz trying to make sure to pull it back a little bit to make sure that they were in a good spot to focus on the youth movement. But I don't think anybody can in this era of the NBA. I think going after a player and thinking that a player can go 82 games in a season, maybe it's not as realistic as it once was.
How is it not? These guys' bodies are so. You're telling me these guys are in better shape than, say, like a Cal Ripken Jr.?
Well, that's the thing about
the ultimate Ironman, by the way.
Yeah.
Go look at that record if you don't know about it, kids.
Yeah, sure. And I think you make a good point there, Lloyd, is that
the reason they did it, I mean, it was for the fans. They played for the fans, and it's just, I get it. We're in a different world now.
But it was a pride thing as well.
Absolutely.
There was, and I will say, I think in this modern day of the NBA, it's so physically taxing in the league now because there's so many elite athletes. And I'm not saying that eras past didn't have this. The style of basketball is you get out and run. Mm-hmm. It's just everybody tries to run in this league. And it's like you get rebound, your outlet pass immediately, and you're off to the races. And I think it puts a heavier toll on guys' bodies, even though I think the modern NBA player's body, like I guess by and large on average, I would say is in better physical condition than at any point of eras past for the NBA. I just think that the game demands more now than it did in eras past.
Yeah.
But you make a good point, Lloyd. Like I think the collective three of us on the show today, we grew up in an era watching, and Alex, I know you're younger than Lloyd.
Yeah, I'm not going to put Alex there.
Fair.
Alex is he is a youngster.
Category.
By the way, do you know how many seasons Cal Ripken Jr. played? I'm sure I'd have to look it up because I couldn't remember.
No,
how many
not
straight
off the top of my head,
straight
no.
seasons?
How many straight seasons?
Just take a guess.
4.
What?
No,
I don't know.
17.
17.
You really not know about Cal
straight
Ripken?
seasons.
No.
Wow. I think he's young. But that's okay. I'm not going to hold it against you.
Okay.
He played 17 straight
That's
seasons.
impressive. That's impressive.
And we also
2,131 consecutive games without missing.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And you're not going to
see that.
No,
in this
no,
era.
you're not.
Because I think, looking at it, especially from like the Walker Kessler perspective, where he hasn't had a season where we've seen him completely go through without having some type of injury concern. Mm-hmm. Why would I have Walker Kessler empty out his tank in the 82 game season when there's the playoffs that I need that you should be focused on?
Well, and that's the thing is, Lloyd and I, we grew up in the 90s watching Carl and John, speaking of Karl Malone and John Stockton. John missed a grand total of, I think, like it was like 30 some odd games his entire NBA career. And it was like one of them was a 24 game span.
And most of that might have been one of his last seasons.
It was that broken leg. Remember, he had a 24 game span that he missed because of broken leg. He would miss maybe 1, maybe 2 games. And there were multiple seasons where eras past of NBA fans like myself who grew up in the 90s watched these guys play. It was a pride thing. They were playing for the fans. They showed up every single night. It's a little different now.
Yeah,
and
load management.
It's not even that it's load management. I know that's it's become a very derisive term to use that to really get after people. But I really do think that Walker Kessler, we're going to see truly what he's made of. Because the expectation with that contract he's got now, he's got to deliver.
Absolutely.
Because LA has staked a lot on him.
Absolutely. There is a lot going on in the NBA when it comes to NBA free agency, trades. Obviously, the big one yesterday was Jaylen Brown, and we'll dive into that next because the Philadelphia 76ers are making a move. They go all in on Jaylen Brown. Cole Bagley coming up at 11:05, our Utah Mammoth insider here on KSL Sports. He'll jump in and he'll talk about what a massive day it was for the Utah Mammoth yesterday as far as picking up up some signings, picking up some trades in picking up some signings in free agency, picking up some trades, and then we'll have Andy Bailey jumping on the show at 12:05 to talk NBA. That's coming up later on in the show. Again, coming up next, we'll talk Jaylen Brown and the 76ers here on Scotty G and the Coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz are worse today than they were yesterday. The Jazz are not better without Walker Kessler. The Jazz made a trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. to ideally compete for the playoffs this season. That is less likely than it would have been had they had Walker.
So the Jazz are a little worse on paper as a roster. Check. But did they overpay the wrong guy?
No.
No, they did not.
Which we have learned today is maybe the single worst thing you can do in the NBA.
By overpaying the wrong guy. And they did not. Now, the Jazz probably, I'm guessing, offered what they were comfortable offering, or probably pretty close in the 28-29. And honestly, probably didn't want to go much higher.
We would rather lose Walker at that number with 2 draft picks and swaps versus have Walker at $39 million.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth. But here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk's up.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I lost my 19-year-old son Johnny to suicide following cannabis-induced psychosis from marijuana. The THC in a dab today is the same as 50 old-fashioned joints. Studies show THC increases the risk of anxiety, depression, and schizophrenia in developing brains. I lost my child, but it's not too late for yours. Educate your teen on the harms of marijuana.
A public service message from Johnny's Ambassadors. Learn the risks and get the facts at johnnysambassadors.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Some kind of
Welcome back in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach, Alex Napolis and Jake Hatch, sitting in for the day. What a busy day it was yesterday in the NBA. But the biggest move that stands out.
Before you get there, this is your first song. Today's your day. Today's your playlist.
My day, yes.
Don't just run right past it.
Today's your playlist day. And,
how deep are we going to get with your playlist?
Oh, not very deep. I wasn't very creative today. No deep cuts. No deep cuts for me today.
Well, that's a shame.
We'll start with Jimi Hendrix, who I absolutely love and adore. Great music.
One of the all-timers, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. What a busy day it was in the NBA yesterday. Mm-hmm. Plenty of moves in free agency, plenty of moves as far as trades goes, but the biggest one, of course, one of the bigger ones that stands out, aside from the Walker Kessler move, is, of course, Jaylen Brown, who now has a new home. But let's rewind it a little bit. Let's go back to the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade, because this was a major talking point, because the Celtics were rumored to be in the Giannis sweepstakes. It was rumored that it was going to be Jaylen Brown who was going to be a part of that deal. And immediately, right, once he goes to Miami, one of my first thoughts was, when that all went down, was how does Jaylen Brown return to the Boston Celtics locker room, knowing that the Boston Celtics were shopping him around for Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Well, and he had kind of already, I don't know, dictated the terms, probably wrong.
Somebody who's been as vocal as he's been.
Oh yeah, he's a Twitch streamer.
As opinionated as he is, like, of course, this was gonna turn out to. In the end, it was gonna come down to this.
I swear, this guy spends more time on Twitch than almost anything else in his world. And the thing about it is, you're right. There was no way that Boston, as often as he had been brought up in trade rumors, there was no way. You had to make a move. Now, do I understand why Boston fans, including one illustrious Bill Simmons, are miffed that they traded one of their franchise pillars to one of their arch rivals?
Right.
And by the way, didn't get near the haul that you would expect maybe a guy who he was 6th in NBA MVP voting, if I recall correctly, this year.
Yes. The Celtics would not have been in the position that they were in this season without Jaylen Brown.
No.
Simple as that.
Yeah, so to trade him, to one of your arch rivals, and to not get the haul that is probably befitting of a guy of his status. Yeah, I get why Boston fans this morning are like, what's going on here? And the other thing about it is, people claiming that Philadelphia, I saw somebody say, I don't remember who it was, Philadelphia got gifted a NBA Finals run with him joining the 76ers, and my immediate thought was, I understand kind of why you say that on paper, but we're also talking about the Philadelphia 76ers and guys like Joel Embiid, who... Right. You want to talk about the term load management was coined for Joel.
For Joel Embiid, yes. So the 76ers are setting Paul George 2 first-round picks, one that in 2028 and 2031, and 2 second-round selections that come in 2028 and 2030 to Boston to complete the deal. I think, on paper, and just looking at this from the perspective of the Philadelphia 76ers, you move on from Paul George. And I think that's huge. Obviously, there was the situation with him last season where he gets suspended for some time, and the massive contract that he was on. You finally move on from that, and I think that's great news. You bring in Jaylen Brown, who obviously is a step up to Paul George, but I just don't know if this is one that puts you over the hump if you're the 76ers, because of the injury history and the concerns with Joel Embiid.
It'll be interesting. Now, we all know that the East is a much, I don't know. It's probably, okay, easier is probably the right term. It's an easier chance for you to climb to the top of the heap in the East than it is in the West. Will this put Philadelphia over the top? Probably not.
I have a hard time seeing it.
Because I know that New York, losing Mitchell Robinson dings them a little bit because he goes to Boston now. By the way, congratulations are in order to Mike Conley, Mountain Mike himself. He's going to be the 14th all-time NBA player to play 20 seasons by virtue of signing with the Celtics. So congratulations to Mike. He was really good when he was here. I really enjoyed his run with the Jazz. But Boston's not going to take much of a step back, it doesn't feel like, because if Jason Tatum's back at the peak of his powers, well, he is, in many people's eyes, superior to Jaylen Brown. So you would think that what Jaylen Brown and the Celtics accomplished this year, he's capable of maybe doing that and a little bit more. New York's not going anywhere as the defending champions. I think there are teams like Indiana. Remember, the Pacers made the NBA Finals, and they took a step back this year because of injuries, the Achilles to Tyrese Halliburton. They're not planning on staying down. They're planning on jumping kind of right back into the fray. Giannis is now in Miami teaming up with Bam Adebayo, and you can guarantee that with the way that Miami constructs their roster and the way that they just kind of run things, Miami's not. So this is not putting Philadelphia at the top of the heap in the East.
I would have a hard time seeing it. There is, I like Tyrese Maxey and I like VJ Edgecombe, and I think obviously there's still levels to be unlocked with VJ Edgecombe. But aside from Maxey, aside from Edgecombe, and aside from Jaylen Brown, I just keep coming back to Joel Embiid and him never being able to get through the injuries, him never being able to be available for the 76ers, and I think ultimately that's going to be a detriment because in the playoffs you learn that depth is massive, and you learned, I think too, without Joel Embiid, there's questions there for at the 5 for the 76ers and the depth that they have aside from Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe and now Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, so I understand why Boston had to do what they did because obviously there was just no way that you were going to maintain a good locker
working
room
relationship with Jaylen Brown after you said, "Hey, we're going to trade you off for Giannis," and obviously Giannis goes to Miami.
But I do wonder it's in some way why they didn't send him west to a team out here this direction to get him out of the East. But hey,
to a direct rival.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And by the way, a team that just knocked you out of the playoffs. Like Philadelphia, that was an epic 7-game series, and I know that Philadelphia flamed out shortly thereafter, but they did knock you out of the playoffs. And then you're like, hey, by the way, do you want to have one of our franchise players here? Like, so it's going to be very interesting. I actually like, and you mentioned this at the start of, of today's show, about the fact that the NBA offseason, it never disappoints. There's just so much going on with it. The way some of these teams are remaking themselves, there is a ton of intrigue. Because, Philadelphia, on paper, they've got a really talented roster. Now, I thought kind of the same thing when they added Paul George. It was like, they got some dudes. They added VJ Edgecombe, who I thought was one of the best rookies, if not the best rookie in the NBA this past year. But then Miami's like, hey, Giannis wants out of Milwaukee. Okay, we'll take him, and we'll pair these guys up. The way some of these teams have remade themselves, and that does include the Utah Jazz to a level here, Alex, there is a ton of intrigue going into this coming NBA season.
Absolutely. Looking now too at some of the other moves happening around the NBA, obviously the one that stands out is Kawhi Leonard. Yeah. The Kawhi Leonard experience is now done and over with for the Clippers.
I forgot about Toronto with Kawhi.
Right, after all the drama and after everything that came out with the aspiration and
that's not done yet.
No, and that's far from over. The Clippers decide to move on from another guy who hasn't necessarily been as available as I think everybody in the Clippers organization has wanted him to be, and now he heads back to Toronto, a place where he ended up winning a championship.
Yeah, the Kawhi thing's an interesting situation because obviously we're all kind of sitting here saying, hey, Adam Silver, are you ever going to, get to the bottom of what happened with that whole deal? And was it salary cap circumvention by the Clippers? Like what? And now that he's moving to another team, by the way, you mentioned he had one of the best single runs as a player leading Toronto to the NBA championship. He's going to rekindle, I think, some of those memories of 2019 for Toronto fans. My concern is, does he have a Pascal Siakam? Because remember, Siakam was very, very good, kind of being the Robin to his Batman during that run. Now, Siakam is with Indiana, and him and Tyrese Halliburton are expected to drag Indiana back into the fray when it comes to being a playoff team in the East. I'm interested to see what Kawhi does. Like, honestly, is he got that motivation to go out there and prove himself once again? Or now that is he 35 now, 36, somewhere in that realm? Is Father Time finally starting to catch up?
Yes. I think, I've liked the reaction that I've seen online from Toronto Raptor fans. Everybody's excited that they get back Kawhi Leonard, but the question that I look at when I look at this trade for Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto is, does nostalgia win you championships? And the answer is no.
Typically no.
And the answer is no. And I think now you're looking at a Kawhi Leonard who is 35 years old and, again, hasn't been as available as the Clippers have wanted him to. I just don't see how this one. Talking about the East again, right? It is a relatively weaker East than the Western Conference, but I don't see how this pushes you over the top or how it really improves the Toronto Raptors. It is a big upgrade over Ingram, I will say, again, when he is healthy.
Okay, based on this conversation we've just had here, I feel like the East has got a bunch of teams that are all level with one another, if that makes sense. They've all got 1 or 2 star-level players. The question is, which of the supporting casts will push them over the hump here,
Absolutely.
Because Toronto, Indiana, I really do think Indiana is a major bounce-back candidate. Assuming Tyrese Halliburton is back to what he was, then Boston, then New York, obviously the defending champs, you can't...
Yeah. There's a reason you go out and you sign Landry Shamet for 4 years.
Yeah.
There's a reason you go out and you sign Jose Alvarado for 3 years, as far as the Knicks go.
Miami. And then, oh, by the way, a certain team that just took one of our locals, speaking of the Washington Wizards, they've got A.J. DeBonsa. They've got Anthony Davis for the time being, because there's those rumors out there.
Whether or not he's still there at the trade deadline, we'll see.
But they also have Trae Young.
Right.
So the East feels like it's very much, it's kind of like an even playing field right now on paper across the East. We'll see which of those teams emerges at the top and kind of gets pushed over the hump. I look at the West as having some more clear delineation. I do think that San Antonio and Oklahoma City are the class of the West. They're kind of the top dogs. Los Angeles Lakers want to be in that mix. The Utah Jazz want to kind of be in that next cut underneath those and at some point rise to that same level. So it'd be kind of an interesting dynamic here where, I'm just thinking in my head, East seems like it's very much the top 8, 9, 10 teams could all be on a very similar plane, whereas the West's got some more. I think there's a clear-cut identity of what the West stacks up as.
I'm curious what happens to the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what moves.
Hey, our good friend Trey Fitzgerald, obviously.
Yeah.
He is very frustrated with the way that Denver's trending.
I guess, the lack of moves from Denver. I am curious to see what happens to the Houston Rockets, and whether or not that Kevin Durant trade actually gets them over to gets them to the spots where they actually want to be. And then I'm curious to see what happens with Ball and Anthony Edwards in Minnesota, and putting your chips in for, quite literally putting all your chips in for Ball.
LaMelo Ball, Ant, and then Rudy Gobert playing there's some intrigue for all these teams. That, by the way, that's the fun part about this upcoming season is you got 82 games to really kind of see how it all shakes out. Now, you also have to acknowledge that injuries will play a role.
That's just
looking at
what we were talking about earlier.
Sheer dumb luck sometimes. Now, Alex, when we come back, it's a great question posed by one of our listeners, questioning your youthfulness.
Uh-oh.
It involves the NBA, it involves the Utah Jazz, and we'll see if you know about this individual and why he is thought of so very highly in NBA circles. So how about we get to that next?
Absolutely. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Mills are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Mills Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. We'll get to that, and we'll get to what you may have missed coming up next here on Scotty G and the Coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
The news just breaking. Shams and ESPN reporting the Lakers are acquiring Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round draft picks in 2031 and 2033 and first-round swaps in 2028 and 2030.
Goodbye, Walker. I think they had to let him go. I was bracing myself. This is a part of the puzzle. It's not a complete, okay, this is it, that's it, this deal. Yeah. It's in a box. No, it wasn't going to be Darren Peterson, and that was it. The thing that I like about it is get it done rather than being held hostage. They clearly were held hostage by Gordon Hayward. Get in there and make moves now. And I don't think they wanted to match it in the 30s. And so since they didn't want to match it in the 30s, get stuff back.
Yes, do not let him walk.
You never let a Walker walk. So go make some other moves, see what you got cooking, what you can do to help get the team better.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
At National Geographic Society, we believe in the power of wonder. It drives us to explore, pushes us to see the world differently, moves us to action. And we believe that today, wonder is more essential than ever. Wow. That's why we're supporting a new generation of explorers to ask big questions, make breakthroughs, and bring the future closer. Wonder awaits. Will you join us? Visit natgeo.org/wonder.
Accessing the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back into Scotty G and the coach. I'm Alex Nepolis. Jake Hatch sitting in for Scotty and coach today. Jake, you had a proposition at the end of that last segment.
Okay, so this is a question that comes from our good friend, Classless Skip. Now, obviously, he is a longtime listener, and he and I go back and forth on things from time to time. And it goes back to the debate we had earlier today, because you didn't know about Cal Ripken's epic Ironman streak. 17 straight MLB seasons, 162 games, played forever. I vividly remember sitting down the night he broke that record, had that trot around Camden Field. You probably watched it too, Lloyd, I would imagine, when he broke that streak. Well, our good friend Classless Skip, bringing it closer to home, said this. On the subject of games played streak, there's Booner, speaking of the legendary Ron Boone, who as his X handle or Twitter handle says, 1,041 straight. He played 1,041 straight games over 12 and a half seasons. He played some 84-game seasons and I think an 86-game season. Crazy. Does Alex know about that one?
I did know about Ron Boone.
Okay.
I did know about that streak. And
the Booner.
I did, obviously, because he and David Locke do a fantastic job on the radio calls here on the KSL Sports Zone. And so I did know about, and I was aware about Ron Boone's streak of 1,041 consecutive games.
He played a really long time, and credit to Ron Boone, by the way, he is still sharp as a tack. Every time I talk to him, he's still on it. And he's a legend in every sense of the word, and we're lucky to have him in this community.
Yeah,
in fact, the Rons in general, Ron McBride.
Good point. Ronnie Mack too. Yeah,
we got a good run on the Rons right now.
We do.
Because they are sharp as a tack.
They are.
Both of them.
But it's fun to. legendary player, but obviously he's become just an incredible broadcaster over the many, many years he's done it.
We just had him on last week after the NBA draft. He jumped on with Scotty and Coach, and he was super, super excited about Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
And the culture, I guess, that the Will Hardy has built. And again, someone has a front row seat to all that, and to be able to talk about the culture that Will Hardy has established in that coaching staff. He had nothing but great things to say. And so that, I think, of course, as Jazz people listening who are Jazz fans should be really excited for what's to come for this team, who's now on the verge of moving on from this rebuild. What you may have missed, it was obviously a big day yesterday for the NBA, but the NHL is also making some big moves, and a couple of them include, of course, the Utah Mammoth. There are a couple players who are leaving Utah, and there are a couple people who are coming in, including Trocheck.
Vincent Trocheck.
He's coming to Utah.
Yeah, gold medal winner with Team USA in the Olympics. Considered to be one of the best two-way forwards in the league. He doles out hits as much as he scores goals, apparently, and he's up there in age. He's 32. He's going to be turning 33 here, but he is still considered one of the preeminent centers in this league. I think this move, and I'll get your thought on this, Alex, is GMBA, as we like to call him, GM Bill Armstrong, trying to upgrade that center position because it's become so critical to have that spine in the modern NHL, and having a guy like him who can win. By the way, he's a very, very good face-off. He wins a lot of face-offs, and that's something that they've struggled with the Utah Mammoth.
And to talk about the face-offs too, they re-signed Kevin Stenlin,
yes,
who's going to hit free agency, but he comes back, signs a 1-year deal, so that you do have now Trocheck and Stenlin who can get you some good things in the face-off.
They're both very good penalty kill guys as well.
The return for Trocheck, because this one was a trade,
yes,
made with the Rangers, and so the return for Trocheck ends up being Sean Dursey, a 3rd-round pick, and Cole Baudouin.
Now, Dursey is a top 4 D-man, so obviously losing him hurts, but Baudouin is one of the 2 or 3 best prospects amongst a very strong group of prospects the Mammoth have hoarded. And it's not, hoarding is it's almost a derogatory term, but they've just done a very good job about having these assets. And to move Cole to New York in this trade, I think it speaks a lot, to what it took to get Vincent Trocheck here. And I think the comfortability, is that a word I can use here?
Yes.
That with guys like Tija Ginla as other prospects. Baudouin is also a forward, much like Tija Ginla is. And the thought is that Tija Ginla is a franchise cornerstone type talent upcoming here for the Mammoth. You have Logan Cooley, obviously, who looks very much that part as well. Yeah, you had probably to move on from some of these prospects at some point. Maybe Baudouin ends up becoming an absolute stud for the New York Rangers. I'm going to be very happy about that. But I think that the Trocheck move is a move to keep the Mammoth in the mix now, but at the same time, keeping a lot of that powder, to use that expression, dry here for them. Because Tija Ginla's coming. There's a lot of other young talent out in that prospects pool. But by the way, it's noon today, right, Lloyd? That prospects camp scrimmage, their wrap-up of their prospects camp. There's a lot of guys. They're going to be coming here in future years. But Trocheck keeps them relevant in the current time, even though he's a little bit older. But the nice part is the future looks extremely bright still for the Mammoth.
Yeah, the way that I look at it, I think you hit the nail right on the head. Is you hear about the Mammoth's farm system, and you hear about the prospects that they have coming out of the pipeline. And you hear, all these great things about them, and eventually you have to think about, how they turn into the NHL level, how you get them on the roster, or potentially use them for, use them to help entice a team to say, hey, okay, we'll give you Trocheck in exchange for one of these prospects. And so the prospect that goes out the other way is Cole Baudouin, which is unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate to lose a prospect like Cole, but you also get a pretty good return back in Vincent Trocheck.
Yeah, Trocheck, he's not the biggest guy, but he plays bigger than he's listed, 5'11", 187 pounds. But the other big move they made yesterday,
Anders
Lee. Now, he is the New York Islanders captain, and he's older than Trocheck. But the way they structured his deal, it's a 3-year deal overall, 5.4 AAV, average annual value on the contract. But it was pointed out by Puckpedia this morning here, Alex, he is getting $6.75 million this year, and it goes down from there in terms of the overall salary because he's age 35. He'll be age 38 as this contract ends. The good news in all of this is that the Mammoth, in this agreement with Anders Lee, there are no trade protections here. So he is, if for whatever reason you need to utilize him as a trade piece, that he doesn't have a way to block it.
There you go.
So that protects, I think, both him and the franchise. He gets his money. Franchise also has the capability of being able to stay flexible with that roster.
Ultimately, it's a 3-year, $5.4 million deal for Anders Lee as he makes his move over to Utah. A busy day yesterday again for the Utah Mammoth.
Yeah.
Some of the names going out: Ian Cole, Kerfoot, Vanacek, Dursey, Baudouin. Some of the names coming in: Trocheck, Stenlin, and Lee. We'll get Cole Bagley's thoughts on how all these moves worked out for the Utah Mammoth. We'll get some of his thoughts from that development camp. Obviously, the development camp happening right now, there's a lot of eyes on some of those prospects, and we'll get Cole Bagley's idea on some of those guys coming through that Utah Mammoth pipeline that we were just talking about potentially making a move to the NHL and maybe becoming a part of this Utah Mammoth sooner rather than later. That's coming up next. Cole Bagley, our Utah Mammoth insider, here on Scotty G and the Coach on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is coming to Salt Lake City. Join us at the Hyatt Regency Hotel on July 4th and 5th. It's a July 4th weekend card show. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Hyatt Regency Hotel, Saturday and Sunday, July 4th and 5th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back into Scotty G and the coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Napolis, Jake Hatch sitting in for Scotty and the coach. Again, it was a big day yesterday in the NHL, not just for the Utah Mammoth, but a bunch of players that have moved on and a bunch of teams making moves. We'll get some of Cole Bagley's ideas here coming up in just a moment. Expected to join us here in just a bit about what the Mammoth's doing, about what's going on in the NHL, because there are a lot of big moves to also be had. You know, similar to what we were talking about the NBA. Obviously, the NBA, everyone's got an eye on the NBA, but now here, as we welcome in the Utah Mammoth and as we get accustomed to the NHL, we also have to keep an eye on some of these moves happening in the NHL. Jake Hatch.
Well, something that DJ and PK kind of pointed out this morning is like, it's kind of cool to have a second franchise here in the market, and their seasons do overlap. Obviously, they run through the winter and on into the spring, but then they have very similar drafts, free agency, and whatnot. But it gives us extra stuff to pay attention to, and it obviously the rise of the Mammoth rep in the NHL has been something to behold. Ryan and Ashley Smith have done an incredible job about taking a franchise that I have friends who live down in Arizona who said that the Coyotes were a laughingstock of the NHL, and a lot of that went to the ownership and the nickel and dime nature of that ownership group and everything. But Ryan and Ashley Smith, they brought this franchise to Utah. They've loved it up. They've given them top of the line resources, top of the line facilities, and they've been rewarded for it. The Trocheck thing, I don't know if you saw it yesterday. Last year, he had one of those, it wasn't a full no trade clause, but Utah was on his list of teams that he would not accept a trade to. He had put that on the list. This year, he took Utah off that list. That allowed them to get this deal done. Shows you that Salt Lake City, shows you that Utah, the word's getting out about what the Mammoth are. And I grew up in an era where the whole Ron Harper was saying, "You go live in Utah." That was like it's like this. It's like knife wound that we still hold as Utahns about Utah and like the fact that no NBA free agents want to come here. Well, guess what? NHL free agents do, and the Utah Mammoth benefit from it.
Absolutely, and there's now moves to be made because of it. I saw a tweet yesterday that was essentially saying that the testament of what Ryan Smith and Ashley Smith have done for the NHL in the Utah market specifically, the fact that you have players now who were initially didn't want to come to Utah, didn't want to, had Utah on their no trade list, and now all of a sudden moves are to be made to bring in some of those guys.
Yeah, and it's a really fun time to watch. Just the way that things are trending here, and it's fun. It really is exciting to watch a franchise that we're going to talk with a guy who covered them as close as anybody. I'm going to restate that point. If there's somebody that covers the Mammoth better and closer than our good friend Cole Bagley does, I'd like to meet that.
Absolutely. Joining us now here on Scotty G and the Coach, it is the Utah Mammoth insider for KSL Sports, Cole Bagley. Cole, how's it going, man?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Just trying to keep up with everything that's happening in the NHL, trying to keep up with everything that's happening with the Utah Mammoth. Obviously, the Utah Mammoth yesterday, very, very active. And of course, bringing in Vincent Trocheck. There was a trade that was made, and then of course you have Anders Lee, who was picked up. Just your initial thoughts and your initial reactions to some of the moves that the Utah Mammoth has made so far this offseason.
Yeah, I thought, for the most part, I think they've done really well this offseason. Not just in terms of the draft or some of, the Paterka trade and what have you, but I thought they did well yesterday in free agency. In terms of the contracts that they had coming off the books, the Ian Coles and the Kerfoots and the Vantage checks, I think it was the right thing to do to let those guys walk and go and find other suitors. And then in terms of who they were able to bring in between Trocheck and Anders Lee and trading for Trocheck, I think home runs. To me, those moves illustrate and demonstrate how serious this organization is about continuing to get better every single season, about not just settling for the status quo. And Bill Armstrong and Chris Armstrong have talked a lot recently about how difficult it is to get back to the playoffs. Just because they're a playoff team last year doesn't mean anything about this upcoming season. Of the 16 teams that made it 2 years ago, only 10 of them returned this previous year. And so for Utah, they understand that they still have a lot of work ahead of them. It's about I think slow and steady progress, I think is what is eventually going to help them win the race. And for me, I think that that's what they're able to accomplish over the last week or so.
All right, Cole, let's dig into the Trocheck deal here, because it is a trade, and you give us some assets. You give up a top 4 D-man in Sean Dursey. You give up one of your prized prospects in Cole Baudouin. Give me a sense. Do you feel like it was fair value to get him here to Utah in exchange for what you gave up?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty even trade, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, I think it'll take time to really decide a winner, but right off the bat, for the Rangers, I think it helped them accomplish and fulfill some of their needs, right? They didn't have a very deep prospect pool, and they're able to get a really good prospect in Cole Baudouin. They need some help defensively, so they're able to get Sean Dursey and then a 3rd-round pick. So for them, I'd say that, if you're going to grade that trade for the Rangers, I'd probably say B+, A-. And then for Utah on the other end, it's the hardest part of that trade was to give up Cole Baudouin. I've seen him progress over the last couple of years. He had a really good season in Major Junior for the Barrie Colts. He was one of their leading scorers. He was their captain. Watching him at Dev Camp this week, you could see, his intensity level raise and his, intentions to try and push for an NHL roster spot. That's tough. But with that being said, I would say that Cole was probably their 4th best prospect. I'd probably go with, Tej or Denoyer or 1 and 2. And then Ethan Belches, I'd probably put at 3, and Cole Baudouin just right behind him. So for Utah, they have an embarrassment of riches. At some point, they had to start moving on from some of these prospects. And if you're able to get a reigning gold medalist from Team USA, a guy that was super important during, the majority of that tournament. Yes, he played on the 4th line, but he was a specialist. He was one of the primary reasons that the United States was so good on the penalty kill. And he won a lot of important faceoffs for that team. And, he's experienced. Sure, he's up there in age. I think he's going to be turning 33 here shortly. But I think anytime you can get a winner, a guy who knows what it takes to be successful, and a guy that goes to the net and is absolutely just relentless and ferocious, that's a big part of why Utah brought this guy in. They talked to Bill and Chris talked to us yesterday about that as they reviewed the roster and they looked at the potential needs, that was a big deal for them, was to get, straight line players who are going to go to the net, not be afraid to go to the net. And so that's why they brought in not only Trocheck, but Anders Lee. So for Utah, I think, if you're going to grade that trade, I probably would give Utah a B+. Yes, it's hard to give up a guy like Cole Baudouin. I think giving up Sean Dursey, he dropped to the 3rd line. He was a part of the 3rd pair to wrap up the season. I really don't think that you're missing out by letting a guy like that go. Yeah, it sets you back a little bit in terms of your depth and defensively, but Utah's got a couple of guys coming up through the AHL, Simashev and Lambro, who are going to push for a spot. So I think at the end of the day, they'll be okay, and the trade-off is definitely worth it.
Take a look now at Anders Lee, who signs for 3 years, $5.4 million. What do you anticipate to see from Anders Lee? What does Anders Lee bring you on the ice, and what does he bring to this Utah Mammoth team?
Yeah, he brings some things that they've been missing. He brings a lot of size, first and foremost. 6'3" wing, who, again, another menace around the net, another guy that's going to be a big body, who's going to go into near the net front, who's going to block the vision of the goaltender, who's going to use his body, who's going to clean up and score dirty goals. And I think one of the most important things with both of these additions is, where did Utah lack in the playoffs? Well, they lacked physicality. They lacked size. They had a tough time keeping up with the Vegas Golden Knights, who just overwhelmed them. And it made it tough for Utah to generate offense. But you bring in two guys like this who, their bread and butter are those dirty goals, are creating it close near the slot in front of the goaltender. That's going to help bridge the gap to not only getting back to the playoffs, but hopefully winning a first round series. And I think that's likely the goal. And with Anders Lee too, I mean, this is just an incredible human being. He's been the captain of the New York Islanders for a long time. He's played so many seasons there. And so not only are you getting a good seasoned veteran player who's going to help fulfill some of the needs, but he's also definitely a really good leader as well.
The one thing I like about Lee, and you kind of mentioned that they're Cole, so if you already kind of answered, I understand, but you talk about the size of the Vegas Golden Knights, and trust me, it was noticeable when you got on the ice between the Mammoth and the Golden Knights, how big overall VGK were over the Mammoth. A guy like Lee, he brings some of that size that at minimum he can counter that.
100%, and that was when we asked Bill yesterday about why were these two guys, who, by the way, these were two of their most highly coveted free agent and trade prospects. These were the top two of the top guys on their list that they wanted to bring in. They didn't think that Anders Lee was going to be available. They didn't anticipate that he was going to be available and that he would choose Utah over some other suitors. There was some reports yesterday that he picked Utah over the Minnesota Wild, which that just that goes to show
that's massive.
That goes to show you what's being built in Utah, right? I mean, Minnesota is arguably, I'd probably peg them at a dark horse cup contender right now. I mean, just based on what they did last year, they couldn't get past the Colorado Avalanche. I think it was a 4-1 series. They struggled. They've got some things that they've got to figure out. But the fact that he was willing to pick Utah over some other suitors just kind of goes to show what's being built here. What the belief in this organization, in this system is, and how much of an impact he feels that he can have. And yeah, it's like I said. I mean, I think that Utah greatly lacked playoff type players. And that's something that even Coach Torney talked to us about a week ago when I asked him, hey, what did this playoff series teach you about what you need as both a coach and in terms of the team, in order to find more success, a year from now, next spring and summer. And he said, look, one of the biggest things that we've looked at is, which of the players on our roster from last year were just 82 game players? And which players can we go out and get who can not only be 82 game players, but can be postseason players? And to me, I think that Trocheck and Lee are both guys that you look at and go, okay, those guys are going to show up for all 82, and then they're going to make a difference when it comes to the postseason.
We talk about some of the outs, and we hit on the prospect Cole a little bit, but out of Ian Cole, Alex Kerfoot, Vanacek, Dursey, some of the guys that have moved on, is there anybody that you think, anybody that stands out to you that the Mammoth should have considered to keep in here to try to push this team into the next, or are they all good moves of hey, maybe it was time to move on and upgrade at those positions?
Yeah, I think it goes back to what I was just talking about of which of these players on last year's roster were just 82 game players.
Mm-hmm.
I'd argue that pretty much every single one that's been moved was mostly just an 82 game player. Ian Cole is a very successful defenseman. He's won 2 Stanley Cups, but he's also going to be 38 years old. That's tough. He did a lot for this team. He did a lot for not only, I think, mentoring a lot of these younger defensemen, younger players. He was great in terms of media. He would always tell it like it is. Most of the times that Utah lost, we actually usually request Ian Cole because he would just say it like it is. But it was definitely time to move on, and good for him to go and find a pretty decent size contract in Chicago. Alexander Kerfoot, he was definitely a good player. He was kind of regarded as a Swiss Army knife in some regards. He could do a lot. He could play on the wing. He could play at center. He could facilitate. He could score. But again, he had some injuries over these first 2 seasons in Utah. He wasn't always available, and then just wasn't that effective in the postseason.
Yeah.
Then you look at a guy like Sean Dursey. I really like Sean, great human being. But there's a reason that he went from the top pairing and dropped all the way down to the third. He just wasn't as reliable. And I think one of his biggest struggles was he likes to be a puck-moving defenseman, and you need those types of guys on your team. But he would get punished for, overcommitting by pinching it, at times when he shouldn't have. And, that created some issues. And, like I said before, I don't know that he's necessarily a guy that you're going to miss a whole lot. Great human being, like I said, an ambassador for the Utah Hockey Club, for the Utah Mammoth. But, I like that Utah, looked at their roster and said, okay, there's guys that we can definitely move on from here and we can upgrade. And I think that they accomplished that. And even bringing back a guy like Kevin Stenlund, I think that he's a specialist. He's a guy that's going to win a lot of faceoffs for you, who's going to bolster your fourth line, and then who can also help on the penalty kill. I mean, the fact that you're going to have two of the best faceoff specialists in Kevin Stenlund and Vincent Trocheck on your team, those guys are also penalty killers. That just goes to show, again, like I said before, Utah is serious about taking the next step here.
All right, Cole. So when we were getting ready for NHL free agency, the top 50 list of the top free agents came out, and I think across the board, everybody kind of panned this free agent class and was like, there's just not a ton of top-end talent out there. But to your point, the Mammoth have worked their way to get some really good pieces, one via trade, one via free agency. Is the class as, I guess, bad as it's projected to have been, and is the money commensurate with that? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I think this is one of the worst free agent classes of the last 20 years, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I think that's why we saw so many trades over the last week. And, I've been told, from multiple sources that, hey, this is a trade league right now. If you want to get better, you got to make some trades. And obviously, they're still decent players. I still think Anders Lee is a great pickup for the Mammoth. But yeah, it was a very poor free agent class. There really was no top end talent that hit the market where you go and you look at it and you think, man, that's a guy that's really going to make this team a lot better. Or man, that's, there really wasn't any sweepstakes, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's why, we saw so many trades. The Sharks made a lot of trades yesterday.
Sure.
Toronto made a number of trades. Chicago, there's been even more trades today. Like I said before, this is a trade league, currently, and I think that's also why we've seen so many star players on, poor teams, poor rosters ask out and ask to be traded, right? I mean, Brady Tkachuk is now in Florida, and Dylan Larkin's looking for a new home, and there's all that weird nonsense with Zach Werenski, but right now, I think if you're going to get better, it's primarily going to be through the trade market. And, if you can tie up some loose ends with free agents, I think that's really what yesterday was more about was, hey, there's some decent talent, and, we're definitely going to try and approach it that way.
Two of those free agents are goalkeepers. Bobrovsky goes to Toronto, and then Frederik Andersen goes to Edmonton. They're both getting up there in age, especially in the case of Bobrovsky. He's going to be 41, if I recall correctly, when his deal runs out with the Maple Leafs. Do either one of them, I guess more in the case of Edmonton with Frederik Andersen, they've been lacking a goalkeeper. Is that the goalkeeper that can, get Edmonton back to where they want to belong?
No.
Okay.
I mean, there's a reason the guy was pulled, right?
Yes.
In the playoffs. I don't know what it is about the Edmonton Oilers, but the fact that they have fumbled two of the greatest players to ever play the game.
It's true.
Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, the fact that you cannot find a solid goalie to help support that team, because in my opinion, that's all they need. You get a top-end goalie, you're probably competing for Stanley Cups again and potentially winning one. And I am shocked that they didn't look at the market and go, you know what, we're going to go all in and we're going to try Bobrovsky. We're going to just see if maybe that's the guy that puts us over the top. Or Connor Hellebuck has been reported in a whole bunch of trade rumors. Mm-hmm. Why is Edmonton not trying to bring in a guy like that? He just won a gold medal because he was an impenetrable force, Secretary of Defense that we're talking about here, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's baffling to me that, they thought that Tristan Jarry and Connor Ingram were going to be the solutions last year. And then, with that addition yesterday, I just look at it and go, you guys just aren't serious. And, I think it's going to end up costing them, Stanley Cups when they arguably should be competing every single year.
Taking a look across the entire NHL landscape, a lot of moves, and you mentioned it, a lot of free agent pickups, a lot of trades going on. off the top of your head, which ones stand out to you the most? Which teams got better and which teams didn't? I know we were just talking about the Oilers, but other than that, anything else standing out to you as far as the trades and the moves go inside the National Hockey League?
Yeah, I think you look at a team like Toronto. They shipped out a lot of guys yesterday, and they brought in a number. Obviously, we talked about the goaltender just a few minutes ago. I think that that's a team as well that I think kind of sees the writing on the wall in some regards. They have significantly wasted the prime years of Austin Matthews and William Nylander, and they obviously lost out on Mitch Marner. So I think for them, this is kind of they were lucky enough, they were blessed by the hockey gods to get the first overall pick and bring in a guy like Gavin McKenna. And then they made some, trades that I think moved the needle a little bit. It feels like kind of a last ditch effort to figure things out here. If the season goes poor again, I have a tough time believing that they wouldn't, try and blow things up and try and start over and build around McKenna. But I think they made some good moves that'll make them a little bit more competitive. And then, the San Jose Sharks, it was an interesting day for them yesterday. I thought they started out really strong. They added some interesting older pieces in, Trouba and a couple other guys, but I think it closes the gap for San Jose a little bit. I think that, they were a team that was kind of on the cusp of competing for a wild card spot, and then it fell apart at the end of the year. I think with the additions that they made, the draft that they had, and some of these additions, I think it closes the gap and it puts them right there. And it's going to make, the West even tougher. It's like we talked about earlier in the show. Every single year that goes by, it's more difficult to make the playoffs, especially for younger teams like Utah, like San Jose, like Anaheim. Getting back is difficult, and the Sharks definitely made it a lot more competitive, I think.
Cole, real quick before we head to the break, just real quick, the situation on Barrett Hayton. What's the latest there? I saw last week it was going to arbitration. Now you have the Devils offering a sheet to Barrett Hayton. What's the latest on Barrett's status?
Yeah, so interesting situation for sure. A restricted free agent. The team obviously filed for arbitration, which is different than when a player does. There's certain specifications and limits for both. When a team files for arbitration, it does allow the player to still be offer sheeted. And the New Jersey Devils put Utah in a really bit of a pickle, really tough situation. I think they offered Barrett Hayton close to $5 million on a 1-year contract. Most of that was actually in a signing bonus. I think the base salary was only like $850,000, where the signing bonus was like almost $4 million, which I haven't necessarily seen something like that for a while. I think it's tough. Utah re-signed a couple guys this offseason, right? They decided to bring back Carconi, and they brought back Kyle Yamamoto, and they were able to sign those guys each for less than $2 million AAV. Now, they're different players. Barrett Hayton is a different player than both of those guys. He's a center. There's going to be a little bit more value. But in my opinion, close to $5 million for Barrett Hayton, your third or fourth line center, that's quite a bit. I imagine that Utah filed for arbitration because, Barrett probably didn't like the initial offer that he was, given. And, that was an opportunity to have a third party come in and assess value. But then you've got New Jersey coming in here and offering, probably more money than I would anticipate Utah is willing to give up. So, we'll see what happens. I think they have a week before they have to respond. If Utah decides to let him walk and go to New Jersey, then New Jersey does owe the Mammoth a second-round pick. So you at least get something out of it, which is definitely a positive. But like I said, it just depends on what Utah wants to do. They've bolstered their center depth, obviously, by bringing in a guy like Vincent Trocheck. And so I don't know that you necessarily need Barrett Hayton anymore, especially at that price tag.
Cole Bagley, Utah Mammoth Insider here for KSL Sports. Cole's going to hang out with us for another segment. We still have a lot to talk about, Cole. We got to talk about the prospects. We got to talk about the development camp happening out there. So Cole Bagley will join us coming up next segment as well to talk prospects, to talk to get some of his thoughts from what's going on down there at the Utah Mammoth Ice Center. We'll take a break here on Scotty G and the Coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. there was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge of your seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sports' biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you due for something that actually tastes as good as the service feels? Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is your place. The perfect occasion for all occasions. Great food, ambiance, service. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back into Scotty G and the coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Napolis and Jake Hatch sitting in today. Cole Bagley kind enough to join us for another segment. Cole, we were just talking about, prior to the end of the segment, about some of the prospects and some of the things going on down there at the development camp. What has been your thoughts and your takes of seeing some of these guys like Tejan Gillis, some of these guys like Caleb Denoye, and what they're bringing onto the Ester throughout this development camp?
Yeah, it's always fun to kind of see the prospects. I think the most important thing about these development camps is instilling culture. Not only instilling culture, but helping the guys come together, create friendships, create bonds, just to further strengthen the chemistry of the team, right? I mean, excuse me, a lot of these first round picks are the future of this team. The TJ Ginlas and the Denoyes and the Belches. These are guys that are going to make a huge impact, hopefully, on this Mammoth squad for years to come. And so to have an opportunity to bring them in for a couple of days, to get them out on the ice, to get them having fun. I think they went bowling as an activity. A couple of them went to the Bees game last night. They actually hosted a youth clinic, which was really, really cool. They were connecting with, little guys, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds who were, giving them knuckles and, playing games with them. That was really fun and awesome to see. And so I think that's the biggest thing in terms of, skill and what have you. It's a little harder, I think, to judge those types of things in such a short span, especially when, we're only getting to look at these guys for a couple of hours over the course of the week. But, if you wanted to maybe take a couple of things away from this week, I think there's probably two things that have really stood out to me. The first one is how serious TJ Ginla is taking even just this development camp. It feels like he's treating this like training camp. He knows that there's eyeballs on him. He knows that Bill Armstrong's in the building and Coach Torney's in the building and Chris Armstrong and the rest of the coaching staff and front office, and that he's got an opportunity to show them he means business, because this is technically, he's stepping into year 3 in this pipeline, and he wants to start playing at the NHL level. He's seen some of the guys from, other guys from his draft already started making an impact for their squads. He spent a lot of time with some of those players during World Juniors, and he talked about that the other day of, hey, I'm ready. I feel ready. It's my time. A lot of the guys that I grew up playing with who were drafted, during the same year, they're playing. It's my turn to take that next step. And I'd say that based on what I've seen so far, I think he has a really good shot to make the roster, especially if he continues to take it as serious as he has with dev camp. And I'm sure that he's even going to turn it up for rookie camp and then training camp in the next couple of months. The other thing that kind of stood out to me is I think Utah got an absolute steal with their 3rd round pick in Adam Valentini. This is a guy who was expected to go at the end of the 1st round or early mid-second round at the latest, but he continued to drop because of his size. He's about 5'9", 5'10", but he plays so much bigger than that. He's explosive. He's really good on the puck. He's heavy on the puck. He's quick. He's got good handles, and he's got a nasty, nasty shot. They did a shooting drill on day 1, and he scored 3 goals in a row, all top shelf, 2 bar down. I think he finished like 4 of 8 on that drill scoring wise. And I posted a video of the one on both X and Instagram, and you can kind of hear after he scores, everybody goes, "Ooh!" and that's what it was. I mean, he looks really good. And then I asked him the other day, and we got to talk with him. I said, "Hey, what was the draft experience like for you? I mean, I didn't mean to add salt to the wound, but you probably dropped a little bit further than you were expecting. Do you wear that with pride? Does that, you kind of have a chip on your shoulder?" He's like, "Absolutely. It definitely fuels me. But at the end of the day, it's just a number. And, whether, you're a 1st round pick or a 2nd or a 3rd or a 4th, everybody's vying for the same thing. We're all just trying to earn a job." And he says, "I will do everything in my power to make it to the National Hockey League." And so I really like what I've seen from him this week. I'm excited to watch him today to kind of see how he plays at a higher intensity, at a higher speed. But I think that, like I said before, I think that the Mammoth did really well this offseason, both from a trade standpoint, a free agency standpoint. I think they did well in the draft with what they were given.
Cole, how do they keep doing this? Like Valentini, do they? I think obviously it goes to good scouting and obviously having a list of guys. But they keep pulling guys out of these middle rounds that apparently appear to be top shelf prospects. There's got to be teams around the NHL saying, what is Utah doing that we're not doing?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of that going on. I mean, I think if you look at Montreal, a guy like Lane Hudson, he was taken a little bit further. He ended up making Montreal's team out of camp.
Yeah.
I mean, so it happens. But like you said, when you get into the later rounds and the later stages, and even in the 1st round, I think that Belches was a steal at 17.
Sure. Yeah.
He going into, the early mock drafts and even some of the mid-season mock drafts, a lot of people had him in the top 10. And then, he dropped because he had a clavicle injury that he ensured to us that he's 100%. It's not bothering him anymore. I think some teams looked at it and went, we're not willing to take the risk there. But Utah looked at it and went, really? A 6'5", 230-pound prospect? You're not going to take a risk on him and see if he can't help you out. So yeah, it just Utah, I think, has one of the best scouting staffs in the National Hockey League, and that's been proven over, not just these recent picks, but look what they did with acquiring guys like Logan Cooley and Dylan Guenther. Logan Cooley should have been first overall in his draft class. Dylan Guenther, I think, went 9th overall. He probably should have gone top 3. So, Utah has been really good at assessing talent and making sure that they get the most out of their draft picks. Because, it's not necessarily about, if you get the first overall pick, yeah, you're going to pick a Gavin McKenna or a Macklin Celebrini or a Matthew Schaefer, and you're going to have a great draft. But I think that you have to put perspective into account. You have to look at what the team is given. They had the 17th pick. That didn't guarantee them to get an incredible player by any means, but they did their homework. They traded up, and they got, I think, a guy who was a borderline top 10 pick, who I think is going to have a pretty good impact on this club.
What is it about Ethan Belch that made him slide so far? You mentioned top 10 pick, and I think some of the mocks that I saw had him in top 11, but ends up falling to the Utah Mammoth at 17, which, again, perfect for the Utah Mammoth. They got the guy that they ultimately wanted, but what made him slide so down far for the Utah Mammoth? Yeah,
I think first and foremost, clavicle injury. He sustained that last year, and it took him out for the remainder of the season, and he didn't play in the playoffs. And I think for a lot of scouts, they want to see how these guys do when games really matter. It's not just about the regular season. It's about winning, especially guys in the first round. If you're going to take a guy in the first round, he better know how to win. He better have a killer mentality. He better, be relentless and show you that he knows what he's doing. And I think for Utah, they looked at it and went, this is pick 17. This isn't pick 9. This isn't pick 8. We're willing to take the risk. We're willing to take that. And I don't even think there's that much risk involved. He had an injury, but he's, if you've looked at, his body of work since then, he said he's 100%, he's lifting weights, and I saw him out at camp this week. He looked great. I really don't think that there's much to worry about there. So yeah, there's always going to be reasons that the guys get looked over. And I think for Utah, it was definitely worth taking a risk, if you want to use that, to pick up a guy like Belch's.
Okay, Cole, we had Greg Wyshynski on with DJ and PK this morning to talk about the moves the Mammoth made. Did you see the whole thing about, to go back to the Barrett Hayton conversation real quick, did you see the whole thing about the way that the money on this is like a bit of a
666?
Yes, they built it into the deal.
I love when teams do things.
I don't think Alex knows about
brand.
this. Yeah.
No, I don't.
So Sonny Mehta is their GM in New Jersey, and he's apparently a former pro poker player. And the compensation package for a second-round pick, which essentially is the commensurate deal that they've got with the Barrett Hayton deal, well, it's up to $4,775,667. They went right to the limit with a $666 difference. Essentially, and as Greg Wyshynski points out, it's a bit of just a shot across the bow from the Devils towards Utah in a way. And PK, obviously being from New Jersey in his own right, he's like, well, is it meaning something? He's like, yeah, it was them essentially telling Utah, hey, we know what you did, because there was reportedly they were somewhat close to a deal during the draft for all this, and it was their way of sticking a little bit to Utah.
Yep. And honestly, I kind of like it.
It's kind of funny, yeah.
It's on brand. I think that's great. And yeah, New Jersey did Utah pretty dirty here.
It's a poison pill contract. This goes back.
It really is.
It's like, because remember the Utah Jazz. Remember the Paul Millsap deal, then the guard Wes Matthews, where these teams poisoned it, where you just simply can't do it. It feels like the Mammoth, they can't match this without it's a poison pill deal.
It is. It's like we talked about before. In my opinion, it's too steep for him.
Yeah.
Just based on his production, I think he only had 25 points this year.
Yeah.
He's had some injury problems, not just this year, but in the past. This is a guy that was drafted almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And now he's just coming up on his RFA because he's had injury problems that have kept him up in the press box for quite a while. And he's a former 5th overall pick, and he just never really turned out. This is a guy that was picked above Quinn Hughes, which that's tough. It's tough to have a guy like that just not really perform up to the level that you hope for. But I do think it's funny. It feels like the National Hockey League, there's a little bit more comedy than other leagues. It feels like teams like to chirp each other a little bit more, and I'm all here for it.
That one was, I just thought that was very on brand, but at the same time, it's like yeah, we're gonna stick it to you a bit. I respect it in so many different ways.
Yeah, I do too.
Cole, when you look at all the moves that the Utah Mammoth have made this offseason, how much of those moves are made with players like Simishev in mind, with players like Tijiginla in mind, with potentially opening up some roster spots to get these guys going onto the NHL ice next season?
Yeah, the biggest thing for Utah right now is they're in this in-between phase. They've emerged from the early parts of the rebuild where it's all about, immediate player development, where it's all about, getting guys like Gunther and Cooley and, Josh Doan when he was on the squad, those types of players, ice time, and just, letting the chips fall where they are and not really caring about record, right? I mean, through the first 3 seasons of the rebuild, wins and losses are not important. It's more about, gathering picks, hitting on those picks, and getting those guys ice time as quickly as possible. They did that. That has been a success. Then they stepped into the next part of the phase of, okay, now it's time to start winning some games. Now it's time to start playing, competitive hockey, meaningful hockey. Check that one off the box. Then on to the next step, making the Stanley Cup playoffs. Check. Now you're into this phase of, okay, we're a playoff team, but we're still buying time for these prospects. So how do we do that appropriately? How do we make space for them, give them time, but make sure that they're ready to play for us? They don't want to just bring guys on to bring guys on. And what head coach Andre Tourney told us last week is, if a prospect's going to make this team, it's because he can make this team and make this team better. He can help this team. And I do think that that's why they have opened up a couple of spots, and there are going to be some opportunities for Tijiginla and Daniil Boot and Dmitry Simishev to make this team out of camp and to help them out. Definitely defensively, that third pairing, there's a lot of question marks about who's going to be, rounding out the blue line for the Mammoth on that third pair, because Cole's gone and Durzee's gone. So who's it going to be? Is it going to be DeSimone and Simishev? Is it going to be Simishev and Lamoureux? I think that's why they're excited for training camp. And then up front, Bill talked about trading Peterka because things didn't work out and they wanted to open up some additional space, for a guy, for their prospects to come in and take spots and play. And if you look at the roster, especially if Hayton isn't matched, there's probably 2 spots to be won by some prospects. Is Boot fully ready to make this team out of training camp? Is Tijiginla ready to make this team out of training camp? I think that's what makes this so exciting. And, Utah's going to have to, be careful with it, right? Because there's no more taking steps back. It's all forward from here. You've made the playoffs. Now the goal is to not only make the playoffs again, but to be even more competitive and potentially win a series. And I think, the year after that, it's okay, going beyond that, maybe winning a second series and so on and so forth. So, yeah, for Utah, they understand where they are, and I think they're going about it the right way.
You can go over to KSLSports.com. You can check out all the write-ups from our Utah Mammoth insider, Cole Bagley. Cole does such a fantastic job at giving you all the information when it comes to the Utah Mammoth. Cole, thanks for taking some time today to join us, man, and break down all this. A lot of really good information, a lot of really good stuff, it feels like, happening with the Utah Mammoth this offseason so far. So, Cole, we appreciate your time today, man.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
There he is, Cole Bagley, Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com. Jake Hatch, a lot of really great stuff there from Cole Bagley, and I think, just looking at everything that the Utah Mammoth is doing this offseason, it should continue to get fans excited for what's to come for this team. I like that they are not afraid to go out and make a trade for a guy like Trocheck. I like that they're not afraid to go out and get some help through free agency and say, look, we were this close to a team, a Vegas team who ended up making it to the Stanley Cup Finals, and instead turning around and saying, what can we do to get better? What can we do to bring in experience? And so far they've done that.
Yeah, I think it just goes the whole MO of how Bill Armstrong and Chris Armstrong and kind of the brain trust of this franchise. They're not afraid to take swings. And we all know that the Central Division that they are in, it's stacked, especially at the top. And you got to find some way to climb up there. And guess what? You don't do that by just sitting on your hands. So
Absolutely.
I respect it.
A lot of great moves happening in the NHL. A lot of a lot of things happening too when it comes to free agency and trades. We'll be keeping an eye on everything that happens around the National Hockey League, specifically teams within the division of the Utah Mammoth, to see who's going to get better, who's potentially going to get worse. Where can the Mammoth find some extra points? Where can they find some extra ways to move up? And it's fun to watch.
Okay, coming up next, want to talk some recruiting?
Recruiting?
Got some news.
Okay.
Two announcements for local prospects. Very interesting dynamic with both of them.
There you go. We'll jump into that next. Let's jump into some recruiting talk here coming up on Scotty G and the Coach. We'll take a break coming up next here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is coming to Salt Lake City. Join us at the Hyatt Regency Hotel on July 4th and 5th. It's a July 4th weekend card show. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Hyatt Regency Hotel, Saturday and Sunday, July 4th and 5th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the Coach, Tim Lacombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back into Scotty G and the Coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Napolis, Jake Hatch filling in for Scotty and the Coach. We're going to jump into some recruiting talk here at Jake Hatch, because I think that there has been a couple of some in-state names on the move. One of them committing here locally, one of them committing not so locally. But before we get into that too, how awesome has it been to see both Utah and BYU on the recruiting trail here for the local prospects, right? The local people inside the state of Utah, and being able to get some big commitments for some big names here in the state.
Yeah, well, Morgan Scally in particular, but Utah, he has made like this whole renewed emphasis on hometown prospects, and Utah's cleaned up a lot of guys in this recruiting class. Now, that has caused some angst down in Provo amongst Cougar fans because they have been watching Utah scooping up the likes of Ian Aloisio, and they also added Fui Vakapuna, it's local names that people are familiar with. Well, BYU finally got on the board with one of the top prospects here locally. He's actually the number 2 rated prospect, according to 24/7 Sports, in this recruiting class. Uhila Wolfgram out of Maple Mountain High School. BYU went head-to-head with Oklahoma in this one and won that battle. Now, BYU and OU have been going back and forth on a bunch of this stuff. They won the Crew Jones battle earlier this offseason. He, obviously formerly of Ridgeline High School, if I recall, now at Orem. He's the number 3 prospect in the state. OU won that battle. Bodie Sparrow, top guy in the state, absolutely incredible athlete. It was down to BYU and Oklahoma, according to most people. Well, he picks Oklahoma. Had Oklahoma won the Wolfgram sweepstakes, they would have had the top 3 prospects in state they would have committed. BYU wins that one. So it's a nice win for BYU. You get a true bona fide 4-star in Uhila Wolfgram. But to your point, both BYU and Utah have done a very, very good job about prioritizing hometown prospects, and that's always going to be the backbone of these two programs. Now, the other story I wanted to talk about that kind of teased 2 different dynamics here. So Uhila Wolfgram, celebrate Cougar fans because that's obviously a nice recruiting win. The other one that's an interesting dynamic here is another hometown prospect in Manasseh Ermoa Brown.
Right.
He is he played defensive line last year at Corner Canyon High School. He had moved to offensive tackle, and he is a fringe, almost 4-star prospect in his own right. He's a high 3-star according to 24/7 in their composite rating. Well, it has long been thought that it was a battle between BYU and Arizona State, that he was a Big 12 battle. Either the Sun Devils or the Cougars are going to win this battle.
And this is a guy who had the looks of Oregon, UCLA, Cal, amongst others.
Yeah. We're talking yet another one of those top prospects. He's in the top 10 in the state. I think he might have been the 4th or 5th rated prospect in the state. Well, and by the way, the Uhila Wolfgram and the Moa Brown announcements have both come within the last hour. So this is literally just happening. Well, Moa Brown all of a sudden announces he's going to, wait for it, drum roll please, Fresno State.
Oh, what?
And I was like, excuse me.
Of all the schools and of all the looks that you had, Fresno State. This is what's interesting to me, and I think this is in part potentially due to where college athletics is today.
Sure.
Right, with the NIL, with the transfer portal, because in theory, right, some of these guys and some of these players, right, as you're recruiting the high school talents and you're looking to bring in people from the prep ranks, playing time can be huge.
It can.
Playing time can be, you can say, hey, look, in the case of Fresno State, say, hey, look, maybe we're not the biggest school, maybe we don't have the most resources, but what we can guarantee you and what we can offer you is guaranteed playing time. And as much as college football has changed, as much as NIL and the transfer portal has changed things, one of the good things and one of the good positives that has come out of all this is the fact that somebody like Manasseh Brown can commit to a Fresno State, can go in and just absolutely shred it. Can go absolutely have a phenomenal season, fantastic season, and then in a year or so potentially look to move on to a Power 4 or a bigger program.
Yeah, I completely concur with your assessment there because, and by the way, if you are a G6 program, that's kind of got to be your message. You got to be telling these guys, hey,
1,000%.
Come here and play, come here and shine. And by the way, when that bag comes from an inevitable Power 4 program that wants to pay you, we understand it. We get it.
I think it's unfortunate that there are schools like that who can't hold on to the talent and can't hold on to some of these players. But in turn, it is a really great thing for high school prospects because there are programs, out there who just prioritize the transfer portal, just prioritize going after experienced guys, experienced players who can come in and make a difference. Whereas now the G6 can focus on some of these really high touted prospects and say, hey, look, we can give you this, this, and this, and then from there move on and make the next jump in your career.
Yeah. So the Moa Brown one, like I said, it had been thought that it was ASU or BYU for him. He was going to stick around in the Big 12. But to your point, he may be looking at it on its head saying, you know what, I want to go somewhere I can play. I can play right away. And yeah, if that bag comes down the line, I'll take it. And by the way, I'm not under the illusion that Fresno State's not taking care of him at some point financially, because them jumping up to the Pac-12, the new Pac-12, which by the way launched yesterday. Congratulations to Utah State.
Absolutely.
And the other new members of that league. they got to have some money to be able to throw around in their own right. Just it's part of the deal. And I just saw this. I literally crossed my timeline. Yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of NIL becoming like legalized by the NCAA.
Really?
So kind of funny that.
How much have things changed in 5 years?
A lot. We're now paying guys millions of dollars to play college football. Hey.
Absolutely.
But interesting dynamic. Big win for BYU to get Ohila Wolfgram. And by the way, to beat out Oklahoma. That the Sooners have been very intentional about coming to the state, and they want to bring the top talent out of the state, much like a lot of programs from the old Pac-12. Oklahoma's now in the SEC. They know that the state of Utah has got a lot of good high school talent, especially the cream of the crop, and they essentially said we're gonna scoop that off. BYU gets a big win keeping Ohila Wolfgram here.
Absolutely.
But the Moa Brown one, I'm a bit floored because I'm just like, okay, but to your point, if he's got a chance to go play, good on him.
I'm sure that was probably a big drawing point. But not of course, there's the money factor to it.
Yeah, but
again, I think for G6 schools to be able to, they should be able to use that and absolutely should use that to their advantage and say, hey, look, we might not have the biggest resources, we might not have the best facilities, we might not be this, and this, but if we can give you the opportunity to showcase your skills and showcase your talent and have immediate playing time, that draws high school players, especially again in an era where people prioritize the transfer portal and players who have already done it at that level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'll be rooting for these kids. It's one of my favorite things about covering high school sports, and you covered as well as I do, is watching these guys live their dreams. And by the way, the end goal still to this day for these guys is to make it to the NFL. And the way you do that, you go and play.
This is just another pathway to do that.
Yes.
This is just another pathway to get to that ultimate goal, which is to make it to the National Football League. Very, very excited for high school football to start up, by the way. Very, very excited for football in general to start up again. We are so close.
Yeah, we are coming very close. Just real quick before we go. So looking at the top prospects in state, top 10, it's a nice round number. If you're keeping track at home, as it stands, Oklahoma has 2 of the top 10. I mentioned Bodie Sparrow and Crew Jones. BYU has 1 in Ohila Wolfgram. Michigan has 2. Kyle Whittingham taking Camden Lopati and Christian Hanshaw. Utah has 3. They have Ian Aloisio, Fui Vakapuna, and Monson Tukuafu.
And that should be incredibly exciting for Utah fans.
Absolutely. But then you have the random Manasseh Brown and Fresno State. But that shows you the diversification of this talent. It's being dispersed far and wider than ever has before. And it's good for these young men. They get their opportunity to play. But I am a bit of a homer for this state. I'd love to see more of these guys stay in
Absolutely.
State.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The more of these guys you can give them the chance to be the quote unquote hometown heroes and the opportunities that they can get with the local universities, and be able to see these guys and keep a close eye on their careers and their trajectory, right? Because we see them all the way from the high school level, and move up, and I think that's awesome for them to be able to stay here.
I know we got to go, but dispersal of the talent, by the way. Colorado, Oregon State, Iowa State, West Virginia, Nebraska, Oregon, Penn State. The guys are going all over the country from the Beehive State. It's cool.
And that's great.
But I want more of them to play here.
That's a testament too. Absolutely. That's a testament too, though, to how much the football level here in the state of Utah has jumped dramatically in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
All right, we got to take a break. Coming up next, Andy Bailey will join us. We'll talk NBA. We'll talk Walker Kessler. We'll talk NBA free agency and everything in between. That's coming up next here on Scotty G and the Coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well, and it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Hey y'all, I'm Kelly Clarkson. Every American dreams of creating a better life for his or her family, but in some communities, those dreams face difficult challenges. When we come together to help those in need get the same opportunities as everyone else, we truly are making our country a better place to live for all of us. So look for volunteer opportunities in your community to help others achieve the American dream, all right? This message is courtesy of the United States Air Force.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
The news just breaking. Shams and ESPN reporting the Lakers are acquiring Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round draft picks in 2031 and 2033 and first-round swaps in 2028 and 2030.
Goodbye, Walker. I think they had to let him go. I was bracing myself. This is a part of the puzzle. It's not a complete, okay, this is it, that's it, this deal. Yeah. It's in a box. No, it wasn't going to be Darren Peterson, and that was it. The thing that I like about it is get it done rather than being held hostage. They clearly were held hostage by Gordon Hayward. Get in there and make moves now. And I don't think they wanted to match it in the 30s. And so since they didn't want to match it in the 30s, get stuff back.
Yes, do not let him walk.
You never let a Walker walk. So go make some other moves, see what you got cooking, what you can do to help get the team better.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back into Scotty G and the coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. No Scotty G, no the coach today. Alex Napolis and Jake Hatch taking you through and filling in for the day. There's a lot of things happening in the NBA, a lot of going-ons in the NBA, and we're very excited to welcome in our next guest to help us break down everything that's going on inside the National Basketball Association. It is Andy Bailey. He covers the NBA for Bleacher Report. Andy, how's it going, man?
It is going pretty well. I appreciate you guys having me. It's been a wild couple of days, huh?
Oh, absolutely. And of course, we have to start with the big trade that happened just yesterday, and that is that Jaylen Brown is now going to the 76ers in exchange for Paul George and a couple of picks. And just your initial reactions to that, and if Jaylen Brown can put the 76ers over the top of it and to where they want to get to go.
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest news of the day, and I was handling a live blog for Bleacher Report at the moment it broke, and our protocol so far this free agency period has been just quickly get out grades for whatever move happens. Get it out in 5-10 minutes, whatever you can do. Then we can go back in and add analysis later. And I don't remember what my exact grades were, but I passed both teams. It kind of, my first blush reaction was, I get this from both sides. And I didn't really look at the internet's reaction to the deal until a little bit later. And I thought, am I crazy? Like, obviously people see this dramatically different than me. And I may have even tweeted about it a couple times without checking the reaction to that too until later. And people did think I was crazy. I think there's a few voices out in the wilderness kind of trying to justify this from Boston's perspective. I would consider me one of those. And so my general reaction to the trade is that I do understand it from both sides. I think it makes sense for Philly because they got off what was previously seen, and it probably still is by a lot of people, as one of the worst contracts in the NBA. It cost them some draft capital to do it, but I think Jaylen Brown fits that team pretty well. I think he'll fit with Maxey and Edgecombe, and to the extent he's available, Embiid. I do think it makes them better, but I also see why Boston did it. I think a lot of front offices viewed Jaylen Brown's contract as a negative asset. Paul George's is a year shorter. In the short term, I think he's going to be more willing to be a secondary player than Jaylen Brown was. And I've been saying this for 6 months now, maybe even more. I think Boston's success, while Jaylen Brown had a lot to do with it, I think there were other factors that are being wildly underrated over the last 6 or 7 months. Incredible system, incredible coach. And I think Tatum's going to they just won 56 games with Brown in an awesome system. I think Tatum's a better player. And so I don't think it's crazy to think that he'll replace what Jaylen Brown did last season. And now they have Mitchell Robinson. If George is healthy, I think he'll help a little bit. I can totally see the logic from both sides.
Now, Andy, the East has had a bunch of teams making moves here because you have that move with Jaylen Brown. You move Kawhi Leonard to Toronto. You have Giannis going to Miami. Washington obviously has Trae Young and AD for the time being with AJ DiBonsa. Who's the class of the East right now, in your opinion? Is there one team that stands out above everybody else?
It's definitely better, and I think it was better last year than it's historically been. One of my sort of pet takes for years now is it's kind of unfair how much better the West is than the East.
Yeah.
And everybody, I think, knows inherently that it's true. There's a divide between those two conferences, and some years it feels like varsity versus JV. But it's really a pretty huge competitive advantage for teams in the East, and I think it's starting to sway a little bit over the last 2 or 3 years. And like you said, some of these teams are really, anteing up here. I think the Raptors could be really good with Kawhi Leonard in place of Brandon Ingram. They didn't really have to give up a ton either. It reminds me so much of the DeRozan trade when they got him last time. He's obviously 7 years older, so that's a big deal, but I think they've got a great foundation around him. I think Boston's still going to be good. I know I'm kind of alone in this, but I think they're going to win 50 plus games. If I had to make a pick, this is the team I think is probably the best, I'd still go with the Knicks. They now have a ton of playoff experience between that core. I think that starting lineup fits together so well. It'll be interesting to see exactly how they fill out their supporting cast, because I think Mitchell Robinson was super important, and he's obviously not going to be there. But they did re-sign Shamet, and I think there's a pretty popular line of thinking now that you can piece together center minutes without spending a ton of money, which kind of defies what's happened in free agency the last few weeks, because those are really the only guys getting paid. Miami will be good. I don't know if I put them on the same level as the Knicks, but obviously Giannis and Bam are going to be ridiculous defensively. I think they got some stuff to figure out on offense, but they're adding shooting, which is exactly what they needed to do in the wake of that trade. So lots of smart stuff happening in the East, which again is kind of a departure, because the gap between the two conferences for almost 30 years now has been pretty huge.
Taking a look at the big move that happened here locally, of course, is Walker Kessler and his situation. Was going to be a restricted free agent heading into this offseason. And then yesterday, early in the morning, the news breaks that, of course, the Utah Jazz will be moving on from Walker Kessler via signing trade with the Los Angeles Lakers. Just ultimately, what you make of that move for LA, and is Walker Kessler the answer that they've been looking for at the 5?
I'll start first with Utah. I've written a lot of words about the Jazz over the last couple of months, and there was always sort of a throw-in line about, or I'm just kind of operating under the assumption that Walker Kessler will be there. He's a restricted free agent. One of my favorite numbers for the Jazz is that over the course of this whole post-Gobert and Mitchell era, they've lost a lot of games, but they actually have a positive point differential when Markkanen and Kessler were on the floor together, which is kind of remarkable. And so I thought, if they're ready to turn the corner and start being competitive, Kessler's a great starting center for that. It could be kind of weird to figure out like the rotation. Are we going to play Markkanen at 3? Is Jaren Jackson exclusively a 4? But I figured they would just sort through those issues. When I saw they re-signed Jusuf Nurkic was the first time I had some pause. I thought, okay, maybe they are bracing for Walker Kessler's departure. I still thought they would re-sign him. And then when the news came out that it wasn't just LA signing him, but it was a trade, I immediately thought there's just no way Utah could have turned this down. They're already pretty deep in the front court. I mean, we talk about Markkanen, Triple J, and Nurkic. I think Kyle Filipowski has shown a decent amount in the last couple of years to suggest that he can be a rotation player. And I think what a lot of people are maybe underrating is there's also a decent amount of young talent in the backcourt with Keontae George and now Darren Peterson that it may shift some guys down a position. Like I think Ace Bailey might have to play more 3 and probably not 4, but at least more 3 than he did last season. And that makes your front court a little more crowded too. So the like sheer basketball part of it, it's not that hard to swallow losing him, I don't think. And then you throw on top of it all the draft capital. That part of it honestly kind of blew my mind. Walker Kessler's a great rim protector, great rebounder. He only played 5 games last season. He's been on a losing team his whole career. That level of commitment to him really surprised me. And at the same time, like I can kind of see LA's justification for it. I do think it was an overpay, but they had to overpay to overcome restricted free agency. Luke is going to make him better. I think he'll make offense super easy for Walker Kessler. He's a massive upgrade over Ayton defensively. And in the wake of some of their other moves, like a lot of people hated him, but I think Colin Sexton's an underrated player. I think Quentin Grimes could be solid for them. I think they'll be at least as competitive as they were last year. The Lakers were really, really good when Reeves and Luka played without LeBron last 2 seasons. I think that's kind of a sneaky thing people don't pay attention to. Do I think they're like knocking on the door of OKC and San Antonio's contender status? No. But I can see why they did it.
Now, Andy, the Jazz obviously are now left without a top-line center. They did bring back Jusuf Nurkic. They're apparently going to sign Jackson Hayes as well. How much concern do you have for the front line of the Jazz without Walker in that lineup?
It's a hit, but like I said, I know there's a line of thinking that Jaren Jackson can only play the 4 and he has to be protected by a bigger 5 who can help him on the boards. And I think there's something to that. Jaren Jackson's rebounding numbers are indeed a little bit concerning. So I don't think you'd want him to play extended minutes at the 5.
Yeah.
But I do think he can play there. And I think you're a faster, more malleable team on both ends of the floor if he's playing the 5. You're going to need guards who are willing to gang rebound if Jaren Jackson is playing the 5 for you. Maybe what they do is start Nurkic and he becomes sort of years ago, I would call it a ceremonial starter. And at that time it was guys like Andre Roberson, Tony Allen was another one. They'd start and they'd play the first few minutes of each half, but really your better lineup is coming up later. There would be major rebounding concerns if you go Markkanen, Triple J, 4-5 for extended stretches. But I think you can overcome that with mobility on defense and just tons of firepower. I mean, if you have those two guys spacing the floor, all of the room that's going to be in the middle of the court now for guys like Peterson and George and Bailey and, whatever wings you want to throw out there, I think they have a chance to be really dynamic offensively, and they can make up for the lack of rebounding, in my opinion.
Yeah, related point on that front, LeBron James telling the Lakers he's out. What's next? Like, where do you think he ends up? He said he's open to apparently everybody in the NBA, not named the Lakers. But what do you think's ultimately going to happen with King?
It seems like it's harder to predict this with like each passing day.
Yeah,
and maybe he's trying to bring back extended free agency, which we haven't had in years. He's thinking through all of his options. Bleacher Report had me right. Every single team's best pitch for LeBron James. And there's some spots where I think he makes a lot of sense, but there are also ones where I just don't see LeBron James saying, I'm going to go play in Indiana. I'm going to go play I'm going to go play a year in Minnesota, or Utah. I think a lot of teams have good pitches for him, but I think it's going to be one of the more romanticized options. If I had to guess, I'd probably still go with Golden State. If they get him, that's another team that I just like I said earlier, I don't even remember what team I was talking about at this point, but the Lakers, they're not going to be within striking distance of OKC and San Antonio if they get LeBron, but heck, it'll be fun to watch him and Stephen Curry play together. Porzingis, they'll be competitive, and it might be kind of a fun swan song for LeBron, but Denver's an interesting one to me. He's certainly going to impact winning, I think, a little more than Cam Johnson did, if that's where he ends up going. And it seems like there's a little smoke on that possibility. Miami is also interesting. The problem there is his shot has kind of betrayed him the last couple of years, and you already have spacing concerns with Giannis and Bam. So I don't know if you want to add to that. Cleveland is fun just because it's Cleveland and, it's the hometown reunion and all that's cool. So there are some good options from a narrative story purpose. And like I said, if I had to guess, I'd probably go Golden State, but the best basketball fits for him are elsewhere.
Okay.
Think about a team that could use his leadership and his playmaking, and has a need at the three. That's Minnesota. I think he would fit in there perfectly. And Anthony Edwards and LaMelo Ball could learn a lot from him, but that's just, I feel like the chances of him saying, yeah, I'm going to sign up to play in Minneapolis for my last year, they're not high.
Okay.
Sorry, Minneapolis. I don't know how many Minneapolis listeners you guys have.
So you had to write 29 pitches, essentially. Is that what we had to do?
Yeah.
So
and
what would you?
Some of them are jokey. Because,
I was going to say,
he's not going to go there.
Okay. So, what was your pitch in the case of the Utah Jazz? I just wanted to get.
Okay, let's see. I want to make sure I get this right for you.
Well, because while you're looking that up, because there's been rumors out there that Dwayne Wade, who is part of the Jazz ownership group, and is obviously,
you know what? I didn't think of that. That's a great point.
But it's been rumored in the past that Dwayne could exert influence on LeBron, and people said, well, could he bring him to Utah? And I've always kind of been like, that's cute and all, because it's you talk about romanticized, that'd be crazy. But I'm genuinely curious to see where he ends up, because to your point, he may be dragging this out to force all of us to kind of sit and wait because extended free agency is a thing again. But it is interesting the longer this goes where he ultimately lands. But yeah, sorry. So what was the Jazz pitch?
What? I should have consulted with you, Jake, before I wrote this, because yours makes so much more sense than mine. And I didn't even fully believe this as I wrote it. But the pitch was,
that's awesome.
Let's give a rabid fan base, which is the Utah Jazz, one of the best fan bases in the NBA. Let's give them their first title. And I'm pretty sure you'd have to play there for more than a year to get the Jazz their first title, because they're probably not ready to win it now. But it's another team. I wrote kind of a similar take for several teams, and I think it's in here somewhere with Utah. It's another team where he wouldn't have to carry a huge load.
Got it.
Keontae George and Darren Peterson are going to do a lot of the perimeter playmaking. He may have to carry a bigger load now that Kessler is gone defensively, but at the same time, they got rim protection with Triple J. Like, he could just be a purely additive player there. But now I'm going to email my editor and say, Jay Catch pointed out the Dwayne Wade connection.
Well,
I need to jump back in the draft.
It's just one of those things because Dwayne obviously they've been tied to the hip for so long because of what they're running in Miami and everything. I look at LeBron even at 41 years old, and you and I, we've known each other for a long time. You've been coming on the station forever. It's insane to think that he's still competing at the age he's at, the number of minutes he's played, all the accolades he's won. He is still a fringe all-star level player when he's at his best. And I don't believe that's dropping off this season. I think he is that good, and he's capable of impacting any franchise he goes to.
It would have to be a dramatic drop-off for him to not be a positive player next year. Because he was, I would say, probably a top 20 to 25 player. Like you said, that's about fringe all-star. And it really is mind-blowing that he's still performing at that level. And the other thing is, like, if he really is willing to take a minimum offer for somebody, and you provide like top 25 player value for $3 or $4 million a year, it's still probably the best move of the summer. Just from a value perspective. So he's going to, wherever he goes, it's going to make a big difference. For like I said, I think the story is maybe the coolest with Golden State, but I would like to see him take the minimum and go to a contender. Just because it makes the rest of the season more interesting to me. If he goes to the Warriors, it's cool to like, oh yeah, we were awesome in the Olympics a couple of years ago, but nobody's going to take them seriously as a title threat. It's just going to be a novelty.
You brought up the Minnesota Timberwolves earlier with the LeBron, with potentially joining up LaMelo Ball and Anthony Edwards in Minnesota. But I mean, one of the things that's gotten lost in how many moves we've had in the last couple of days is the fact that they went all in on LaMelo Ball. What is it about LaMelo Ball that the Minnesota Timberwolves decided to go, put all their chips into the middle of the table and say, this is the guy we want next to Anthony Edwards?
I don't know if I can answer that question specifically because I probably wouldn't have done it.
Right.
To go all in to the degree they have. I will say, I feel like for a few years have thought LaMelo Ball is better than the general perception of him. His shot selection is crazy. Some of the passes he makes are crazy, but he's incredibly talented. And one of my favorite combinations in basketball, and I think it's something that's underrated, is passing ability combined with size. And LaMelo Ball has those two things. So I can see Tim Conley thinking, if you just think of it, if you take the two trades they made and kind of combine them and you think of it as LaMelo Ball is replacing Julius Randle, that's a talent upgrade. You kind of have to figure out the fit because I think it's going to take some time to figure out who has the ball the most between him and Anthony Edwards. I do think he'll probably ultimately make Edwards' life easier. Edwards did a ton of stuff on the ball for them last year. So if you've got somebody taking some of that responsibility off his shoulders, it could help a little bit. But it sure puts a lot of pressure on Rudy Gobert on the back line, who's getting older every year. Not that Julius Randle was some great defender either, but he could at least guard some bigger bodies. There are definite concerns with Charlotte doing this. I don't mind them taking a swing. I'm not sure I would have taken this particular swing. I actually really like this trade for Charlotte, which is kind of weird because I just said I think LaMelo Ball is underrated, but I think they've got some stuff brewing there, and this adds flexibility in draft picks. So I sound kind of like a politician because every trade this offseason, I'm like, well, I can see why they did it. I can see why they did it. There really haven't been a ton where I was like, geez, that makes no sense. I think the closest I got to that was Walker Kessler. That was really the first time all summer where my first reaction was, what is LA doing? I don't really understand this. Well, I kind of get it more now that I've had some time to sit with it, but that's the closest thing I would say to like, I'm a little worried about that one.
Okay, Andy. So you're no stranger to playing in summer league runs, apparently, as I understand it. I had a conversation with one of the media members here the other day. Apparently the Vegas Summer League this year is going to have some epic media runs. Are you going to be part of that?
Man. I'll be honest, I was thinking about skipping summer league for the first time in years, but now you have piqued my interest.
I've heard, because I've never played in them. I'm nowhere near the level of players that trust me. We're talking like the Tony Jones of the world and whatnot.
Oh, don't shortchange yourself, Jake.
No. I can't hang with you guys. But I was talking, and they're like, apparently the big guns of the media are going to show up in Vegas, and they're expecting some pretty incredible runs here, Andy. You know.
Okay, well, it's time to. Here's another email to send to my editor. It's time to apply for that summer league.
I need to go to Vegas now. Sorry, on short notice.
Yeah. I may have to look into it. The last, I've had some good media runs. Yeah. I would say the most legendary one was me and Tony one time, and I think it was in Utah. We were running the pick and roll like Stockton and Malone, just the races inverted.
Oh, that's awesome, man. He is Andy Bailey. You can catch all his work. He covers the NBA for Bleacher Report. Andy, thanks so much for taking some time to join us today, man. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys. Always fun to chat.
Absolutely. There he is again, Andy Bailey, covering the NBA for Bleacher Report. A lot of really great information and a lot of really good stuff there from Andy. The thing that stands out to me the most is the fact that he had no, crazy why are you doing this reaction to any trade except Walker Kessler, and I think that just comes back to, hey, the Los Angeles Lakers have no picks now. They've put in all their chips for Walker Kessler.
Yeah, all their eggs are in that basket. There's no doubt about that. But he's right in the fact that a lot of these trades have been fairly level-headed this year. It's not been some team has lost their mind and is jettisoning talent for seemingly nothing. And yeah, it may be that the Lakers, the fact that they just went so heavily in on one guy, and speaking of Walker Kessler, that's probably the one that makes you think about it. But it's changed the look of the NBA because LA's got a complete new look, speaking both of the Clippers and the Lakers with LeBron and Kawhi exiting Tinseltown down there. I'm very curious to see what the NBA looks like this coming season, and I hope that it delivers. I hope that the teams that the players that these teams have added are who they hope they are, and it lends itself to a competitive year.
Absolutely. I think, if you would have asked me on Monday or even, last Saturday, and you would have told me, were the Jazz going to be better than the Los Angeles Lakers heading into this next upcoming season? And again, operating under the assumption that Walker Kessler was going to be a part of this Utah Jazz roster was, absolutely. Yeah. They were absolutely going to be better than the Los Angeles Lakers. But now it's, hey, let's take a look and see how this plays out, because there not only is now there's questions defensively for the Jazz, and rim protecting for the Jazz, but also it's what can Walker Kessler and Luka Doncic do, and I think that's what everybody's looking forward to, and what this next iteration of the Los Angeles Lakers is going to look like.
Well, and Andy kind of pointed out that Jazz, the players not playing center for the Jazz are going to have to make up for the lack of a center, but that, guess what? You can only work with what you've got, and different teams have different looks to it. And the Jazz may play some 5 out, and they may put JJJ at the 5 and say, yeah, we understand that he's a subpar rebounder. Guess what? That means that, hey, Ace, hey, whoever's on the court, get that ball. And we'll see. I know we're way over here. We got to hit a break, but I'm super excited to see where the Jazz stack up in all of this, because I do think the NBA has got a whole new look with all of the moves that have happened in the last week and change.
Could not agree more. We got to take a break here on Scotty G and the Coach. We got more coming up on the other side. Again, big thank you to Andy Bailey for joining us. This is Scotty G and the Coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge of your seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate a youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is Scotty G and the coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Napolis and Jake Hatch sitting in today. It's a holiday weekend, and we're in the mood of giving. We're going to give away a blanket here. So caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE wins a Lush flag blanket celebrating America's 250th birthday. Simple, classic, and incredibly soft, the Lush patriotic blanket flag is perfect for celebrating the season in comfort, sized to match a standard American flag. It also includes an exclusive America 250 Minky Couture label created to commemorate the nation's semi-quincentennial celebration. Features the patriotic flag design on both sides of the blanket for a complete look from every angle. So call in now for the Minky Couture American flag blanket. Caller 12 at 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. Excited for the...
Have you seen these blankets?
Yes, I've seen them. They look really, really nice.
My wife is a Minky fanatic.
Yes.
And I'll just put it this way. That's going to be joining the collection soon, I think.
Well, if you wanted to join your collection, again, that's...
I think I'm ineligible, though.
Call in now. Lloyd's going to be giving away one of those Lush flag blankets celebrating America's 250th birthday. Let's get to the good, the bad, and the ugly.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Hey, how about Ovechkin returning for his 22nd season with the Capitals after he signs a one-year deal? Ovechkin just a couple seasons ago breaks the all-time scoring record, overtakes Wayne Gretzky. Then there was questions about whether or not he would continue to play in the NHL. Well, that question has now been answered at least for another year, as Ovechkin now signs with the Capitals. He is returning for 2026-2027.
Yeah, the grade 8, as he's known, simply put, he's an NHL legend. Like, you break the great ones scoring record, yeah, you put yourself on the
top of the mountain.
Yeah, exactly. But it's cool to see him back for another year. Ovi, as people call him out there in the nation's capital, he's been a fixture. He's had 22 years in the NHL. And the crazy thing about this, Alex, it was pointed out a while ago that he was impacted by that NHL lockout that cost him an entire season.
Mm-hmm.
He would have actually, based on how his career unfolded, broken that record earlier and probably would have been over just way over the horizon almost from Wayne Gretzky without some of the seasons and games that he has missed due to things that were outside his control.
Last season, he had 32 goals and 32 assists while playing in all 82 games. He finished the season with 929 career goals in 1,573 games, and of course, passing Wayne Gretzky last year for the most regular season goals in NHL history. Now he's back for another year, and so the question is, Jake Hatch, who hangs it up first, Ovi or LeBron James? Because now both of the legends in their different sports coming back for another year.
Okay, I have a caveat to this. Are we talking like hangs it up first, like as is done, like actually is done playing the sport?
Yes.
LeBron.
Because
here's the deal: Ovi can go back to the KHL. He can go back to Mother Russia, and he can play for a while. Jaromir Jagr, who is an NHL legend in his own right, if I'm not mistaken, until it was recently his last season, was still playing in his native Czechia, or I think he's from Czechia, where he owned like the team and whatnot, but he was still playing. People are like, hey, when's Jagr going to be in the NHL Hall of Fame? Well, you actually got to be done playing hockey to be able to be put in the Pro Hockey Hall of Fame. He's not, at least he wasn't done until I think it was last year when he finally announced. He was like 50 plus years old.
Right.
I'm not saying that's how long Ovi is going to go for, but if you're talking about guys, they're done playing their sport, it's LeBron, in my opinion.
There you go. That is your good. Ovechkin returning for his 22nd season with the Capitals on a one-year deal. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
How about this, Jake? Tim Hardaway Sr. says that his son can't wear his retired number after his deal with the Miami Heat.
Yeah, so Tim Hardaway Jr., obviously, he's had a good run in the NBA, all things considered. Considering his dad, Tim Hardaway Sr., was a pretty darn good player in his own right. He told WQAM radio in Miami earlier this week, quote, "My legacy is my legacy." And by the way, Tim Hardaway Jr. joined the Miami Heat as a free agent.
Yes.
Quote, "My legacy is my legacy, and he's doing it his way. Even though he likes to wear 10, he loves to wear 10, but that is not coming down from the rafters," unquote. Tough love for Jr. from his pops.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're not wearing my number 10 jersey with the Miami Heat, son. It's up there in the rafters for a good reason. Now, Hardaway Sr., he played 5 years for the Heat. He was a two-time All-Star with Miami. He was All-NBA first team in 97, also second team in 98, 99. Impactful but short run, and he is not letting his son wear that number 10 with Miami.
I like this approach to it.
Yeah, you know what? There's too much. There's not enough hard love from the parents these days. I think we've gotten soft as a whole, as a community.
Yeah,
come on.
The way that
you didn't earn anything.
Exactly. The way that I see it is, and two is looking at it as, hey, you might be junior, but you have to go out and carve your own legacy as well.
Have you guys ever heard Shaquille O'Neal's message to his own children about his money that he's made like in his life?
I think I've heard it, yes.
So Shaq, obviously,
I'm assuming it's in the same vein as like Jackie Chan.
What'd Jackie do? I don't know.
Well, he doesn't give his son any of his money.
So,
It's like, no, sorry, I worked for this in movies. You don't not getting this.
Shaquille O'Neal has said that he's told his children, like, 'cause they'll be like, "Hey, Dad, we're rich," and his exact words are, "No. I'm rich. I did the work. I have put the time in. You have to go out and do your own thing." And I honestly, I kind of respect it, because you're right. We have LeBron James announcing he's leaving the Los Angeles Lakers conveniently the day after his son's $2.3 million contract with the Lakers gets guaranteed.
Yeah. Hey, now I'm sure Pops will like hook him up with a house or whatever, something like that.
Yeah.
But guess what? You're not just going to be able to sit there and just not work and just like, here, you're not going to have an allowance every month. Here you go. No.
Yeah.
Sorry, you got to get a job. You're not just going to sit there and do nothing. You're going to be a bum.
Yeah, and Hardaway Sr. said, when it's up there, you want it to stay up there, and you don't want nobody to touch it. I love him. I love him to death. I'm happy for him. Now he's going to his hometown team. I've never done that, so I'm happy he's doing it. But no, he can't wear number 10, unquote.
Hardaway Jr. has agreed to the one-year deal, $6.5 million with the Miami Heat. That was back on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. And again, I do like this approach from Tim Hardaway Sr. Because you mentioned it too, Tim Hardaway Jr. He's carved out his own little NBA career, and maybe he hasn't gone to the the levels that Senior did, but regardless, I do like that Senior's approach to this of, hey, you got to go out there, you got to do your own work, and you got if you want your number up there, you have to create and carve out your own legacy. You can't just because you like to wear the number 10 doesn't mean that you will be handed the number 10 and you will be handed that legacy. You got to go out there and you got to work for that your own legacy.
And to credit to Tim Hardaway Jr., I'm reading this in the story. He has dealt with these jersey conflicts before. As the number 10 has been retired by the New York Knicks. Some guy named Walt Clyde Frazier, you recall that?
No big deal.
And Detroit Pistons legend Dennis Rodman. They both wear the number 10. Those 10s are retired by those two franchises. So he's going to apparently wear the number 11. So yeah, he's dealt with this before. And I also don't think that Hardaway Jr. walked into the Miami Heat with negotiations. But hey, by the way,
I want the number 10.
You see that number 10 up there? I want it. But
no, come on.
No, I don't see that.
You can't. If he's carved out a better career for himself, then maybe you can, maybe that can be a conversation to be had or whatever. But as of right now, it's you got to go out there, you got to prove it. Yeah, you got to earn it.
Tim Hardaway Jr. He is now 34 years old. Jeez, time flies, man.
Absolutely.
He has played. I'm trying to see how many seasons he's played now overall in his career. But the thing is, he has, as you mentioned, he's played for 5 different teams. Nuggets, Mavericks, Hawks, Pistons, and Knicks. Good for him. He's played well over a decade at this point in his career. He's made good on, because a lot of the PK likes to riff on this, the nepotism in the NBA, dads getting their kids jobs. Well, some guys flame out. To Tim Hardaway Jr.'s credit, he's made a decade plus, 13 seasons in the NBA. You take it.
He's still there.
Yeah.
Hanging strong. All right, let's get to the ugly.
And of course, the ugly.
All right. Now, the brother of Baltimore Ravens defensive lineman Calais Campbell has been charged with murder after police found their 71-year-old mother dead at a home in Atlanta during a welfare check. His family told police he struggled with mental illness, and this is just a bizarre, sad story. You never want to see these type of stories. You never want to see these type of headlines. And our thoughts, man, are out with Calais Campbell. This is not good.
Yeah, it's a really sad story. Apparently, his brother, I think it's Sierra Campbell, he's been booked into Fulton County Jail. Apparently, he's had major mental health issues and horrific stuff. Calais Campbell has been in the NFL. I think this is his 20th season upcoming.
Yes.
It might be 19 or 20. But you never want stuff like this to be happening, especially when it involves the mother of this. Just horrific scene, horrific stories. Police records saying that they had received 9 different calls for service to that address in September for a variety of reasons: fight in progress, suspicious person, an earlier welfare check, and has just a really, really sad end to this. And it's really sad because you never want to see stuff like this hit the police blotter.
Absolutely not. And again, our thoughts are out with Calais Campbell. Loved, watching his career unfold, and long-time Arizona Cardinals. Been bouncing around from teams here and there for the last couple of years. Great to see that he's still in the NFL and still going strong.
He is one of the few players that is still older than me that's still playing football.
There you go.
And there's not very many of those anymore.
There you go. But hopefully this gets resolved, and hopefully that the family can move forward after a tough story.
Yeah.
Again, really tough story. All right, we will take a break. On the other side, when we come back, we'll jump into we'll jump into the World Cup of Soccer. We got the 1 minute coming up.
30 seconds.
30 seconds coming up here. On the other side, when we return, it is Scotty G and the coach on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think Ace likes the new guy talking starting backcourt with Keontae George. If I'm Ace Bailey and I'm sitting at home, I'm saying, well, been on the team for a year.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
What about me?
I'm not penciling Darren Peterson in to be the Jazz's starting 2 guard.
You are the only one. It is a thing in the Jazzosphere that is the starting backcourt. I don't think Ace Bailey is really thrilled about that.
Yeah, talking to some people about exactly what we're talking about. Literally exactly what we're talking about. How is Ace going to handle this? Ace is not the type of person who's going to worry about it. Ace is just not wired that way, from my understanding. Now, he will get there, because every player gets there and realizes, oh, I'm just an independent contractor. Everybody gets there. I don't think that's where Ace is. At least that doesn't seem to be where people who know him better than I do seem to think that that's where Ace is as a player or as a person, that he is worried about that type of thing. He's like a very good teammate, and that's kind of the expectation.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Leslie and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
9 minutes plus stoppage time to go. But this run-up is telling me more power. Look at how Vassal's giving up the entire right side of his goal. Tillman! It's in! Malik Tillman! 2-0 United States!
Welcome back in. It's Scotty G and the coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Napolis, Jake Hatch sitting in today. And there you just heard the second goal of last night's U.S. men's national team win over Bosnia. The U.S. men's national team moving on, Jake Hatch.
They are. What do you make of the red card? Heard around the world.
Wait, are we going to do our timer thing here?
Yeah, we got to do the timer.
We gotta do
first.
Okay, sorry.
I'm going to step aside. Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on.
Ready?
And it's going to go right now.
So yesterday, the United States men's national team with a 2-0 win over Bosnia and Herzegovina. Flo Balogun got the scoring started in the 45th minute as the U.S. men's team led 1-0 into the halftime break. And then in the second half, Flo Balogun sees a red card. He's sent off with 64 minutes. So the U.S. men's national team have to hold on for the remainder of the match, playing down a man. However, though, the pressure was kept. The U.S. men's team kept rolling, and Malik Tillman scores off a direct free kick in the 82nd minute to make it 2-0, and the U.S. hold on. I was right at the buzzer.
Well done.
Absolutely, always.
I'm sorry, you're going to lose time if you pull stuff. This red card thing is so ridiculous. I have lost all respect for soccer, FIFA. Sorry, just not doing it. I actually started to buy. I'm like, oh, this is really cool. Yes, go USA. But come on, now they're going to be playing without one of their stars for their next match.
Right.
This is insane that this can't be appealed, and
it could get worse.
You're going to lose Americans that don't want to watch the sport. I'm sorry.
Did you see the report from ESPN?
No, because I'm not reading anything that says soccer anymore. Sorry,
he's facing longer than just a one-match ban.
Wow, that's awesome.
FIFA, apparently you can't appeal anything.
That's cool.
Yes.
Really, what an awesome sport.
But FIFA apparently is also considering giving him a longer ban than just the one match, which I think is completely outrageous.
That is.
But FIFA is just crooked. Let's just say it.
Yes.
It's crooked. We saw all the examples of photos that people put next to the Messi one.
Yes.
There was a bunch of photos of the exact same type of injury / penalty, whatever you want to call it. I don't care.
I think the issue here. I think the issue with Flo Balogun's situation yesterday, when he gets sent off, the issue isn't. The issue is
there
the
is
fact
no
that
issue, Alex.
It's the fact that it hasn't been consistently called throughout the World Cup. We've seen similar plays, as Lloyd's mentioning, throughout the entire World Cup, and now it is very convenient that the one time it happens to a U.S. men's national team player.
What happened to home cooking?
Yeah.
You're playing here.
If you don't want a country as big as the U.S. to like soccer, fine, do this.
Yeah, it's true.
I thought you wanted people to like your sport.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about this is they have hurt themselves in a big way with the way this went down. Like, honestly.
And now you have to face a Belgium team who, you'll take the win. First knockout win since 2002. And I think that there is a lot to be hyped about when it comes to this team after getting their first knockout win. But now you have to go and take on this Belgium team without your best goal scorer, without your striker, without your guy up top. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that now it's a rematch from 2014, and now you have to go in without Flo Balogun.
I will go to my grave saying that if Kyle Beckerman would have started in 2014, the U.S. does beat Belgium in that game.
I think you and a lot of people here in the state of Utah would agree with that sentiment.
I'm just saying. But you make a very good point that it was already going to be difficult, obviously, because this is what both the glory and just the nature of knockout rounds of soccer involved. You got 90 minutes, and if it's tied, you have 120, but it's do or die. And now you don't have one of your big guns to counter the likes of Romelu Lukaku for Belgium.
Nailed it.
Well, have you seen Romelu Lukaku?
No.
In another life, that dude's playing a linebacker in the NFL.
Yes.
He is that big of a human being.
I think the good news that I guess the good thing that U.S. men's national team fans can hold on to and take into this game against Belgium is the fact that Belgium haven't been at their best.
No, they had a furious. It was 2-0 in the 85th.
They were down 2-0 in the 85th minute to Senegal, which credit to Senegal. Like, they have a really good attack, but for Belgium to be down and not playing well, I think that should serve as a little bit of hope for.
And by the way, Senegal's got to be feel hard done by that penalty call.
Absolutely. For that round of 16 matchup for the U.S. men's national team, again coming up on Sunday, 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock kickoff on Monday.
Now, just real quick, today's schedule. If you are looking, for some more, Lloyd, you're gonna love this footy. You do have Spain, Austria. That goes here in about 4 minutes. They're the first one of the day. Portugal, Croatia, and then Switzerland, Algeria. So those are the 3 matches today as the round of 32 continues. But to your point, it's good to see U.S. men's national team advance. And now you just got to hope that you can go to Seattle and you send Belgium home and make the quarterfinals.
That crowd in Seattle, man. It was insane against Australia. I'm very, very excited to see how that crowd looks like coming up on Monday against Belgium. Let's get back to football. Let's get back to football. It is Big 12 Media Days coming up next week. Also, yesterday, the Utah State had a celebration to welcome in a new era of the Pac-12. So we'll hear from Bronco Mendenhall, and we'll replay some of that conversation yesterday with Scotty and the coach. And then we'll also jump in. We'll talk Big 12 Media Days, what to anticipate as we look forward to a new football season. That's coming up next here on Scotty G and the Coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest event of the year, kicks off Thursday, July 2nd. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, see qualifying and the two-wheel skills and high jump world championships. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning this week to Rice Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and Texas Roadhouse.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is coming to Salt Lake City. Join us at the Hyatt Regency Hotel on July 4th and 5th.
It's a July 4th weekend card show. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards.
Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Hyatt Regency Hotel, Saturday and Sunday, July 4th and 5th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Life doesn't pause when you're sick. Vaccines against respiratory illnesses can help protect you and give you more playtime with your best friend. Depending on age and health status, vaccinations for flu, COVID-19, RSV, or pneumococcal infection may be recommended. Vaccines can help keep you from having a rough time. Learn more at cveep.org/vaccines-protect. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and CVEEP, fighting infectious respiratory disease.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing
the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back into Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, except no Tim Lacombe, no Scotty G today. Alex Napolis and Jake Hatch filling in, taking you through the midday. Football is right around the corner, Jake Hatch. You have the Big 12 Media Days that's coming up here next week, and then, of course, you had the big celebration yesterday to welcome in a new era in the Pac-12 with Utah State making the move over there. And, just hearing from some of the conversations that Scotty and Coach had yesterday up there in Logan, hearing some of the and seeing some of the reactions online and stuff like that, it seems like Utah State, the university, the football team, the basketball team, everybody involved is really, really excited, really, really stoked to make the move over to the new era of Pac-12.
Well, as they should be, because this is, I know it's not the Pac-12 that we grew to know when Utah was in it and everything, but it is still a brand name out there.
You're right.
And it brings a certain prestige with it. The nice part is, I believe in very short order, I think it's going to become the preeminent G6 conference. I really do think the schools in it are capable of elevating themselves, especially in football. Yeah, Gonzaga in basketball also. Like this is going to be a very stout league. In Utah State, I'm glad they're in it, and it gives them an opportunity to elevate themselves in so many different ways. And this is, in some small way, it's so funny to me. Bronco Mendenhall left BYU in large part because of the fact that they didn't have what was then Power 5 affiliation. He was very clear about it. He said he thought independence is unsustainable, and I think most of the sentiment around BYU internally was just that. But Bronco wasn't afraid to go out and say it openly.
Right. And now you're in a situation where you're ushering in a new G6. What feels like.
And I think if he had his druthers at that time, BYU probably would have been in the Pac-12. So now, in some ironic twist of fate, after he's changed jobs, now this is his fourth stop since then, he's now in the Pac-12, albeit at the helm of the Utah State Aggies. But it's a good thing for Utah State. It elevates their brand. It puts them in one of the premier G6 conferences and gives them an opportunity to, I think, just really compete at a higher level. It's nothing against the Mountain West, but you took the cream of the crop, I think, out of the Mountain West, put them with the likes of Washington State and Oregon State who have aspirations. Yeah, Gonzaga in basketball. Yeah, I think this is a good spot for the Aggies to be in.
Oh, I think the basketball of it all, with the addition of Gonzaga, with the some of these really, really great Mountain West former Mountain West schools who were really, really competitive in basketball. The basketball, I think of it, is going to be super, super entertaining, super fun to watch. The football of it, I think there's an opening here for a school like Utah State to say, and I think that's the sentiment that was felt, hearing from Kem Walker yesterday talk, is that there is an opening for somebody to emerge as the quote-unquote big dog of the Pac-12, and they feel like they're in a position to do so.
Well, as they should.
Absolutely. Let's hear from Bronco Mendenhall, the head coach of Utah State football. He sat down with Scotty G and the coach yesterday, and it starts off talking about their viral clip of them trekking that went viral on social media.
I love the fact you made those dudes do trek. I thought that was impressive.
Yeah, I've had lots and lots of comments about that. Almost all favorable. A year ago, when I came to Utah State, I realized with so many transfer players that hadn't been in the state, didn't know its history, and didn't really have a strong connection other than playing the game. And so a year ago, there were team meetings where I was showing pictures of, people that came and settled this valley, others that settled Salt Lake Valley, and then just stories from along the way. And then I kind of educated them as to how many settlers just came, regardless of faith, right? How many came west, and then how many are in covered wagons, and then how many were in pulling handcarts, which, as we already know, man, that wasn't because they had an abundance of wealth and things were going well, right? I mean, that was kind of just
necessity. That's how we're going to do it.
That's it. We're going to find a way. And so I then shared stories, again, this is starting from a year ago, about those that were then settling this valley and the challenges and the battle and the resiliency and the toughness of the people to do that, which was, not insignificant. And a year ago, we reached out and we really tried to get the event done then, just not quite fast enough turnaround time, weather, the season, etc. But put a bookmark in place of, we're going to do this next year. And again, we really I like to do challenging things. And I know by doing super hard things together, it galvanizes relationships and it brings people together. So let's just say, as we are this year, 53% of our roster is new again. Kids from all over the country don't really know anything about the state and how it became, but it is college athletics. And so this chance to educate them, bind them, to have them relate to, have them show appreciation to the legacy of this valley, the people that have settled here, what that took. It seemed to make sense. It just so happens then that we could construct a really challenging route, almost all uphill, right? And we loaded the handcarts significantly. And every year I basically conduct what I call the interview with our players, And they usually do it one at a time, sometimes small groups. So this basically was in place of an annual event I call the interview, where it was a team-wide interview, but also education, team building, and quite frankly, a college experience that I think is maybe specific and unique only to Utah and Utah State. And so it made sense from a lot of different ways. And the players, lots of appreciation and gratitude and a lot of thank yous after, even though it was challenging, just for the time, energy, and effort to make a distinct and unique experience. Because many are coming from other schools and didn't know anything about the school, the place, and they were like, this is better to have an appreciation for it.
I was going to ask you what the player reaction was, but also I got to imagine some of those guys get on a handcart. They're like, that shouldn't be that hard. Then all of a sudden, like, whoa.
Well, it was really fun. So the reaction was really positive. So they didn't know. I sent out a text the night before, said team meeting tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. So the coaches didn't know either.
Yeah.
And so team meeting at 5, and then still didn't announce what we were doing. Just said buses are outside, and we'll give you instructions when we get there. Told them what shoes to put on. So got on buses and then went up the canyon. And then when they got out, they started looking around, and it's like, oh. And then there was the orientation there. So they literally didn't know. And tribute to our coaching staff and Summer and our director of football operations, Joe Spaziani, and Pat Hickman, our chief of staff. That little subgroup had been working, and it didn't leak all the way until we're getting out of the buses to then literally start the exercise, which was great. So really, the players had a great experience, and I would say gratitude was probably the thing they shared most. The thing that was really interesting to me, and they expected the event to take a lot longer, those that organized it, and they hadn't seen that kind of teamwork and speed. And we were about almost 2 hours ahead of schedule by the time we had a meal set up for after, and it was done so quickly in about an hour and a half's time, where what they had allotted was significantly different. But anyway, what I found is that the groups were divided. So in the team meeting, we showed the groups of 4. And those groups of 4 were random and atypical. And so we put together, I think it was 28 different teams of 4. And some of those teams clicked and were cohesive and coordinated right from the beginning. Yeah, others were not. And disproportionate pulling and zigzagging and communication patterns and along the way, we had it staged at each mile where there's a new challenge where now you can only pull with 3, or here's weight because someone now is more tired than normal, so they had to put weighted chains on. And so we're making different challenges within the event. But what was interesting to me is I was just imagining families as maybe a loved one sprains an ankle or gets the flu, and then where do they go? The subgroup along the way, different levels of motivation in each cart, right? And to keep that whole string together, there were gaps, and there was others kind of running into each other, and some too close. I mean, there was a lot to manage. And so I was just thinking also from a leadership perspective, man, to get for those folks to come from as far away as they did and to actually make it, especially those in adverse conditions. But I think each family was challenged too. As I watched those subgroups of 4, it wasn't like that was just everything was just fun and friendly that whole time. There were moments where, hey, are you going to pull? Or I said, stop. So there was kind of opportunities there for team building, but also just, I think, appreciation for thinking about if that was their family and not making it's not an option, right?
Yeah.
So you got to find a way. And so I loved watching that.
In some ways, I mean, the way you're describing that, you simulated in a season.
That's
just
it.
one season.
Exactly right.
Is that what you're trying to do?
Exactly.
You're simulating a season because nobody, unless you've been in the locker room in some capacity, there's a lot of people with a lot of opinions, and you don't need to get into this, but I can now. But seriously, unless you've been in the building, and to win a game is brutal.
Oh, man.
I mean, it's like a war on the sidelines, right?
Well, it is, and so one of the things we say here a lot, and I tell this to my own boys with like their social experiences and dating, and to my team, the idea is to know before you know, and what things can you do in advance that are going to tell you what it's going to be, and dinner and a movie doesn't really do that.
Hey guys, you want to hang?
Yeah, that's not how, at least my wife and I, our relationship's way past dinner and movie. There's just hard stuff happening. But if you already know you can rely and trust on that person, and you've already seen them in all these different contexts, there's a different level of trust. So to your point, yeah, one of the main reasons is to see and know before we know, and who can I trust, who will communicate well, what groups of people can be relied on, what does a leadership council look like from that, what I just saw, which by the way we selected about a week after seeing that, because it was like tryouts, like, so that guy, yep, that guy, wow, that's surprising, but yeah, that guy wouldn't have ever guessed it, but look at him. And so being able to know before you know was, I think, to your point of the season, that was one of the things too.
Bronco Mendenhall joining us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Were you on horseback during this?
I wasn't. No, there were those on horseback, and so there's the message they said it's not only supervision wise, but there's some snakes in the canyon, right?
Okay.
And so the horses kind of moving and around, so in front and back and going up the sides. I was just roaming, and so I was seeing which carts were lagging and occasionally providing an extra push, either physically or verbally, providing communication, and then just being where it was needed. It allowed me to kind of be boots on the ground.
Yeah.
And rather than above and separated, I got a sense of kind of literally just by going alongside each group and what that looked like and what the kids, maybe a deeper sense of who they really were. And that was really helpful.
You fascinate me, bro. I coached for a long time, and actually alongside you, actually was a neighbor of yours in Alpine. But we never really connected. Yeah. But man, I've got a respect for the way you approach things. Because coaching to me at a certain point went from the low-hanging whistle and bike shorts and guys that kind of knew what they were doing to a science. But you were early in that. And just kind of talk me through that transformation.
Yeah, I think the science part, and I would say I'm still transforming, and I learn every day, which is the coolest part about my job. Young people are inspiring, and they're so smart and capable, and so I love that environment. But I remember being a first-time head coach at BYU, and I can't say daily, but frequently a player or someone would come into my office with a challenge or a problem that I did not have the answer to. I might have a principle that I thought this was right or wrong, but not really the solution of now here's what to do about it. So the science part really became my fascination with reading at that point of trying to become an expert on each topic that came in. And so my library is designed really by shelves that was then by a person, a player or staff member coming in with a challenge or a problem that I didn't have the answer to. But I felt it was my responsibility, but also just, I think, strong leadership and establishing trust to have the answers. When someone did trust me enough to come to ask, I felt obligated, but also fulfilled if I could help. And I didn't feel that way if I couldn't. And so the science part really, and the approach was built really through humility of not knowing. And then this quest of kind of going back to school in the real world to get a master's or a doctorate in sports science, in psychology, in anxiety or depression, in marriage counseling, right, in human performance, in the development of habits, in really any topic. And that really was just simply to provide the most answers for the people I care about. And there's a different level of peace that comes from having answers when someone comes to see you versus not being able to help. And yeah, I've learned that the hard way, and there's still plenty that I don't know for sure.
I know you have to be somewhat hands-off in the summer in regards to workouts and things along those lines. You gave the mantle of the starting quarterback spot to McKay Hillstead in hopes that he could be that leader to have the voluntary workouts and to lead those. How do you feel like that mantle is being held by him?
Oh, it's fascinating to watch each team and each leader do that. So I watched Bryson Barnes a year ago, and his leadership style and personality. It's very similar to coaches, and so McKay, one of our assistant coaches, shared a document with me the other day that I think one of the receivers passed on to him, and it was his weekly schedule from McKay. And it had the day, the minute, the hour, the sequencing, the progressions, the install, the coaching points. And so this is happening with me not even knowing about it. and yet here's a leader leading. It's such a precise, specific, and designed and intentional way that he's capturing. So leadership, right, is capturing the hearts and minds of those you lead. That happens not only through an approach, but then through competency. So he's doing both, and it was really clear in the spring that's what he was deserving of. To see him now take it and leverage that, his credibility with our team is, well, put it this way. When I am in the office now, which is I'll be here most of July, I walk by an offensive meeting room and it was jammed. I mean, it was the entire offense, and I wasn't standing in front, nor did I even know the meeting was going on. McKay was standing in front, and film is going, the clicker is happening, there's dialogue, and I don't know. I think many times in college athletics and many times in leadership, especially as adults and grown-ups, we think that we have to be the one. I believe in the level 5 leadership model where really being off to the side after architecting and enabling. And man, if you watch in my faith, young people go out and serve and learn languages. And I mean, what they're asked to do is just mind-boggling. And then yet we don't think a player can lead a meeting in a football program. Like, what?
Yeah, that's a coach's job.
That's it. That's the most. Yeah. And so many of the coaches, well, what do I do? Well, you then help them lead from off to the side. You don't need to be the one in front. And man, that's not how we view strong leadership in football. And yet I actually think my number one job is over time to make myself irrelevant, right? To have passed on everything possible, and they got it. And then maybe on occasion it's a text or a call. Hey, coach, this is a tough one. What about? But the less that becomes, I think the more effective I've been over time. And I think we view it the opposite way. And there's models that have worked the other way. So I'm not saying it doesn't. I just prefer a little bit different.
We're both cavemen.
Home of the caveman.
You know the fight song, I'm sure.
Dear old AFI, yes, we will love you till we die. Our banner's bright of red and white will be a beacon through the night. Oh, yeah,
we
right
got
there.
Mm-hmm. My favorite part, though, is coming up. Dramatic arts.
Football and track.
Football and track.
We'll always bring the honors back. So sing our praises to the sky.
Bronk
we'll
and
always
I will always fight for
AFI.
Go, go. So anyway, that's our shout out for the Steel Days is coming up.
There it
man.
is. Yeah.
I don't know how to top that,
so
Coach.
I've had a lot of things
who would have
on my
guessed
dossier.
that was going to happen today? That when I woke up, I did not see that coming.
Well, Bronco and I click. So
yes,
he gets me, I get him.
The chemistry. Well, when you go to American Fork, it's just kind of what happens.
It's in the blood.
Yeah.
You probably have some manure on your shoe. You dabbled maybe in, I don't know, you've gone on the wrong side of the track a time or two.
And there's heritage into Geneva Steel and the steel workers. There's a grit that's part of that.
I watched you play at West High School.
Yeah, I remember.
Do you remember that game?
Yeah.
Like there were guys up on there were snipers up on the roof.
Yeah, I remember. Yep.
Were you a sophomore on that team?
I was a sophomore. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember you. You always looked so you looked like you could just bash somebody's head in back in the day.
But there were some comments made as I was walking out to the field where it's like, and they were coming from the female students, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is
what we want to do.
Wanted to fight.
Yeah, we're okay.
We lost that game, right?
We did. Yeah, crud.
Well, Coach, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming by, hanging out with us. Can't wait to bug you a little bit more during the fall. I know.
There you go. Utah State football head coach Bronco Mendenhall yesterday with Scotty G and the coach, talking a lot about the Trek trip again that went absolutely viral. But then the thing that stood out to me the most yesterday in that conversation was, of course, McKay Hillstead, former BYU quarterback, now up at Utah State, and he's QB1. He's Bronco Mendenhall and his staff are all in on McKay Hillstead.
Well, and that's the thing about this is Hillstead. If Bear Bachmeier does not enroll at BYU last year, the alternate reality is that McKay Hillstead's probably QB1 right now in Provo, Utah.
Yes.
Like, that's the way things are kind of trending, it felt like, in some ways down there in Provo. And it's cool to see him go back to the program he was originally with, speaking of Utah State, proving you can go home again in a way. And I hope he goes out there and kills it. Now, obviously, they're hoping that as well because Bronco knows how critical quarterback play is, especially in this day and age of college football. I'm curious to see how he fits into Robert and I's offense. Dr. Bob, as people like to call him, he has coordinated some very high-level offenses. And the nice part is I've watched Nye's offenses for years, and he has proven to be pretty good about adapting his system to fit the quarterbacks he has to work with. And McKay Hillstead, it's not a bad thing. He is a pint-sized quarterback. He's not a big dude. He's got a lot of skill. He's got a lot of speed. He can run and throw, and that'll be very useful, I think, in the offense that Robert Nye is going to throw out there. And I know that Bronco Mendenhall, talk about a guy who knows what he's after because he's done this at a high level for a long time. He wants to win, and he knows that they've upped the ante when it comes to going to the Pac-12, and that's going to require a high level of play, and he fully expects that to come from a guy like McKay Hillstead.
I think if I remember correctly, going back to my first year doing the high school stuff, I remember calling one of his games for Skyridge back in the day, and you could see the potential. You could see that there was a really, really high ceiling for him. You could see it, while he was slinging it down there for the Skyridge Falcons. And
I called his very first start in high school.
There you go.
I went to Skyridge, and I went out there to talk to their coaches, and they had 3 different quarterbacks they had listed on their depth chart.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, Coach, I'm Jake Hatch, KSL Sports, calling the game tonight. Can you tell me who your quarterback's going to be? And I think it was John Lehman. Turns around and points at this guy who I'm like, he's like, it's my guy right there. McKay Hillstead, he's a sophomore. And I'm like, and I half expected him to start laughing and be like, JK, that's the sophomore. No, he's dead serious. It's McKay Hillstead. And McKay at that point was probably close to the height he is still today, like 5'10", 5'11", but probably $150 weight-wise. And I'm like, this kid's going to get broken. You're sacrificing him to the wolves. Like, what are you doing here? But all he did is go out there, and I had to go back and look at this. I'm fairly certain he passed for 200 and ran for 200, it felt like, in that game.
Wow.
And I was like...
like I said, man, you saw the potential.
This kid's a dynamo.
Absolutely. You saw the potential from the high school days. You saw the potential his 1 year with Utah State before he makes the move over to BYU. And I hope that now he can go back up to Logan. He can go back up to Utah State and finally get into that untapped potential that I think we've all seen throughout the course of the career of McKay Hillstead. Not that, he couldn't go down to BYU and do the same thing. I just think that up there at Utah State with Bronco Mendenhall, with that offense, I'm curious to see if he's able to get to that levels that we've all thought McKay Hillstead could get to.
Did you guys get a kick out of him saying that he literally did not tell the team until they got on the buses about Trek?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, neither one of you have been on Trek before, right?
No.
Did you ever do Trek?
It crossed my mind.
No. It shouldn't have. I've done it once, and I'm telling you, never wanted to do it again.
Yeah, but you got to get the little hatchlings out there. Come on.
No. Trust me, so my mother and father-in-law just got roped into being like the cooks for Trek, and they're going to Wyoming, and let's just put it this way. My mother-in-law was like, you want us to do what now? And they're going to literally follow the group.
Why do I picture like a lot of baked beans? Do they do baked beans?
Yeah. Trust me, it was sandy, hot, and miserable is all I remember from it. So props to Bronco for getting his guys to do it. It is one of those like kind of unique experiences, but
I would love to be in the conversations after this happened amongst one another.
Oh, bro, what did we just do? Because here's the thing. A lot of guys are of the predominant faith around here, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is what Trek comes from. It comes from the Pioneer experience. But there's a lot of guys in a football program like Utah State that are from out of state who have no connection whatsoever.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the out of state guys were feeling after that experience.
A hand cart? What?
And I push it?
So, yeah. That is a unique experience, I think, in all of college football there. Anyways.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Love that it went viral. Love that everybody's having fun with it online. Love the reactions that people were having online.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just stuff like that. As soon as something like that hits social media, that just makes me more and more excited for what's to come with what we anticipate to be a really, really awesome football season here inside the state of Utah. We'll take a break. When we'll come back, we'll jump into Big 12 Media Days. That's coming up next week. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage here down from Dallas on the KSL Sports Zone, and we'll jump in and what we anticipate, what we're looking forward to, and everything as far as Big 12 Media Days goes. That's coming up next here on Scotty G and the Coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz are worse today than they were yesterday. The Jazz are not better without Walker Kessler. The Jazz made a trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. to ideally compete for the playoffs this season. That is less likely than it would have been had they had Walker.
So the Jazz are a little worse on paper as a roster. Check. But did they overpay the wrong guy?
No.
No, they did not.
Which we have learned today is maybe the single worst thing you can do in the NBA.
By overpaying the wrong guy. And they did not. Now, the Jazz probably, I'm guessing, offered what they were comfortable offering, or probably pretty close in the 28-29. And honestly, probably didn't want to go much higher.
We would rather lose Walker at that number with 2 draft picks and swaps versus have Walker at $39 million.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge of your seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
The news just breaking. Shams and ESPN reporting the Lakers are acquiring Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round draft picks in 2031 and 2033 and first-round swaps in 2028 and 2030.
Goodbye, Walker. I think they had to let him go. I was bracing myself. This is a part of the puzzle. It's not a complete, okay, this is it, that's it, this deal. Yeah. It's in a box. No, it wasn't going to be Darren Peterson, and that was it. The thing that I like about it is get it done rather than being held hostage. They clearly were held hostage by Gordon Hayward. Get in there and make moves now. And I don't think they wanted to match it in the 30s. And so since they didn't want to match it in the 30s, get stuff back.
Yes, do not let him walk.
You never let a Walker walk. So go make some other moves, see what you got cooking, what you can do to help get the team better.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
The Utah Jazz select
Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back in. It is Scotty G and the coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Napolis and Jake Hatch sitting in today. Let's jump in. Let's look forward to next week as we get ready to turn our page to the Big 12 Media Days. We'll be down there for both Tuesday and Wednesday, bringing you all the coverage and all the action from down there in Dallas. BYU and Utah, of course, locally here will be on the forefront of our minds.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the big story nationally, of course, is going to be Texas Tech. And I know that Sorsby in that situation has been moved on from, but I'm sure a lot of people, as far as the national perspective goes, will still have questions about Texas Tech and where things land after Brendan Sorsby.
So last year, Big 12 Media Days, Cody Campbell was making the rounds. Like, for a multi-billionaire, he was everywhere at Big 12 Media Days last year. He was sat down with almost anybody who asked him if you wanted to talk to him. He would sit down with you, do an interview and whatnot. And he was really trying to start, like, he was starting to emerge on the national stage in terms of becoming the force he's become in college sports. I wonder if he shows up this year.
Right.
Especially considering the heat.
Oh, man. Everybody, I mean, I've never seen people come together for, as good as they did for this whole Texas Tech situation. And, of course, Cody Campbell being the guy who's online clamoring about Save College Sports and all these legislations that are being passed for him to immediately turn around and try to get Brendan Sorsby to play college football. Like, it's a little bit of a double standard there, Cody. And so we'll see what his reaction is and if he shows up to talk to media as he did last year.
That's kind of the one thing about Texas Tech. I'm wondering if he shows up because obviously you will have Joey McGuire there because he's required to be there as the head coach and everything. I just wonder how much of the other Texas Tech brass, A, is there, and B, is kind of like milling around and willing to talk and go on the record and all that type of stuff. That's one with regards to the Texas Tech story. The other thing I'm looking at here, Alex, and I'll get your thought on this, is the Big 12 did away with their media poll a couple of years ago. Now, there are informal ones. And by the way, we just put it out. Did it go up today, Lloyd? Do you know about this? We had our KSL Sports Big 12 poll. It debuted today. Is that right? And we have 9, I think 11 voting members that ultimately weighed in on this. 9 of them picked Texas Tech at the top of the poll. Now, there are these, I call them straw polls because I participated in 3 of them last year down there in like different media groups are like, hey, would you mind doing an informal media poll? I do wonder. So we have Texas Tech with 9 of the 11 first place votes in our KSL Sports one. That's all of our internal employees voting on it. 2 to BYU. I want to get a feel for how many people are going to continue to tab Texas Tech as the defending champions to repeat, or if some of them have the sheen, I guess, in a way, with the Brendan Sorsby stuff, wears off on some people, and it's almost like an opposition vote where they're like, no, I'm picking BYU because I don't want to pick Texas Tech.
Well, and the way that I see Texas Tech still being at the top is, they're the Big 12 champions, and until somebody comes in and takes down the Big 12 champions, like they deserve some type of respect to that extent. Now, I think that lost in all this too, and the Brendan Sorsby stuff is the fact that they still went out in the transfer portal and they still made moves. They still brought in some transfers. They're still reloading that roster despite losing a lot of talent, specifically on the defensive side, like Bailey, like Rodriguez, etc. And you look at now Texas Tech and quarterback play is so important in college football, and you need to have a reliable, good quarterback that is going to get the job done. And that's where I'll ding Texas Tech is. I just don't know if right now they have the quarterback that can throughout the course of a 12-game plus season can lead that team down there the way that maybe Brendan Morton did last season, and then maybe Brendan Sorsby would have had he, of course, been able to play for Texas Tech this season.
Yeah, the Hammond situation is going to be interesting because they have openly admitted that he probably won't be ready until at least week 2.
Yes. And maybe that conversation changes for me, at least my perspective, if Will Hammond is 100% and ready to go.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's coming off this injury, the fact that he's coming off of and not 100% heading into the season, and has to miss spring camp, has to miss fall camp, training camp, all that stuff, then that changes the conversation for me as to whether or not Will Hammond can be the guy for Texas Tech.
It'll be interesting. The biggest thing is Tech has got such a big spotlight on them because of the money they're spending, the outspoken nature of people like Cody Campbell, the fact that they went seemingly to the ends of the earth to defend Brendan Sorsby, and it's going to bring a lot of the attention of Big 12 Media Days onto them, and it'd be interesting to see how these other programs I almost deal with that in a way, Alex, like in terms of like, hey, they're getting all this attention over here. What about the other 15 teams in the league? I think that BYU, I think Utah with our station coming up, there'll be plenty of focus, as you mentioned, with us doing that. I'm just wondering about more, I guess, league-wide in a way with the other media members and the like, how they handle that. Now, I have an interesting question for you. So we're going back 2 years ago at Big 12 Media Days. Then West Virginia coach, it wasn't Rich Rod, it's got to be before him. I'm Neil, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting his name all of a sudden. WV football coach fired. Neil Brown.
Neil Brown, yes.
Super generic name. I should have been able to remember that. He got up in front of the media at Big 12 Media Days. They were picked to finish last, if I recall, or near last in the league. It was 2 or 3 years ago. And he got up there, and he was like, just beside himself. He's like, I guarantee you we are not going to finish that low in the poll. We are going to make it. And they backed it up. It was his lone season at West Virginia where he actually did okay, and then it kind of fell right back off and they fired him and hired Rich Rod. Is there a team that perception-wise you think could be near the bottom of the league that if their coach were to get up there and like go with the guarantee, we're not going to finish, like, who do you tab that for?
Oh, okay. I think the easy answer here is Oklahoma State.
But are they going to be picked that low, though?
And that's the question. I think people, first of all, I look at Oklahoma State, and I think people are overrating them.
Fair.
To begin with.
Yeah.
There were some things that were put out there of them saying, oh, they can go on, they win the Big 12 and stuff like that. But I think that they still have to go out there and prove it with the new head coach. And I know that the transfers they made are really, really enticing and can be and will potentially be really, really good. I just look at that Oklahoma State team as a team who didn't win any conference games the last 2 seasons, and they're obviously going to make a big step up because of the talent that they've brought in. I don't know if they'll be picked towards the bottom. I think on the KSL one they have them at 9th, but that's a team that I look at as that was the team at the bottom who was going to make a big jump.
Sure. All right, so this is obviously an interesting conversation because you're trying to predict. We're talking literally months down the line here, Alex, and so many variables go into this: injuries, luck when it comes to turnovers, having standout players really emerge. The team that I think that could do that this year are the West Virginia Mountaineers.
Yeah, not a lot of people are talking about West Virginia, and
there's one thing that Rich Rodriguez has proven.
Yes,
is he can coach.
I think just having the factor of Rich Rod and seeing the improvements that they took last season.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it past that West Virginia somehow makes their way out of the as again being considered one of the bottom teams in the Big 12.
Yeah, so our KSL Sports poll has them 13th, so bottom tier, bottom quarter of the league. They are among UCF, Colorado, and Iowa State, and I think those are pretty easy to see those being kind of the bottom three. But I do think that West Virginia could be one of those teams that, if Rich Rod does what he has done seemingly routinely throughout his coaching career and gets the most out of teams, is they can make some noise. I'm not saying they're going to like win the entire league.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like it's kind of what Neil Brown did. I remember I was sitting there. I think it was at AT&T Stadium when he made that guarantee, and they went out and had like a 9-win season, and they were like picked to finish similar to where they were tabbed this year. I think in 9-3, I think it got them like in the top quarter. Like so. I'm interested to see which of those teams kind of get that, and which team ends up being that surprise team.
Absolutely. As far as the local teams go, as far as the storylines locally, I think to me the biggest one, and the one that will also, of course, be a part of the national conversation, but the one that I've got my eye on the most it has to be, of course, first-year head coach Morgan Scalley.
Yeah.
I know BYU's coming off the season that they just had, but you have a lot more stability. You have more luck, a lot more continuity when it comes to the coaching staff, when it comes to the players, when it comes to who you know is going to be lining up there when it comes to week one. For me, there's a lot more questions about Utah, and of course, it's going to be first-year head coach Morgan Scalley, and the storyline there, how he handles himself through his first Big 12 media days, as far as being the head coach of this program, and of course, seeing some of these guys that you know are going to be massive contributors like Devin Dampier and Wayshawn Parker for Utah down there in Dallas.
Utah has a lot of questions for a team that's coming off a 10-win year,
And it's kind of crazy.
It's
kind of crazy, but it's also warranted because that's just the nature of what comes with college football and the nature of what comes with losing your head coach and having now a first-year head coach. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that there isn't many people more suited for taking over for the guy than Morgan Scalley, but it's just going to come with the territory of this is his first year as a head coach of a football program in college football.
Yeah, I am curious, and there's no real good way to get this answer at Big 12 Media Days. Did you know that, and this was pointed out to me just a little while ago, Utah is replacing the entirety of their offensive and defensive lines.
That's right.
All 9 starting positions are being turned over this year. And for a program that for the 2+ decades that Kyle Whittingham was the head coach there, prided themselves on beating the crap out of you with their offensive and defensive line play, to completely turn that over in year one, it's a question mark that, like I said, I'm not sure you can get a real good answer for that at media day because it obviously has to be proven out on the field. But I am genuinely curious to see how Utah adapts to that wholesale turnover.
Right. And I'm sure if you bring it up and you ask about it, it's going to be, oh, yeah, they've been making really great progress.
Sure.
And of course, the things you want to hear as a Utah fan.
Well, it's media day. It's talking season, baby.
As a Utah fan, they're going to say all the right things that you want to hear, but you're not going to know until they take that first snap. You're not going to know probably maybe even until the first Big 12 game for Utah. Or maybe Arkansas, week 2, right?
Yeah.
For Utah's and the offensive line, I think to me that's the biggest red circle that I have on the roster, not only because you lose the 5 starters, not only you lose NFL first round talent, but you also have to replace Jim Harding, who has been a massive component and a massive cog to the success that Kyle Whittingham has had at Utah over the course of the last 20 years.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. I look forward to it. I also do want to just in terms of Morgan Scalley, because he's emerging out of the shadow of Kyle Whittingham, and he's now the head coach of the University of Utah.
You're not the guy.
Like, I wonder how he goes out there and projects himself. Do I expect to see the Morgan Scalley I've seen for the last 2+ decades he's been at Utah? Yes, I do. But it is truly his first opportunity to really be on that stage in front of the Big 12 media corps.
And to his credit, too, he's been going out. He's been making the rounds. He's throughout the course of the offseason, he's been making himself available. He's available, and he's been making himself known that, this is now my program. And he's been going out there and pumping himself up, pumping up the team, as he should as the new head coach, right? You have to make sure that you are in a good spot heading into, again, this Big 12 Media Days, and, of course, what is going to be your first season as a football head coach.
Yeah, I'm interested to see like kind of how he addresses questions, because they come from all over the place when it comes to media days. You have people asking you, "Hey, what's your favorite like color when you were like?" Just all kinds of stuff. I just wonder how he's going to project and handle himself on that stage. I don't expect it to be any different than he's been. Speaking of Morgan Scalley, because He's a pretty grounded individual overall, but it is his first kind of true introduction to the nation in a way that he hasn't had before.
What are you looking at when it comes to the BYU Cougars?
I'm interested to see how Bear Bachmeier does, because he's one of the 6 players that can represent BYU down there at Big 12 Media Days.
He wasn't there last year.
No, he was not.
Well, okay, that's what I thought.
He'll laugh about this. He was all of 2 weeks into his BYU football tenure this time last year.
Okay.
He enrolled in mid-June.
Yes. Okay. That makes more. Yes.
So he was not at Big 12 Media Day. We had really no clue what he was going to become. But now he's one of the faces of the BYU football program. Now, he's not a super eloquent dude at this point in his career, but he does take on the responsibility of understanding I'm QB1. I got to talk to the media. But this is the car wash, as they call it. And I'm interested to see how Bear adapts to it. They have other guys going down there. Bruce Mitchell's going to be there. Isaiah Glasker. Those guys are talkers. Trust me. I talk to them all the time. They know how to. I'm just because Bear, as a quarterback, especially when you went 12-2 last year as a true freshman, you're going to be in front of the media. I just wonder how he handles himself. Because it can be overwhelming. It really can. Because you're doing a lot of interviews and you're facing a lot of questions, and it can get monotonous and tiresome in a way.
And ultimately, as it started, there's a certain territory and there's a certain thing that comes with being the face, the QB of BYU football.
Yeah.
And I'm also curious to see how such a young guy handles it. I think if you can take anything from what he did last season, right, in how he carried that offense, I'm pretty confident that he can also handle a little bit of that Big 12 Media Day pressure.
Well, and here's the thing. I thought similarly about LJ Martin last year because LJ went down there to represent BYU, and LJ he's just kind of a quiet dude. He likes to lead more by example than with his words. But when I talked to him and I was like, okay, he stepped up to the plate and he delivered in a big way. So I kind of expect the same thing from Bear, but this is similar to the Morgan Scally situation. This is Bear's first real time where he's really addressing multiple media members in the same environment, facing the same questions, and just I call it the car wash. It's exactly what it is.
All right, we'll wrap things up on the other side. It is Scotty G and the coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. The news just breaking, Shams and ESPN reporting the Lakers are acquiring Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round draft picks in 2031 and 2033 and first-round swaps in 2028 and 2030.
Goodbye, Walker. I think they had to let him go. I was bracing myself. This is a part of the puzzle. It's not a complete, okay, this is it, that's it, this deal, it's in a box. No, it wasn't going to be Darren Peterson, and that was it. The thing that I like about it is get it done rather than being held hostage. They clearly were held hostage by Gordon Hayward. Get in there and make moves now. And I don't think they wanted to match it in the 30s. And so since they didn't want to match it in the 30s, get stuff back.
Yes, do not let him walk.
You never let a Walker walk. So go make some other moves, see what you got cooking, what you can do to help get the team better.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Final segment of the day here on Scotty G and the Coach, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as we get you ready for your holiday weekend.
Okay, no offense to Country Roads. This needs to be the anthem for the U.S. men's national team.
I get you didn't want to, take it from hockey.
I know.
And you want to do your own
Come
thing,
on. Freebird!
Freebird just gets you in a different mood. And I'm glad that...
I love John Denver.
I'm glad Tim selected it for the song to play this show out. As you get ready for the holiday weekend, there is, of course, some Summer League games that are going to be happening up on the hill.
Saturday.
At the Huntsman Center on Saturday.
First look at DP in Jazz gear.
Absolutely. You'll get to see Darren Peterson in action. Ace Bailey is expected to be in action, and a couple others there for the Utah Jazz as they've released their Summer League roster earlier this week. One of the things to be on the lookout, though, when it comes to Summer League is they're trying out some new rules. They're testing out some new rules and checking out some new things as they potentially look to make some changes to the NBA. And one of those tests will, of course, be one free throw rule.
This is weird.
That is about to come up this
so
weekend.
This has existed in the NBA G League for quite a while, 2019.
Yes.
And the idea of it is to improve the flow of the game and thereby speed up the game is the idea. Because, they complain sometimes about the length of NBA TV windows. Well, what this is, Alex, is during the upcoming NBA Summer Leagues, when free throws are awarded in the flow of a game, 1, 2, or 3 points, depending on what the foul is, a 3-pointer, when you get fouled, you just have the three free throws, right?
Right.
Well, they're bagging that.
Oh.
It's one shot.
Not a fan.
So it's either 1, 2, or 3 points worth of value with one shot for the free throw, with the idea it speeds up the game. Now, standard NBA free throw rules will apply in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter and during overtime. So it goes back to the traditional format in that respect.
That changes things.
But before that, you can be fouled on a 3-pointer and you get one crack at picking up 3 points. It's all or nothing on one shot.
I do like that the final 2 minutes will continue to be the same free throws that you've seen throughout the course, right? The free throws that you are accustomed to. Because, late game scenarios, late game situations, like the intensity, the drama, the dramatics of a free throw that can potentially win you and lose you a basketball game, you can't take that away. You can't say that, in the last 2 minutes of a game, you can't have someone walk up to the free throw line and say, this one counts for 2, this one counts for 3, if you just make the one, and that takes out all the drama. That takes out the dramatics of part of what makes basketball so fun is the late minute dramatics.
Correct, and I'm with you on that. The final 2 minutes. The problem is, if it's all or nothing on one shot, well, 1, 2, or 3 points, I know early on in a game may not affect it can affect later on.
And that can have huge implications later on in the game.
Yeah.
As far as doing the all for one earlier, because then that's how you get to late game scenarios anyway.
Yeah. So I don't get this, honestly, because I get it in theory. Does that make sense? Like, I get the idea of trying to speed up and get the game.
I understand you wanting to speed up the game,
but how about officiate the game better in the first place?
That could be an
and thereby we have better flow to the game overall. Come on, Adam Silver.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this change. We'll see how it looks like during the summer league stuff happening up again at the Huntsman Center this weekend. I'm just not a fan of it. Especially because if you do the all for one, back to your point, you're just completely changing the outcomes of games without there necessarily needing to be this change, right? You still have guys go up for their 1s and 2s. You still have guys go up for their 3s if it's a 3, right? Because that can have major implications later on in the game. You're not guaranteed to make the free throws. There are players in this league who still aren't the best when it comes to free throw shooting.
There's a lot, yeah.
And that can change the outcome of a game, even if it is one of these early ones that count for the all for one.
Yeah, I don't know. NBA officiating and basketball officiating overall is even like
it's a big topic of conversation, especially after the SGA stuff and the flopping and all that. But
we already have enough free throws and other stuff going on in the game. We don't need to. Oh, you fouled for 3 free throws. Okay, you get one shot at that. Like I don't know. It does not measure up with what I think the NBA needs to address.
And the question too that I look at that I look with this is it really to speed up the games, or is it just to have longer intervals where you can have commercials?
Well,
because everybody knows that's where
we put 4 quarters into soccer, didn't we?
That's where we're at. That's where we're at. Where the commercials and the ad revenue money.
Put your 4s up when we get to that second hydration break, everybody.
All right, Jake Hatch. Thanks for hanging out today, man. I know that you're coming off of DJ and PK, but
always a blast.
You sat down, hung out, and
Lloyd said it right before we came live. Show flew by. Like doesn't feel
really
like
did.
Yeah, it went by quick.
It absolutely did.
Quick.
Hey, you guys have a happy 4th, okay?
You do the same.
You too,
buddy.
man.
At 250.
You too, man.
Be smart with your fireworks if your community allows you to light them.
Just don't do them. Actually,
I'm with
don't
you.
Light my house on fire.
I'm with you on that. So I live in Saratoga Springs. They've banned them outright in the entire city. But yeah, be smart out there, everybody. Let's not burn down the state.
Have a great holiday weekend. Have a fun and safe time out there, and enjoy some Summer League basketball. The Utah Jazz will be in action on Saturday, as we're anticipated to see Darren Peterson make some type of debut in a Utah Jazz uniform in the Summer League. From Alex Napolis, from Jake Hatch, from Lloyd Cole, this has been Scotty G and the Coach here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well, and it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For a lot of workplaces, the work week doesn't end on Friday.
That's why there's EasyCater, the best way to order food from favorite restaurants for your hardworking team, even on weekends. With EasyCater, you'll find great options for any group size and any shift, with tools to help meet dietary needs, stay on budget, and simplify expenses, all backed by our award-winning 24/7 support. EasyCater, your Monday through Sunday workplace food platform. Start an order for your weekend crew at easycater.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is coming to Salt Lake City. Join us at the Hyatt Regency Hotel on July 4th and 5th.
It's a July 4th weekend card show. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards.
Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Hyatt Regency Hotel, Saturday and Sunday, July 4th and 5th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Hi, I'm your kid's old jeans. I've been in the drawer for a while and really missed the playground. You should swing by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I can get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your Thursday. However, you may be absorbing the show. I do love it that every time I wear my Guns N' Roses shirt, that Christian
recognizes it.
He does, and he comes in with a little GNR, and I think it lifts all of us. I thought of Great American Band, Guns N' Roses.
Ooh, Great American Band. Huh.
Because I also wore my America hat.
You did. Is that new this year, or is this one you've had?
It's new.
I almost just bought a flag with a hat with an American flag on it, not a flag with a hat on it. That wouldn't make any sense. I almost, literally 40 minutes ago.
Now, my get up on Saturday is going to also include a red, white, and blue tie-dye shirt, but I thought it was a little too much for the show.
It's never too much for the show. It's a radio show. Most people still absorb us via audio.
But can I tell you, I don't want to wear it twice because I just thought I could go on Amazon and pick out any old thing, and it really is the worst shirt I've ever bought.
Yeah.
I don't know what material it's made out of, but it certainly is
Somehow
not
worse than polyester.
It certainly is not cotton. So it does accomplish the message I want to send onto our 250, but I don't think it's a shirt I'm really in a hurry to wear twice. So I went with the great American band Guns N' Roses. I also considered going with Johnny Cash, and I don't know why, but ultimately Guns N' Roses won out.
I'm here for it.
Oh, okay.
Should have drafted Axl Rose yesterday.
I also have
Great Americans, yeah.
How did Axl not get drafted? I also regretted, by the way, not drafting Frank Beamer.
Who was the youngest person we drafted? Who's the most contemporary person we drafted?
Oh,
was it MLK?
I'd have to review. Probably.
I haven't posted it yet. I'm going to post it today. I'm sorry. I have neglected my DMs for a minute. I think it was MLK.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
Yeah. Well,
I drafted a lot
get
of
with it, everybody.
Very old people.
Yeah.
It's harder. When you say great Americans, it sounds so arrogant to pick somebody from your own.
Sure.
From your own era.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That feels disrespectful to the past almost.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm getting
Absolutely.
at? Right. If you drafted, I don't know, your favorite politician.
Sure.
Instead of
right.
A great politician from yesteryear. It's kind of an insult to the great politician of yesteryear. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
If you're
you take Dennis Kucinich.
If you're picking Jerry Ford before Abe Lincoln, it's kind of a slap in the face to Abe Lincoln, no?
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah.
I think, don't they say Jerry Ford best athlete / president?
I think so. He played in Michigan.
Played football in Michigan. Isn't that right? And then he stumbled once. And Saturday Night Live did a bit about him stumbling everywhere, and everybody thought he was a klutz. It's like, no, he's a D1 football player.
He's an absolute freak athlete. Yeah.
Goes to show you never know what's going to stick. To go back to our Howard Dean thing.
Yeah.
You
got to be careful.
You screamed like a weirdo once, and next thing you know, nobody takes you
You're the
seriously.
Scream guy.
Oh, I mean, it is a concept that proves itself over and over again. We talked about the guy who got beat up on the golf course by the NHL player. Picked a fight with absolutely the wrong person. It ended up on video. And now that guy can't show his face in public anymore without being like, hey, I know that face, except for it was a lot more swollen and puffy. Oh, yeah, you're the guy who got beat up by the NHL player.
Abigail Velez.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she dodged a bullet yesterday.
She did.
She did.
The Beaks fell, unfortunately for the Beaks. But shout out Team USA advancing out of the round of 32. It's great. But yeah, she avoided being the Hex.
Yeah, she did. She slept better last night after that result because she really fired up Bosnia and Herzegovina.
I still think she's going to get let go. And then next time you Google her, you'll be like, oh, you're the only turkey I care about is the one on Thanksgiving lady. And the I don't know where Bosnia is on a map lady.
No, she needs to go back to what I assume was her beat before, and that is features. I'm sure she's just fine when it comes to features. I'm sure she can edit a fine package. But give the sports assignment to someone else.
I think that's totally fair.
Doesn't that seem reasonable?
Absolutely.
Send her back to, I don't know if she was doing hard news, but I'm sure she was doing features on something.
Tuesday, my hot take is kind of related because I thought I might get myself canceled like Abigail Velez, who's the ABC News reporter, if you don't know.
For L.A.
For Los Angeles.
Uh-huh.
And my hot take Tuesday was, are we sure the United States of America is a good name for a country? What I do want to say is, having watched this, and you and I had the same experience. In fact, we talked about it yesterday with Belarus. We did it earlier with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, or it's Saudi Arabia Kingdom. I don't even remember what the initials are.
Uh-huh.
Unquestionably, USA are the greatest initials of any country on the planet.
Those
are so strong.
You know what you're looking at.
You know what you're looking at. It's totally unique. It's the letters weirdly flow well together.
It's good in a chant.
It's great in a chant. Yeah. It really, some words just really fit. Some initials really fit. Some things really make sense.
It fits song quite well.
Yeah. Like JFK.
Yeah, I've never thought about that.
You don't have to like JFK. Really strong initials. A+ initials. USA. It just like flows right into the next letter. And I've never really appreciated, just like from an English major standpoint, how nicely written that sounds.
Speaking of the 250, and I'm sure this was on purpose, but having the World Cup in the country over July 4th and the 250 is like part of the celebration. And the fact that the team is still playing.
Yeah, they're good.
And, we're all going to have a great weekend. And then to cap it off on Monday, right?
Is that when they play?
I believe so. Okay. They play on Monday in Seattle.
Okay.
And so to cap it off with that, I don't know if you could ask for much more. That's pretty sweet. Like, we're all going to be swimming in the red, white, and blue all weekend. That's pretty great.
Yep. Love it.
I do too.
Yeah.
I'm super excited about it. You guys were teasing me about it yesterday, but I've been strangely excited about the 250.
No, I'm into it with you. I'm right there with you.
Pretty awesome. Anyway, what do we have going on right now? Spain and Austria?
Is that what it is?
I don't know. What's AUT? They changed the language, they changed the initials, they changed everything on us, and they expect us to keep up. Yeah, Austria. Spain up 1-0 in the 49th minute. So.
Not to sound like Abigail Velez, I could have not told you that was Austria's flag.
Yeah, flags are tough. Some are more recognizable than others. Like Japan, absolutely Japan.
Absolutely.
No mistaking it.
Yeah. USA, good flag. Strong flag.
Strong
Nothing
flag.
else looks like that.
I like the Union Jack. I think the Union Jack's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Got you.
Missed it, I know. I've gone all week. Gone all week.
Canada has a strong flag?
Yeah. Yeah. I like the Sweden, Norway, Finland.
Except for those get confusing.
They get confused.
Yeah.
Good colors, but yeah, they get confused easily.
And they have similar patterns for similar reasons, and I'm sure there's a whole story behind it, but I do get confused.
Yeah.
But yeah, strong flag.
Really, yeah. And you know what? British flag and Australia flag. The Australia flag featuring the British flag, confusing.
A little confusing.
I understand the origin. They took all the bad people in Great Britain. They sent them to Australia. I get it. So they made them keep the flag too.
Should you, and the answer to this is absolutely yes, but should you be married to the flag of yesteryear? Because, like, way yesteryear. Because I bring this up, like, I was about to clown on France for just having the three simple colors, right? Mm-hmm. But the French flag was probably created hundreds of years ago when things were more simple. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you
that's
this.
probably been around a long time. Russia's flag's just three hard bar colors. Lame. Anyway.
Do we think, going back, and I know there's an actual meaning, at least they claim there's a meaning to the colors, and I'm not trying to dismiss anyone, of why so many countries used red, white, and blue? Like, do we think that was like a textile process of they were just like, well, we have red dyes and we have blue dyes and they're cheap?
Yeah, probably.
Like, this is the colors that are available. We aren't making turquoise.
Probably something that simple. Yeah. And especially when manufacturing first became a thing. I don't know.
Yeah, because Russia, France, the United States of America, and I know some of those countries are far older than ours, but like there's a lot of red, white, and blue. Not saying they don't. They also work well together on like the color spectrum. They work great together, but I have to think some of that's just like this is what was available. So you go horizontal and we'll go vertical stripes and we'll call it good.
Gotta say, the USSR, strong flag. The hammer and sickle on the red plane that just struck fear in the hearts of everyone.
Yeah, my hottest Cold War take is.
I mean, a strong flag.
Yeah,
you got to give it to them.
It's a pretty
strong
flag. Good flag.
You knew exactly what would send a chill down your spine, which is exactly what they were aiming for.
You're right, Japan flag.
Yeah, you know right what it is.
It goes. It really goes.
It does go.
Yeah,
I'm telling you. Yeah. All right. Well, the good patriotic start to the show. I don't mind it. And I did think the World Cup game was super cool, super fun to watch. Can I tell you this? I don't feel qualified to complain about the red card.
Okay.
I don't know. You look at it in slow motion, it looks like he's trying to stomp his Achilles tendon out of his leg. But
I like that they said it didn't look as good. It looked worse in slow motion. It's like, yes, it did.
But my daughter...
It really looked like he meant to do that.
My daughter is super into asking me questions, right? And she's a little soccer, and she's asking me all these questions while we're watching the game. And she's like, what makes that a red card? And I didn't have a good answer for her. I didn't know, I don't know what differentiates that from a yellow or a red. So I heard Lloyd and his hot take and all those guys that were just outraged over the red card. I don't know how should we be outraged? I don't feel qualified to be outraged. Does that make sense? I don't know. I was disappointed in the answer to my daughter's question, which was, I don't know, honey.
Per AI, gotta love it. Severe offenses like violent conduct, deliberately handling the ball to deny an obvious goal, or committing a dangerous foul as the last offender. I don't know if what we saw yesterday qualifies for that, unless you thought he was actually trying to hurt the player. I did not think he was trying to hurt anyone. I did not exactly understand the challenge he was making for the ball. It looked like he was more challenging the player than the ball, but I thought, great, give him a yellow. They went red. I was surprised. But I'll tell you what I did not feel that everyone else was feeling. I was not panicked over the last 30 minutes of the game. Everyone was saying that they were just on the edge of their seat thinking this was going to be the claps. They're down a man. I totally get it. But I didn't. Maybe I'm just not a big enough soccer guy to recognize it. But no, I didn't feel any pressure. And then they scored the shorthanded goal and felt like easy street from there.
I was a little edge of the seat. I don't know. And I'm certainly not a soccer guy. But being down a man, much like hockey, Ben, is a significant disadvantage. I mean, I think that's why everybody was on the edge of their seat,
absolutely.
right? I mean, it's a significant disadvantage. I mean, if even me, the untrained eye, I could see the adjustments that they made on defense. If you need to put it in a basketball lens, they had to go from a hard man to a soft zone.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, it's just like hockey.
Yeah,
you're
right.
down a man, and all of a sudden you're playing that little diamond instead of being able to kind of match up with everybody.
Exactly, and you could see the Beaks build momentum. I like that.
Like that?
The momentum graphic that they put up there.
Yeah.
I'd love to know what goes into calculating that, but
Kind of had no idea what that was. I looked at it and I thought, whoa, that looks bad. And then I had to step back. The way I would invite analytics people to step back and say, do you actually know what that means? Because it does look like something, no question.
No,
but I don't know what it actually implied.
It's supposed to, you can understand, or at least I think I can, which maybe I can't. But it's supposed to imply the momentum of the match. It's probably some sort of combination of time of possession to time of possession in a row to, you know, there's
Location of the
probably
ball. Yeah, absolutely.
all those
no
things.
question. I get it.
There's something that goes into it. And I find it kind of useful, to be honest. And the maddening part about soccer is you can dominate that stupid metric for the whole game and still lose 1-0.
Absolutely.
You know, it's the randomness, certainly, of the sport. But if you looked after that time, the momentum for the Beaks was just off the chain. It totally changed. And so, I don't know. I get the edge of the seat thing, and honestly, the free kick was something to behold.
All timer.
Yeah. I pointed my 8-year-old and I said, "Honey, that's how you kick a soccer ball right there."
Bad angle, bad spot. You're almost
Bend it
too
down.
close to be able to like just drop it over. Because to drop it over at that distance, and again, I'm not a soccer player, but like you're not kicking it very hard, right? To get that much drop on it. You can't just go all out for it and beat the goaltender just based off speed alone. Just like perfect touch, angle, location. Yeah, A+ stuff.
You can see him, if you're in the replay, you can see him kind of not kick it his hardest. You could see him. But did you see the stuff afterwards about how he just switched cleats before he kicked it?
Didn't.
Oh, dude, you gotta look it up. So the reason he switched cleats is because somebody mashed his foot so badly that it tore his cleat. And there's actually some sound on this. We could probably find it. Because someone's like, wow, was that hard? And he's like, well, there was a tear in my, he called it a boot, tear in my boot. So what do you expect? I needed a new one. But you should see the picture of his foot. It's covered in blood.
Okay.
He's got a bloody foot.
It's Malik Tillman, by the way. But
yeah. That he mashed into a new set of cleats, and then he went out there and banged home that free kick. Do we have it? Oh yeah, let's play this. Let's play this sound from Tillman.
Scotty Taft on Fox Sports said you had to have a cleat change right before that free kick. What was that process like, and how did your foot feel?
Yeah, I mean, I was in pain, but my shoe was cut, so this is why I changed the boot. Yeah.
Wait, your shoe was like broken open?
Yeah.
Was it your right foot? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Did somebody step on you? What happened?
Yeah, someone stepped on me. But yeah, it's just pain, I guess. Nothing too bad.
Nothing too bad. They like split his foot in two. Look at those pictures of that bloody sock. It puts Kurt Schilling to shame.
You cool with him being born in Germany?
Well, I don't really care. What's the tie? Is this the guy who was randomly born accidentally in New York? Because there's one of those that's on the team.
Born in Germany, Nuremberg.
Oh, is he a U.S. citizen? Or can we just sign people now?
He must have some. I mean, Hakeem Olajuwon played for Team USA in 1996.
But he actually
became
a U.S. citizen before he did that.
I am actually not that crazy about. I'm going to say that wrong. I'm not super strict about that rule. Like, look, you shouldn't just be able to get Thierry Henry to come play in USA when he's in his prime 15 years ago to build some super team or whatever it is. That's not what I'm saying. But like Jordan Clarkson playing for the Philippines, even though it's only his grandmother, no offense to only his grandmother, but like Jordan wasn't born in the Philippines, go play for the Philippines. Good for you.
That is, I guess overall I wouldn't be super strict about it. That's the rule in the Olympics, right? And I don't know how many generations that goes out, but like Pace Mannion's son played for
Italy.
Played for the Italian team. I certainly wouldn't be strict about that. However, have you looked into how many actual Qataris play on Qatar's team?
0.
Yeah. I mean, then there's these Middle Eastern countries that are kind of skirting some of those rules. But honestly, I don't.
Per
I don't
Wikipedia,
care.
Tillman was initially eligible to represent both Germany, his birth nation, and the United States through his father.
Okay.
And this is actually one of the rules that is pretty consistent across federal, international, whatever they call FIFA, FIBA, et cetera, wherever you train or where you do a lot of like your under 19 stuff, where you're playing, you end up being eligible there most traditionally. And it does sound like he went through some USA stuff.
Okay.
He was with USA under 15 and then Germany under 15, under 16, under 17.
I think it's cool that he plays for Team USA in the sense that it's not cool to play for Team USA.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of have this arrogance that, everybody want to be on our team. Well, in soccer, that is not true.
No.
So I don't know if he picked us over Germany or he could not make the German team. But either way, he delivered with one heck of a free kick yesterday after getting his foot mangled.
In
so amazing. What a great story.
Tillman applied for a one-time switch to play for the United States national team on May 31st. The switch was approved by FIFA. The next day, he made his senior debut. So, yeah, sounds like he's made this jump.
Awesome.
He's picked a side.
Good to have you.
We'll take him.
Welcome.
We love you. It's kind of how our country started.
No, first
Welcome.
time.
Come on in.
First time since 2002 that the U.S. has gotten to the round of 16.
Is it? Okay.
I believe so.
Well, they've also expanded the field, so it actually every time you move further now is a better result than any time previously because you've had to win more games or get past more teams.
So pretty cool.
Hey, everyone's got the fever.
I'm going to watch it on Monday.
Yeah,
I'm not into soccer, but I'm going to be dialed in.
Came home and turned it on.
Honestly, this is the best result for U.S. soccer. I was commenting to my lovely wife who used to be work for an ad agency, and we were talking about how many RSL ads are running during the coverage of the World Cup, and we started talking like, good for them. That's super smart. Lean into this whole thing, ride this momentum. That's how Major League Soccer was created in the first place, was riding the momentum off of World Cup success and trying to build the sport in this country. And so to have it back and have the U.S. do well and have it, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the ratings, Ben, but it's been a bonanza.
Yep.
It's been wildly popular. That's nothing but good for Major League Soccer and nothing but good for RSL. And I'm sure that
I wish RSL's two guys were there.
And I'm sure they're super bummed. I mean, that would have made it even better. But still lean into it. Still make it a big deal. I saw the news come on after the World Cup. We kind of left it on, and they're broadcasting from RSL State America First Field down there. I mean, that's great. I hope RSL sees a huge boon in interest, and then it's up to them to capture it. But I mean, this is really great for the sport in this country. It really is.
Shout out to my guy Breck Bolton over at our friends at Fox. But yes, I'm totally with you. You know, we look back. I mean, we look at the NBA now, or just basketball now. You can go back to 1992 and the Dream Team takes over the world and all these countries play against them. And it just lights a fire in so many different countries to have these players. And then about 10 years later, you start to see a couple of those kids who were 8 years old watching the Dream Team become really good basketball players. You know, Dirk Nowitzki, Tony Parker follows very closely behind. And now France is a superpower in basketball. I mean, they're not quite the USA, but they're not far behind because you don't need to have 500 great players. You don't need to have 1,000 great players. You probably need to have 5 great players and one of the 5 best in the world. That's exactly what France has, and they are in a really good spot to maybe win a gold medal as soon as the next Olympics. And then on the flip side, like Steve Nash wins 2 MVPs in, 05, 06, 06, 07, or whatever those years were. And Canada does have Shea and does have, 15 legitimately very good NBA players, and they can compete in the playoffs or in the finals, I should say, in the Olympics. They can make a real run. Similarly, for us with soccer, we're never going to have as many good soccer players as we have good football players or good basketball players. But can we get 25 really good soccer players and then actually be able to field a team that really competes here? Maybe that can come quicker than we thought. I'd love it.
Well, Freeman picked soccer. His father was an NFL player. Had had a strong kind of that upbringing, and he decided to pick soccer.
Love to see it. Yeah, I'd love to see the Nepo baby NBA player playing for the World Cup team in soccer.
As opposed to the Nepo baby playing
basketball, which is what the entire league's going to be.
So are you talking about Bronny James?
Years.
You need Bronny James to...
Probably too late for Bronny, but maybe Bryce can still make the switch.
Switch over? Okay.
Fingers crossed.
I think it's a little bold, but,
I think Dennis Rodman's daughter is like the best female player.
Is that true?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah, Trinity. She's the highest paid female player in the world.
Is she really?
Yeah, at least in the U.S. Oh, she rules. She was on the women's Olympic team. Yeah.
Well, Dennis was a good athlete.
Yeah, the Worm. He's great.
Yeah, I mean, he was an underrated athlete. Okay, we've got top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Just naturally started with soccer. That might be the first time ever that has happened.
Maybe messing, but yeah, you're right. We've been doing this for 6 years, and that's at most, that's the second.
There he is, Lionel.
Lionel.
By the way, I watched the Michael movie. Really paints Joe Jackson in a bad light.
I bet you gotta. Yeah, he was an easy villain to pick. Yeah. Joe, he doesn't come off looking good, huh? I think they had a lot to work with in that department.
You said it's his camp that made the movie, right?
No, it's
Michael's camp.
Michael's camp.
Right,
Somebody's camp.
Yeah.
Somebody's camp.
Well,
that
clearly,
has some control.
Yeah,
control.
They're saying they're going to make a sequel, right? I don't know
where it's only takes place over the next 12 months of his life.
All right, stay tuned.
Get too far.
More Jake and Ben, top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. 97.5.
This got dark.
The KSL Sports Zone. It always does with you. Stop.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Brian Haney joins us now. He is the play-by-play voice of the Kansas Jayhawks. I know that Darren desperately wanted to be that number 1 overall pick. He's got himself into a good situation here. I know he realizes it. I know this team realizes it. This feels like a win-win for both sides.
For a guy that Bill Self has said is going to be a perennial NBA All-Star, this is maybe just the extra chip on his shoulder or competitive edge he might need to fuel his fire into being one of the most prolific players of his generation. This was just one player picked in front of Darren, but because he's such an alpha, I kind of think if I'm a Jazz fan, not only am I thrilled to get the player that Jay Billis says is the most talented prospect in the draft, but also you get a player that now has just even more fuel to his fire to push even harder and build on that legacy that we all think is inevitable for him at the next level.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef.
Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations: American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
When I grow up, I want to be a teacher.
Because when I'm a teacher, I can help kids to learn and chase their dreams.
PI, a defect of the immune system, affects millions of children. Early and accurate diagnosis and treatment give children like Sam a chance to achieve their dreams.
It takes a lot of caring teachers to make school fun. It took a lot of caring people to keep my dream alive. And now, because of them, I can be head of the class.
For more information, visit the Jeffrey Modell Foundation at info4pi.org.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson, happy Thursday to one and all. We will not be on the air coming up tomorrow. We hope that most everybody, isn't that kind of the thing? Most everybody has a day off tomorrow?
I think so.
Yeah, so hopefully everybody has a nice long weekend.
If you have the day off, salute. We're with you. If you don't, appreciate your hard work.
Are you gonna maximize your day off? Are you the guy when you get a day off and maybe you don't have, I don't think you're going anywhere, like a big trip planned or anything. Are you minimize your day off or maximize your day off? You know what I mean?
I've been running around a lot. I went to New York last week. We're going to Frisco next week for Big 12 Media Day starting on Tuesday. Well, starting on Wednesday, but we're flying out Tuesday night, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's busy. I might try and enjoy a little bit of downtime.
A little. Do you have a lazy boy?
I don't, but I can be lazy anywhere.
I know, but I always envision like really being lazy in a lazy boy, and I've always wanted one, but I've never had one. It's like a weird dream of mine. I just want a lazy boy.
A little curious. We'll talk about it. Why didn't the NBA start the summer league on the 3rd? Why didn't they start it on Friday?
I don't know.
Everyone's got the day off, right? You could start a couple of midday games, get some people watching. That kind of seems actually like a little bit.
Is
of
that
a
an
missed
NBA
opportunity.
decision?
Might be the Jazz. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Probably someone arguing about ticket sales somewhere,
Yeah.
maximizing whatever.
Yep.
I don't know. I have no idea. All right, top three.
Might be hard to do Friday night, then Saturday afternoon because nobody wants to go out on Saturday night because it's the 4th of July. No one's
Right.
going to your game, and then you're waiting until Monday. That honestly might have been the simple answer.
Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. There's the momentum thing right there. You don't find that useful?
It just looks like a bunch of waves. Looks like somebody's recording audio.
Well, dial in, bro. Figure it
All right,
out.
okay.
It's not hard.
Analytics guy.
That's not even analytics. That's a helpful tool to help you understand what's transpired during the game.
You're measuring momentum?
Well, sports momentum and actual momentum.
Give me the Riz counter. Who's got the most Riz on the field right now? That's what I want to know.
Sports momentum and actual momentum, not the same thing, to your point.
Exactly right, yeah.
Top 3 stories at KSLSports.com brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, the Jazz trade away Walker Kessler yesterday. They bring in Jackson Hayes. Are they done? Are they going to make any more moves?
They've got to make more moves. Their roster's not filled yet, and they could use more help off the bench. Now, they conceivably already have enough players or more than enough players for a 10-man rotation. Like, if they go out and sign players, they're probably signing players who they expect to play, probably. It's going to eat up a lot of time. I mean, there's not a lot of spots, and there are a lot of players.
They got to sign at least one more center.
I would think.
Or trade for one. I mean, you look at somebody like Jared Allen. I mean, do the Cavs bring back LeBron, who gets squeezed in that situation? And it's not going to be Donovan Mitchell or James Harden. So does somebody become available because of some other circumstance?
That's certainly what the Jazz can wait for.
Is my point.
And I won't be surprised if the Jazz just wait to see if something along those lines happens. But yeah, the counter is if that was the case. Again, and I think there are a lot of Jazz fans are wondering, like, can you go trade for Miles Turner? It's like, I think if you could have, the Lakers probably would have done that instead of paid Walker Kessler $32 million and then given up 2 picks and then given up 2 swaps. If there was a better option out there for cheaper or an equal option out there for cheaper right now.
Right now.
But eventually the market will soften. It has to.
Well, it will change at very least.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys think LeBron is waiting till the 4th to make his announcement?
Gordon Hayward style?
I think he's going to wait longer.
Well, 250.
Yeah.
He's the news on the big day.
Really good. You know what I think?
Look at all these fireworks for me. This is great.
That would be a foolish move because as dominant of a media headline as LeBron James is, I don't think he's going to eclipse the 250. I don't know if that's possible.
Bron doesn't know that.
I think he's going to wait. I think he's going to wait it out. Like Aaron Rodgers style, wait it out, until camp's already started.
That's totally fair. I'm looking down right now at Basketball Reference, and I'm just looking at all the salaries that they have. They will list all 450 players or whatever it is in their salaries. So the Jazz in this Walker Kessler trade, and they don't have it yet. It's worth noting. This Walker Kessler trade is not done yet, but it will be. The Jazz should get back a trade exception worth $14, $15, $16 million, somewhere in that range, depending on how much Walker's first year starts at. It's half of what his first year starts at. And the Jazz could use that to just go to a team and say, hey, we know you want to unload this $15 million player. Here's your trade exception. Maybe the Jazz even throw in a second-round pick, to get something back. There just truly aren't a lot of, great options at that price range. There's just not a lot of names out there that make a ton of sense right now that are centers.
So if they can't make that trade, then they'll sign. They've got to sign one more, I think, because I don't know what they're getting in Jackson Hayes. And Nurk isn't a starting center anymore, so at very least you're going to have to do it by committee. And he probably ought to have one more body in the committee, I would say, whether it's Cousin Drew or my guy,
exactly right.
Andre Drummond,
Doesn't
or
hurt.
somebody.
And
I mean,
then,
just another body if for nothing.
And then you can unload one of them mid-season or they're expiring or whatever. The truth is, again, we talked about this a little bit, the Jazz have a real flaw in what their salary cap looks like. They have 2 guys who make $45 million, and their next highest paid player is Darren Peterson, who's never been in the NBA, and he makes $13 million a year. Because you do still have to match salaries, and the Jazz don't have salary cap space, The Jazz need some mid-level contracts. It's actually going to be really hard to get an 18 or a 20 or a $25 million contract on this roster, but you're probably better off using that trade exception just to take a $15 million expiring deal from somebody, if you can get it, to potentially trade again within the season, just to have it on the books, just so you can potentially make another move. So if Jared Allen becomes available, if Miles Turner becomes available, it's just so much easier to get there because you can't pair players with traded player exceptions. You can't go and say, oh, well, John Konchar makes 6 and Svi Mikhailiuk makes 4, and then you get a $15 million trade exception that gets you to 25. You can't do that. But if you trade the $15 million trade exception for a $15 million contract, then you have to wait a certain amount of days. It's like 60 days or longer. But then you can aggregate contracts together. Like, don't be surprised if the Jazz just try to get a $15 million player back on an expiring deal that they could then trade midseason.
Makes sense to me.
You almost have to have it.
What's next?
Number 2, you mentioned earlier, Big 12 Media Days are next week. KSLSports.com put out their Big 12 rankings.
And where did you vote, everyone, Christian?
Let's see. I put the T-Birds at number 1.
SUU. Fight. Texas Tech comes in at number 1, 9 first-place votes. BYU comes in number 2, the only other team to replace first-place votes, or to receive first-place votes. Surprising that Arizona comes in over Utah?
No, I think Arizona's going to be pretty good. I'm more surprised Texas Tech came in over BYU, or at least it wasn't more evenly split. And I realize that they have a quarterback that does have experience, that trounced Utah last year, that it is coming back, but there's a question around that health. But they're replacing some incredible players on the defensive side. I mean, maybe it's the money, and we should just assume that Texas Tech is going to reload with great players every year, but have they earned that? Have they earned that benefit of the doubt?
I'm always skeptical of the idea that you can continue to retool through the transfer portal. Now, it's certainly possible. They did it last year, and they won as a result. And they didn't have a good quarterback last year either, and they still won. And now they hope that, Will Hammond can step in and replace what Sorsby did. I am a little curious how the culture is. Now, the nice thing is Sorsby's not really there and isn't going to be a part of it, and those questions are going to largely be gone. But the expectation of having Sorsby to not having Sorsby, how do they adjust?
We get so lost on the quarterback. What about Bailey? They
absolutely.
had a top. What was Bailey in the draft? 2?
2. Yeah.
The second pick
He was a
in the
superstar.
draft.
He was a legit star. One of the best players in college football last year.
A long time ago, I remember when the Utes lost Luther Ellis. The next year, there wasn't another Luther Ellis. I mean, and maybe they're pretty good, but like second pick in the draft, good. And then that I'm forgetting the linebacker's last name. That was
Jacob
Rodriguez, who
Jacob
was
Rodriguez?
absolutely a
second rounder. It was
absolutely
a baller.
amazing.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you can't replace those kind of guys, but those guys were amazing.
No, you can't.
So
Here's the truth. You don't replace stars. That is the universal truth in all of sports.
So
now,
why are we assuming that they're automatically the number 1 team? And I don't know. Maybe I would have voted them number 1, but I would have given BYU more consideration just based on they do have a baller quarterback coming back.
Yes, they do. Who should be better? Now
their defense is the question too. So that's why maybe I would debate in my mind too. Because can our guy K-Pop keep things going up? Is it going to be golden? I don't know. That's a big question mark. I probably would have voted, to get to your original question, I probably would have voted Utah ahead of Arizona just based on I mean, they're bringing a lot back too, including their quarterback and running back, and they were better last year. So I do think that Arizona...
Their quarterback, and running back, or their quarterback and running back? It's the same guy.
Kind of, yeah. Well, they're
also bringing their
backup quarterback is also
their quarterback,
their
quarterback, and their running back.
Yeah, all of those are coming back. And I like Kevin McGivern, so I'm actually expecting a better Utah offense. I know that sounds crazy, or at very least more balanced. And so, I don't know. I probably would have voted Utah ahead of Arizona. Houston also is another one of those teams that's going to be on the come. So
should be a solid conference, and I think it's up in the air.
Who's voted last?
Iowa State.
Ooh, Matt
Checks
Campbell.
Well, they lost their whole team. Their whole team is in Penn Station. Yeah,
and their coach.
That's definitely going to be rough for them. Our guy Neon Dion at 15. Yikes! Is everybody assuming that the Buffs are going to suck?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Is Zach Wilson their starting quarterback?
Isaac Wilson? Zach Wilson used to play for
That'd
the
be
Jets.
good. They could use Zach.
Zach's busy with the Saints right now, I think.
That's right.
But Isaac, I think it's going to be a quarterback camp kind of thing.
No, Julian Lewis, redshirt freshman.
All right, there you go.
Is that the steal?
That does look like it, unless it's an old one.
I had to go buy it.
Well, you were in an airport.
No, I bought it at Barnes & Noble the other day.
Oh,
I took last year off, and not that I necessarily missed it, but
you didn't grab that at the Hip and Humble
for this. No, that wouldn't get my wife back together with me.
That
wouldn't mend an affair fence.
I don't think, and maybe this is because we always, went on vacation to see my grandmother over the summer, but I don't think I've ever bought a college football magazine not at the airport.
Okay.
Because they all come out during the summer.
They do.
And I'm looking for something to do on the plane. And you go to that newsstand, and all of a sudden that, Street and Smiths or Phil Steele.
Athlon, yeah.
Jumping right off the
absolutely.
right off the thing at you. It's like, all right, I got to check that out.
Yeah.
But I always at the airport, never at the Barnes & Noble.
Yeah.
Do they even have it at the store anymore?
The Grosh?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't look at the magazine rack very often. Do they still have magazine racks at grocery stores?
That's what I'm saying.
I would imagine. Yeah, I don't know.
Huh.
Let's go. Let's take the 3 o'clock hour off.
All right, real quick. The Utes were at 4, Houston 5, Arizona State 6, TCU 7, Kansas State 8, Oklahoma State 9, and Baylor comes in at number 10. All right, what's next?
Number 3, Salt Lake City Summer League starts on Saturday.
Be nice if Micah Handlogged in out of nowhere was great. Jazz would love that as a two-way center that they could sign. I'm sure they would be thrilled if that was the case. That probably is not going to be the case. But I'm really curious to see how they use Darren Peterson. Does he come out as a point guard right away? Do they try and make his life a little bit easier by starting him off the ball? They do have guys like Max Asmus, who's been playing with the Stars and has kind of run some offense in his life that can probably step in and do it if need be.
I would guess they let him do his thing. They want to, for one, I think they want to maybe put on a little bit of a show, debut their rookie, let him go out there and do it up. But two, you kind of want him to experience how hard it's going to be. I mean, that's something that Woj was saying the other day when we played his availability, where he was saying he needs to play against these pro players, the best players he's ever played against. Well, let him go out there and see what his game can do against this kind of competition. I'd like to see it.
Jazz also have Bez Mbang, who recorded a triple-double last year, if you forgot. Who was it? He had a triple-double the same night as another player, and I couldn't remember who it was. The Jazz had 2 players get triple-doubles in the same game, and Bez Mbang was one of them. And I can't remember now for the life. I'll have to look it up.
Just another example of how stupid that stat has become.
Yeah, it's not a real number.
It's
a round number. There's 3 round numbers involved. That's kind of fun.
And it is so ridiculous that so many people focused on that triple-double streak for so long.
John Conch.
It was Conch.
That's right.
Conch and Bez in the same night. Now that is a feat. Jazz haven't had a triple-double in 20 years, and all of a sudden Conch comes out of nowhere and stops on that record.
But Bez Mbang can play point guard if need be. Hayden Gray can play point guard if need be. He's also a very good defensive player. He played that last game of the season. Max Asmus can play point guard. So they do have enough names out there to take Darren off the ball for stretches, because you remember Scotty Pippen Jr. Coming out and wanting to just make Keontae George's life miserable in Summer League. I think this was 2 years ago. It was on last year. Keontae didn't play. But some of these try-hard defensive guys, who some of them make the NBA as try-hard defensive guys, really want to ruin the life of someone like Darren Peterson. So maybe you don't burn him down right away by starting him if somebody else is maybe a little more equipped for it. But Darren and Ace should be the best player on this team. Best players.
By the way, the game tips off at 3 o'clock at the Huntsman Center, and the Jazz will be taking on the Hawks in their first game.
You know what? Try-hard defensive player? Kingston Flemings. Number 8 overall pick.
Wait, who's going to be coaching the Summer League for the Hawks? It's got to be a former Jazz guy. All Captain Jack's staff are
there.
Are former Jazz guys.
Yeah, we'll have to look it up.
Why is the rum always gone?
And actually, you'll be able to watch that on Prime Video and ESPNU if you want to take it in. I don't know. I'm sure.
I haven't seen anything about K-Jazz.
Or Jazz Plus. Know. Are they doing any of that?
Know.
Okay. Stay tuned. We'll get to more coming up next. Speaking of the Jazz, radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Jazz, David Locke, is going to join the show.
By the way, 2 former Jazz coaches, it sounds like.
At the top of the 3 o'clock hour.
Antonio Lang and Sanjay Lumpkin.
Okay.
2 former Jazz guys.
Yeah, Quinn really did just take all his guys to Atlanta.
Everything.
Yep. Stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game. He had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the New Look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is coming to Salt Lake City. Join us at the Hyatt Regency Hotel on July 4th and 5th. It's a July 4th weekend card show. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars, and free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Hyatt Regency Hotel, Saturday and Sunday, July 4th and 5th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well, and it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For a lot of workplaces, the work week doesn't end on Friday. That's why there's EasyCater, the best way to order food from favorite restaurants for your hardworking team, even on weekends. With EasyCater, you'll find great options for any group size and any shift, with tools to help meet dietary needs, stay on budget, and simplify expenses, all backed by our award-winning 24/7 support. EasyCater, your Monday through Sunday workplace food platform. Start an order for your weekend crew at easycater.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I got a bad disease. Off from my brain is where I bleed.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. We're going to play a little sound here. Tim Hardaway Jr., Ben, who strangely has been in the league forever. He's like 34.
He was on that
something.
Trey Burke Michigan team. Remember, it was Tim
Yeah.
Hardaway Jr., it was Trey Burke, it was McConnell. Can't remember the guy's name. Mitch McGarry. Not Mitch McConnell. That's
a different
somebody
person.
different person. Mitch McGarry, I think was his
That
name.
sounds right.
And they had one other junior, one other guy who was an NBA player's kid, I believe. There was 2 Nepo babies on the team. And of all of them, Tim Hardaway Jr. is still kicking.
Still in the league.
Yeah.
Hey, shoot and guard, you're going to have a nice career. And not be a malcontent, you're going to be around for a while. So signing with Miami, people were kind of thinking, well, is the number 10 for his old man going to come down out of the rafters? And Tim Hardaway Sr. Says, I don't think so.
And Tim, I'm not saying do it for some kid out of Wyoming or Kentucky, but you gotta let your namesake wear 10, bro. Like I heard you say you never gonna do it. Let him wear 10, man. That would be so beautiful.
That would be, but I'm not.
Why not?
You love your kids unconditionally, and my legacy is my legacy, and he's doing it his way. Even though he likes to wear 10, he loves to wear 10, but that is not coming down from the rafters. And I can't, that's tough to do. That is tough to do. And when it's up there, you want it to stay up there, and you don't want nobody to touch it. And, I love him. I love him to death. I'm happy for him. Now he's going to, his hometown team. I never done that. And so I'm happy that he's doing it. But no, he can't even wear number 10.
Is there anything he could give you? Like if you had these demands or you wanted something that maybe he's never got you as a gift, is there anything he could do for you to say, yeah, you know what, son, you could have 10?
No.
Did he has he asked you? Has that been a conversation that you've had with him, or he just knows? He just knows.
I'm going to tell you this. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we was trying to get to Miami, and it never, and they wanted him, but it never happened because of, just reasons, trade reasons and all that type of stuff, but it never happened. But they tried, we tried, and he asked me that. I said, let me think about it. And I thought about it. Man, my wife was like, no. No, I'm sorry, but I was like, no, we thought about it for 24 hours. And we like, no.
Tim Hardaway Sr.'s a hater.
Dude, I have so much respect for that. Absolutely. In fact, if I were Tim Hardaway Jr., I wouldn't want it.
He did. Well, I went back, so I found the Trey Burke roster. By the way, Glenn Robinson III was the other guy on that team. Nick Stauskas was on. That team was loaded. No wonder they made the Final Four. Had nothing to do with Trey Burke. That team was great. Karis LeVert was even on that team. Neither here nor there. Tim Hardaway Jr., being a little too... it's your kids. Now, yes, if you wanted to go back and say, hey, Tim Hardaway Jr., not Tim Hardaway Sr., Tim Hardaway Jr., pick a different number in college because he's wearing number 10 on that Michigan team as well. He's had it his whole life. Yeah, pick a different number so you're not just following your dad's footsteps.
You just can't have it in Miami. You can wear it all he wants. You just can't have it in Miami. And by the way, isn't this the anti-Bronny? It's like, no, it's his own thing.
You got to earn it. You got to earn your own thing.
And Tim Hardaway Jr. has not been the equal to his old man in the NBA.
No,
but you know what? He has stuck around forever, and he's played on some good teams, and he's played some good basketball, and he's probably earned his own fortune, which I can respect.
I hate a game that my wife plays with me, which she makes me guess how many Instagram followers certain people have. I hate it, but I am going to make you play this game with me.
No.
How much money do you think Tim Hardaway Sr. made in his career? You have some reference of guys played.
I bet Tim Jr. made more, to fast forward.
Okay,
let me guess.
Let's play a different game.
Okay.
How much more money do you think Tim Hardaway Jr. has made than Tim Hardaway Sr.?
It's probably significant. Probably like $20 million, maybe more.
Christian, you have a guess? How much more Tim Hardaway Jr. has made? What was Tim Hardaway Sr., like 4 or 5 time All-Star? He's a
What year did he stop playing? What was his last year?
Tim Hardaway Sr. last played in the year 2003.
Okay, we might be talking closer to 50.
$120 million more than
Wow, no way.
Tim Hardaway Jr., still in the league, has made $160 million.
Man.
Tim Hardaway Sr. made $46 million.
I would never have guessed that
I
Tim
didn't
Hardaway
think so
Jr.
either.
would have made that much
Same.
money.
Yeah. Well, he might have gotten one of those weird big paydays in the jump years.
When he was in Dallas,
where
maybe.
he went from where'd he go, New York to Atlanta? I'll have to look at what his actual salaries were.
No,
where
he
got
started
his
in
money.
Denver.
Is that where he started?
Yeah.
I'll have to look at all of his jumps because he had some weird.
He's played for 5 teams. I heard somebody talking about it earlier today. Dallas and Golden State are another. This is his 5th team, Miami, and there's one more there in the middle. But nonetheless, I'm shocked that dude's made $160 million.
Yeah, these guys eat
good
pretty
on
well.
you.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, you know what? If your dad doesn't want to give you number 10, you've made 3 times as much money as he has. That's totally fine with me.
Well, obviously, this is all his old man has.
And
Let the old man have something.
When his dad comes calling for money because he goes broke later in his life, I'm cutting dad off. Sorry, Dad. Thought you needed to make your own legacy. He went from $2.2 million with the Hawks. He signed a huge deal with the Knicks where he got paid $16.5 million and then jumped to the Mavericks the next year. I don't know exactly what happened there. I don't remember if they traded him or what. But was he in the? I'm trying to think. He wasn't in the Trae Young trade? Trae Young, Austin, or Luka Doncic trade? He was not. Anyways, they just did a big multi-team trade.
And then anytime Tim Hardaway Sr. is in the news, we've got to play my awkward moment with Eric Pincus because I thought this was a really funny joke about the Clippers signing so many old players last year, and this is what I got. Christian and I have a pool going on who the Clippers' next signing would be, and I said Tim Hardaway Sr. Sorry, I had to get that joke in. Dude, a courtesy laugh me or something.
At least play along. The thing is,
nothing.
Yeah, the Golden State Warriors are talking about signing LeBron James and being the oldest team in the world to the point where everyone's calling them the Olden State Warriors, the Golden Age Warriors. Give you an
Yeah, whatever, Pincus. All right, David Locke's next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals, returning this week to Rice Cycle Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
I did not sign up for this 24/7 whistle.
Across the country, communities are betting big on data centers.
I just hate it.
Now, Utah is making that same bet.
It feels like it's been rushed through, kind of rammed down our throats with very little information.
From the data center capital of the world to our own communities, we explore the lessons learned and why there is a rush to build. Beyond Box Elder, the bet on data centers. Monday on KSL 5 News at 10.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Man, things have been busy in the Jazz world. Ben, we knew it was going to be wild. It's been even more so, and I'm eager to get the thoughts on it all with our very next guest. Of course, he's the radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Jazz, the one and only David Locke. Hi, David. Happy Independence Day to you.
Happy Independence Day to you. The NBA has gone bonkers. It is. I'm not entirely sure the Jaylen Brown trade might not be close to as bad as the Luka Doncic trade, by the way.
Wow. Well, let's start there. We commented on how the Jazz reportedly got more for Kessler than the Celtics got for Brown.
Yeah. So Boston's up 3-1 against Philadelphia, right?
Right.
And on that day, they were the favorite to win the Eastern Conference, which turned out to win the NBA title. And then, like, Embiid came back and weird stuff happened, and they ended up losing. So on a gap year, the former NBA champions, previous NBA Finals team, or close to, because Tatum got hurt first, but NBA champions were the favorites. And then they were up 3-1, still the favorite. So that was what? Probably May 10th? And 50 days later, they just punted on all championship opportunities? Like, that's crazy.
It certainly felt like a team that either thought it was at the end of its run, as is, or yes, obviously Jaylen Brown's name leaking in back-to-back years, and of course with the Giannis trade. Here's what I don't understand, David. How do you let Jaylen Brown's name get associated with the Giannis trade and then not finish the Giannis trade? I can't believe that it was going to be that irreparable if you weren't going to say whatever it takes, we're going to get it across the finish line. And if they were ready to be done with Jaylen Brown, then just be done with him.
So I'm with you 100%. 100%. The only thing I can think of, so I generally have a rule on this. When your default is, well, they're just idiots, they're probably not. Most of the guys in this league, and they're all men, are pretty smart. They're not all men, but virtually all of them are, right? Like, they're pretty smart. Like, people, and frankly, one of the smartest people I know is Allison Feaster's in the Celtics front office. So there's a woman. So guys and men, or women and men. Like, when you just default, like, well, they're just an idiot. That's not the answer. There's something else going on. So, because the answer to your question, Ben, is, yeah, they just totally, like, screwed it up, and they're idiots. But the only thing I wonder is, did Milwaukee not want Jaylen Brown? Or did Milwaukee take Jaylen Brown for a run around the block and found out they couldn't get anything other than Paul George and 2 first-round picks? And so they decided that the Miami package was actually better. But I'm with you 100%. If Boston had a chance to close the Giannis deal, and they didn't do it because of Baylor Shireman or Hugo Gonzalez or one extra pick or something like that, that was a terrible mistake.
How about the rock group theory, David, that, it always comes down to who gets the credit for the success of, Led Zeppelin? Is it Jimmy Page or is it Robert Plant? And with every great rock group, it seems to come to a head and it cannot exist any further. And I don't know, through that lens, you look at Jaylen Brown saying this was his favorite year. And the guy's always had a chip on his shoulder and probably thinks he's just as good, if not better, than Jason Tatum. And the situation has just gotten out of hand.
So I'm sure that if Austin Ainge is listening right now, or Justin Zanuck, or Bart Taylor, or Marquise, or Katie, or someone in our front office, or Sean, they're going to tell me I'm full of crap. But that's what the organization's job is. That's my take.
Yeah, right. I agree.
Let's say Luka Doncic did drink too much, and Luka Doncic didn't work out enough, and Luka Doncic did all the things that Dallas nastily threw out about him. And let's say that all the things are being said about Jaylen Brown right now that the Boston Mafia media is throwing out there to protect their guy Brad Stevens and the beloved leprechaun of the Boston Celtics and a very Celtic-heavy NBA media right now. Let's say they're all true. That's what the organization's for. That's your job. Your job is to get through that as an organization. That's literally your job. That's what the organization's there for. That's my take.
David, I know there's some limitations on how exactly to talk about this, but the Jazz they've not finished a deal, but reportedly sending Walker Kessler to the Los Angeles Lakers for 2 unprotected picks and 2 swaps. It's a pretty big haul, no question about it. I still would suspect that if the Jazz could have gotten Walker Kessler at the 5-year deal they offered him initially, that would have been the preference. So what do you think about having continued flexibility, which part of me says, man, Ace Bailey, Darren Peterson, and 2 unprotected picks from another team going forward is pretty sweet for 4 or 5 years down the road. But I do think there's some urgency to try to win now.
So I think that there's a lot of urgency to win now. And there are a bunch of things that have to happen down the road. And, when the first hurdle was going to be how you re-sign Walker and how you re-sign Keontae, and under what parameters you can do that while still having Jaren and Lowry on the roster. But you also have an incredible luxury that Darren Peterson and Ace Bailey are on controlled cost. And what we just learned about the Spurs is when you got a bunch of guys on controlled cost, you can really win. And that's what Oklahoma City did. They had guys on controlled cost and they went and won. So when you have players that are really good, that are under controlled cost, that's when you've got to go win. And I think that's part of the new model in the NBA. Now, New York did it otherwise. New York got their veterans together and did it. But if you kind of look at what teams are doing right now, there's some crazy numbers about how young everybody is in having success in the playoffs recently. And I'll see if I can find it. I wrote them down the other day. I'll see if I can find it for you. But and so I think the way you win in this league has changed with the new collective bargaining agreement. And so I think there is, there were all of the top 25-minute guys in the playoffs this year. There are only 2 of them that were 32 years or older. Tobias Harris and James Harden. Of the top 50 minutes guys, there are only 5 of them that were 32 years or older. So the league's getting faster with more ground to cover, and younger players are playing, and I think younger players with fixed costs are more important than ever before. And so your window to win is when you have young players under fixed costs. And it's before you have to pay them or before your guys get to be 32 or over. So, it's right now is a very important time for the Utah Jazz to try to win basketball games.
So with that in mind, how aggressive do they need to be to find a new solution at center?
Well, if the reports are true, the timing seems to have been inopportune or unfortunate, because there were two really good choices: Robert Williams, who re-signed in Portland, and Mitchell Robinson, who signed in Boston, that could have slid into mid-level exceptions and have signed. So who's, Keita had a pretty good year in Boston last year out of nowhere. Who's the Keita out there that nobody knows about? To win in the league last year, you did two things really well. You protected the rim and you defensive rebounded. You didn't allow people to get to the rim and you defensive rebounded. And we just got to make sure we can still do that. And if you look at all the teams that denied shots at the rim, and then also, not only denied them, we denied them, and then but once they got there, they scored every time, or 78% of the time, or something ridiculous. Who actually could really defend the rim, right? So you got to the rim and you didn't finish. If you look at that number on either Cleaning the Glass or NBA.com, I think it's Detroit, it's San Antonio, it's Oklahoma City, I think it was Boston. Like, it's all the best teams in the NBA. There's a real trend there. And then you look at the best defensive rebounding teams in the NBA. They're all the best teams in the NBA. So, Jaren Jackson's weakness as a center, and one of the reasons why I don't think a lot of people projected him to play center is defensive rebounding. And so how do we build this team to be a good enough rebounding team if Jaren's going to be playing some center? And then how do we make sure we can really protect the rim still? But, that's why true 7-footers get paid an awful lot of money.
David, 1 o'clock on Saturday, we're going to see Cam Boozer suit up for the Memphis Grizzlies going against Adai Mara and the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's actually a pretty fun matchup. And then 3 o'clock, Darren Peterson makes his debut for the Utah Jazz against Kingston Flemings, another very fun matchup. What are you looking for? What are you excited to watch on Saturday?
On those guys that we're talking about, I do think it's worth remembering, like, they haven't played 5-on-5 basketball since March, right? The draft process does not help them get ready for Summer League. It's often why we've seen so many guys have tough starts to Summer League, and then they mean nothing. So I would just kind of throw that out there that, Donovan was obviously great that day, but there's also a lot of guys, like Darren and Cameron haven't played since Kansas lost, and I don't know who they lose to. They beat St. John's and then lost to somebody else, or they lose to St. John's?
They lost to St. John's.
And then, Duke hasn't played since the kid hit Cameron hasn't played a game since the kid hit the crazy shot. And you just don't play any 5-on-5. You don't play a lot of basketball during the draft process. I think the thing with Darren is I think the goal to come out of this is too coachy for what people want to hear, but the goal is to figure out, okay, what are the things that I need to work on between when my Summer League schedule ends and October 1? What's that going to be? And so the only way to know that is to be super aggressive in Summer League. And I know he didn't have a lot of assists in college. I'll worry about his passing in October. Go be aggressive. Go to the basket. Drive. Take shots. Figure out where you can get things. Be super aggressive. Shot a minute. I don't care. Let them fly. Because that's how you're going to figure out what you need to do between when your Summer League comes to an end and when you take the floor in October.
David, sorry to take you back to the Kessler thing real quick, but I was curious to your thoughts on his fit in LA, and specifically his fit in LA at that price point.
Well, one thing I'd be fascinated about is that Walker's, if in fact these reports are true, I'll just say this in general in Walker's career, actually, but regardless of what's true or not true, or reported or not true, to this time, Walker has not been a good pick and roll big. Now, the Jazz don't run a lot of pick and roll. They run a lot of off ball. And Walker has not played with very many good guards, right? He played with a young Keontae and some Isaiah Collier, and he hasn't played with a very good guard. But he has not been a good pick and roll big. He came to the league on his tippy toes and did not set picks very well. He got a little bit better over the years when he's, last year he didn't get to play much. And so he's going, if in fact that's true, to play with two of the three best pick and roll guards in the NBA, in Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic. are they so damn good it doesn't matter who the big is? Because actually that's how it seemed in most of Luka's career. It just hasn't mattered. Or is there a real skill that Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively and some of these other guys have had that we'll see. I think that'll be very interesting to see because that has not been Walker Kessler playing pick and roll with a good guard has not happened in his career yet. Up to this point, Walker has not been a very good pick and roll big. So that will, if that changes and he ends up playing with good guards, I think that will be very interesting to see how he deals with it. He's a little vertical so that when he's rolling the lane, if he gets bumped, he doesn't make it all the way to the rim the same way some other guys are more powerful. He's obviously way stronger than he used to be. So it'll be interesting to see. But he also, Austin Reeves was the number one pick and roll guard in the NBA 2 years ago, and Luka Doncic was the number one pick and roll guard for the 4 years prior.
Who's had a good summer?
It's crazy, right? Well, I thought we had. I don't think anyone in the West has gotten better. There's no one right now, if you told me in the West we're a lot better than they were a year ago, other than our Jaren Jackson deal, that I would just say, San Antonio, maybe I like Tobias Harris. I think that's an upgrade. Oklahoma City's done what they need to do, but they're not better, right? Denver's sitting still right now and has a Nikola Jokic contract offer that seemingly is on the table that he has not signed. I think he's been eligible for an extension for 2.5 weeks. I'd be really scared if I was in Denver, particularly because if reports are true, the LA Lakers now have a really good contract. They can sign for Nikola Jokic, trade for Nikola Jokic in 12 months. Just a thought. Mm-hmm. Minnesota's interesting, and I think they did what they could do, understanding how hamstring they are. But I actually don't buy the LaMelo Ball stuff. I like LaMelo Ball an awful lot. I think he's a great talent. But the truth is that Charlotte was good because they were an offensive rebounding team last year. Charlotte's half-court offense was 19th in the NBA. They were the second-best offensive rebounding team and the second-best team in the league on putbacks. You know who ran more than Charlotte last year? Minnesota. Yeah, LaMelo Ball's plus-minus are awesome. Who's their backup point guard? Right. So thank God his plus-minus was good because we don't even know who was playing the other minutes.
Wasn't it Colin Sexton?
It'll be Io DeSumo. It will now with Minnesota, which,
no,
which is a
right.
good plus.
But I'm saying everyone's basis of why LaMelo's so great is because the Charlotte offense was 10 points per 100 possessions better when he was on the floor. That only is a statement of how gosh-awful your backup is, not how great LaMelo is.
Sure.
So I don't know that I think Minnesota got a lot better, particularly if LaMelo's his ankles are questionable. The Lakers got better, if the reports are true, but they lost LeBron, and LeBron's a top 30 player in the NBA. And they're god-awful slow. Right? Aren't people just going to run them up and down the floor?
And Luka needs to be bought in.
We got baby watches. We got baby races at halftime that are faster than Austin Reeves, Luka Doncic, and Sando Muskizavili. Seriously. It's not like Quentin Grimes is an elite athlete in the NBA to me either. And Colin Sexton will have J.J. Redick in a penitentiary by February.
Those babies are pretty fast.
Right.
Those babies can fly.
Clippers are not better.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Sacramento?
I think Sacramento and Memphis actually might have gotten a little bit better, but it doesn't matter.
Right. So who in the West is better?
Is Dallas better, would you say? They get Kyrie back.
Yeah, that's a big deal if he's all right. That's a big deal. I mean, they're still funky. That roster's weird.
It is weird.
And Derek Lively may not be able to play basketball again. There's something weird going on there.
Which is really sad.
Yeah.
Who are we forgetting? Anyone? Houston is better just because Fred VanVleet's back?
No, this was a good offseason for the West because a lot of talent stayed east or went east. Kawhi going east is good for everybody.
Well, and the East is Miami's better. Toronto's better.
Yeah.
Philadelphia's better.
Boston's worse. New York's worse.
Yeah, New York's worse.
But wait, Boston's worse unless Tatum can actually come back and play. Then they're probably about the same. Maybe better.
No, with Paul
Right?
George
Remember,
as
last year
opposed to
Boston had
Jaylen
no
Brown.
Jason Tatum.
Well, yeah, they were playing Brown, no Tatum. Now they're Tatum, no Brown.
Yeah, the key is having both of them.
Right, but that's if they're a championship team. But compared to last year's team, they're probably better. If Tatum's at full, actually okay, he may not be. Most guys aren't after an Achilles. And they add Mitchell Robinson, then they're actually better.
Yeah, they're right at the same 54, maybe a couple more wins, however many they ended up winning.
Though, Ben, have you done this math yet? Can you pull up the NBA standings?
Yes.
Okay. Let's assume for a second because of the new tank. I've not done this yet. I'm excited for this. Let's assume because of the new tanking rules that only Milwaukee and I think, is it Brooklyn? That somebody else has their picks.
Brooklyn, yeah.
So those two teams are going to be 2 of the 3 teams relegated. Everybody else is going to try not to get relegated to their single ball. So the low point of wins is going to be like 30 for every other team. Walk me through the bottom 6 win totals of the NBA last year.
Well, I'll tell you what, there are 8 teams that had 26 or fewer, and that's not going to be the case.
Right. That's a lot of wins.
Yeah.
Like what I was going to actually have you do, like for 17, that's 13 more wins. Off the top of my head, just doing it quickly, I think there's like 60 wins that are going to be redistributed from the top to the bottom. So when you used to win 54, if you divide that by 60 by 15, it's 4 wins. You're now winning 50. Like I think the 4th seed is going to win 50 games.
Yeah, you're right at about 60. I'm 39 plus 11, 50 plus 13 would put you at 63. If everybody got to 30, which is probably a little too rich, because you're right, a couple of teams don't care what their pick is and actually are fine hurting somebody by giving up their draft pick. Yes, you probably get to around 55, 60 wins getting dispersed elsewhere or taken away from the top and added to the bottom.
Right. That's kind of like, so when people always ask me, like, how many games did the Jazz win? I'm like, well, they might win 47, and that might be the 5th seed.
I think
the standings are going to be way different next year.
Yeah.
Particularly now, also the amount of teams that are, like, pretty good.
Well, what happens? I'm curious with that race. What happens when you start being too good, and how far do you have to boot games? You know, as we kind of formulate this in our minds. Well, how does the race actually play out? Where all of a sudden do they come back into the 20s because they have to hit the sweet spot? So then all of a sudden you're just changing the time.
There's a race for 28 wins as opposed to 17 wins.
Yeah, right. And then you're just changing the time frame, but teams are still booting games to be in the same range.
So it goes if you're in relegation, you only get 1 ball, right?
2 balls.
2 balls. And then you get 3 balls all the way if you don't make the play-in, right?
From 4 to 14, I think.
Oh, so if you make the play-in and lose, you get your 3rd ball back?
Yes.
So we're gonna have teams throwing the play-in game.
Yes.
Super.
Yes.
I know. That's what I thought too.
Yeah. You can get 1 play-in game if you lose the first play. I can't remember now what it is.
But yes, we will have teams booting the play-in game.
Yes,
that
technically
will
you
happen.
get 50% better chance by adding another lottery ball
My
by
point
losing
is,
a playing game.
it's impossible for the 3 of us to try and diagnose this when we've never seen it happen, and we don't know the effect of the race to get to the odds. I mean, it's so hard to forecast because I don't think this solution fixes tanking. I just think it changes it and changes which teams are tanking. So how do you point to, well, they're just going to win 30 games because they're going to be trying all the time? I think they're still going to try and win 26 games. They're just going to avoid 18. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, so then there's 50 wins instead of 60. But I just think there's a redistribution on that. The one I do think that's going on in the league, and I was trying to play the math on this last night, and it's too complicated for me, and even Claude couldn't get it for me. I think pick swaps are more valuable than they've been before. So,
I agree.
Because you now, by just like, if it just happens to be that both your teams end up in the It's just unlikely that both teams are going to end up in the lottery when they're dealing with a pick swap, because the chances are you just traded something pretty good to somebody, and so therefore they're good, and then your pick swap doesn't come to fruition. I would love to go get some analysis on how many pick swaps have actually ever been swapped. Feels like they're the greatest line of a trade, and they almost never happen, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I just don't think that it's just a sign that one team thinks they're going to be winning and the other team thinks they're going to be doesn't know yet, and are hoping they might be winning when someone swaps. And so I don't think a lot of swaps come to fruition, and I'm just wondering if I guess the scenario here would be no matter what the lottery rules are coming up, which we don't know what they're going to be, if everything's flatter, swaps in theory are more valuable, but it still takes, as of right now, the way the rules are, it takes both teams to be inside the lottery for that to actually kick in, and that seems pretty unlikely.
David, do you think Luka, last question for me, do you think Luka has more control now over the Lakers than he ever did in Dallas? I don't know. I'm curious what you think.
Yes. I think they're running scared of Luka right now. Right now seems like a good time. There's two ways in which you can get franchises in the NBA to make bad trades. Okay, three of them. Hire Joe Dumars. Just kidding. Okay, two of them. That was a joke. Two of them is, one is have new ownership that's putting pressure on the GM who's trying to save their job. And two is have a superstar that's putting pressure on the GM. And those are the two scenarios by which GMs get forced into positions where they make deals they might not make otherwise. Both of those scenarios exist in Los Angeles right now.
Never be desperate. That's the lesson. Never be desperate. Do whatever you
Same
can.
Rule,
Do not be desperate.
Same rule that worked in 11th grade works in the NBA.
Yep. Nothing worked for me in 11th grade.
Yeah,
so,
indeed.
I don't know.
I'm right there with you. I feel you on that.
David, thank you for coming on. We always appreciate your insight and wisdom.
Happy 4th, David.
Happy 4th to you guys. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, David. We appreciate you. That's our buddy David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. We appreciate him jumping on with us and crunching through all of this.
I think some players are okay being not in control of a team, but having a say and being responsible and being involved. I don't think that's always a death sentence. LeBron had his real flaws as GM LeBron. A lot of real flaws as GM LeBron. I'm really curious how Luka does it, if he is indeed in this role, and it seems like he kind of is.
I think oftentimes it is a death sentence, and if
I
I
would prefer it not be the case always.
If I were a franchise, I'd do everything possible not to empower my star players. And I know that sounds terrible, but look what James Harden did in Houston. I mean, I'd find an example of a success story. Maybe Jalen Brunson, the coup on Tibbs, and then kind of the more player-led kind of thing. Mm-hmm. I don't know, but usually it ends up in disaster.
Off the top of my head, I don't have a lot of examples of that was a good idea. That guy being more empowered or having some say, or the team bending to his will, resulted in something positive.
Now, this is more of a new phenomenon because, post LeBron, we've seen real player empowerment. So it's not like we can go back to the 80s
correct.
or whatever, because that wasn't a thing. It just wasn't.
No.
So I don't know. But if I were running a team, I would do everything possible to not put myself in that situation, because it just does. It leads to disaster. It leads to desperate moves you wouldn't otherwise do because you're feeling pressure from a player. David's right. It's the perfect storm for the Lakers. That the GM is getting pressure from the player and getting pressure from the ownership, and it leads to bad stuff. It does. They gave up way too much for Walker Kessler. Work or not work, they gave up way too much. I don't even think that's hot takey.
No, everyone agrees with you.
Yeah. All right. More next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
If you're getting a jump on the weekend, eastbound I-80 is slow going through Parleys Canyon. Slowdowns from the quarry out to the East Canyon exit, as well as delays eastbound going past the Kimball Junction exit. Hey, don't miss Ute Stampede Rodeo July 8th through the 11th. Get half-price tickets to Wednesday's bull riding event if you purchase Thursday's family night. It's Utah's best family celebration, rodeo, and more. Visit utestampederodeo.com for more info. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Joining us now from the Oregonian, Bill Orm.
You know, the thing that is just wacky and is that there's like a massive political issue going on with the arena. And there is no guarantee that they're going to get an arena deal done on the stated necessary timeline to renovate Moda Center. The league is expecting a deal done. The league has said that the arena needs to get renovated, basically for the Blazers to stay. The team leaving Portland after 50 plus years is such a real threat. And I don't think I don't know how many people fully understand that yet. Tom Dundon can't help make headlines on even crazier stuff.
I can't bring you on here in Salt Lake City without asking you, what's the situation there to try to bring a Major League Baseball team there?
Let's try to keep the team we have first, Scotty.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, these KSL Sports Zone. Independence Day is Saturday. Let's celebrate. Let's give something away, Ben. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win a Lush flag blanket celebrating America's 250th birthday. Simple, classic, and incredibly soft. The Lush Patriotic Flag Blanket is perfect for celebrating this season in comfort. The plush patriotic design is available in one size and makes a cozy addition to summer gatherings, holiday decor, and everyday lounging. Sized to match a standard American flag. It also includes an exclusive America 250 Mickey Couture label created to commemorate the nation's quincentennial celebration. Features the patriotic flag design on both sides of the blanket for a complete look from every angle. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE.
Good reading there.
Thank you.
That's a lot. No, it's good. Shout out to Minky.
Yeah,
wrap
we love
yourself up in a Minky Couture blanket.
Very patriotic.
Do it. I'm going to head up to the lake next weekend and wrap myself up in a blanket as well. I've got a Minky up there. So I have a paper bag that I keep next to some oily rags full of aerial fireworks that I will not be firing off because the governor has asked that we don't. And I don't try and put anyone in danger. Can I do poppets? Can I do sparklers? What's banned here? I haven't looked.
I don't know.
Do we know?
I'm sure poppets are fine.
I think poppets are okay.
Unless, I guess you're
But where's the line?
Are you throwing the poppets into a dry field?
Yeah, I'm throwing them everywhere. That's the fun with poppets.
Yeah. Are you standing in the dry field when you're doing your sparkler? Because that's probably not great. But are you on your street while you're doing it? I think you'll probably be okay. I don't think the police will show up to arrest you if that's the case. But alerting everybody to where you are with the ones that go up in the air, probably not good. But people are still going to do it.
Oh, yeah. They were doing it in my neighborhood yesterday. It was great. Full bans. No personal fireworks. Do they have to have a fuse?
Is that law? Or is this just the rec?
I don't know.
I think it's up to individual.
Violations may result in fines of up to $1,000.
Yeah, wow.
Now, this is Heber City. This is where you're actually going to be hanging, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, in my neighborhood, we haven't had fireworks that have been allowed for years.
But you guys are close to the up. Dry up there.
Right. I was driving through Cottonwood Heights, and they definitely have a no firework kind of thing going. I think it might depend on where you're at. But I know the governor did recommend it, but I wasn't sure if they were going to have state troopers out, cracking skulls.
Probably rack up a couple of tickets while you're out.
Okay. Well, be careful out there.
I got a map. I don't see what all is. I see the map. I don't see which fireworks.
Well, just be safe out there. Don't be like who's the football player, Corin Halfhand? What's his name? Jason Pierre-Paul. That really damaged his career by blowing off half his hand.
Yeah, Dodgers fan when they won the World Series last blew up his hand on film. It was horrendous.
Yeah, let's not be safe out there.
Yeah, you're not going to do with poppets for the most part.
Let's not do any of that. You know what? A nice plush Mickey blanket, not going to start anything on fire.
I see you got them snakes and sparklers, but where's good stuff, man?
Good stuff. This is the good stuff. Snakes and sparklers.
Are you nuts, dude? You need stuff that'll explode. Go boom. So you're going to tell me that you don't have no black cats, no Roman candles, or screaming mimes?
No.
Oh, come on, man. You don't got no lady fingers, buzz buttles, snicker bombs, church burners, finger blasters, gut busters, zippity doo-dahs, or crap flappers?
No, I don't.
You're going to stand there owning a fireworks stand and tell me you don't have no whistling bungholes, no spleen splitters, whisker biscuits, honky lighters, hoosker do's, hoosker don'ts, cherry bombs, nipsy daisers, with or without the scooter stick, or one single whistling kitty chaser?
No, because snakes and sparklers are the only ones I like.
Not wrong. Snakes and spiders are great.
Sparklers?
Sparklers. I found a list. Trick noisemakers like snappers, poppers, and glowworms. Is that Joe Dirt? I feel just like Joe Dirt here. Trick noisemakers like snappers, poppers, and glowworms are exempt from the state's ban. However, those caught illegally discharging fireworks can face fines up to $1,000.
Are you going to be narking out your neighbors?
No. This is a don't ask, don't tell neighborhood I live in.
Is that right? Don't even worry about it.
Mum's the word.
I didn't see anything.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That kind of thing?
I've never even met those neighbors. I keep the blinds drawn. I don't know.
I did see an article in local news on how to dime out your neighbors. I did see that.
It's disappointing.
Oh, I totally dime out my neighbors. Are you kidding? Now, in my neighborhood, absolutely. When I had a newborn, 1,000%.
That's where Christian is.
Yeah, Christian, you dime out your neighbors for sure.
I can't. Not on a 250.
I think you got to yell at them first, though. I think that needs to be the policy.
If it starts coming like, Sunday night, Monday night, then I might think about it. But like Saturday, I don't care.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
250, you're right. It's
Yeah.
the semi-quincentennial.
Also, my neighbor's like 85 and she lives alone. So if there are loud booms coming from her house, I might need to call the police.
You're calling the police for a different
Those aren't
reason.
fireworks.
Right.
Okay. All right. Good times.
Okay.
Well, I'm not going to be lighting anything.
Snappers pop.
But
I don't even know what's a glowworm. I thought that was a candy.
you're the firework guy, dude. I don't know. I can't tell you the last time I purchased fireworks.
Husker do's, Husker don'ts.
I've never seen that movie.
You've never seen Joe Dirt?
No, I have not.
Joe Dirt's legitimately funny.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's great.
It's really stupid, but it is, of course, funny.
Did you like Tommy
glowworms
Boy
are
and Black
snakes.
Sheep?
Glowworms are just snakes.
I did like Black Sheep, yeah.
It's similar.
Yeah.
Except for it doesn't have Chris Farley in it.
Right, but David State's pretty funny.
David Spade's
Is he?
pretty funny.
And Kid Rock's funny in it too.
Is David Spade funny? I'm legitimately asking.
No, he is. He is. He's legitimately funny. News Radio was fun. Not News Radio. What was his?
He was not in News Radio.
Not Just Shoot Me.
Just Shoot Me was
that his?
Uh-huh. And I never liked it.
No, I thought it was funny.
You should watch Joe Dirt.
Okay. I'll give it a chance. I might go in with a tainted view, though, because I don't know if David Spade's funny.
Didn't his bodyguard try to kill him? Isn't that the story with David
To kill
Spade?
David Spade?
Uh-huh.
Like turn on him and kill him?
Yeah, like pulled a gun on him.
No
or
way.
something. Like he woke up in the middle of the night with his bodyguard standing over him.
Man, whatever you did to make that bodyguard mad, that was a mistake.
November 2000, David Spade was violently attacked in his Beverly Hills home by his personal assistant, David Warren, a.k.a. Skippy Malloy.
Oh, it was his assistant. That's totally different.
Malloy broke in while Spade was sleeping, punched him, and used a stun gun before the comedian fought back, escaped to his driveway, and armed himself with a shotgun to deter the assailant.
Okay, do you think there is one personal assistant in Hollywood that doesn't want to do that to their employer?
You're right. When this news story came out, every personal assistant in Hollywood was like, I get it. I totally get it.
Bodyguard's a different thing. Personal assistant, I'm sure he wanted to murder David Spade. I'm sure that was a
I
thing.
think I assumed this was his bodyguard because I think I've seen a photo of this Skippy Malloy, and he was bigger than David Spade, but everybody's bigger than David Spade.
He's a
tiny person.
Tiny person.
He couldn't shoot a shotgun without like flying backwards like a cartoon character.
Okay. Good segment, Ben. Glad we gave away a blanket. Stay tuned. We'll have more next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Walker Kessler on his way. Not only the Jazz trade him, they trade him to the Lakers. A 4-year contract worth $140 million, roughly just shy of $33 million per year. The Jazz get a haul. They get 2 unprotected first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, which is a monstrous amount. A rim protector and a rebounder. An elite is now off the board for the Jazz.
In my opinion, it wasn't part of the plan. I think this is an outlier. I can just tell you, I think there's probably nuance. Numbers say one thing, but I think there's nuance. I want to make sure we talk about in the beginning that they were more than compensated. John Morant, who was just traded, and I know he has his issues, but he was just traded the other day with no first-round picks attached. This is 4 first-round picks.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, we've got Independence Day coming up this weekend. Hopefully people will have a chance to celebrate with their family and do something fun. Maybe some of you are traveling. Have you ever thought of what you want your retirement to look like? Maybe you want it to be 4th of July all the time. Maybe you want to travel, do things with your family. What kind of lifestyle do you want to live? What do you want to do? How much do you want to leave to your family when you're gone? Well, listen, Trajan wants to be a team of good folks who've been there and have done that, who can be on your side to help you make the right decisions to get to those goals. Hey, maybe if you're anything like me, you need their help in setting those goals. Well, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Sit down with them. I've done it. I've gone through the process. It's so easy. They're very nice. 855-TRAJAN-1. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN1 or TrajanWealth.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is coming to Salt Lake City. Join us at the Hyatt Regency Hotel on July 4th and 5th.
It's a July 4th weekend card show. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards.
Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars, and free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Hyatt Regency Hotel, Saturday and Sunday, July 4th and 5th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
In Utah, our first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
All systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to announce a winner. We do this every Thursday for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Today's winner, or this week's winner, John Hollian. And this is what was written in about his nomination. John is an incredible soccer coach to our teenage boys. He cares about them individually and has sacrificed countless hours to build them up as a team and to show each player that he is important. John would go the extra mile and give rides to team players who struggled to get to practice or games. He would also donate extra time and money for players who struggled financially. He has an excellent communication with parents, nominated by the parent of one of his players. That would be Melanie. So thank you, Melanie, for the nomination, and congratulations to John Holian. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. But thanks for your great work. Awesome.
Very cool. Again, the effort of everybody to help the youth. My son was just doing a camp, and some adults went, just obviously took the extra step. I'm just like, that is just it's not easy to do. It's just time. It's just your own effort. It's your own money in this situation, and it gives kids a place to belong. So very cool. I really do love this segment.
Yeah, I do too. I love it that we're a part of Beehive, and part of the reason that soccer is the world's game is because it's so accessible. So to hear of a coach going an extra mile for kids who may not have a ton of financial means, I mean, that actually is really a great part about this particular sport.
Yep.
Ben, you grew up on the skateboarding team, which is an incredibly expensive sport, no?
Almost no, not at all. It's nice. It's really good for poor people.
Don't skateboards cost a lot of money?
They cost more now than they used to. A full setup when I was a young person was like $110. Now, I was amazed. I went back to the company I used to skateboard for and was talking to some of the people working there. They said it's almost $300 now. So that's insane to me. But, you don't have to replace most of it very often. You have to replace the deck itself, depending on how good you are. Some people weekly, which gets expensive. But if you're that good, you're probably sponsored already. If you're doing it monthly, which is probably about where I was, it could cost you about $30 a month. But big thank you to the people who took care of me. I would get one deck a month, and that was generally good enough.
What about all the shoplifting and vandalizing?
Well, yeah,
tickets?
the tickets were expensive, and I did get a couple of those.
Yeah, right.
Now, and actually to that point, I thought they were extraordinarily expensive when they were happening to me. In retrospect, it was like $120, which is not fun. And thank you to my parents for paying a couple of skateboarding tickets that I got. That was very nice of them. But I didn't exactly, put the house at risk.
I don't know, Ben.
We weren't going to lose my parents' ability to retire because I got a couple of skateboarding tickets. But I had no concept of that in my day.
We're going to talk to Kobe Price coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. He covers the Lakers for the California Post. He's going to jump on with us. We'll find out how Walker Kessler and that move is being received in Lakerland.
What would you think?
How Laker fans are?
Yeah, what would you... They've got to be over the moon.
Well, I think most of them are pretty excited LeBron's gone.
Okay.
And I think most Laker fans are probably on board with Luka, and Luka needs a center. So I would guess they're fine with it. And by the way, the Lakers have been trading first-round picks. They basically depleting their pick selection every year forever. I mean, it's not anything new.
Correct. And if you're around Luka, for some reason, he just sends first-round draft picks out wherever he goes. In Dallas, they were just sprayed everywhere.
Yeah, that's what LeBron did.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what these win now, quote unquote, win now teams do. They spend future first-round picks on stuff they need immediately. What Locke brought up, and maybe this is worthy of deeper conversation a little bit later, but I think what Locke brought up is totally a concern for if you're looking at it from a Lakers perspective. Walker has not been a pick-and-roll player at all for the Jazz. The Jazz don't run pick-and-roll.
Right.
I mean, they do, but compared to the amount of pick-and-rolls that the rest of the league runs, I think they were last year. I don't know, Ben, where are our analytic nerds who keep track of all that stuff? But,
low. Probably not last, but low.
But low. That's not their game. And as Locke pointed out, Walker, and especially having played before Keontae's real emergence, has not really played with a strong pick-and-roll guard ever. When you're talking about a rim-rolling big, which is what Luka wants and what he really thrives with, I don't know if that's Walker Kessler. He hasn't done that really.
Not a ton
in his NBA career.
But
so
yes,
I'm
hasn't
not sure.
played with great guards to do it.
So yeah, is it the chicken or the egg? But I don't know if he's going to be, Tyson Chandler.
I bet it's more chicken than egg. I bet it's more the guards than Walker's skill set, to be honest. But, the Jazz signed Ed Davis before his gambling problem. But Ed Davis's issue and why he didn't fit with the Jazz was Quinn Snyder's offense was solely dependent on pick and roll.
That's it.
Bigs that rolled to the rim.
And he couldn't do it at all.
He couldn't do it at all. The worst I've ever seen at it. He could not set a screen and then get to the rim. So he was useless and he was off the team within like 3 weeks.
Yeah, they traded him before the deadline, like long time, right?
Yeah, and I think they waived. Who's the Green?
Jeff Green.
Jeff Green. They waived Jeff Green. I think they're just like, you just go do whatever you want. You don't work here either. Bad offseason for the Jazz that year. But regardless.
Those were Mike Conley's buddies.
Yes, they were. Yeah, they just thought they were getting some good veterans. They weren't. But, yeah, that's going to be a big thing. Locke also brought up that now the Lakers have some salaries to trade, which is interesting. They don't have draft picks to trade. Walker at 40 or at 32 million is a pretty decent number. It would be a much better number if you had that and 2 unprotected first to trade with him. If you were going to go try and get a major upgrade somewhere else. I was just thinking about this today. There's not a way they could have figured out a way to get involved with Jaylen Brown. You couldn't have done an Austin Reeves sign and trade with 2 picks for Jaylen Brown? I guess then you don't have the picks to go get Walker.
Wait, though. You were just telling me how in control Luka is. Luka doesn't want that.
No, he probably doesn't.
Why would Luka want to play with Jaylen Brown?
No, he probably doesn't.
Absolutely not. And honestly, if you're just going to give your franchise to Luka, you don't want Jaylen Brown either.
But I do want guys who play defense.
Walker plays defense. I mean,
Plays a little defense, yeah.
and you got to have somebody at the rim if Luka's guy is going to blow by him every time.
But man, it would be nice if they had somebody who could stop you from getting blown by every single time. It's nice to have a last line of defense.
Sure,
but a first line of defense is pretty good too.
Okay, but that defensive player's only other skill can be standing there and shooting. That's it. You can't have a defensive player who wants to dribble because that's not going to happen. Jaylen Brown had his favorite year of his career because he was initiating the offense and dribbling the whole game. I mean, that's what he wants to. Luka doesn't want to play with that.
No, he doesn't. Luka wants to dribble the whole game.
Well, he's already playing with that kind of with Austin Reeves.
Uh-huh.
So you don't want to add another dribbler in there.
No,
that was the problem with LeBron.
It costs you Austin Reeves. You get Jalen, you don't have Austin Reeves because you don't have the money.
But I would guess that's why they didn't want to do that. No, Luka wanted a big. That's what he said. That's what he's always wanted because he can't get himself open without a screen.
I wonder if there's a world where they could have gotten Jalen and Walker instead of Austin and Walker. But probably not. They probably just didn't have the ammo.
Or want the ego.
Yeah, or maybe not.
I mean, Jaylen Brown made it clear that he wanted to be the number one dude on whatever team he's on. Mm-hmm. I mean, Jason Tatum's really good. So if you're not going to take a back seat to Jason Tatum, are you going to take a back seat to anybody?
Probably not.
I don't know if I'm signing up for that if I'm the Lakers.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or Luka for that matter. But hey, I don't know if I'm signing up for that if I'm Philly, but Philly did it. Probably because they got him for a steal.
Yeah, they got him for nothing.
They got rid of one of their headaches for a better player, and it only cost them 2 first-round picks.
They were going to have to trade it first to get off of Paul George anyways.
No, that's a great point. Yeah.
That was going to cost him
honestly, that's a great point. I cannot believe he has that contract. We were looking at that contract yesterday, and it is so stupid. Daryl Morey is the worst.
2 years, $110 million left on the Paul George deal. And what's crazy is that's the same thing Trae Young makes. But Trae has 4 years left.
Okay,
it's amazing the deals that got handed out.
Speaking of Locke, he came on. He said, "No, listen, these front offices are full of smart men and women." I would argue the contrary. I don't think I will tell you. I don't automatically assume front offices in the NBA are smart because they're front offices in the NBA. Case in point, Daryl Morey has made a career out of being a below average GM and somehow managed to stay around for 20 years.
I fall into both categories where the more I've talked to front offices, the more I understand how weird things happen. But I also think there are still clearly people who get to a spot of desperation and act desperately because there's a somewhat finite amount of assets out there you can go choose from, and so they end up making bad decisions.
Also, talking about David Locke and his conversation with us, I don't think there's any evidence out there that Brad Stevens has any idea what he's doing. And David said that if the rock star breakup is happening, that's the front office's job to smooth that over. Mm-hmm. That's literally their job. That's what David was saying. And he is totally right. So if the situation with Jaylen Brown was so bad that you basically had to trade him for nothing, that's on Brad Stevens. Locke called it maybe as bad as the Luka Doncic trade. Mm-hmm. That's on the front office. I totally agree. I'm not convinced he knows what he's doing at all.
Yeah. And if the front office doesn't know how to do it, ideally you have a coach that does. Well, you hired the coach. You know, like I get that the Ime Udoka stuff fell apart underneath, their feet, and they weren't prepared for that.
Yikes.
But they did go out and pick Joe Mazzulla. Now, to Joe's credit, he won a title and
he's
he won
been pretty
Coach of
good
the Year this year, but he may not be the guy who knows how to mend some of these fences, which is also part of the job. If that's what the job requires, that's what you have to do.
You have to do it.
And he may not be able to do it. And as a result, if he can't do that, you end up trading Jaylen Brown for Paul George. Uh-huh. That's a problem. Jerry Sloan, we talk about the Zen Master a lot, Phil Jackson, how good of a job he did. Jerry Sloan kept a lid on Karl Malone for 18 years.
Uh-huh.
It's crazy. Karl is a lunatic. Now, and I'm not even talking about before he gets to the Jazz. I mean, like, calling radio stations, wanting people fired, wanting out because they signed certain players, wanting out because they didn't sign certain players. And Jerry Sloan found a way to, once training camp started, get everyone pulling in the right direction. Jerry was actually really good handling those personalities as well.
So was Larry Miller. He deserves credit for that one, too.
But that's the organization. It's the organization doing a good job with some of those things.
Karl had a radio show in L.A. blasting the Jazz every single day. including saying he would never play for the Jazz again.
Mm-hmm.
And Larry Miller just said, you know what? This is just Carl
Yeah.
doing what Carl does. He'll
Right.
come back home. And 10 minutes later, Carl's like, I just love the Jazz.
He's weeping.
Just love the Jazz so much.
Yep.
I mean, even that's a strategy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know your guy. You know what you got to do.
Yeah. Could the Celtics have just let Jalen air it out, get it all out of his system, and then 2 months from now come back and say, hey, we're really happy you're here. We really like you. Come on
Apparently
back.
not.
Yeah, they couldn't. They didn't know how to do it.
All right, more next. 4 o'clock hour straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well, and it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I hopped up the plane at LAX with a dream, my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. My tummy's turning into
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Somebody actually did the ride like this song describes, and the Hollywood sign was not on her right or something. It was not. Is that a thing?
And then some people said, well, if she's sitting in a limo and she's facing backwards.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe it's on the other side.
Okay. I do like this song. But who doesn't like Miley?
My wife.
Really? Not into Miley?
Hate her.
Doesn't like Miley or Taylor. Not doesn't like, there's hate there.
Actively doesn't like Taylor.
Actively doesn't like Taylor or Miley.
Believes Miley is better doing covers than her original music.
Okay. Well, I love a good cover.
It's like the Spasmatics.
Wow, there's a
I
throwback.
don't know what their original work is.
Are the Spasmatics still playing Liquid Joe's every weekend?
I don't know. I've never seen them, but I know what their thing is.
That's like a 30-year run if they are.
Yeah, they're going for a while.
Ben, we'll continue the NBA conversation, but I saw, this was a couple hours ago, but Anthony Simons signs a deal with the Sixers, 2-year, $12.3 million. Man, Portland should have traded him years ago.
Yeah.
What were they doing? He was a guy who had a ton of, maybe not a ton of value, but he was a guy that people thought were going to be pretty good just a couple of years ago. And to sign a basically, minimum deal, at least it's 2 years, but that with Philadelphia. I guess maybe he wants to win. But, man, your value in the NBA, here's where I guess I'll transition here. Here's where I don't blame Walker Kessler for honestly trying to go out and get as much money as he can. Your value in the NBA is fleeting.
At best.
It really is. And the guys whose value continues on and on and on is just a rarity. I mean, you've got to strike why somebody thinks you're good, because you know what? It might turn out that you're not. Christian and I were talking about this off the air about Ja. You know, people were convinced Ja Morant was good until they weren't. And then what happens to that dude's value? Mm-hmm. You know? And by the way, Ja wins because he's going to come out of this regardless with millions of dollars. But he was supposed to be one of the faces of the league going forward. And man, is that fleeting. It's gone from that to, wow, what is Portland doing with that disastrous trade? Trae Young, I think you could say the same thing, even though he just got paid.
Anthony Simons, Colin Sexton are a good case study or it's what I think makes the job really difficult. Colin Sexton averages 24 points a game. It's like his third year in the NBA. Now, he was doing it on a terrible team. Mm-hmm. Anthony Simons averages nothing his first 2 years in the league. 4 points, then 8 points, then 8 points his third year. Then jumps up to 17, 21, 22. That's exactly when Portland should have traded him. He averages 22 points a game, and you say, great, got to get rid of him. But then you also say, no, he's 24 years old, and he's averaging 21 points a game, and he's shooting 37% from three, and the league is heading towards guys who take 9 threes, and we want to build around him. And that's when the job of the front office has to really understand what they have or think they know what they understand. And honestly, it just might be a coin flip for some guys. And this really comes down to what the Jazz have right now with Keontae George. And everything Keontae George is showing is a positive. Shooting's getting better, decision-making's getting better, buy-in's getting way better, leadership's getting way better. All of the stuff is getting better. 3 years from now, are we sure he's not Anthony Simons?
Yeah, exactly the point.
I don't know. So, yes, Keontae needs to get paid himself, but at the same point where you say, man, Portland should have traded him forever ago, like, the Jazz got to feel that way too. Not that they have to trade him, but you have to, there's just no way they have full confidence in any one player to be anything long-term.
But if I'm one of these young players, you've got to parlay it in before the narrative on you has played out. Let me try to. Enes Kanter signs a max extension. What Walker, the deal Walker just signed, it for its day. Enes actually signed a way better deal.
Uh-huh.
His numbers in Utah were okay, but he was given a pretty good role where he touched the ball a lot and he got a bunch of rebounds. Mm-hmm. And then he goes to Oklahoma City. He signs a max extension, and that's the last deal he ever signs.
Correct.
He's basically out of the league, 2 years later?
He might have gotten a minimum, but yeah, he was basically out of the league.
Billy Donovan says famously can't play Kanter. And
ends his career.
And it pretty much ends his career. Well, let me ask you this. Was he a max guy that forgot how to play basketball? Or was he never that good to begin with, but he got an outsized role based on his draft pick, and he got a max extension based on, if we want to be nice, we could call it potential. But what it really is you don't know how good he's going to be, so you'll pay top dollar just to find out. It's almost like paying to see the river, right? But Enes was never awesome. He just had a bigger role that gave him better stats. And so that decision on, is this guy a 20-point? Anthony Simons is going to be in the league forever. He is. He's good enough, and he's got the skill set. But he was never going to be a 22-point-a-night guy on a successful team. Never.
Right.
That was never going to be a thing. So how do you diagnose that? With Keontae George in particular, the squads that the Jazz ran out last year, he was the only one on the team.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at his point total and what he scored last year, what was his
24 points a game.
24. Is that real? Is he a 24-point-a-night player on a good team?
Or is he somebody who has potential, so he was given a huge role, and now he's negotiating on, well, I've got to get this money before somebody figures out that I'm not a 24-point-a-night guy on a good team, because that's no guarantee. Bradley Beal scored whatever he did, in close to 30 points in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
On a good team, what does he score?
Right. Not a lot.
No, I mean,
not 30.
18?
Yeah, maybe 21.
17, 19, whatever it is.
Yeah, but not 30.
But at no point in his career was Bradley Beal a 30-point-a-night guy.
Right.
Even though his stats say that he wasn't. Because he was on dreadful teams. LaMelo Ball. Was he the best player in the league that year? He led the league in usage, and his points per game was above 30, but his team only won 16 games or whatever it was. Is he ever a 30-point-a-night guy? No. So how do you keep yourself from making a dumb decision? Because what's real and what's not? I mean, that's why these guys, even the great Sam Presti gets buffaloed by Max Urgul and signs Ennis to a max extension, It's a delicate thing. Walker, take as much as you can now, because you know what? If you really are a stiff, they're going to figure that out in the next year or two. And I'd rather be an overpaid stiff than an out-of-the-league stiff.
Yeah, right.
So get that bag. I mean, why did Andre Karolinko get his max deal? Because he made the All-Star team on an overachieving bad team. It was an overachieving bad Jazz team, and he made the All-Star game, and all of a sudden everybody's saying, oh, this is the next guy. This is the next guy here in Utah. And I don't blame people for getting excited, but that did not turn out to be true and did not turn out even close. But how do you make that calculation on these young players who do want these big extensions because they want to make big money? It's part of the problem with the NBA middle class disappearing, in all honesty. And David was talking about how you have to win with these dynamic young players on rookie deals. And I see why he would say that. But the truth is, not every young player is all that dynamic yet.
Correct.
And may never become dynamic. So how do you value that, If Darren Peterson is the lead guy on this Jazz team, why would you give Keontae a ton of money?
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is the whole key question with Keontae and probably why the deal doesn't get done this summer. I'm sure Jazz fans right now have a huge appetite to get a Keontae George contract signed, even at like $35 million a year, because you don't want to feel the way next year you feel right now with all the Walker Kessler stuff. You don't have the appetite to go through another restricted free agency on the off chance you could lose him and take another step backwards, which I think the Jazz took a little bit of a step backwards by losing Walker Kessler. So you say, well, I hate that pain. I hate the way that felt. I'm not going to feel it again, and I'm going to make a bad decision to avoid it. The Aggies, to their credit, historically, and I'm sure Justin Zanuck as well, have more patience than Jazz fans and will say, look, we think Keontae's not Anthony Simons. We think Keontae's not Colin Sexton. But we don't know. So it's probably better to wait a year because the Jazz, even without Walker, are still competing for a top 8 spot in the West. Not making the postseason, I think, would be a disappointment for the Jazz this coming season. Put Keontae in games all year that have serious stakes and see how he does. And if he's awesome, great. He's worth the $35 million you pay him. And if he's not, he's Anthony Simons or he's Colin Sexton or some of these guards who go out and put up big points and they don't really matter. And, when push comes to shove, what they offer is not that valuable. Then the contract adjusts accordingly. But you can't adjust the contract after you pay him. That's the problem. So I think the Jazz are probably, I've not heard this at all, but my guess is because of this exact conversation we're having, are probably more likely than not to hold off on a Keontae extension unless they get a smoking deal.
Yeah, unless they can get him on a bargain.
They can get him on 4 year, $100 million. You probably sign him. 25 a year is probably not bad. That's AAV. That's fine.
Thank you for clearing that up. I was extremely confused.
That's probably how you do it.
But what is Keontae's role, do you think, when it's all said and done on a good team?
I think he can be a starting point guard on a good team. I do.
Is he 24 a night?
Probably not.
On a good team?
No. The same reason Bradley Beal's not 31 a night on a good team.
Can I bring up
He's probably 25% less on a good team.
Can I bring up an example, a really old example, but one that I'm really familiar with? I'll have to explain all this to Christian.
The Charlotte Hornets, their first year, their inaugural season in 1988. We had season tickets to watch that team, and they had 3 former Jazz players on them: Del Curry, Ricky Green, and Kelly Tripucka.
Yeah.
Kelly Tripucka was the best player on that Hornets team. A Hornets team that was terrible, by the way. Keep in mind, expansion team, they were terrible. He was the best player on that team, and he was averaging 22.5 points per game, and he made the All-Star team that year, Ben. Now, the Jazz, on the other side, traded Kelly Tripucka to the Hornets, and I think it was Mike Brown ended up being part of that trade.
Nice.
But that very same year, the Jazz were pushing the Lakers to 7 games or whatever it was in the playoffs with John and Carl. Is there any chance that Kelly Tripucka scores 22.5 points a game if he had stayed with the Jazz?
Not a chance.
Not a chance. But he goes to Charlotte where they don't have anybody on the team outside of a rookie Rex Chapman and Muggsy Bogues. And he's going to have this huge, if he's an all-star, was he ever an all-star caliber player?
Probably not.
Never. So how do you judge it?
Yeah.
How do you judge it if you're a good team? And this comes all down to how much do you pay and who do you pay? I think the Jazz, you can make an argument that the Jazz really dodged a bullet with Gordon Hayward leaving. Even when he was healthy, and maybe this isn't fair because he got hurt, but he never was a max guy on a great team. Shout out to Tony Parks. I remember him telling me that this dude is never going to be a number 1 on a playoff team. And I was like, Tony, what are you talking about? He's like, I don't think he can be that good. Tony was totally right.
Yeah.
So the Jazz didn't max out Gordon Hayward. They plug in Donovan Mitchell, who turns out to be a way better player and a way better candidate to be a number 1 on a playoff team than Gordon Hayward.
Right.
That could have honestly sunk the Jazz. Gordon Hayward might have done them a huge favor because he was never that good to begin with.
Probably. And look, apples and oranges. Center, point guard, Kessler, Keontae, totally different positions, totally different production, totally different histories, totally different personalities, totally different relationships with the front office, with the coaches, etc. But the fact that the Jazz wouldn't pay Kessler probably gives you a sign, at the very least, that they have some doubt that any of the production they've seen in recent years is actually worth
Is
banking
actually
on.
real.
Probably gives you some sense. Not entirely. They did pay Lowry Markkanen. They probably overpaid Lowry, but they paid Lowry Markkanen $40 million a year for putting up a lot of production on really bad teams that were supposed to lose, and who else was going to score? Well, the 7-foot guy who shoots.
How about this? Much like the running back role in the NFL, the running backs just aren't worth that much. With the Jazz, as opposed to the Lakers, the center is worth way more to the Lakers than it is the Jazz, just based on how they play.
Yep.
Because the Jazz don't really highlight the center. I mean, Will Hardy, you can correct me if my X's and O's are wrong.
No, you're totally right.
But the center is not what his offense is all about at all.
No.
I don't know. Nurk had 3 triple-doubles in a row.
Playing point guard. That's my point. He wasn't even playing center. Correct. He was playing point guard. So I don't know. I don't know if that position is worth playing,
I'm not sure
paying in Will's offense.
I'm not sure what Walker did, especially offensively, was all that valuable. Defensively, guys who protect the rim, rebound, et cetera, have value. They will always have value. There are some universal truths in the NBA. I do believe that. But I think if you just read the tea leaves, the Jazz have not made huge votes of confidence that the production they've seen from young players necessarily has all that much value.
How real it is.
For this exact fear of the Anthony Simons fear.
Right.
Because he's signing 2-year, $12 million contracts. And Anthony Simons, it's not like he's 40. Anthony Simons
he's still like 27, right?
Yeah, because he came into the league when he was 17 years old. He's exactly 27. He's 27 and 24 days. It's like that's a guy who should be going into his prime.
And he's signing basically minimum deals with Philly?
Yeah.
To go play a minor role?
To be a backup.
Yeah.
To 2 other really good guards. It's tough. I don't know the right answer. I truly don't.
Life comes at you fast.
I've said this a lot. Recently, I've really been recognizing it. The closer I get to this, the longer I do this, the less at times I feel like I know. Honestly. Things I thought were easy are not that easy. Things I thought I could predict become unpredictable. Things I said would never happen do happen. The more information I get, the less my kind of maybe naive truths become as I get a little bit older. Maybe I'm just getting soft.
No, we're all just one too many mornings and 1,000 miles behind, buddy. Welcome to the club. That's how it works.
Yep, that's how it works.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what you do with I don't know what Keontae's going to become. I'll tell you what, when I was 25, I bet you I thought I knew what Keontae George was going to become. The same way somebody thought they knew what Anthony Simons was going to become, and they gave him whatever, $25 million. You know what? Credit the Cleveland Cavaliers. They would not pay Keontae or Colin Sexton. They included him in the trade for the Jazz, and they didn't give him a contract extension. The Jazz signed him for $18 million, which was actually not a terrible
not
trade.
Detroit.
Did I say Detroit? Cleveland, excuse me. Cleveland traded Colin Sexton to the Jazz. Jazz only paid him $18 million. It didn't really hamstring anyone. There was probably somebody in the Cleveland front office wanting to give Colin Sexton a bunch of money after averaging 24 points, saying this is the next him. He's our next great player post LeBron, and they showed some restraint, and it was the right move.
It turned out that way.
Turned out that way. It's
new Laker, Colin
the
Sexton.
really hard part about that job, and I have told a lot of people I don't really envy that position. I'm sure they make unbelievable money. I'm sure it's fun to have some control. I'm sure some of these decisions, when you actually have to make them, your job's on the line, you have to answer for wins and losses. It's hard.
Yeah, I'd feel more bad for him if the downside wasn't they get fired and go buy an island.
Correct. No, I'm with you. Yeah, right. Would everyone do it? Of course, everyone would.
What was noted bozo Daryl Morey doing right now?
Correct. He's jet skiing.
He's in Maui.
Yeah,
you know?
right. Across the Strait of Gibraltar. He's having a great time.
He's having a fantastic time.
Yeah, life is good.
I'm not going to cry for that guy for 1 second.
I'm with you. But
So,
I do recognize that the job is hard.
It's hard, but the downside, like free climbing is hard. The downside is really bad.
Really bad. And it doesn't pay that well.
Right. Not great.
That's a real love of the game sport.
God, I can't imagine. How do you even... What type? I wonder what personality type truly is attractive. Like I have buddies that are avid rock climbers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any of them like free climbing Yosemite. I mean, that just seems.
You know what?
That seems like a little too much.
I don't know how you feel about this movie, but it's probably right on. Point Break, they like nailed that guy. Bodie, or is it Brody?
I haven't seen that movie either.
With Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves. Like, they're bank robbers who are rock climbers. It's like, right, that's probably accurate. You're a psycho. Like, they're the adrenaline.
I thought they were surfers.
Surfers, yeah, not rock climbers. Sorry, surfers. Jeez, I'm all over the place. Surfers.
I haven't even seen the movie.
/ bank robbers. Uh-huh. Well, the new one, they're like cliff diving and they're jumping out of airplanes, and it's
There's
terrible.
a new one?
Yeah, they remade it. It's horrible. But yes, they're adrenaline junkies. So yeah, the Alex Honolds of the world, the free solo guy. Yeah, if he's not climbing mountains, thank goodness he's climbing mountains, because otherwise he's holding people hostage. just to feel something.
That's a wide gap there.
Well, that's what Point Break's about. You should watch it. 10 out of 10.
I do love Swayze.
He's so good in it. Might be his best.
Have you not seen Dirty Dancing? Please.
I have seen Dirty Dancing. He's so good in Point Break. It rules. That movie rules.
What's the movie about the book everybody has to read in junior high?
To Kill a Mockingbird.
No, he's not in that.
He's not in that. Greg Peck.
And Bob Duvall.
That's right.
He's in all the best movies.
We've got 3 chapters left. I'm
just
reading
a
to my
thing.
kids.
No,
We've got
you
3
know what I'm
chapters
talking
left.
about. He's in it with Tom Cruise and the Karate
Outsiders.
Kid. There you go. Thank you.
I never read it.
No?
No.
Thought they made everybody read that.
Well, just because I got assigned to read a book in high school did not mean it crossed my eyes.
All right, more Jake and Ben next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got northbound slowing on I-15 approaching downtown Salt Lake. It starts just before the 45th South in Murray and goes all the way up to the North Interchange. Westbound delays on 201 beginning around 5600 West going out to Magna with a crash on the left shoulder in between. Hey, looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or go to heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
Brian Haney joins us now. He is the play-by-play voice of the Kansas Jayhawks. I know that Darren desperately wanted to be that number 1 overall pick. He's got himself in a good situation here. I know he realizes it. I know this team realizes it. This feels like a win-win for both sides.
For a guy that Bill Self has said is going to be a perennial NBA All-Star, this is maybe just the extra chip on his shoulder or competitive edge he might need to fuel his fire into being one of the most prolific players of his generation. This was just one player picked in front of Darren, but because he's such an alpha, I kind of think if I'm a Jazz fan, not only am I thrilled to get the player that Jay Billis says is the most talented prospect in the draft, but also you get a player that now has just even more fuel to his fire to push even harder and build on that legacy that we all think is inevitable for him at the next level.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Down
Jake and Ben. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. We have breaking Taylor Swift news. Apparently, she's already married.
It's done.
Apparently, they got married, and in secret. And this whole thing at Madison Square Garden is just a celebration. So she has to inconvenience millions of people.
Hey, I know a guy who did that.
Just for a celebration. Wait, what? Ben?
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what I did too.
Oh, I don't care if they get married in secret. I just want, if you're gonna, put a dead stop on one of the busiest blocks in the entire world, on one of the busiest weekends, I don't know, ever, couldn't it at least be for the ceremony?
Did you see the reports that your invite had it was a digital invite. The digital invite had a watermark. So if you screenshotted it to share it or sell it to TMZ or whatever, they would know it was yours specifically, and your invite came with an NDA that you had to sign, that the NDA was so aggressive that you couldn't even reveal what the fine was in the NDA if you revealed that you had signed it.
Seems like a lot.
Just don't sign it. Right?
Well, then you can't go.
Yeah, but you get to sell.
Oh, then you get to sell the information to whomever.
Yeah.
You get to make money from Page 6 or whatever.
Yeah. But maybe they have like nice gift bags. Maybe it's like the Oscars where you go and you get something good from the Swift-Kelsey combo just by being at MSG.
See, now I am a huge narcissist, so we had a really big wedding.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't shut down city blocks for a big wedding, but we did have a lot of people there. I thought your celebration was very appropriate.
Okay.
It was a good time. It was small. Everybody had a smile on their face.
We shut down the patio of a restaurant.
The food was good. Just a patio, though.
Correct.
Not a whole...
shut down 9th and 9.
Yes, I think we shut down the restaurant, actually. Like, they didn't have space otherwise. But, yes, we didn't shut down 9th South and whatever, 3rd West.
It was about you two, but it wasn't like...
The whole city didn't have to have it about us. Only the people that were there.
That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
I'm not a great example of this, but I feel like you are. But I feel like Taylor and Travis are making this, I think this is too much.
I 100% agree.
And you could at least have your ceremony there if you are going to disrupt everybody's life.
Now, I don't know what it's like to be Taylor Swift or Travis Kelce, obviously. I don't know. Is your wedding that privileged? Does it need to be that private? Maybe it does. Maybe these weddings that we've seen that are just an absolute circus, maybe it's just way too much and they wanted to have a little bit of normalcy at some point in their life. And bizarrely, it's actually more normal to shut down parts of Manhattan to have a wedding than it would be to just have a normal wedding and let people in. Maybe it's actually more normal to shut down part of the biggest city one of the biggest cities on the planet to do it. I don't know. But it's a lot.
By the way, by the time Walker Kessler finishes his deal, it'll be at 34.8, if people were wondering.
Walker's deal?
Uh-huh.
That'll be a high end?
That's his player option, 34.8.
Oh.
So it's actually
That's a pretty flat deal.
Next year is going to be 30.2. The year after, 31.7. The year after that, 33.3. And then the year after that, 34.8.
Well, good for Walker. We were just talking about it with Anthony Simons. Dude got paid. Dude got his money. He wanted a lot, and he got a lot.
Kind of. The Jazz kind of screwed him, I think.
Again, Walker got a good dollar amount, probably a little bit above kind of the standard market value for what good, not great centers get. $30 million is on the high end. It's above Jakob Poeltl. It's above Miles Turner. But with inflation and what the league has and the rising salary cap, it probably makes sense. It's probably pretty close to market value.
Maybe, but I'll tell you.
Yes, had he been a true unrestricted free agent, he probably would have made 38 or 39.
If the Jazz didn't work out a sign and trade, he would have been $39 million. But the Jazz worked out a sign and trade, so
yeah.
But I bring that up because I don't want people to look at the first year of that deal and say $30.2 million. The Jazz couldn't step up and match that. How did they not match that? Because the number the Jazz would have to match would have been significantly higher.
Right. If the Jazz weren't going to play ball. And credit the Lakers. Actually, Pelinka did force the Jazz to play ball. He convinced the Jazz that he was willing to offer such a big contract to Walker that the Jazz did feel like they had to give. They had to break.
Buckle on their number.
They absolutely buckled.
Yeah.
No question about it.
But it's smart. I mean, because if you don't buckle on your number, then you have to either match it, and it's crazy overpaid, or you get nothing, as opposed to 2 firsts and 2 swaps. And I bet as they kept adding more picks and more swaps, I bet that number kept coming down.
Yeah, exactly right.
And
one pick, we'll match at 37. 2 picks, maybe we'll match at 32. And that's where it gets.
Have we seen an update on Jalen Duren yet?
No, he's still a restricted free agent.
His leverage has evaporated.
It has. Unless he really thinks the Kings can get him, but the Kings don't have the cap space to even make the offer.
Well,
it has to be an understood sign and trade for Sabonis.
Well, and
the Lakers could just go out there and make the offer.
Right. Well, and they're trying to get rid of DeRozan, right?
Yeah.
Because he's got like $10 million left.
He's going to end up getting bought out. It's going to be something silly. You know what I mean? Some of those guys, they're just like, Jordan Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson had $10 million on his deal last year. The Jazz just said, Jordan, you've been good to us. Like, just, we don't want to have to make an excuse for why you're not playing. Just go. Like, here's your money. Take a little bit of a buyout. Take a little bit of a haircut. We'll give you your money or whatever it is and go take your thing. And they may have not even taken a haircut. They may have just given him his full buyout and let him go choose his team. I would be surprised if they do that with DeRozan and he ends up in Miami.
Although my opinions on all these may be null and void, I got a talk snap, Ben, from Lanny Baxter, who says, huge fan, but just lost so much respect for Jake because he's never seen Point Break. Are you serious? Going to be tough to respect your opinion about anything.
That seems aggressive.
Because I haven't seen the movie? I didn't even say I didn't like the movie. Usually I say I don't like the movie.
That's a Jake go-to.
And people blast away. But I haven't even seen this one. I know about it. Surfing Bank Robbers. I knew that going in. I know his name's Johnny Utah.
Yep.
I just have never.
I think it's Bodie.
No, it's Johnny.
No,
it's definitely Johnny.
No, I'm talking about Swayze.
Oh, Swayze. I know Johnny Utah's in it because I had like an abnormal amount of friends growing up whose name was John.
Yeah, so everyone's name was that.
And most of them went out of state for school.
Bodie.
And every single one of them came back with the nickname Johnny Utah.
Went to high school with a kid that they called Bodie, and I didn't know because I hadn't seen Point Break. And now that I realized that was a bunch of kids that gave him that name, those kids were smart. They were right on. This guy was absolutely Bodie. He pulled a knife on a guy one time. Crazy.
Again, it takes such a dark turn with you.
Well, life's a dark place.
I thought this listener was losing respect because you haven't seen Joe Dirt.
No, but apparently Point Break was
weekend double feature.
Was his breaking point
for $250. Point Break.
Very American.
Joe
movies.
Dirt. Yeah, they are. Kind of a funny look at American masculinity in both of them.
I don't think I'm going to watch either of those movies, but
we'll start with.
Dude, by the way, until Christian sees Almost Famous, he can't tell me to watch any movie.
Correct. I was going to say maybe you guys need to do a movie swap.
Let's do a movie night.
Almost Famous for Point Break. I'm getting to make the pick. Christian probably wouldn't suggest Point Break. He'd probably suggest Joe Dirt.
Almost Famous should be a requirement just to work on this show. We don't require much of anything.
Oh, I like that idea.
But to work on the Jake and Ben
idea.
show, I think you should be required to watch Almost Famous.
Okay.
For a variety of reasons.
Like Megan or Sarah, when they got hired, we should have been like, well, sit down. We will continue. You will get your second interview with us after you watch these
after
movies
you watch Almost
and
Famous.
come back with something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's only fair.
I think that's totally fair.
All right. Audio Vault is coming up next. Stay tuned. And then coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock hour, we'll get a Laker perspective with Kobe Price. Covers the Lakers for the California Post.
It's hard to be named Kobe and cover the Lakers.
He spells it differently. So that's got to help at least.
You can ask him.
Yeah, you can. Go for it. All right, more next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's currently very slow northbound I-15 from Murray to North Salt Lake with stop and go between 3300 South and the downtown area. On the southbound side, meanwhile, I-15 is also slow in spots from Murray to Draper, but a little bit lighter overall than most weekday afternoons. Hey, don't miss the Ute Stampede Rodeo July 8th through the 11th. Get half-price tickets to Wednesday's bull riding if you purchase Thursday family night. It's Utah's best family celebration, rodeo, and more. For more information, visit UtestampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Man, do we love Beehive Meals, and we are extra excited about their brand new product, Flat Top Meals. Freshly prepared, no chopping, no measuring, just thaw, cook, and dinner is done. Perfect for the holiday weekend.
Yeah, it really is. It's great for the 4th if you want to be outside, hanging out with the family, maybe out on the patio, and still cook delicious home-cooked meals. It doesn't just have to be hot dogs. You can get it with Beehive Meals. All sorts of flavors, tons of variety. I love it. Sometimes I honestly get scared of what to make for my kids to put in front of them because what if they don't like it? Well, Beehive takes care of all that guesswork for you, and then, like you said, no chopping, no marinating, no measuring. It's all ready to go for you. You just put it on the flat top. Usually 10, 15 minutes later at most, you have delicious food, and my kids have loved it every single time. If you have picky kids, they're going to like this option.
All right, if you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Wildlife around the globe needs help. And when you help protect them, you become a friend of the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. A real friend. The kind of friend you want to thank. And not just with a card or a text, but with a song.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend.
From your friends at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance, thank you for helping protect wildlife around the globe. Without you, there's no them. Learn more at sdzwa.org/friend.
Thank you for being a friend.
I did not sign up for this 24/7 whistle.
Across the country, communities are betting big on data centers.
I just hate it.
Now, Utah is making that same bet.
It feels like it's been rushed through, kind of rammed down our throats with very little information.
From the data center capital of the world to our own communities, we explore the lessons learned and why there is a rush to build. Beyond Box Elder, the bet on data centers. Monday on KSL 5 News at 10.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us part of your day. All right, it's time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. Now, Christian, help set this up, because this is a couple. A couple decided to climb the Empire State Building. Is that right?
Yeah, this video, I guess it happened yesterday. It's these like daredevil couple. They scaled the very top of the Empire State Building, took some pictures. The guy proposed to her. You'll hear that in the clip.
They had a flag.
They had a flag.
A huge flag that said, like,
something about peace.
The power of love is stronger than the love of power. Something to that.
Okay.
A little cutesy, but you know what I mean.
All right. And then he decided to propose. Well, we have now this is the radio traffic from the NYPD helicopter. Let's play how that sounded.
Yeah, what's all the hoopla going on over there?
Two geniuses climbed to the top of the Empire State Building, the top of the spire.
Oh, that's awesome. It's a little hot for that, isn't it?
It's just the beginning of this week.
It's not some worker changing a light, is it?
Nah, it's a male, female, dressed in black. They had some flag they were waving when they were up at the top. And he just proposed to her.
Wow.
Shout out to the NYPD. I was I enjoyed my trip to New York a lot. They are on every street corner. They really are. There's a police officer everywhere you go. A lot of them are just kind of drinking coffee, hanging out. But I think it really probably has the reason the city is so cleaned up is probably because of their presence everywhere. The apartment I was staying in, luckily through a connection of my brother, was literally looking right at the Empire State Building. I cannot believe they didn't do this last week because I would have had a chance to lay my eyes on these people. It's also literally like a block away from where Taylor Swift is getting married right now. I can't believe they didn't throw a Taylor thing out there. You really want to go famous, throw something about Taylor up there.
This is kind of a sick thought, but let me ask you this. When you see people do things like this, are you kind of cheering for them to fall?
I think they're kind of betting on you betting on that.
I mean,
because doing it at the top of Sears before it got torn down on 9th South and State Street, there's no risk. So they don't care. They understand that you're going to care because there is actually some risk that they're going to perish.
But like when the Jazz had that silly dunk team, part of me always hoped they'd hit their face on the rim.
Sure.
Does that make me a bad person?
Yeah, a little, but, it's not unnatural. You're up in the stakes a little bit.
When the guy parachutes into the football stadium, you kind of want him to hit the scoreboard like the Virginia Tech guy.
Like the guy who actually did that.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
I feel bad about it, but I am secretly rooting for that.
No, it's baked in. And the good news is, and where I will trust these people, because, hey, they made it, and then they got back down. They've already been released, right? They got a trespassing ticket, and somebody climbed on top of the temple? Didn't they put a pumpkin on top of Moroni's head?
I don't remember that.
Do you not remember that?
No.
Yeah, somebody did that. That was crazy also. You get a trespassing ticket, you get a big fine, you go to court in a couple of weeks.
So it's worth it.
For these people, probably.
But imagine the trauma they would cause others if they actually did fall.
If they did perish.
So maybe it should be more than a ticket.
Have you watched, we're talking a lot of rock climbing here. Have you watched Free Solo?
No.
That is the most painful thing I've maybe ever done in my life.
Watched the movie?
Have you watched it, Christian? It is
it's crazy.
Devastating to watch. And he makes it. And still, every second of it sucks. So the fact that these people actually did it, now it clearly can't be that hard. There's ladders. But it is really windy.
I think there's a big safety net around.
There is a safety net around that, but you only have to fall 30 feet to die. I don't know how far. It doesn't have to be that far. Now, they weren't even close to the edge of the Empire State Building, right? I mean, they are in the spire, in the middle, and it has these little tiers that kind of go higher. Still, once you're up there, you're looking over all of Manhattan. I'm sure it's terrifying. But they did it.
I don't even like being on the ski lift with the bar up.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
Put that bar down.
Yeah.
I don't know why people are so obsessed riding up the ski lift with the bar up.
I support their message, but it's an ultimate, all-time lame flag to bring up there.
No, I think everything about these people is dumb.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I think
that's
these,
totally fair.
what did the helicopter guy say? A couple of idiots? I think that pretty much hits it right on the head.
That is the best. That's the best part of the video is the New York cop aspect of all of it. Of just we see crazy people all day, every day, and you're just a little bit higher in elevation than the rest of them. but you're the same bozo that's yelling on the street.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So I do like...
Two geniuses climbed to the top of the Empire State Building, the top of the spire.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's great.
It's a little hot for that, isn't it?
Yeah, I love immediately the awe factor of it is gone. The second they hear the call, the awe factor of what do you mean they're on top of the Empire State Building? There's none of that at all. It's just isn't it hot outside?
It's just the beginning of this week.
Now, I kind of wish...
can't impress these people at all.
Now, I kind of wish that he would have gotten close enough with the helicopter to make them uncomfortable. Not
kill anyone.
Not blown them off the top of the building, but
King Kong style.
Things really shaking.
But
you gotta wipe them away.
There's a lot of wind coming down from the helicopter. You know what I mean? They got to grab onto something. He's got to forget about the proposal and worry about getting blown off the top of this building.
Or it knocks their flag off and the flag goes flying.
I kind of like that.
That would have been funny.
Like that?
Yeah, just like that. I would have absolutely liked to have seen it. Again, not off the building, just...
Not kill anyone.
No.
But embarrass them.
But you see him kind of, helicopter's getting close. I can feel it. Coming up next, we'll get back to obviously the NBA offseason. Walker Kessler is on the move. We'll get the Laker perspective from Kobe Price. He covers the Lakers for the California Post. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's not some worker changing a light, is it?
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once a year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
The news just breaking. Shams and ESPN reporting the Lakers are acquiring Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round draft picks in 2031 and 2033, and first-round swaps in 2028 and 2030.
Goodbye, Walker. I think they had to let him go. I was bracing myself. This is a part of the puzzle. It's not a complete, okay, this is it, that's it, this deal, it's in a box. No, it wasn't going to be Darren Peterson, and that was it. The thing that I like about it is get it done rather than being held hostage. They clearly were held hostage by Gordon Hayward. Get in there and make moves now. And I don't think they wanted to match it in the 30s. And so since they didn't want to match it in the 30s, get stuff back.
Yes, do not let him walk.
You never let a Walker walk. So go make some other moves, see what you got cooking, what you can do to help get the team better.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bussin' billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
Joining us now from the Oregonian, Bill Orm.
You know, the thing that is just wacky and is that there's like a massive political issue going on with the arena. And there is no guarantee that they're going to get an arena deal done on the stated necessary timeline to renovate Moda Center. The league is expecting a deal done. The league has said that the arena needs to get renovated, basically for the Blazers to stay. The team leaving Portland after 50 plus years is such a real threat. And I don't think I don't know how many people fully understand that yet. Tom Dundon can't help make headlines on even crazier stuff.
I can't bring you on here in Salt Lake City without asking you, what's the situation there to try to bring a Major League Baseball team there?
Let's try to keep the team we have first, Scotty.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
May 15, 9 a.m. Two women quietly waiting at the doctor's office. Woman 1 says, "Cold day, huh?" Woman 2, "What's that?" Woman 1, "Kinda cold today." Woman 2, "Yeah, wasn't expecting that." Woman 1, "What is it, 47 degrees?" Woman 2, "No, more like 45. Woman 1, Yeah, makes sense. At least it's not raining." Woman 2, "That would be sad." Woman 1, "So sad." Woman 2, "The weather." Woman 1, "Crazy." Please, don't waste your small talk. Donate it to foster care. Because just talking about the 400,000 kids in foster care can help the 400,000 kids in foster care. Learn more at donateyoursmalltalk.org. Brought to you by Fostermore.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live at 5, and it's brought to you by our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call 855-TRAJAN1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. The Walker Kessler trade continues to be big-time news, Ben, and we're going to get the Lakers side of things coming up in just a second. In fact, let's go ahead and get out to the zone phone. Joining us now, he covers the Lakers for the California Post. He's Kobe Price with us here on Jake and Ben. Kobe, thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
Thanks for jumping on.
Oh, no, thanks for having me on. How you guys doing?
We're doing terrific. I guess, how are Laker fans feeling today? Is this what they imagined the team looking like in the first year post-LeBron with Luka steering the car?
I mean, the most optimistic Lakers fans, sure, but this is just what they hope for. I mean, Luka's spoken on it, or not publicly, but Well, yeah, actually publicly. He's spoken on publicly the desire to have a top-flight center, a top-flight big man. And, yes, I know, Walker Kessler may not be the most proven big man in the league, but he fits the description of the archetype of center that Luka likes to play alongside. Rim running, finishing at the rim, protecting the rim, deterring the rim, big body. And this has been the Lakers' biggest target for a while. I mean, the Lakers have been looking at Walker Kessler for going on 4 years now. So, yeah, again, even the most optimistic Lakers fan, they could have hoped that this would be the case, but a lot of them didn't even imagine this would be the case.
What's the reaction for what the Lakers had to give up and the overall value of the contract?
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot, right? I mean, 2 unprotected first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, in addition to the $130 million over 4 years. And it's not just that in a vacuum. In the bigger picture, like those are, that's really it in terms for the Lakers in terms of draft capital. To use in a trade, whether it's to acquire another player or to trade one of your own players to make roster room. At this point for the Lakers, I think all they have left is they can use other pick swaps, or they have a 2033 second-round pick to trade, and that's it. So it's a lot. And I wrote this in a column for the California Post. This was their guy. This was the Lakers' guy, and this was the guy or one of the couple of big men centers that Luka wanted. And this is not just about getting a player like Walker Kessler, who's obviously he comes with his own upsides, his own attributes. This is also about making Luka happy, because something that Lakers fans already know and people within the Lakers are well aware of, Luka only has 2 more seasons guaranteed left on his contract before a player option in 2028. So the Lakers are on the clock, and there was a lot of pressure this offseason to take advantage of the salary cap space and take advantage of Rob Pelinka's favorite word, the optionality they had at their disposal.
So do you think this is viewed by the Lakers right now as, I don't want to say a finished product, they haven't played together, but the product that has a chance to win a championship? Do you think that's what they were trying to accomplish yesterday, or do you think they were just trying to take the first step towards that?
I think it's both. I mean, they acknowledge that, being the Lakers, you're always trying to put together championship caliber rosters, even if ultimately you don't accomplish that goal. But this is a step. I mean, one of the other things that the Lakers, as they were transitioning from the LeBron James, Anthony Davis era, then the LeBron James Soul era, and then LeBron James Luka, you fully transition to the Luka era. They need to build a team that complements Luka, and it's hard to do that, or very challenging to do that within just one transaction cycle, right? Like, it can take multiple transaction cycles, and that takes time, but you need to do it piece by piece. You need to be able, and we saw it in Dallas, a trade deadline here, a free agency there, another trade deadline. You add 1 or 2 players who complement Luka, who can be around for the long haul. And Walker Kessler fits into that category. A player who fits alongside Luka, it's a building block. They, this summer you can say that they maybe not added to, but they brought 2 back or added to in Austin Reeves, Walker Kessler. 2 building blocks alongside Luka who can be on the team for the foreseeable future. So it's not a finished product. They know their weaknesses. They know they need more help on the wing. They know that they need a better perimeter defense, more athleticism on the wing. But it is a significant step, maybe the most significant step to having a championship caliber roster, was having a player of Walker Kessler's caliber and ilk alongside Luka and Austin.
What was the reaction to LeBron leaving?
I mean, the same reaction that anything LeBron James related brings about in Los Angeles. Mixed reactions. Some people happy, happy to see him go. 'Cause the reality is that, the Lakers / Los Angeles didn't embrace LeBron in the same way that they've embraced going down the line of Laker legends. Kobe Bryant, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, even players like James Worthy, Robert Horry, Derek Fisher, because LeBron came, or he joined the Lakers at the stage of his career that he was in, he wasn't embracing the same way. However, there's also a sad feeling of, look, this guy, LeBron, he spent more time with the Lakers than he had with any other team consecutively, or consecutive seasons rather. So, LeBron, he brought the Lakers back to relevancy after, it's been a while, but the Lakers for a very, significant amount of time, at least by their standards, were irrelevant. He brought them their first championship in 10 years in 2020 when they won the title in the bubble. He helped, he was part of the reason why they were able to trade for Anthony Davis. He, was one of, the leader of the team when they got to Western Conference Finals, multiple playoff appearances. And then obviously all the records that he set or all the accolades he racked up while he was a Laker and countless memories. So there was, again, mixed emotions to the LeBron Lakers tenure ending after, an up and down 8 years.
Looking at some of the other moves that they made, Colin Sexton comes in, somebody we're very familiar with. Mammoth Kelishvili's in there. What do you think about this roster overall? I mean, this should be a top 6 playoff team in the Western Conference, I would think.
Could you please repeat his last name one more time? I need to be able to say it myself now that he's on the squad.
I think it's Mammoth Kelishvili, but I could be wrong, but that's always what I've heard.
That sounded good to me. He had confidence, right, Kobe? You just got to say, you could say anything. Just say it with confidence.
Mamu, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been calling him Mamu since he entered the league. But, yeah, you're right. You said it with confidence, so I believe that that's the way that it was said. So I'll take note of that. But, no, I mean, what's interesting about their moves, I mean, obviously the Walker deal, that's kind of that started their free agency signings, getting Walker in that signing trade with the Jazz. And then after that, you mentioned, I'll call him Mamu since I don't have the confidence to say his name the same way you do. But Mamu, you get Colin Sexton, you add Quentin Grimes. Individually, each player, again, we're talking about building around Luka and then also in mind Austin and Walker. Each player makes sense in their own right? Like Colin, he adds the shooting, the secondary ball handling, the toughness. Quentin Grimes, he has off-ball score, he can get downhill, and Colin also adds the playmaking element. And then Mamu just an all-around. He can score a little bit, can pass a little bit, handle, big man, stretch the floor. Each player in their own right makes sense, but as a collective, a lot of questions about are those players, the caliber of players as a collective for what the Lakers needed. And then also on top of that, the contracts they gave out specifically to Grimes and Mamu, between Walker, Quentin Grimes, and Mamu, these are all 4-year deals with player options at the end of them. So, significant investments across the board in free agency. Colin Sexton obviously gets a 2-year deal with the player option on the second year, but it's not, it doesn't look like a championship caliber roster, to be honest, right now, but they're not done. They still have 2 roster spots. They still have a little bit of room to, again, add that defensive-minded wing. So they still have opportunities and chances, but it's getting tougher after all the moves they did make.
Kobe Price is with us from the California Post. I'm curious with the new ownership. We saw ownership change here with the Jazz a few years ago, and Ryan Smith kept some faces around, and he changed others. Obviously, he brought in Danny Ainge and then Austin Ainge, but Justin Zanuck, who was here under the previous ownership group, has stayed, and there are other examples within the building. From an outsider perspective, it seems like the Lakers haven't changed much, right? They still have the same GM, the same coach. I'm curious, do you expect more things to change? And I guess maybe this is a long-winded way of asking, does Rob Pelinka maybe feel the pressure of having to improve or impress his new bosses?
Well, I'll just the first part of that. I mean, yes, on face value, right? Rob Pelinka is still the president of basketball operations and general manager. JJ Redick's still the coach. That's been the case for the past couple of years, and for Rob, almost the past close to we're getting to almost a decade now. But there have been a lot of changes internally within the Lakers. I mean, they've cleared out the business side, including bringing Lon Rosen from the Dodgers, hiring him as the president of business operations. And really, there were a lot of changes, an influx of changes on the business side of the operations. They had, significant layoffs at the end of May in a variety of departments. So even on the less forward-facing positions for the Lakers, there were a lot of changes over the past few months, and almost, going back to October when the sale of the franchise to Mark Walter was made official. So there have been changes. There have been considerable changes, and even right now they're redoing the practice facility, and that's the other thing. The Dodgers-Lakers connection, the Lakers are taking advantage of that. They're adding new medical labs, testing labs. They're revamping their practice facility in light of their G League team moving out to Coachella Valley and having just more space. So, not as many, again, forward-facing changes, but still a lot of changes happening in the background. Now, the Rob Pelinka part, yes, I don't think it's a secret throughout the league. We're just talking about someone in the league about this yesterday. There is pressure on him, and he knows that. Everyone understands that. This summer, this offseason is a crucial one, was a crucial one, and remains a crucial one for Rob Pelinka's job security. Even with him, getting the promotion to president last year, and even with him getting a contract extension, we've seen that Mark Walter, as owner, he'll be patient. But we've also seen that if you don't deliver on the expectations that, a Mark Walter operation has, and that is very similar to what the Lakers operation is, which is compete for championships and win championships and put together championship caliber rosters year in and year out, you're going to be out of a job. So, and we saw that with the Dodgers. Mark, the GM at the Dodgers, was there for a couple of years, but they weren't delivering the way that was needed, and they hired Dave Roberts. And obviously since then, it's been great for them. So, yes, Rob Pelinka feels that pressure. He knows that pressure, and that's why this offseason was so crucial in a variety of ways.
The Jazz are getting Jackson Hayes to come in as a backup center, I would imagine. I don't think he's starting on this team next year. There are fans that are concerned about it. He has a checkered history with domestic assault and resisting arrest. What was he like to cover as a person?
Yeah, all of that is accurate. I also like to point out that at least the league never, at least with me specifically, after asking, but, never... There was never a public closed case on that in that regard, but in terms of the league's investigation into the matter. But in terms of Jackson, he treated the media well. Doesn't take away from obviously the things that you're saying, but he treated the media well, and he was good to cover.
You going to miss the circus that is covering LeBron?
Excuse me, what did you say?
You're going to miss the circus that is covering LeBron James from just a media side of things.
Yeah, sorry. It is a circus. It is a circus. Part of me will. The circus part of it, there'll be, even if when it's not his fault, drama that surrounds him that's not necessarily his fault. I think back to earlier this year when the whole documented rift between him and Jeannie Buss, or maybe Jeannie Buss toward him. It'd just be a lot of unnecessary drama. But I also will say, I've been covering LeBron I had covered LeBron rather for the previous 3 years, and to be able to cover and be around such a legendary player and just learn what it's like to cover a player of that caliber, that's something that's been extremely beneficial for me in my career. So in that regard, I've been lucky to be in this position to do so, and it's going to be weird. This upcoming season will be the first Lakers team I've covered that doesn't feature, LeBron James, and that's going to be. That's just like it is going to be for everybody else. It's going to be a transition for me too.
What's it been like covering Luka, and do you think that will change now that it's not LeBron's team?
I don't know if Luka will so much change, but more is going to be required from him as a leader. Quite frankly, inside and outside of the locker room, he's already been the face of the franchise, but because LeBron was there, he didn't have the full weight and responsibility of being the face of the Lakers, if that makes sense. There's a pressure, there's an expectation that comes with that. And on the Luka side, part of that is also winning a championship or championships. So it's going to be interesting, to see how that, how he navigates through that pressure, because obviously he's been a great player, right? Back in Dallas, he was a great player, but it's different in LA. It just simply is. And I'm sure LeBron could attest to that. He could tell Luka about that. The pressure is different when you're trying to win a championship in LA versus, for LeBron, Cleveland and Miami, and then for Luka, Dallas. So that's something that I think will be interesting to document, just how he handles that pressure as being the true sole face of the Lakers.
Well, Kobe, thanks for jumping on with us. You're going to enjoy covering Walker Kessler. He's good with the media, and he's kind of goofy and friendly, and he'll give you a quote. So you'll enjoy covering him.
I'm looking forward to it. I've heard good things about Walker, so I'm looking forward to meeting him. We've actually met before, but he may not remember. But I'm looking forward to talking with him more regularly, and everything that he'll bring to the Lakers.
Well, thanks for jumping on with us, Kobe. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Great stuff.
Appreciate you having me. Thank you.
There you go. That's Kobe Price. He covers the Lakers for the California Post.
Yep.
I don't know. I've never covered a player that I would consider a circus. Jimmer maybe a little bit, but I wasn't really on the front lines covering in the locker room for that.
Certainly not every night.
No.
And especially on the road. On the road, now maybe a little bit with Jimmer, but you weren't on the road with Jimmer.
No.
But when LeBron comes to town, media members make a big deal out of it. LeBron's in town. Go ask him a question. Go talk to him. Go get him on video. It does translate well. Ask about local players, yada, yada, yada. Some of the old tricks in radio or media, I should say, that people like to do. So losing that is a big deal. And it's probably a positive, honestly, for the reporters. But as I said, LeBron is a little bit of a golden goose for reporters in the past. Talked about Bill Oram, who became the lead columnist up at the Oregonian, and Kyle Goon, who became the lead columnist out at a paper in Baltimore, in his hometown. Just because they went to L.A. and covered LeBron. Now, they're also talented writers, but I will pull back the curtain. There's a lot of talented writers. There's a lot of people who can cover sports well.
I think that has more to do with L.A. than it does LeBron, honestly. But LeBron does garner attention. That's the reason why even though we consider his run with the Lakers somewhat of a failure, the Lakers probably made $1 zillion from just having LeBron on their team.
Do you think either Kyle Goon or Bill Oram have LeBron on their resume as far as I covered LeBron and the Lakers?
No. I hope not.
I don't know. Okay, let me ask you this. If you covered the Clippers, would you say I covered the NBA in Los Angeles or I covered the Clippers?
I'd be honest and say I covered the Clippers.
Well, it's not going to help you. You got to lie in that situation, man. But when is the last time you made a resume? It's probably been a while.
It has been a while. And by the way, it should have everything to do with who you work for and your work, not what team you're covering, which is
I would love if that was true.
Is a misconception. It is true.
Is it? You sure?
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of disagree.
Well, I don't think that the Knicks and the Lakers are a little different because they're big markets. The media hubs in the United States are L.A. and New York. You want to know why writers advance and they want to go there. It has way more to do with the market than the actual team. It has to do with what paper you write for and the exposure you get writing for it.
Sure.
But I don't think all of a sudden, Oklahoma City isn't a big city. I don't think all of a sudden their writer gets a huge job somewhere else simply because they covered a good team.
Okay, that's fair. You probably have to have both.
I think you can move up through the media business covering an absolute crappy team. What kind of work do you do?
It gets easier to get your work noticed because you write in Los Angeles or New York than it is
exactly what I said. But it has nothing to do with the team that you're covering. If you have a job at the LA Times, you're going to have something on your resume that's going to help get you in the door pretty much everywhere in the country. Has nothing to do with covering the Lakers.
Who covers the Clippers?
It doesn't matter.
Who covers the Clippers for ESPN?
I don't know who covers the Lakers.
Yeah, you do.
But that's ESPN. We're talking about local writers. You don't put I cover ESPN or cover the Lakers for ESPN. You say I work for ESPN. I cover the league. I cover the NBA. I write for ESPN.
I kind of bet you still put the Lakers, to be honest with you.
I don't think the Lakers have anything to do with it. I really don't.
I kind of think they do. Honestly, I think they do. I think people like to see that. I think people hiring like to see you worked for a big team, you covered big names, you can handle then wherever you go next.
But see, that kind of thinking leads to something that I just hate in media, where people whose job it is to cover something all of a sudden identify with it, like they're somehow a member of the team or a member of that, which I find gross.
I'm with you.
And totally counterproductive. So I actually refuse to believe what you're saying, whether you're right or not, because that's gross. You cover a team, you're not on the team. The team's success or failure has nothing to do or does not reflect anything upon the people who are covering it.
In a perfect world, you're right. End of story. In a vacuum, in a perfect world, you're right. Unfortunately, that's not accurate.
I don't think Bill's advancement through the business has anything to do with the Lakers at all. I think it has something to do with Los Angeles. I'd listen to that argument or the papers he wrote for in Los Angeles. But I don't think it has anything to do with the Lakers. Wendy's success has to do with LeBron, but that's LeBron handpicking somebody to put at ESPN. That's not what happened to Bill.
No, it did not happen to Bill.
All right, but I thought Kobe was really good. So all this success to that guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he was awesome.
I root for everyone to have success, yeah.
Stay tuned. We'll have more next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 is getting very slow in Utah County, starting with the exit to Lehigh's Main Street and lasting until you get to Linden. From Davis to Weber County, expect slowing on I-15 between Roy and Riverdale, but it's even slower on US 89 northbound from SR 193 to I-84. Attention property managers, customers see your parking lot first. If it's cracked, they're already walking away. Call GoPave Utah. They've got seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the entire Wasatch Front. Call or visit right now at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Walker Kessler on his way. Not only the Jazz trade him, they trade him to the Lakers. A 4-year contract worth $140 million, roughly just shy of $33 million per year. The Jazz get a haul. They get 2 unprotected first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, which is a monstrous amount, a rim protector, and a rebounder. An elite is now off the board for the Jazz.
In my opinion, it wasn't part of the plan. I think this is an outlier. I can just tell you, I think there's probably nuance. Numbers say one thing, but I think there's nuance. I want to make sure we talk about in the beginning that they were more than compensated. John Morant, who was just traded, and I know he has his issues, but he was just traded the other day with no first-round picks attached. This is 4 first-round picks.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Sometimes, firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, if you're anything like me, you've ignored the important things when it comes to your financial well-being for a long, long time. And frankly, part of the reason I ignored it was because I did not feel prepared to make the right decisions. And if you're anything like me, you need a team of folks on your side who do know how to make those right decisions and do know how to prioritize the right things. And when I say team, I really mean it. Good folks on your side, all pulling in the right direction. And Trajan wants to be that team for you. Give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. They want to sit down with you. I've gone through the process. And when I say really, they just want to get to know you, that is true. Get to know what you're all about, what your goals are, and then they can show you exactly what they can do for you, customized just for you. 855-TRAJAN-1. They have offices in Draper and Farmington, so they've got one close to you. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group by diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Thursday to everybody out there. Happy Independence Day. We're going to be off as a station tomorrow, and then we will be back on Monday. And then we're going to be live from Big 12 Media Day starting on Tuesday, Ben. Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yep.
Which I haven't done a Big 12 Media Day in Dallas, so I'll be curious to see how this goes.
Same. I've never been to Dallas.
Ever, period?
Ever, period.
I covered the Armed Forces Bowl one year when BYU played Tulsa.
Mm-hmm.
And it was fine. I haven't spent much time there, but that was kind of a fun bowl game to cover at SMU Stadium. Riley Nelson won. That BYU team won 10 games. I think it was their first. It was either their last year in the Mountain West or first year as an independent. I think it was their first year as an independent. But I'm expecting it to be hot.
Woof.
And I'm expecting to be bothered that I'm not in Las Vegas. Because if at least I'm going to be extraordinarily hot, at least I could be in Las Vegas.
I would have felt pressured, not by our bosses, but by my own job, to go and take in Summer League games that night, and I'm glad I'm not able to do that.
You don't want to go to Summer League games?
I don't want to do both.
Okay.
I don't want to go straight from Big 12 Media Day, hike across Las Vegas, even though it's actually not terribly, terribly far, but try and get a car, then go sit in the gyms at Vegas and try and catch a couple of games on what's going to be a pretty quick turnaround for us.
Locke was on the show earlier, Ben, and he had a hot take right out of the gate. He compared the Jaylen Brown trade that we broke on the show yesterday to being as bad as the Luka Doncic trade. Now, before I get your reaction to that hot take, should we listen to Bill Simmons, who's a podcaster, former ESPN guy? Doesn't he own Spotify or something crazy?
He created The Ringer, which he created in the ashes of Grantland, which he started at ESPN, which was kind of a crossover between culture and sports, that ESPN kept Grantland, ruined it, shut it down. So he started The Ringer and sold it to Spotify for $200 million. Something crazy.
Nice to be him.
Good. Bill's a legit media genius. He knows how to do this very well.
But he is also an obnoxious Celtics fan.
He is.
Horribly obnoxious.
Everything goes back to something Boston.
Yeah.
No matter what he talks about, somehow the Celtics, the Patriots, or the Red Sox come back into view.
It's amazing he's been able to parlay the world's wordiest blogger into some sort of media empire.
He is truly a great podcaster. He might be the best podcaster in the world. He is so good at it. He's so funny, and this is an example of it.
Here's
Come out. My wife's waiting.
Go ahead, Christian. It's fine.
Come out. My wife's waiting to pick me up. And she goes, they traded Jaylen Brown. I'm I had just woken up from anesthesia, and I'm not, as you guys know, not really coherent. And I'm like, where'd he go? And she's like, to Philly for Paul George and 2 first-round picks. And I'm like, I think I'm dead. I think I died. The anesthesia killed me, and now I'm a dead person. And I'm like, and I'm just trying to process it, and it's like I have a head injury, and I'm like, Are there more first-round picks? Did they get the Clippers first? And she's like, Zoe's really upset. So now my daughter, who likes Jaylen Brown, and I'm like, all right, can you read me what the trade is? And she reads me the trade, and then I stumble out of this hospital place.
Yes, the part we missed of that is the relevant part, that he was getting a colonoscopy and woke up to the Jaylen Brown trade, which is, as you mentioned, Locke said, one of the worst trades of all time, or has the potential to be as bad as the Luka trade. There is something about Paul George in NBA circles, and maybe it's just that the contract matches up, or you can always sell yourself on a high-scoring wing that's kind of a two-way player. The team that trades for him always wins the next trade.
Trading him
away.
Mm-hmm.
You lose the trade acquiring him, but you win the trade sending him away.
Oh, I was true with Oklahoma City. I was not true with the Clippers. He was a free agent.
They get Harden? Did they get Harden for him?
I don't think so. No, they played together for the
that's
Clippers.
right.
No, he left the Clippers as a free agent.
And signed with the Clippers.
And signed with Philadelphia.
Totally spaced that. And then, yes, gets traded by Philly. Well, gets traded by the Clippers to Philly? No, or just signed with Philly as a free agent?
Just signed with Philly as a free agent.
Daryl Morey gave him that huge contract. You're right. And then gets traded to Boston. I just think the money is big enough that other stars generally have to be involved. And then you can always kind of stomach the idea of Paul George, and generally somebody throws some picks in as well.
Paul George was not part of he was part of this trade, but he was not. He was not a incentive for Boston to make it. Part of the reason why it's just amazing that they did. You said it yourself. Philadelphia was going to have to pair a first-round pick to get off of Paul George.
Yes.
So he's not.
It's almost a negative value.
He is a negative value. Yeah, not almost. He is a negative value. That's why I would argue that's why this trade is so bad, is because you did not bring back. I mean, Paul's not even going to play. He didn't. He was on a drug suspension last year. What did he miss the year before? I mean, he just hardly plays. He's average at best when he does. I mean, I don't think Boston. Do you think they really even care about getting Paul George? That's why Philadelphia stole Jaylen Brown. The only positive I can see for the Boston Celtics is that Jaylen was so toxic that he was going to submarine the team next year. Like they could not have functioned, so they had to get him off the team no matter what. That's the only positive, an addition by subtraction. Other than that, I might come along with Locke that this might be as bad as the Luka trade.
Post-COVID, so beginning in the 2020-2021 season, which was shortened to, 72 games, he has played 54, 31, 56, 74, that's the high water mark, 41, 37 games.
So he played 76 in his free agent year.
I think that's a good way to read it.
Yeah, right.
And then barely plays. And then, yes, this last season, to your point, he averaged 17, 5, and 4.
So Boston's not trying to talk themselves into Paul George. Boston had to get rid of Jaylen Brown. They were in a bad position. They were desperate, and they made a bad trade as a result.
Paul George is certainly going to start for them. I don't know how many games he's going to play. But, yes, if the comparison is basketball talent to basketball talent, Jaylen Brown is 1,000 times better right now than Paul George.
And 25 years younger.
Yeah.
And strangely similarly paid, which is wild.
Has one more year on his contract. But there is a belief, there is a lot of people circulating that think that Wyc Grousbeck, who just sold the Celtics to a private equity company, wouldn't have done this. And that this is private equity doing what private equity does really well. Figure out how to make the most money, not care about winning basketball games. And overpaying for Giannis Antetokounmpo in a trade or Jaylen Brown 2 years from now when you sign him to a huge contract extension is not the best move for a private equity company. It's not. You're not going to make as much money. But it is good for a basketball team. And if you want to win as a basketball team, you have to accept that sometimes you have to foot the bill. Sometimes you have to eat money to not win as much in the hopes that later you can win as much. Or you overpay for wins, but you want to win and you want your team to win. And if private equity doesn't want that for the Boston Celtics, they're going to have to figure out how to negotiate that or just accept that that's never going to be the purpose of the franchise.
By the way, I do feel like it's important to. I'm not changing your point by any means, but the owner of the Celtics is Bill Chisholm, and he is the owner. Now, he made his money as a partner in a private equity firm, but that private equity firm does not own the Boston Celtics. So maybe Bill is bringing a private equity mentality to running the Celtics. But I just want to make that.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
I mean,
totally fair.
in the world of Otro Capital.
Correct. That's very fair.
I feel like we need to make that distinction. Yeah, maybe he's going El Cheapo on it. I don't think paying Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum Supermax contracts is probably all that feasible going forward. We've talked about how rough the penalty is for being in the second apron. I don't think Boston had to make that decision today.
No, they didn't.
Or yesterday,
Absolutely
I guess
not.
it was. They didn't have to make that decision now. I would buy more into the personality conflict than I would some sort of private equity deal. And by the way, and Kyle, we're talking about a lock today. Shout out to David. He was on earlier, and we're talking about him a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if Milwaukee passed on Jaylen Brown because they found out that his market sucked. Because Milwaukee's not trading for Jaylen Brown to play him.
Shams came out and said that initially Philly came to Boston, or Boston came to Philly, excuse me, and said, it's all your picks, plus VJ Edgecombe, who just finished third in Rookie of the Year voting, if you want to get, and you have to take Paul George, I believe, if you want Jaylen Brown. So it's everything you have, your best rookie young player, and a bunch of draft picks. And Boston, of course, said...
No, Philly.
No, Philly said no. Excuse me. Philly said no. And by yesterday, Philly was the last man standing, and Boston had no other place to go and just had to take whatever Philly would offer.
Which was significantly less.
Certainly didn't get VJ Edgecombe and 5 picks.
But yeah, Milwaukee would not have traded for Jaylen Brown to somehow start building around Jaylen Brown. Your favorite thing that the window doesn't match
doesn't
up.
open.
So they were going to turn around and flip Jaylen Brown. And
Correct.
if there's no
market
or nobody wants Jaylen Brown, then don't trade for him and take what you can get from Miami, which is what I think is likely
That's
happening.
probably very accurate.
I think, and this is kind of the theme of the week, I don't think anybody in the NBA wanted Jaylen Brown, his persona, at that price point.
I think that's probably true.
When I say his persona, I mean that this is a guy that obviously wants to be a 1A on a team. Like, he's not going to come in and say, hey, he's not going to pull a Mike Conley when he got traded to the Jazz and say, hey, how can I fit in with you guys? Mm-hmm. He's coming in to say, hey, I'm the Supermax guy that just took my team to number 2 in the Eastern Conference last year with nobody else on my team. So fall in line and give me the basketball.
Streaming with you guys, chat.
Nobody wanted that.
Yeah.
Particularly at that price point. Now, Philly is desperate in their own weird way because they still have Joel Embiid and they've got some nice young players, but they're probably telling themselves they should win now because they've got players on a bargain deal. So this is our time to be Oklahoma City or whatever. But I don't know if this is going to do it.
Boston probably could have traded Jaylen Brown in a move similar to what we saw Miami do with Jimmy Butler. Which, remember, Jimmy became a total headache as well.
Yep.
He was actively combative within the Miami locker room. He wasn't around the team. I think he was getting sent home from things.
He did. Yeah, he games with the Jazz.
And they still found a way to trade him because Golden State was desperate to put a winner next to Steph Curry. And actually, for the rest of that regular season, they were really good. And then they flamed out in the playoffs, and I think he got hurt, and then it didn't matter at all. Boston probably could have been patient, waited till the trade deadline, found a team that was desperate, that wanted a Jaylen Brown to pair with whoever their star is if they thought, well, maybe we can still salvage this season with this Hail Mary, and that's going to be Jaylen Brown. And they were impatient, to your point where they probably didn't need to make that move yesterday. For whatever reason, they felt like they did. They didn't have the guts to wait out Jaylen Brown and then find the best deal for themselves, which really does pay off. If you have patience, you're probably going to get a better deal. You just have to deal with some discomfort for a while.
Again, I don't think Brad Stevens knows what he's doing.
Danny Ainge, and I'm going to say Danny because it was Danny and Justin Zanuck at the time before Austin got here. You know, the Jazz traded Rudy Gobert on July 2nd, 4 years ago to today. The Jazz traded Rudy Gobert, a day after they traded Royce O'Neal. And Donovan was on the roster, and everybody knew the Jazz were going to trade Donovan. They knew it. Quinn Snyder had already left. The Jazz were turning the page.
Yeah, we were here doing the show.
We were here
I
doing
remember
the show.
quite well.
And Danny didn't trade Donovan on July 4th or July 12th or August 10th or August 19th. He waited till September 1st because he was fine with the discomfort. He did not get rattled by the idea that everybody knows the Jazz are trading Donovan. Donovan's saying this or whatever. His people are saying this, or he wants to be in New York. All the pressure is he's got to be in New York or Brooklyn. Danny didn't care. Ryan Smith didn't care. Justin Zanuck didn't care. They just let the price be out there and see who wants to raise and who wants to raise and who wants to raise. And then by the time the Jazz felt like, okay, we're probably at a little bit of a deadline, we actually have to take the step forward, they found a pretty good deal from Cleveland to get a bunch of picks and Lauri Markkanen and Colin Sexton.
And Walker Kessler.
Well, no, that was in the Rudy.
No, that was the Rudy drill. Yeah,
Ochai
you're right.
Agbaji.
Yep.
And pulled the trigger. But they didn't mind that summer stunk. They didn't let that temporary discomfort force them into this trade, force them into R.J. Barrett, Quentin Grimes, and a couple of draft picks from the Knicks.
Yep.
They said, no, we want a better deal. We're going to wait till we get the better deal. I'm sorry, Jazz fans. This is going to hurt for a little bit, but we will figure it out. And I think that willingness to have a stiff upper lip helped the Jazz. And I don't think Boston has it without him.
Stay tuned. We'll get to voicemails coming up next. If you have something to say, leave us a voicemail. Go to KSLSports.com or the KSL Sports app, hit the voicemail feature, and you can leave us a message. We'll get to that straight ahead. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's a struggle for both directions of US 89 as well as westbound I-84 approaching the mouth of Weaver Canyon thanks to malfunctioning stoplights there. I-15 northbound continues to be at a stop-and-go movement from 3300 South to downtown Salt Lake City. Hey, at UTA, we move your early mornings and your long days, your big plans. We move purpose. We move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Brendan Haywood joins us, 14-year NBA veteran. You see him on NBA TV. He's college basketball TV analyst as well.
So the Jazz did take Peterson, and there was that cramping issues, knowing the grind that is involved in the NBA and how difficult it is. What's your level of concern regarding the fact of the issues that he had in college?
I just think the sky's the limit for this kid. When I look at Darren Peterson averaging over 20 points per game with the cramping issues, playing against older players in college basketball, and then doing it with a roster that's probably not that good, no one on that Kansas team was getting drafted. That tells you how good he is. This kid worked on his game so much, everybody thinks he's a natural shooter. Shooting was actually the part of his game that people were worried about the most coming into college. Utah has a great one. He is going to transcend that franchise.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals, returning this week to Rice Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well, and it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on their ways, talking sports. They got him made Jackson on soul. Loves his tie guy, Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Hot take to Christian. There used to be a restaurant called Training Table. That was a restaurant back in the day where you would sit down and order from a phone. Their fry sauce was barbecue sauce and mayonnaise. So just think about that. Love you guys.
What's up, Jake and Ben? This is Chris. I've got a suggestion for the show. Based on some of your recent conversations around fry sauce and ketchup and peanut butter, kind of reminded me that there's a bit of a gap in the market on KSL Sports with some recent changes about food talk. And so I wondered maybe we could mix some more food talk into our What You Got Wednesdays and maybe replace some of the movie takes. I know that's kind of your lane, but yeah, let's mix it up. People like food. It's a fun debate. So yeah, just a thought. Love you guys. Bye.
Hey, long-time absorber, first-time caller. Just wanted to say, hey, appreciate you guys doing the show. Thanks for all the Jazz coverage.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for leaving a voicemail, Jacob. We appreciate it. First one was from Corbin and then from Chris. Training Table dipping sauce was amazing.
I don't remember it at all.
Oh, amazing.
Chris, did you ever go to Training Table?
I don't think I did. I remember seeing commercials for it.
But you know the whole thing?
Right.
There was a phone at your table and you picked up the phone and ordered.
Yes.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah, growing up in Brigham City, coming to Salt Lake was a huge event for us. So we hardly ever made it down to the big city.
Yeah.
Hey, spare me your Training Table slander. I loved Training Table.
That's fine.
That was my,
But that being the gimmick by itself is absurd. Just have a server come over.
It sounds cool to me. I would try it.
You got to order when you want. You didn't have to wait for the stupid server.
You can go into any restaurant right now, open your phone, and use DoorDash to order food inside that restaurant while you're there.
Yeah, but then I'm paying a third party. Why do I want to pay DoorDash anymore?
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, well, you're paying for those phones too, pal.
I'd rather just pick it, not the phone at my table at
Yes,
Training
you were.
Table.
You don't think that was built into the bill?
Heck no.
Yeah, it was.
You know what? That Training Table reminds me of post-baseball games.
Yeah, I believe that.
We would that was a popular spot when you got done with the baseball tournament or whatever. It's like, let's hit up the Training Table. Let's go get some of that dipping sauce. And then to Chris, I don't know if it's possible to make food a bigger part of the show. Maybe on What You Got Wednesday, we could mix in some food topics. But neither you nor I don't want to speak for you. I'm not really a foodie.
I cook a lot. Obviously, we love our friends at Beehive Meals, but I do cook a lot and eat a lot of different foods. I have a smoker. I use it a lot. have a sous vide I use. I have all the toys. I do. What, Chris?
That one's Chris. Yeah.
What Chris probably doesn't remember is one of our very first What You Got Wednesdays was dinners. We just drafted dinners. Do you remember this?
No.
And we forgot to draft pizza and burgers.
Whoops. And
people wouldn't let us get away from it. And that was kind of the end of us drafting foods. We have drafted sauces before. We have drafted some of these things for sure. But we were drafting dinners, and I think I took soups over pizzas, and you took, something casual over salads over burgers. And Scotty weighed in, and then everyone weighed in,
and we just got killed.
We were like, okay, we're not doing food anymore. So I'm not opposed to it, in all honesty. But
all right,
we have tested the waters, and we failed. Not you failed. We failed.
But if you're looking for me to eloquently describe foods for 10 plus minutes, I can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not my thing.
Yeah.
I can't get into
That's totally fair.
The creaminess of the mashed potatoes and how they meld with the butter and then go on and on about it. I just can't.
No one knows this because nobody's ever seen it. But in between one of my radio stops, I hosted a food show on TV for Xfinity Television, where I'd go to different restaurants locally and eat and try the food and have to talk about it. And at that point in my life, I had not eaten enough food to be good at the job, which is A, why I don't still have the job, and B, is probably giving me a little reserve of how comfortable I am talking about food.
Well, maybe you hold down the food side.
I had a duck with chocolate sauce in Ogden, and I had no idea what to say about it because I'd never had duck before, or a chocolate sauce that wasn't on ice cream. So I didn't know I had to say this was good, or fatty, or rich, or too rich, or delicate, or whatever. Sorry to those people.
What are you
I had to
looking
pay
at
the
me for?
bills.
I'm
I
not
had to pay the bills. I don't know.
I can't accept the apology for some restaurant you slandered. I don't know.
I didn't slander them. I said it was good, but I didn't have anything to compare it to, so I wasn't exactly breaking it down, the X's and O's.
So you lied to your viewers then. It could have been just straight garbage.
2 viewers watching Xfinity TV in a hotel room who were looking for a place to go in Ogden might have gotten bad information from me.
They probably went and said, man, this duck sucks.
I like the food,
guy is
but
an
yeah,
idiot.
if you were a duck guy, I don't know. Maybe it was bad duck, but I thought it was good.